Hera!
Doubt!
Long time no see. Please take a seat. How have you been doing?
Excellent, I've been doing great. And what about you?
Outstanding. Wait for it. My house, my car, and my boat.
My house, my car, and my boat. And my horses.
But what about your economy?
It's called booming, Doubt. And you can watch me do it here.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Noble Apartment Cup. We're coming to you live from Berlin, Germany, where we have gathered the 10 best players from around the world to do battle over the course of the next 8 days in the final Age of Empires tournament of the year, boasting a prize pool of $50,000 and growing with each and every single one of your generous donations. Now, many of you may recognize this very space that we're in as we are back in the iconic GL apartment, just this time with a few Noble upgrades. And now before I take you through the rest of the apartment to show you how we've leveled up this space, I want to give a huge shout out to all of our incredible sponsors without whom this tournament would not be possible. It is their support that lets us bring this event to life. Now you see here this beautifully decorated space that I'm in right now. This is the caster desk from which T90, T-West, Dave, Mem, and myself will be bringing you all of the action over the course of the next 8 days. But this isn't all that we have in store for you. So let's go ahead and take a tour around the apartment. First up, we're going to take a look at the incredible Back Force interview space where we'll be grilling each and every single one of our victorious players here about their series and maybe picking up a tip or trick or two for you to employ in your gameplay back at home. And of course, some of you might be aware that we are all very big fans of chess here in the Age of Empires community, and so take a look at that 3D printed chessboard that they had done up for us just ahead of this event. Already getting some use. I can proudly say I took down Dave last night in fairly easy fashion, only to proceed and get absolutely smacked by vodka a little bit later on in the evening. But from here we move to the centerpiece of the event, where we can already see a couple people taking advantage of the cozy couches. Players, casters alike will be chilling out here to watch all of the action as it happens. And right behind me over there, our incredible production team, Take TV. They are the unsung heroes of the broadcast without a doubt, and so definitely want to put a spotlight on them anytime we can. Not to forget, of course, our beautiful observer, Vodka, over here, who will be tracking all of the action for you as the series break down. And if you need anyone to blame for missing a Vil snipe or something like that, that's your guy right there. Just kidding, but not really. No, he's a fantastic. Can't wait to see all the action as it happens. From here, though, let's go ahead and take a look at how the players are being treated at this event. We're going to dive over into the player practice room. Now, production has so graciously set up 10 amazing setups for each of our players where they can hone their skills, practice their strategies, twist and turn within their minds. Somebody's playing Hearthstone over there. I think that's Leary. And of course, right here at the front of the room, our defending champion from NAC, Hera, getting a little last-minute practice in. Almost, my friend. Maybe this time around. Are you feeling confident this year, Leary?
Feeling good when I watch him.
Feeling good when you watch him? Are you stealing some of the strats? Okay, he likes his chances. Hera, just a real quick word. I mean, you are the defending champion. You feeling any pressure? You've been on quite the tear recently here in the Age of Empires scene.
No pressure, but I'm excited to play.
All right.
Also, hi viewers.
Hi viewers, there you have it. From here, we dive into the arena itself, where each of our players will be set up to go mano a mano. We've already got our first two contestants loaded up. It's going to be Tatoh up against Dogao. I don't want to get them out of the zone too much, but this is where they will be competing and doing battle over the next 8 days to go for that all-coveted Noble Apartment Cup title. Now, before we get the event started, let's head back to the couches and get this day underway. Ah! It's a snake. I think production knows that I'm terrified of snakes, but I'm happy to be joined by the one and only Viper ahead of the event. Viper, first of all, thank you for joining me.
Of course.
What do you think of the way that NAC has leveled up with the Noble theme and the new layout to the apartment?
Well, currently I feel underdressed looking at you, no, it's obviously we have a bit of a different layout this time, so it's new for us who has been here for many years already. But you know, It's always cool to start a LAN event like this. And when you guys look like this, you know they leveled up.
Yeah, we might look clean. I would wonder how it might affect your play if you had to go suit up and play at the same time. Have you ever given that a shot?
I have not, and I don't intend to. But I mean, the weather here is pretty cool, so maybe a suit would help heat us up, you know. But I mean, once you're in the zone, it gets pretty hot.
I was gonna say, hopefully the play will
Yeah.
heat you up. Speaking of, what is your kind of overall take on the makeup of the tournament? Obviously, we've got a lot of mainstays returning players, but I want to note a couple. Number one, Vinchester making it back after missing out on the last NAC, and of course, Dogao joining us for the first time. But your general opinion on the field and the level of competition?
Yeah, no, I love it when like these old dogs. I mean, Dogao is younger than me, I think, but like he has been around since before my time. So to see these players come back at tournaments, he also made it to a Red Bull event not too long ago. So like, there's always like 20, 30 players that can always make it to events, right? And it's kind of rotating. There are some of us that tend to come here more often than others, but you know, it's always cool to see these guys and meet them in person once again. And it's going to be tough no matter who you face, right? The 10 players that make it here is like the level is just going to be insane. So even Dogao, who's probably going to be like people look as an underdog, I wouldn't be surprised to see him make some upsets.
Now, fun fact, actually, and this might come as a surprise to many people, but Dogao was actually the first Age of Empires stream that I ever tuned into.
Really?
Yeah, back in 2016 when I rediscovered the game. I popped in and got to watch him play before finding out about you and T90 and the like. From there, let's talk a little bit about the way that the tournament is set up. Most particularly, I just want to get a quick opinion on civ picks, bans, maps, because we, even in best of fives, we're going to have 10 random civ bans from the admin, as well as 12 player civ bans. So in every series, that's 22 civs off the table. What do you think that's going to do to kind of the way that the tournament plays out and force creativity maybe upon players?
Yeah, I mean, the first 4 bans can overlap, so it's not necessarily 22 civs, but yeah, the confusing thing for players that is very confusing is you have like 4 bans, and then suddenly you pick one, and then there's like a ban. So there's been multiple times where I've banned when I wanted to pick, and vice versa, right? So got to make sure that doesn't happen during the tournament. But yeah, with so many civs out of the way, it really forces you to adapt and be flexible in your civ picks as well, right? So it's again the story of, do you just prepare a civ for a map, or do you prepare a playstyle for a map where you can use multiple civs to execute that playstyle, right? It's super tricky either way, and I'm curious if anyone is going to mess up the draft, because it's complicated.
Okay, I'm not envious to be in that position. It will be really interesting, though, to kind of watch each one break down and then maybe take a look at statistics midway through, right?
Yeah.
See which, civs. Of course, Dravidians, I'm going to bother you about that because you know that I've always hated that civilization, and I know that the GL fans have always been quite the fan. You going to give me any info on the Dravidians ahead of this tournament?
I'm afraid there's not that many maps where Dravidians shine, but hopefully we'll see them.
That makes me a happy man, if I do say so myself. Let's talk about a couple of the matchups that we have today. First up is going to be your teammate in Tatoh up against Dogao. As we mentioned before, Dogao making his appearance at NAC for the very first time.
Yeah.
How do you, evaluate that matchup as a whole?
So I think Tatoh is quite favored. Thanks, Dave, for walking past the camera. That's all good.
That's so unprofessional. So unprofessional.
I think historically, Tatoh has a really good take on Dogao in his matchups. And I think Dogao actually really dislikes to play against Tatoh, if I heard what he said correctly, because I think stylistically they're very similar and they like the same type of maps, like hybrid water maps. So I would give Tatoh the edge, but like I said, Dogao is a player that he's such an experienced old guy. He's such an experienced
It's all right.
guy.
We're all aging. Look,
Yeah.
it's one of the charms of this community, right?
Yeah.
In a way, is how long it's been around, and the fact that we have players who have played this game for decades at
Exactly.
this point and are still at the top level.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, Dogao can upset anyone, but I think Tatoh is solid favorite.
Okay. Now, from there, I am going to jump all the way to the final matchup of the day because it's going to sport yourself up against Doubt. I mean, already, I think many people are, on a hair's breadth, on edge of their seats waiting for that one. I'm sure it's always a joy for you to go up against Doubt. But at this point in your career, at this point in your friendship, what is that like as compared to maybe stepping up against somebody else in the field?
Yeah, it's both comfortable and uncomfortable because I like to play him, because I like to micro with him because he doesn't micro. But it's always tricky as well strategically. Like I've said multiple times, we have very similar play styles. So it's like it comes down a lot to the draft, to the strategies, and then small. Like I always try to take my advantages where I can against him, because if we end up in a similar situation, he might even pick a better civ than me. It's really hard to beat Doubt. I mean, he's so experienced, he's so solid on the defense and macro that you really need to be on point, even against Doubt. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But my only concern is the hour it's being played. It could go quite late. So it should be a lot of fun, though. I mean, a lot of people love watching me and Dal play, so hopefully we can provide a great set.
Might catch Viper taking a nap on these very couches midway through the day, and I wouldn't blame you at that. A couple questions just to close things out for you. Overall, tournament expectations for yourself. Obviously, Hera continues to employ a pretty dominant streak across all of the top tier tournaments. But citing even your performance just a couple months ago in Spain, it looks like you're nipping at his heels. You feel like this might be the one where you can reestablish yourself up top?
I feel pretty good right now. Training sets yesterday and today, I felt like, okay, I'm getting there. So, I'm just going to put out my best Age of Empires that I can, and if that's enough, then that's enough. If not, then not. I just got to be ready to perform when it matters.
All right. Have you been working on your chess game?
I have not, but I don't remember our score last time we played. I think it was fairly close.
I do, yeah, I think it was close. I do think you bested me, though.
I don't think I would anymore. I'm very rusty in chess.
I think the guy sitting behind us right now is the man to beat when it comes to chess. Vodka kind of 1v4'd me, Dave, and a couple other people.
Vinchester is amazing in chess as well.
Oh, actually, you're right. Yeah, he schooled us the first time around.
Maybe we need to make them play, Vinchester and Vodka.
Wow, that would be a pretty sweet segment. If we have to buy some time, maybe we chuck them into a chess arena. All right, Viper, I'm going to let you go, get back with your teammates, and prep for the day. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of the tournament.
Thank you. Enjoy the show.
All right, y'all. As Viper gets back into the player's space, I'm going to take a moment to thank all of you, because over the next week, we're going to witness some incredible moments, incredible matches, highs and lows across every single day, and world-class Age of Empires to boot. Now, whether you're watching from home or here at the NAC Watch Party, we want to thank you for joining us and celebrating this incredible community and game, because it really is something special and should be celebrated in this fashion. So without further ado, ladies and gents, we are going to jump into the Noble Apartment Cup with our first series of the day, brought to you by T90 and T-West.
All right. Well, here we are. Noble Apartment Cup, feeling extra noble. Yeah, and welcome everybody to the start of the day. As Dash was introducing here, should be a great series with a lot of history between these two. These two have played for a really long time, T-West.
A lot of history that Tatoh has absolutely dominated in.
Yeah. The last time Dogao beat Tatoh in a tournament set was 2014.
10 years ago.
Which was 10 years ago, which, again, is nuts. But since then,
how long they've been playing.
Tatoh has won 10 straight sets. So it has been all about Tatoh, it seems. So,
pretty much.
Yeah. So your first time here, right? And
My
obviously,
first time here. You've been here before.
We're all dressed up and whatnot. So,
our first time getting dressed up for this.
Yeah.
We had some problems with the costumes the other day. They were they didn't translate our American sizes correctly, and we had XXL clothes delivered to us, so we had to fix that.
Yeah, I felt a little offended, honestly, when I put on some of those shirts. I was like, well, what did they think here? But yeah, it's been a little bit of adapting on our part, but everything's good, and we'll be into the first set shortly. We should have a draft to look to, and that's going to be the big thing between these two, because they are similar. They both love hybrid. I just wonder if you're Dogao, like, do you try and play away from your own strengths if your own strengths are so similar to Tato's strengths?
Exactly. And the draft is pretty complicated this time, because you draft some civs, then you draft some maps, and then you draft more civs. There's a three-stage component to it.
It's tough. Like, so people have to remember that, like, you may question at some point, why didn't this individual play with their number one civ? Yes, you probably need to pick a civ that's super flexible, but they are picking that first civ before you know some of those maps, right? And I think the other thing that's tricky is the bans as well. Like, as Viper said, I think you draft more around, like, an overall style, but I think those one civilization-specific out-of-the-box strategies are going to be a lot tougher, because random bans could potentially eliminate any of those wild cards.
And there are so many bans, as they said, up to around 22 bans for a best of 5. That's a lot of civs that are just not going to be available for you to play with.
It'll be interesting. I don't know if there's a stat guy here in the Noble Apartment Cup, but I feel like it'd be interesting to see how many repetitive civ matchups we actually see this tournament. I feel like there's going to be very few with the amount of bans and with the way the draft works. So I feel like every single game should have a little bit of a different spice to it.
Yeah, and we'll see if we have similar styles of civs, though, on maps. You might not see the exact same civ, but you might see a similar strategy play out multiple times.
Yeah, I agree. So the one map I'm kind of looking forward to, it's one of my favorites, is Bypass. I really hope we see Bypass. I really think it's going to be banned a lot. I think a lot of players here are going to be terrified of that map because of the potential, the craziness. But I mean, the fights that you can see through the middle on that map, the outside pressure, like you could see everything. You could see a tower rush even.
It's our
so
one
good.
closed map in the map pool, really. We have Copenhagen, which is kind of a bit different because it's that ready side feeling. But it's the most clown map that we have in the map.
Yeah, and I think Copenhagen, everyone here is going to prefer a little bit more because they're all very happy with their slow build up, tiny little advantages here or there, solid macro game. So we'll see. But I actually don't know if we have a draft prepared. I'd love to look at it. Tatoh and Dogao are getting prepped for their first game here. But we got a best of 5, and this is Swiss stage, of course. So there's going to be sets every single day over the next few days. And Viper was mentioning that he's starting to get there. So my question is everyone like that right now? Is there one player that's just going to be at 100% right away? Like, I wonder how that works, you know?
Everyone has been playing in the game room the past few days. They've been playing pretty intensely. Some of them have been playing League of Legends or Cookie Clicker. But most of them are playing Age of Empires.
But that's when their training partner is getting food, right? Is when they load up another game. They literally, these guys can't wait, right? So if they're not in an intense Age of Empires 2 game, they've literally been playing League or some other game.
They're always finding something to do on their PCs.
Yeah, so funny story yesterday. So like that whole room is just clickety-clack the whole time. Like it's just everyone playing away. And at a certain point, there needed to be a photo shoot for the players. So all the players had to pause and come out. And Yo and Dogao were in the middle of a 1v1 game. And it was like late castle age for both. And it was quite close. I think Dogao had a score lead of like 800, let's say, right? And so they pause, they come out. And Yo is like just itching to get back to his computer. Like Yo is trying to sneak away as they're taking the photos. And they're like, no, Yo, come back. And Yo's like, come on, I want to kill Dogao. And Dogao's like, no, like you're so dead. And it was like children. You're so dead. No, you're so dead. No, you're so dead. Just back and forth. So I was obviously very interested, right? And so, yeah, obviously it played out. Yeah, it was so funny. Yo's like, your score's only high because you have fire ships. And Dogao's like, you're a noob. You know, it's just like the whole thing. Anyways, Dogao did end up winning that. But it's just, that's what you get here, right? That's what you get that you don't get when you're online.
I wonder if we're going to see anyone fighting to go to the other person's PC and take a look at what they're doing in the training room.
I mean, there's been a couple like jokes here or there, right? And in that particular game, Yo was he was asking me what Dogao's population was. I'm like, I'm not telling you, dude. I'm not telling
Sending
you.
people to spy on their PCs for you.
Yeah, exactly. But it's been cool, and yeah, everyone's been playing a lot. I mean, as a caster, I find that sometimes I can't bring my best work until like day 4 on an event like this because we're adapting to the space, and I haven't played away from home as much, but I just like, do you ever get like a new keyboard or a new mouse or something, or change your environment, like move and try and play again? Yeah, it's different, exactly. Even if you have, these guys are obviously going to have their same equipment.
It just feels different. You put it on a different desk, maybe the height. Yeah. You need to spend some time adjusting, getting everything set.
Yeah.
Your monitor in the right position.
You don't have like maybe the perfect climate control in your room, or, you know, you don't have that squeaky fan, or, you know, like your dog's not going to come in. I don't know what the situation is, but yeah, definitely. It takes some adapting. And I think, because of that, I would expect to have game 1 here be a map that isn't super crazy. I think we're going to see a lot of that for the first games, is players are not going to want to be thrown into the mix on a map which could just fall apart on you quick. I think it's going to be rather adaptive there. So,
so you're expecting an Arabia for the game 1?
I mean, potentially. I mean, some people would say that Arabia puts you under pressure right away, but I would say these days maybe it's not necessarily. So I am curious. I still don't know if we have a draft ready. I haven't heard any word on that. I see Tato's over here having some conversations. They're trying to get some stuff up. We'll inform you guys once we know. But for now, we speculate.
Yeah, for now, we just kind of look down the hallway and just try to see where the players are walking, or if they're in some type of panic, like maybe their keyboard isn't working. Or
I would like to preemptively point out before this gets caught on camera that this is not alcoholic, by the way. It's not. Just so Microsoft...
It just looks noble.
Yeah, exactly. So I just would like to point that out. But if I start to act a little bit different, there's nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's just the time zone difference.
Exactly. It's just, that's what we're going to say. Just the time zone difference. Man, it is freezing cold here. Like, really cold.
You're from Florida.
Is it that cold up in New York now, or New Jersey?
It's pretty similar to this.
Whew, man, it's freezing. Last time I was here... I don't know if I ever told this story on stream, but last time I was here, I was scheduled to cast in like, let's say 30 minutes. And I was like, all right, I got a 10-minute walk from the hotel to make it, we'll be good. and I walked out, and everything was frozen. Like I was sliding around on the sidewalks.
Last time for NAC, the sidewalks were all slidey.
Yeah, so like so I'm like sliding my way to the apartment with my coffee in my hand. I'm like, please don't fall, being hyper sensitive on my technique.
And you fell, didn't you?
But after I got in the building, that's the worst part. So I got off the sidewalk. No. I got in front of. I go to step in front of the elevator, and then I wipe out, spill coffee, and then I had to slide back and change. It was a whole thing. So hopefully we don't have that issue this time. But yeah, it's quite chilly, quite nippy. But we're inside. I'm actually quite warm with all the layers I have right now.
With all the lights on us.
Yeah. But this is pretty cool, man. I've been told we got a minute or two until we get the draft and everything.
So speaking of the player keyboards, Mr. Yo has the most amazing keyboard I've ever seen. I don't know if we have someone with a camera who can go look at it.
Yeah, I mean, from what he told me one time, is apparently like a very expensive custom keyboard.
It looks like it.
And I will say Yo's keyboard looks like his in-game with the amount of mods that he has. So at some point, we're going to have player point of views available. And when anyone's casting Yo, hopefully we get that, because Yo has the craziest mods. Like his knights don't look like knights. His bombard cannon.
His bombard cannon is a huge.
Yeah, like it's not the tiny little dude. It's like a massive cannon.
Yeah.
He's got fiery tread balls. He's got audio change. He's got audio changes. I think one of the ones as well. If people know the one like the Illuminati like thinking meme, he's got that over his TC as he's aging up. He's got all sorts of different things. It's crazy, man. It's so funny to see a pro player have more mods than the casual players.
The casual players, right?
Yeah.
Like usually when we're casting, we're like, oh, we're going to keep this nice and clean so that everyone's familiar with it. But the pro players, they just go there. No cube mods this time.
Yeah, no cube.
We'll see a lot of specific mods that they have.
Have you seen the mod that Phosphor uses where like all his buildings, it doesn't even look like a building.
They're not
it's
buildings,
just like
they're just squares that are flat on the ground, and it has the symbol for which building it is.
It's horrible. Just horrible, horrible, horrible. Anyways, we got a draft here. Finally get to that draft between Dogao and Tatoh, and we could speculate a little bit on what we're going to see as we go. So we got Tatoh at the top right there. He's looking to chill out. Fun fact about Tatoh, I assume he's doing the same here. He typically plays with music. He's the only player that I know who typically plays with music. So he's getting in the zone. Dogao, bottom right. These players know each other well. And it's going to be game one on High Tides. And then the home map for Dogao is Tide Pool and Dry River. And then the home maps for Tatoh, Bedouins, and Copenhagen.
Two very different maps there for Tatoh. A Nomad start in Bedouins, and then that Regicide start in Copenhagen.
Yeah, so High Tides is actually one of the tougher ones to play here, especially to start off the series. That's where there's a lot of things that can happen. You've got the dockable water in the north, and then there's areas where you can take hunt towards the south, combined with very open middle of the map. You see there's quite a few bans on screen, a lot of civilizations that aren't available here. There's even a random ban in there, actually, so Dogao must have ran out of time. But is there anything that stands out to you in terms of the order of picks or anything here?
Well, it's kind of tricky to figure out the civs because there are so many bans, but different priorities at the start with Chinese for Tatoh, who are just that overall really good civ on a wide variety of maps, especially with the 9-villager start. And then Armenians for Dogao, usually a very water-focused civ. Maybe he's thinking about them for Tide Pool.
Yeah, Tide Pool would make a lot of sense. I do think Armenians might have some sneaky potential on Copenhagen. They do have a very bad late game, but they're opening because you could go galleys there, which is pretty common on Copenhagen. Their unique unit's somewhat viable there, and their eco is really smooth. I would guess that that's not going to be the case. I think maybe something like Berbers would make more sense for Dogao on Copenhagen because of the unique unit there. But Tatoh picking Goths is a little bit surprising to me. I'm wondering where he's going to play that. Usually you want to get a villager forward or make it messy with the Goths. Or maybe that's a Goth counter pick against Berbers. Like, if the Goths can boom on Copenhagen, get to Huskarls and Halbs, Berbers could have some problems.
Huskarls has that counter to all of the Camel Archers from the Berbers.
Yeah, that'd be a very Tatoh thing to do. That is a really interesting pick. So, we'll see. But game one will be starting shortly. I think the difference here today, as we see image of something else. This is clearly a test image of some kind, because that is old footage of Hera and Doubt.
Hera and Doubt.
And there we go. We're back
And
on
there,
us.
We've swapped the test footage out.
Actually, this is all from last year as well. We
Yeah, this is all
pre-recorded this.
pre-recorded. Yeah.
Yeah.
We prepared 1 year ago for this.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got an interview with Dogao to send you guys to before the series.
It felt amazing because I think my last offline tournament was the Red Bull 2022. So it's been a while since I couldn't qualify, and after that, especially beating Sebastian, who is one of the strongest players in the qualify, felt really good for me. I always have something in me like, sometimes I think the other players are stronger than me, you know. But after beating Sebastian in the qualify, it gave me a lot of confidence, and I feel that I can beat pretty much anyone here. Yeah, I'm practicing a lot, especially after securing my spot. I have been practicing a lot for this tournament. Bars and you have been my main practice partners, and I'm feeling really confident. I think so. I think I have some strategies prepared with some civs. Hopefully it doesn't get banned in the random picks though. It's tricky, right? Because it will depend on how who you are going to play against in the first rounds. So let's say if you are playing against someone of the favorites to win the whole thing, maybe you don't want to show your strategies. And then when you really need it, people will already know. So maybe you should just pick the time to show your picks and strategies.
Well, listen, I think if anyone's going to be hiding strategies here, it's probably going to be Tatoh. Tatoh has a really good run against Dogao over the last 10 years. Lots of confidence against Dogao. If you're Dogao, I think on everyone's predictions, he was predicted maybe to end up near the bottom. I think you got to come out swinging.
I think the only one who didn't predict him at the bottom was Dave, because Dave forgot to submit the prediction.
Oh, did he not do any predictions? Was that it?
Well, it wasn't tweeted, so I don't think he submitted it.
Wow, what a loser. He's such a loser. Can he hear me? He might not be able to hear me. But anyways, yeah, I mean, that is, people weren't expecting Dogao to make it here. They were expecting Sebastian to beat him in that series in the qualifier. Ended up being a 4-3 win for Dogao. And like Viper said earlier, it's really good for the scene that someone like Dogao's been back in top shape. Kind of felt like for a couple years that he was no longer going to be in the top 10 conversation. Key for me in this series for Dogao is stick to his game, but try and have a little bit more commitment to some extreme. Meaning, instead of dropping the third town center where you would typically do that, maybe make a little bit more army, go forward siege. Or maybe if you're going to go for a boom approach, just like squeeze in an extra town center there. I think if this is the typical Dogao Tatoh play, Tato's just going to be all over him. So I need to see a little bit of something special from Dogao. Yeah,
because these players, as we've talked about, have a pretty similar play style, but it's something that Tatoh always seems like he's doing something better, whether it's managing the eco or just microing a fight. Something small that Tato's doing. Can Dogao make up for that?
Also, I think like Tatoh is a big mind game player, and when we just saw the draft, we saw Goths on there, and that could potentially scare you off your game a little bit if you're Dogao. You might say, well, I'm not going to go Berbers now because I'm scared of the Huskarls. But what if Tatoh doesn't even play Goths? What if Tatoh plays Chinese or some other civilization and they don't have Berbers? So I think like things like that. Stick to your game plan. Don't let Tatoh get too deep into your head. But I mean, it's tough.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll see maybe Armenians against Goths.
That would be
the composite bowmen that ignore the armor on the Huskarls might be fun.
Oh, that's actually crazy. Well, I hope we see that. We'll know in a moment. We are going to be in game number 1 here in a second. And we were expecting to see the game. There we go. Here we are. Very close, actually, this start for Tatoh losing a villager there, but he saves it. He's fine. And welcome, ladies and gents, to the Noble Apartment Cup Day 1. We got Tatoh in the blue playing as the Incas, and we've got the Malians for Dogao on high tides.
Yeah, and on high tides, as they're luring those elephants, the important part is the top of the map where both players go to dock. You have those shallows with some shorefish in them, but you really want to get the docks forward on those islands, and sometimes you see some Vil fights there. Looks like we're already seeing some quick walls from Tatoh trying to trap Dogao in by that dock.
Yeah, so we're 3 minutes in now. We missed a little bit here, but we've really also missed nothing because both players went up to dock. This is a big deal because if you want to contest that water there, typically you're going to pull that initial dock villager to build the second dock. So Tatoh doing this makes it so Dogao's going to have to send another villager a pretty long distance if he wants to build the second dock in Feudal Age.
And also makes it much more difficult to repair those fire galleys if you have that vill that's just trapped by the dock and can't get the repairs.
Yep, it's true. Now, at the main base, both players are going to have some pretty exposed main golds. And this is just a really tricky map to balance out everything. If you go for the water, you're exposed on land. If you go for the land, you're likely losing water. Long term, that island there does become really valuable with the gold, but there is still plenty of gold elsewhere around the map.
There's a lot of gold out in the south of the map, too. There's also some hunt there, and sometimes you see players go for a mill or even a TC by the top of the water to take the hunt.
Yeah, super fun map. Sometimes you'll see even a dock down there in the south. Like if both players head down there with vills, having a galley or a demo potentially can be really valuable. So one of the tougher maps to play, and one of the maps that Dogao's looked really good on in the past as well. So I think this suits him. A Tatoh should be great for him. He doesn't have many weaknesses, and his eagle just finds a couple sheep there in the back of Dogao's base.
Yeah, and Inca's one of those civs that probably not your top pick on a water map, but can play it. They save the wood on houses, and having that extra llama can get you off to a nice, smooth Dark Age to click up really fast.
Yeah, it is a surprising pick to see Incas here, but I mean, the one thing they can't do is they can't make a stable, they can't make knights, but they can kind of play in towards counters with everything else. I think having the extra population space from the houses on a hybrid map, it makes for a really smooth Dark Age and Feudal Age. Especially
with this 9 villager start when you start with houses, so you don't need to think about building any of them during your Dark Age.
Yep, so villagers on gold for both. There's the second dock from Dogao. Now Tatoh doesn't know about that. Maybe Tato's thinking that Dogao won't be doing that, but either this is Tatoh trying to get home with the sheep, or this is next level thinking from him. He actually finds the dock with the 2 stolen sheep.
It's like you're playing Nomad and scouting the coastline with your sheep.
Yeah, crazy. Scouts there for Dogao, and there is our first kill of Noble Apartment Cup. That's going to be a dead eagle right there. Not a bad trade for Tatoh because the scout's pretty weak for Dogao, but certainly a good start for Dogao. And there are birds in the middle of the map doing something.
They do that sometimes, yeah. They all get clumped up.
Is this a map script thing?
It's not a map script thing. It's just a DE thing.
Okay.
Sometimes there are a lot of birds that decide they're all gonna, they flock together.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see if that happens more here today. So the big thing for Tatoh is he doesn't know now if Dogao is going to transition into land right away behind water. So he's got to respect that potential. He'll drop a barracks now, but that's 175 wood into that. Dogao is seemingly going full water right now. Still hasn't dropped the barracks, has another round of fire galleys in queue after the initial fire galleys on water.
And that's why it's so good that Tatoh did indeed scout that second dock. He knows that Dogao isn't going for, say, a barracks plus range or stable transition at this point.
Yeah, it could come up any time. So I think you're expecting to see 2 rounds of ships out of the dock, but is it going to be a third round's kind of your question here. Nice start there for Tatoh in defense, actually. Those are some weak fires there from Dogao. There's also a demo coming out now. Demo is flirting with the idea of connecting there. We'll see if Tatoh actually does. Dogao notices it, and that's actually fine for Tatoh because he almost gets the kill here, and Dogao's got to pull back.
Yeah, and he got a lot of damage on that other fire because the demo was just dancing around by it.
Yeah, Dogao needs to save that. Dogao will save it. Fires will push that back. Tato's pretty far from his Repairville. And just back and forth on water, but there's also the land aspects to respect. And this is, there's the barracks now from Dogao. So he's very late with his barracks compared to Tatoh. And Tato's had his for a while.
Yeah, that's that wood savings from the Incas, too. I know the Malians do save wood in their buildings, so they still actually do have to build the houses at this point.
Yeah, so it almost feels like Tato's not going to go for a range, and he's just going to use the barracks for eagles, which is pretty smart. And there's the demo hit from Dogao. He gets a kill, but he's going to lose his own here as he dives for the fish. Almost looked like Dogao was distracted there, like something was happening at his base. Maybe the spearman was being attacked. Maybe he's transitioning into the farms. But so far, almost as advertised, I would say. Like they're both playing similarly. Tatoh just a slight step ahead with momentum, it feels like.
And that's the advantage of the Incas as they go for that feudal transition, as you said, adding in the barracks, and they can just add the eagles.
Yeah, this is a first game in a different place, right? Long travel distance, especially for Dogao. And you got to adapt to the climate and figure things out here. This is actually nice work from Dogao. It could have been so much worse for him. He does end up saving the one fire and getting some kills on Tatoh, but they're still just trading evenly on water. Well, no, not so evenly on water. It might be even in a second, but just really worried for Dogao. The lack of land presence is already an issue, and Tatoh is going to start the clear up on water.
And now it feels like the water is going firmly in control of Tatoh. Dogao falling back, and Tatoh still has his fish alive, still has 3 fishing ships working. He needs to try to find those fish from Dogao at this point.
Yeah, and Tatoh sees all this, right? Like, he knows the range is just now coming up. So that's pretty good. It takes a long time to produce the eagles in Feudal, so the fact that Tatoh's going to have 2 eagles already before the first archer comes out is a really smooth start for him.
And just having those eagles forward to harass the goldvilles is going to make it a bit trickier to get the archers out. Just a bit less gold for Dogao.
Yeah, and just focus on water, right? Like, they're still looking at fire galleys all the time. There's fire galleys from Tatoh on Dogao's fish right now. And, I mean, he's just... Dogao is, from what I think I'm gathering from the minimap right now, Dogao is not able to fish super freely at the moment. And, yeah, Tatoh's fire's just been all over the place. There's fishing ships going down for Dogao. So he's given up on water now. He's just going to make a demo and stop at that. And Tatoh seems to recognize that he's going to be doing that too, because Tatoh's no longer queuing up any fire galleys. So really good recognition from him.
And he actually went for the second barracks already in Feudal there. That's a pretty early time to do the second barracks in the Eagle transition, because they take so long to train in the Feudal Age. Usually you see that while you're on your way up to the Castle Age, but Tatoh isn't quite ready to click up yet.
This is just, it's just super smooth from Tatoh, right? It's like he's won the water. He now is walling up on land. His eagle numbers are still pretty high. There is a lot to wall up, but I mean, he's done pretty much most of it. And he also is, a lot of players will expect Dogao to just come back on water and they'll keep producing ships. He just stopped at the 6 fires and said, nope, no more. And yeah, this is just what we've come to expect from Tatoh. Super smooth decision making, great execution, and these minor differences just add up to a really nice lead for him right now.
Yeah, and he's already ahead by those 3 fishing ship kills, and we see both players going for the markets, both getting ready to click up at the same time, but the Eagles coming in just as that market wants to go up. Can he deny this? Can he get that weak Vill?
Yeah, this could be 2 dead Vills, and the market gets denied. Dogao just did not react to that in time. He doesn't have the army. That's the thing. He added scouts and he added archers, but it seems like his scouts are on the far side of the map trying to get some counter damage. So Tatoh clicks up. 2 scouts from Dogao might be able to get a Vill pick, and we'll see what Tatoh's reactions look like. Tatoh sees it, but Tatoh's going to lose a Vill as well.
That was a nice use of the hill there from Dogao to stay on top of the hill as he's attacking the Vills.
Yeah, he's trying to hit the same villager there. He did attack 2 different ones. He's still got those eagles to contend with at home, but nice damage there from Dogao. Man, a hole in the wall. I think there is a hole between the tree and the house on the other side. Not here, but like right where the wood is being chopped from Tatoh, I think. I could be crazy. It's all right. If Vodka doesn't see it, I don't think Dogao's going to see it.
This is where Vodka needs to check. Is there a hole on the edge of the map? Does that go all the way to the edge?
What? What? What is that, dude? Okay, so...
That's the blacksmith graphics. They go outside of their foundation sometimes.
So
it's a 3x3 building, but the graphics are bigger.
This is not what I meant, by the way. This is not what I meant. So there was a hole, and this is great for Dogao. I mean, he's only down 2 fishing ships. So it looks like maybe he killed one at one point from Tatoh. So it's not like Tatoh's got this crazy eco, and now Tatoh's not going to have the momentum he wanted in early Castle Age.
And also, since he went for the double barracks, he doesn't have the range for skirmishers to clean up the archers during this transition. He's going to have to wait for the next stage in Eagles.
Yeah. The hole I was talking about is between the house and that tree next to the barracks, by the way. Right there by the wood line. We just passed. I don't know. We would need to see some clicks there. Right there. See, there, look, you look at the white box, you see there's no hole. It's confusing. And then you'd have to click the blacksmith. Tatoh's going to be kicking himself here. It felt like it would have been the perfect opening to Castle Age, but this has just been sloppy now.
Yeah, now he'll finally be able to clean up that army, but we see the dead villager. We've seen a lot of idle time from him, and this is a good counterattack from Dogao.
Yeah, this is huge for your confidence as well. To be able to snipe another villager. Oh, he does have eagles on his side. He wasn't fully walled, so he does snipe the villager, but the eagles will be very strong against his vills. Yeah, I think in the end, Tatoh getting that counter damage and pushing back this attack will feel pretty good. Those eagles are still able to harass, and 66 on the eco KD. as things smooth out here in Castle Age.
Yep, and as you get to the Castle Age Eagles, of course, they train faster and they get an extra +3 attack boost. So once you hit Castle Age, they're much stronger at fighting off that those villagers and that Feudal Age army.
So it's just coming back to me now. This was actually the map that Dogao played in Game 7 against Sebastian in the qualifier. And he did play as Malians, and he went Crossbow Knight. I believe he might have even been up against Incas. It might be a rematch of that matchup, but he's certainly sticking with what he knows best. And he's really opened heavily with army here. I thought we'd maybe see a second TC, but earlier on it looks like he sold all that stone. So crossbows with Bodkin Arrow plus Knights is the plan. Can work, but it's really hard to combine two armies right now.
Yeah, and right now he's working with Tatoh, only has one of those armor upgrades at the blacksmith. Once he gets that +2 armor and the Eagles get up to a total of 5 pierce armor, then they're a lot easier to use against the crossbows. Dogao has a bit of an opening before that.
Yeah, the awkward thing for Dogao right now is he needs to be forcing the issue with army, but he's not walled. There he realizes there was a gap, but Eagles are just an absolute pain to have to track down like this. You don't want to have to bring your army back to chase down these Eagles, but you have to if Tato's going to be able to break through. So right now, Tatoh, he's not losing any Eagles. He's simply buying himself time to boom up. And this should be really good for him unless Dogao gets to his base soon.
Yeah, and he's starting to open up a villager lead up by 9 vills now.
Yeah, and it's just 2 TCs versus 0, right? And Dogao's just looking at his base, and everywhere he looks, there's another hole. His opponent's up to 8 fishing ships now. I mean, Tatoh is flying, and he's back again. Dogao's just still using that 1 vill to try and wall up everything, and now the Eagles are going to be through, but Tatoh actually spotted him there. So Tatoh knows he cannot dive because he would lose his army, but the longer he holds Dogao in there, the better his eco gets.
And if you're going that crossbow plus knight composition, you're lacking mobility because you're still moving at the speed of the crossbows when you need to take these fights.
Yeah. Now, what do you do if you're Tatoh, though? Eventually, that army's going to come to your base. Can you just stay on Eagles, or do you need to combine something in with your Eagles?
If Dogao stays on crossbows, you have to remember he's Malians. He's not going to have that bracer transition for arbalests. So you might just be able kind of to hold, wait until you get Imp, and then try to do the Imperial Age armor on the Eagles, and then take a fight if you see heavy crossbows.
Yeah, I like the Siege Workshop just in case. Maybe a couple Scorpions could be helpful there. And Monks seem like a perfect addition as well to heal up your Eagles, but also to get conversions on any Knights. But we'll see. I mean, it's not going to be super easy to use the Siege if there's Knights in the middle. But even just the presence of that Siege Workshop could discourage Dogao from being aggressive.
And I guess we should mention now that if Tatoh does do ballistics, that will apply to the Scorpions.
Yeah,
so it makes them much better at chasing down those crossbows and actually getting the bolts to hit them.
Yeah, so Tato's Siege Workshop, it's not actually in the position that he would have preferred. If it was right where his Eagles were right now, I don't know if Dogao has the confidence to run through, but that is a massive army from Dogao. The Siege, again, is kind of out of position, and Tato's moved off of his gold there. So I know he does have another gold in the back, but when you move all your gold economy to another gold, that hurts your production here. He might not be able to make a lot more Siege than he has right now.
Especially since everything Tato's making now, those Eagles, that Siege, all costs gold.
Yeah. Yeah, he's off gold right now. He's got 1 relic, but he can't queue up Eagles. He can't queue up Siege because he hasn't been able to lock this down. Now, again, Dogao's in the same position as he was before, where he's just like, oh, I got to kill these Eagles, but he's not doing anything. I would really like to see Dogao just commit, destroy the Siege Workshop with the Knights, and just double up on your walls at home. Just don't chase those Eagles anymore.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that he's walled. He cannot have a hole at home right now, as that blue mass is... Ooh, there's a palisade gate there. That's always the weak spot in your wall.
I think he should be fine. He doesn't have stone, but he should be able to build some houses behind that gate. That Siege Workshop's going to go down, unless Dogao comes back. So there's the picture-in-picture there. You could see what's happening as those Eagles are just breaking through. This is fine for Dogao. Those Eagles aren't going to be through. The Siege Workshop is down, and the Scorpion should be picked off as well. Now, I think if you get ballistics, your crossbows can maybe chase a little bit, but if you don't have ballistics, you just can't respect those Eagles right now.
Yeah, it's all about keeping the crossbows and the Knights grouped up so that the Eagles can't take one big fight against them.
Yeah, so we're going to actually be able to show you, this is sick, the Eagles trying to break through, as well as the crossbows and the Knights advancing forward. So far, Dogao is damage controlled really nicely. He's now moved on to the Monastery, and like Tato's got 32 Eagles. but they need to group up together to take a fight. And even still, with the way Dogao's controlling his army right now, I'm not sure he really has an easy opportunity to kill this force right now.
And he's going to take that hill and kill the monastery, so that's going to stop any more monks coming out to convert the knights. And looks like Tato's just added 4 barracks and another workshop. He's going to go heavy for the Eagles and try to go Eagle Siege.
Yeah, the Eagles can fight off the knights and the crossbows if a big mangonel shot hits here. But he's going to come back home. The issue for Dogao could be he doesn't have siege himself to really break down TCs. You can use the knights to take out the buildings like he has, but eventually you're going to have to take out town centers when you're all in like this.
Yeah, and he is down 82 to 55 eco units there, so he is on a bit of a time where he's not able to take a
So many
good fight.
eagles. That is so many eagles, and Tato's going to get around the crossbows, and the mangonel's coming from the other side. The crossbows might not be able to escape, and we'll see if Dogao can micro his way out of this one, but this looks terrifying for Dogao.
Well, he picks off the mangonel and he's taking the hill again. And honestly, that's not the worst fight for Dogao. He has more knights on the way.
Yeah, it's true. And
The mangonel did not get a hit.
he's still got 20 crossbows. He's still got 15 knights. Tatoh now doesn't have monks to heal up or anything. He doesn't have any more siege. Nice shot from Dogao there. It looked like he had that mangonel hit. It would have been the GG fight, but he didn't lose many crossbows.
Yeah, now the army sizes are pretty similar, but pound for pound, knights are better than eagles, especially when the monks aren't there to convert them. And that hill, just so good for Dogao to hold right in the middle of Tato's base on that gold.
So Tatoh wants a castle, but he doesn't want to have to place a castle right now. He wants to clear up that army and then place the castle to protect the front of his base. But I just feel like maybe if you have this eco lead, you could still place a castle somewhat defensively at your base and just protect the eco you have now.
And remember, Incas do get cheaper castles, so it's easier for you to do one at home and then your second castle earlier on wherever you want it.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just playing this game again. Both destroying each other's buildings. Tatoh doesn't want to have to give full respect to Dogao's army. Dogao doesn't want to have to give respect to Tato's army. So, combination of the two, but as we're in a building destruction battle, Tato's still got a 30 villager lead, right? Like, Dogao hasn't really done much to affect Tato's economy here.
And he's still fishing. He still has all the water control. But this could be a good fight with all those knights out. It's hard to catch and surround the eagles. They're so speedy.
Ooh, this is big, though, because the knights are out of position. Tatoh has an opportunity to build that castle. So it was nice patience from him. He will lose some eagles, but seeing the whole group of knights, he's able to build the castle where we just were moments ago. So this is still not an easy fight for Tatoh to take with that many knights and crossbows, but the fact that he's able to get the castle up is very nice. He can get back on gold. And then Dogao is going to be wondering yet again, is like, what am I supposed to do to break this guy?
Yeah, and at this point, Tato's about to hit 100 villagers, and Dogao really needs to take a fight here. Maybe he's going to commit under the castle and try to pick the mangonel.
Honestly, I think this is the best fight for Dogao, as weird as this may look. He's on top of the hill. It's before the castle gets more ranged upgrades. He could still disrupt the gold. Dogao is winning the fight. We see the villagers coming from Dogao. He will deny that gold. And Dogao, despite being down 30 villagers, just does not stop coming forward, T-West.
And now the tricky thing for Dogao is he needs to keep pushing and force Tatoh to keep making eagles. He doesn't want to let him get imp where he could potentially get into that Trebor.
But how much gold does Tatoh actually have available right now? I'm really curious on that. Okay, so he's got a lot. He's got 4K to work with. Maybe if Dogao could make a couple Gebettos, though. I mean, Gebetto is such a great addition to this army that he has because it's full infantry he's up against. This could be... Tatoh still has to address this army before he's in imp.
Yeah, absolutely, but look at those resources. He's at about 800 gold, 800 food. He's thinking of going imp. And, well, this could decide the game if Dogao can get a good push with that army and hit Tatoh before he can make that transition. Because there he goes, looking up.
And Dogao's adding his third TC. But will imp make a difference for Tatoh? Tato's got a lot to protect himself with right now. That TC from Tatoh is solely to protect that space because he knows Dogao's going to be through. Dogao's got to continue to move on. Now, he's got enough damage output with those knights to start taking out TCs. But as always, it's just enough army from Tatoh to make Dogao second guess going in there.
Yeah, and once Tatoh gets up, he can, of course, do the armor on those eagles, and that's going to mean the crossbows do only 1 damage, so they're going to become pretty much useless at that point.
I think Dogao needs to... I know it might not work, but he's got to go in. He's got to go back in and start to destroy these TCs. He has to do something more. Maybe getting some control in the south there on the stone and the gold could be good. But if this is just a waiting game, see, now Tato's dropping another castle. Like, if he's just hanging out, Tatoh is just going to trev him right back.
Yeah, and it's those cheap Inca castles. He can even do a third one if he wants. He has all the stone for it.
Yeah, maybe a third one on the gold islands would make sense. Actually, it's very hard to place castles in there. I think there might be a spot or two he could squeeze one in, though. And Dogao just kind of hit a wall here, T-West. He isn't able to make any more progress. He's catching up economically, but he still hasn't clicked up to Imp, and Tato's 50 seconds away.
Yeah, and he's at this point, he's going to have to hope that he can just hold and hope for a longer game, because Tato's going to trip down that forward castle and clear it, and once he gets Imp, he's going to have the upgrades on the Eagles to fight the army.
A lot of patience here from Tatoh. Because you could maybe think about taking this fight now with 63 army, but he doesn't want to.
He knows he's up to Imp, and he knows he's going to get the upgrades.
A defensive castle, that castle's in the back of his base right there, so just in case more pressure comes in. And so I think Tatoh has pretty much played this perfectly in terms of defense. He now makes it Imp, and Dogao's heart's going to sink. Because he probably knew it was coming, but he still hasn't been able to click up to the Imperial Age yet.
Yeah, and it just felt like he was even taking good fights the entire time, but just never quite had that overwhelming army advantage to push into all those TCs that Tatoh had.
And where can Dogao pressure here? Normally we have some idea of what's possible. But with how Tato's playing this, it's just like anywhere Dogao goes to raid, Tatoh will have a castle. It
Dogao's
almost
up to
feels
Imp.
inevitable that the castle in the middle is going to get trebbed down. And now the Elite Eagles on the other side from Tatoh are going to go raid the TC. That is the Imperial Age TC.
Oh, no.
Imperial Age is going to be denied potentially.
Oh, how did he get it in that TC? Well, it's going to force a fight. It's going to force a fight with Gebettos and Knights. And the question is, does Tatoh realize that's the Imp TC if he sees Dogao forcing a fight there?
Yeah, I mean, I think even if it's not the Imp TC, it's probably a fight Dogao has to take because that's 15 villagers that he can't afford to lose. And Tatoh is just going to clear up every single Knight here with these Elite Eagles. And Tatoh is trebbing in the middle of the map. Dogao is just completely dead here.
And Tato's going to clean up those crossbows, no problem. And, well, Dogao's going to repair the TC. He might actually make it to Imp, though. He clears the army of Eagles, but he's going to call the GG.
Yep, taps out, calls the GG here. I mean, he's losing his castle in the middle of the map there. And I would love to see, if possible, the resources collected before we come back to us. Resources collected there's got to be huge for Tatoh, right?
I just saw it at the bottom. It was 39K to 31K.
Yeah, 31K. It was just good patience there, in my opinion, from Tatoh, too. Pretty much early Castle Age, he handled perfectly. Because eventually it did get to that point where the Knights and the crossbow combination became a problem for the Eagles. But by the time he had to really face the problem, by the time he had to take the fight, he already had a 20 or 30 vill lead. So it goes back to those Eagles looping around Dogao's base, denying those walls, meaning Dogao had to chase, and then everything he did with that time. You don't see a player play that perfectly in offense and defense that frequently, like the quadruple castle on the map, I think it was at that point, on the back of winning water. It was just perfect game one for Tatoh.
Ever since he won the water early on, he had that slight lead, and everything he did after that just maintained that lead, maintained that eco presence that he had until he was able to get to Imp faster.
Yeah, and Incas was a really cool pick there. I really like that because I find it very difficult to go water and get a lot of value from archers and then have to mix in like scouts, let's say, right? So Tatoh said, what simplifies my water play is actually the fact that anything I make on land is just out of one building.
Just out of that barracks.
Just out of those Eagles. Yeah, he didn't have to go. I know it's cheaper for Malians, but he didn't have to go barracks, archer range, stable. He just one barracks, and then it followed it up with a second barracks. It was super smooth.
Yeah, and how often do we see two barracks in Feudal Age?
Yeah, not that frequently. Yeah, it was really smart. Obviously, combined it with walls, too. Almost reminds me of, like, recently in Wandering Warriors Cup was Stranded, where there was a heavy focus on water, and then later in the rounds, we saw Incas and Aztecs picked for the same reason. Right. You could just produce those Eagles. I think it really simplifies your game.
Maybe Tato's learning something from that tournament.
Yeah, maybe. I think we'll see. Production did tell me that we're going to something else next, but I did not hear what we're sending you to, but I'm sure it's going to be great.
Okay, we have a short ad clip we're going to be watching.
Okay.
And now, a word from our partners. Back then, a pocket watch told you the time. If it wasn't broken, that is. Today, the Hama smartwatches do so much more. From monitoring your health to managing your schedule, and even keeping you on time for the next Age of Empires final, everything is just a glance away. And they do it in magnificent style. Make more of your time. Hama.
Well, that was very nice of Doubt to help with the advertising and the
Absolutely.
modeling for this event.
I mean, who wouldn't want Doubt to be advertising your product?
Yeah. We've heard that there might be big companies prying Doubt away from the Age of Empires 2 scene. So enjoy the moments you can with Doubt. I think he's going to be in a lot of big ads soon. So
I think he increases the sale of your product about 10,000%.
10,000%. Yeah, I think that's a real stat. I think it's a real stat. Well, that was very well done. I loving the old-timey ads and whatnot. I will say that I looked up like old-fashioned sayings. I'm not going to go for it. I think I'm just going to embarrass myself.
Okay.
But I've got a couple if the time presents itself this week.
I'm interested to hear them now.
Yeah.
You have me excited for them.
Yeah, it's not great. So we could head back to the draft, talk a little bit about what could come game number 2 and what Dogao is going to want to focus on here. Game 1 was hybrid. He's got some other hybrid options, but I believe it was Tide Pool and then Dry River as his other option.
Yeah, Dry River, an interesting pick for Dogao. But I guess we do kind of think of him and Tatoh kind of picking the same style of maps, so he might not want to go always for the hybrid maps in his drafts.
Yeah. Dry River's not necessarily hybrid per se because you don't have the potential to dock. I could go pretty aggressive there with a lot of different civilizations on land. I think Tide Pool, this is the tricky part of the matchup. It's like Tide Pool is a comfort pick for Dogao, but it's also a comfort pick for Tatoh. So it's a tough one, and it's maybe why Tatoh has had Dogao's number over the years. They're actually talking there. I'm not sure exactly what they're talking about. I wish we had mics on them.
Yeah, here they're between game conversations there.
But yeah, it is Tide Pool and Dry River. So we obviously just saw the Malians go down there for Dogao. And I would say Armenians likely his Tide Pool pick. Berbers probably his Copenhagen pick. Bedouins could be maybe
That could be
Romans.
Romans could be Bedouins or Dry River because they will gather ever so slightly faster from those shorefish.
Yeah, I think Romans on Dry River makes sense. But I think you've got to go Dry River here if you're Dogao and keep Tatoh off water for a little bit. You could potentially go for Bedouins or Copenhagen, one of Tato's home maps, but
I'd be afraid of facing Tatoh on Bedouins with the Chinese, though. With the 9 villager start and all the extra villas they have on that nomad start where you don't need to do the dock, I think they're going to be a really tough civ to face.
Tato's draft is absolutely insane, actually, because Chinese can be amazing on Copenhagen, too. So Copenhagen and Bedouins are two very different style maps, but I'd say Chinese on Copenhagen or Bedouin, so that's a lock. And then, man, it really makes me think, like, Dogao picked Armenians first, right? Like, he picked Armenians. Remember, the way it works, I hope we could have the draft form as we go and do a live draft at some point this week so people see it. But you do, there's bans, and then there's your first
one
civ pick before the maps.
Right. So all you know is the maps that are in the map pool. You don't know specifically the maps that you're playing. And your first pick is just based on, do you think there's going to be a lot of water maps played? Maybe that's why Dogao, knowing Tatoh was his opponent, went for the Armenians.
Exactly. So, but now that you look at it, like, and then you see Copenhagen and Bedouins, I think Tatoh certainly did a good job of picking maps that Chinese can be really good on. I can't really say there's any questions on any of Tato's top 3 civilizations, but like Huns is a maybe for me on Dry River. Potentially Fast Castle Cav Archers on Bedouins. I could see that working present day meta. And yeah, we got game number 2 coming up. We'll see. We'll see what Dogao chooses to do here. But I mean, with the way things have looked between these guys over the years, certainly going to need to bounce back, I think, in game number 2 here.
As we transition again to ourselves instead of the game.
Yeah, I think we'll be in the game.
I think we're going to do this like every time, and we're going to be surprised every time.
Yeah, we should be in here soon. So Dogao, Oh, as we've got our match countdown there. Beautiful. Dogao looking to tie it up here. Score 1-1. And we are on Dry River. So, wow, we got Militia on the field already. So we are in 17. Well, this is a very early drush. What in the world?
We are 4 minutes in, so we missed a bit of the start. But we already see Goths for Tatoh against Romans for Dogao. Now, there's a lot of hunt in the middle of this map, and the Goths will have their discount on the swordsman line. So 2 things working in their favor for this early drush. Maybe Tatoh thinking of maybe laming some of those ostriches on the other side with the militia.
Yeah, so Tato's certainly been spotted here. I know we missed the early going. I'd love to see Dogao's Fog of War, because Dogao, usually you go to the middle to build the mill there, and Dogao, I think, spotted Tatoh, and Tatoh might have even potentially run into Dogao's TC at one point because his scout is weak. And so he's wisely stayed away from the middle. So benefit to Tatoh to push his opponent out of the middle, but he was spotted, and he hasn't killed anything with this investment yet.
Now, we were talking earlier about will players try to hide strategies for later rounds. This feels like something of a unique strategy, but maybe if he's showing it off, he doesn't have the biggest confidence in it so far, just trying to experiment with it in the first round.
I think like it's super hard to save a strat when you've got to play players at this level all week. And also, it's, as we said, like there's civilizations that could just be banned out, so it makes life incredibly difficult. I think what will be interesting is to see if, like, let's say this works day one. Do other players see it in the room and then try it themselves later on in the week? You know what I mean?
Right.
So there's some walling there from Dogao. He just wants to keep that house alive. But so far, Tato's 3 militia didn't actually accomplish too much, and Dogao's completely fine here.
Well, it does let Tatoh basically take the fish in the middle for free. And again, the fish are the fastest food source you'll have in the game. So it is a nice boost to have your mill up there in the middle where your opponent doesn't.
Yeah, it's true. Dogao's going to see that, so Dogao will know that's a target. Do you think it's worth it to build defensive towers in the middle here? Like, base your strategy around a couple towers in the middle?
I think it can be in the right situation. It's kind of tricky just to wall everything because of how many small lakes there are and how close you need to be to the mills, but it definitely can be worth it.
Yeah. I think in Tato's case, he might consider it because he doesn't have any army yet. And he knows he's been spotted, and he knows there's archers on the way already. So if your archer range is this late, I think you got to be creative. And actually, on that note, he's making more militia right now at home. So
Tato's not even feudal.
Yeah, like, so Tato's going to go 5 man-at-arms, potentially 6.
I mean, they are cheap for the Goths, but it's tricky to use them against archers. Dogao doesn't yet have too many archers out, but he will have that production advantage being able to feudal so much earlier.
Yeah, those 2 militia just enough to stop Dogao from diving for a villager kill. And so Dogao will know it's going to be man-at-arms and skirms. I love the idea from Tatoh, but on paper, still no skirms out, and Dogao's about to have his 3rd archer, so this could be really dangerous.
If the archers don't have fletching yet, so maybe if you just get 1 or 2 skirms out, you can push them back. Oh, we might have a house destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, Dogao's not going to be too stressed about that one there, but that's what the other militia are doing. Man-at-arms will certainly help with that. And there's the tech. But I will say this, Tatoh is basically playing with a messier style. It is way harder to execute in Dogao's position right now. Like, if Dogao's micro isn't perfect, he's going to get completely overrun, and things could get really antsy for him.
Yeah, and those men-at-arms attacking the house, at least they're not raiding villagers or really hurting the eco. They've been small-walled out.
Yeah, but Tatoh hasn't lost any vills. That's been the theme. He's had access to the shorefish and the hunt. Dogao has been able to make his way to one area of that. And I honestly think we don't really have time to talk about it right now, but I think as Dogao's going to lose his scout, I think it's okay if you just have 1 mill on shorefish. As long as you're transitioning towards farms, your eco is going to be super safe, and your opponent's eco is just going to be exposed in the middle. So I think Dogao's approach is still pretty okay, in my opinion.
But here we do have that timing advantage, where right now Dogao, he's done the archers. He hasn't really been able to add in that 2nd unit. So the skirmishers right now have a huge advantage just because the only unit Dogao has on the field is countered, or is what they counter.
Oh, man, this is sloppy for Dogao. He needs that house. He's pop-capped right now. So he was counting on that house to go up. Now the army's here. So his TC goes idle for quite a while here. And man, Tatoh, he's just pouncing constantly. He's got so much army. 15 army versus 6 at the moment.
Yeah, and because he's housed, he's not getting that scout out in time to fight the skirmishers.
Yeah, he needed the numbers, right? We said, like, Tato's gone for the numbers. Tato's made it messy, and Tato's got all those short fish in the middle, and Tatoh gets another pick off here. Tatoh just, he's playing with so much confidence right now. Look at him. Look at the way he stares at the screen as well. He's like so
He's like
focused.
an assassin there.
It's terrifying, dude. Tatoh finds the Vills in the middle, and Tato's been taking more risks to take the middle resources, but he just has army everywhere, and Dogao cannot keep up with it.
And just having a few men-at-arms added in makes it so much easier to kill the villagers. The skirmishers themselves don't do that much damage, but the men-at-arms are just running around sniping Vills.
Yeah, and those Vills are so weak as well. And I mean, does Dogao have the army yet to even be able to defend these Vills? The skirms for Tatoh are still out to kill archers. There's still man-at-arms mixed in. Tato's going to get armor now as well. And Tatoh clearly just sending it here. He doesn't really seem to care because he's just going to make more army. The archers are getting focused down. The scouts maybe can push this back now, but if I'm not wrong, I think there's a couple spears behind. Unless Tatoh, I think Tatoh lost multiple spearmen to the villagers, actually. That was a little sloppy.
And now there's one spear, but the men-at-arms are down. That one spear, though, is just going to do so much damage to those weak scouts.
Yeah, so a bit of vital TC as well from Tatoh. Things got really messy there. Resources collected, still a lead for Tatoh, but he also has exposed villagers everywhere in the middle. So if he loses a fight, things could be awkward for him with 15 villagers out about in the middle.
Tato's adding in another barracks in the middle.
Yeah, so he's going to play Spearman Skirm. The spears are still cheaper with the Goths. Skirmishers, just, you know, normal skirms, but he's got the food eco, he's got the wood eco. But can he, if Dogao towers there and Dogao is fully walled elsewhere, it's actually quite difficult for Tatoh to find a lot of damage, honestly.
Oh, and Tatoh has a hole in his wall again between that straggler and the edge of the map over there.
I think is there a hole there as well? There's a couple holes in Tatoh's wall. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. If his spearmen are forward right now, he might end up regretting that one. But of course, now he gets a hit there. Dogao's going to be annoyed with that. And we'll see if Dogao finds that gap. It might not even be worth running in there because you could be trapped.
And he needs to avoid all the pokes while also microing at home.
Yeah, and he's not fully walled at home yet either. So Tato's going to run through. I don't know. It just, so far, it seems to me like Dogao is not quite warmed up here at like the land yet. You know what I mean? Like, he obviously we've been seeing practice games. Maybe it's a speed difference between the two of them, but Tatoh is just on top of him all the time, and there's been no missteps from Tatoh.
Everything in his army composition has been in the right position at the right time.
Yeah, and here's a good example of it. He kills all that army, and he has spears and he has man-at-arms around to defend as Dogao tries to counterattack too. It's just been perfect from Tatoh.
Yeah, now he's getting right in on that gold, and that was the gold for the archers that Dogao had been hoping to make, but that's a lot of skirms there.
Tatoh, it's not every day that you see this, but Tatoh has just gone for crazy amounts of army, right? Usually you see pros trying to play it like Dogao, and you just add a little bit of army and micro it to the best of its potential. But Tato's made probably over 10 spearmen. He's up to 7 man-at-arms. He's on 8 skirms. I mean, he's got 25 army, T-West. We're 17 minutes into the game. He's already lost 20 units. Like, he's just been producing out of every single building.
And he still has an army of that size. That's on this map, sometimes the mobility comes not just through mobile units like scouts, but through having enough numbers to have your army in different places.
Yeah, so Dogao is making enough army to deal with a normal play, but Tatoh is far from normal here, and Tatoh is going to take probably another good fight here, assuming the man-at-arms and spearmen hit the scouts. And the crazy thing is he's actually queued up more man-at-arms behind this. So there's 17 total man-at-arms created in the game. The GG's called, and Tatoh just stomps Dogao in game number 2.
And, well, that's the Goths, usually not the civ you think of as a pretty high up option in your drafts, but finding a map to use them on here just played them really, really well.
It's wild to me that Tatoh has won game number 1 and game number 2 with his final 2 picks on his draft.
With Incas and Goths.
Yeah, just like the two
infantry
picks,
civs.
The 2 picks we weren't actually even sure he was going to play with, he has completely dominated with so far. Just a perfect opening from him, very well played, and I feel Dogao, just another example of he's not quite able to match up to what Tatoh brings to the table. Tatoh in the first game played more of the adaptive style, and out-adapted him. And then Tatoh in the second game went full aggressive.
He just dictated that entire game right from the start with those militia.
Yeah, well played there. And you can see the KD 27-20 there from Tatoh. But the units created, he just created 3 times the amount of units. He was always producing out of his barracks, always producing out of his ranges, had a combination of all of those producing. And I think it was nice adaptation from Dogao in the early stages because he didn't have his vills exposed against the early militia. But what he struggled with there was getting any damage with the early archers. What might have been nice, because Tato's expecting those archers in the middle. What if Dogao sends those archers over to the wood line or like the main base of Tatoh? It didn't feel like Tatoh had anything at home.
That might be interesting because Tatoh wanted to do his archery range in the middle of the map, and that's where he was producing the skirms. Dogao might have had a bit more time to wait for bigger archer mats and get fletching if he wasn't going right to where the archery range was being constructed.
Yeah, exactly. But it's easier said than done. And I know a lot of people are going to be saying, but Romans, like, why not go man-at-arms with Romans? But I think it snowballed on Dogao a little too quickly there. I think by the time he realized that Tatoh was actually going to invest beyond the 5 man-at-arms, he maybe had taken too much damage there.
Also, everything Tatoh was making there was just food units. The men-at-arms, the spears, the skirms, and he had all that food from the shorefish in the middle.
Yeah.
Dogao didn't really have access to any of that.
Yeah, Dogao's a funny guy. I wish people could hear what Dogao was saying right now. And I also wonder, like, how much information is Tatoh giving back right now? What is Dogao saying? Is Dogao like, I didn't think you were going to go Goths against me? Like, we'll see, but they're chatting back and forth. So this time, this NAC, now that we're noble, right? Now that we're noble here at NAC, they're no longer apart from each other. They're like kind of to the side, which is a little bit different. I don't know if there's a good angle of that, but that's why they're like looking to the right and the left.
Yeah, they're not like directly facing each other. We have more room now.
Yeah,
we can spread them out a bit.
Did we have an issue with a player kicking somebody? Was that it?
Did we?
No, I don't think so. But I'm just thinking, like, I mean, you could have previously. I guess you can't now.
I mean, we have some tall players here. I can imagine Doubt could kick across the entire room.
Yeah, that would be a scandal right there. The player steps on another player's toe right in the middle of a micro battle.
Player kicks their power cable.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, we'll see. It's been a strong opening so far for Tatoh, to be expected. Dogao maybe looking a little dejected in the back room already. But he does have one more home map. I mean, okay, so let's say Dogao right now, bit of a defeatist mindset, but let's say he figures, okay, this series is a wrap. I'm probably not going to beat Tatoh. Does he want to show what he's going to do on Tidepool? His home map? Like, if you're going to lose...
If you can go Tidepool with Armenians, do you think you have a special strategy, or are you just kind of playing meta and it doesn't matter if you show it?
It's probably meta, but you know, maybe you leave some things up to the imagination on how you might play. Because at this level, right, like, is it 2 dock galleys? Is it like 3 dock fires? That could make a difference. Is it back dock? Is it middle dock? So, I mean,
that's true. There are a lot of ways to play that map.
Correct. So, like, I'm thinking, again, maybe as someone who has a little bit more experience losing, what if you just go to one of Tato's home maps? Because if you win on Tato's home map, then you get some momentum suddenly, still saving your home map in your back pocket. And then you get to, if you lose on Tato's home map, then whatever, you lost, and then you save, you don't show anybody who you could potentially play tomorrow what you're going to do on your home map.
Do you think his home map picks are more just maps he wants to play, or maps that he wants to play specifically versus Tatoh?
Definitely just maps he wants to play. Like, Dogao didn't draft for his opponent here. He drafted for himself. I also think Tatoh is one of the hardest players to draft for because he's good on everything, right? There's some other players you could be like, okay, we pick this map, that map. They're going to be at least uncomfortable, but Tato's comfortable everywhere. So I think Dogao just drafted for his own skill set, and it just straight up has not worked so far.
And it is a tricky matchup, as we said, against Tatoh.
Yeah. But if we go to Tato's home maps, he has really good civs for. I think he's got Malay, Chinese, Portuguese. Yeah, he's got some good options. So either way, it's going to be tricky, but we're going to send you to a little clip.
And now, a word from our partners. The rise of modern technology takes its toll on all of us. Hours and hours at your desk leads to stiff necks, aching shoulders, sore lower backs. But there is a solution. Back Force. The back force. OnePlus doesn't just stand like a rock on the digital battlefield, it transforms the way you sit. With GamerPulse LED lighting lasting up to 20 hours, this chair is more than just a seat. It's a throne. Personalize it with patches for your nickname, clan tag, or any custom text. Because your chair should be as unique as you are. Every Backforce chair comes in a wide variation in colors, including this noble white and gold or black and gold colorway, and the GamerLegion Special Edition. Sit like a king with Backforce.
We should definitely have crowns like that. I think that's the missing part of the costume.
Yeah, seriously, that was funny. Everything, I was enjoying the ad, but I think the cherry on top was the ending scene there.
And we have those props sitting around the studio now. We have that typewriter somewhere.
Yeah.
I've been told that it's an actual typewriter we can type on.
Have you ever typed with a typewriter before?
I haven't.
I actually have.
You have, really?
Yes, I have, yes. For whatever reason, there was one around my house growing up. And
Okay.
I typed on it. I actually typed out a little letter to my grandmother.
That explains your familiarity with technology.
Thank you for that. I knew bringing up that I once typed on a typewriter would not mean good things for me, both here and in the Twitch chat. But yeah, that was cool stuff. I have to say that the noble theme and the colors in those chairs also looks really cool.
It does. The gold and the white and black go pretty nobly together.
Yeah, I agree with you there. So game number 3 coming up here soon. We'll see what Dogao chooses to go for. But if we could head back to the draft to speculate a little bit, because we got to I want to talk about where, if this reverse sweep starts to happen, where Dogao's going to find some success with the civs. Looks like we have game 3 on the way actually here. Game number 3, will it be on Tidepool or will it be on Tato's home map?
Tidepool.
And Dogao is going to go for his final home map. He's got the, looks like the Armenians, and then we have the Malay. So the civilization icon bottom right, correct. We'll fix that on the screen there.
Yeah, so pretty much the civs you'd expect for this map, 2 very water-focused civs. The Malay, of course, with their faster up timings, and the Armenians. Eventually, you can get to Cilician Fleet for the extra blast radius on the demos. And how amazing would it be if Dogao is able to start this comeback against Tatoh with demos?
Yeah, that would be sick. I mean, I think Armenians have a lot of potential here, but I'm really curious on how they're going to choose to play this. So you've got the middle water region, and then you've got the outer water. Dogao so far has docked the outside, and so this could mean maybe more of a passive play from him, and Tatoh has docked the middle.
That's a lot of nice fish by that southern dock. He had 5 deep fish there.
Yeah, so number 1 pick from Dogao, down 2 games. You win this, and still you maybe have some things that are going to be difficult for you with the way the draft is shaping up. But wants to gain some confidence here. Was ranked 10th out of 10 from everyone who was asked. Many people just seem to think that he is going to struggle against some of the others. But I was really impressed with how he played in the qualifier. I think from what I know of Dogao's potential, I think he certainly could perform better than that, but it just hasn't been it so far today, unfortunately, for him.
It looks like he's getting a bit of a lame there, stealing one of Tato's sheep or sheep equivalents there. I think they have pigs on this map. So a bit of a nice boost for him there.
Yeah, so now that you see Tato's dock the middle, you have a decision to make if you're Dogao. Option 1 is you just build a dock in the middle to try and potentially pressure and kill those fishing ships. But if you do that and Tatoh spots that you're docked there, then you're going to have to add... then you're going to need like a second dock, and Tatoh could match your second dock easily because of his initial one. So I think typically what happens is players, because their economies are so tight, they're happy to just take their fish where they can, and they may even play in towards land. They're actually pretty close together on land here.
I feel like Dogao's probably happy to see the dock in the middle and not on the outside, so he knows that his fish are going to be safe against the uptiming.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
And
trying to think about this.
Looking at Tato's scouting there real quick, I don't think he saw exactly where Dogao had docked yet.
And Tato's vision. Yeah, true. He didn't scout much at all. And so naturally he's going to scout the front. This is what I mean. If he scouts that Dogao is building a dock here, he just needs to build one more dock himself, and he's up 2-1 in the middle. So because of that, Dogao's not docking. And if Dogao knows that Tatoh, if you check Dogao's scouting, he just scouted that Tatoh hasn't docked the outside. So this is going to be, naturally, they're maybe going to spend their resources and other things. And I think Dogao's building a barracks now.
Yeah, and we're again seeing those stealing of the sheeps, now scouting the water on the outside, just extra checking to make sure Tatoh doesn't have a dock around the north.
And Tato's actually adding a galley. Pretty surprising to me. I mean, in theory, you can block all potential docks, but you really have to have that galley patrolling perfectly. And he is going to drop a dock in the very back corner there. So Dogao might not spot that, but I'm wondering now, does Tatoh know that Dogao is going for scouts at all here? Because there's just so much to look for right now.
There's so much to scout. There's both the inside and the outside water.
He doesn't even know where he is. He has no clue where he is. If you look at his scouting, he doesn't have any indicators. And it's a bit of a weird generation, so he's going to be surprised by this. And kind of untypical of Tatoh, did not have any scouting intel to make decisions. This could get out of hand pretty quickly if he's not careful.
Yeah, because you see on Tidepool, you're not always in the middle of your section of the land. You're on this raised hill, but Tato's over on kind of the far side, whereas Dogao's more situated in the middle where you'd expect to be.
Yeah, so I think like Tato's guessing a lot right now. He's assuming there's going to be some fish on the outside somewhere for Dogao, but he doesn't know where. Now he finds Dogao, but he's not exactly finding the fact that there's 3 scouts on the field. There's 3 scouts on the field, and they've just hit that gold. Looks like 2 of them has, and so good job for Tatoh not to lose Vils, but he's still been completely surprised by this.
Yeah, and looking at Tato's map, I don't think he has other gold to access right now. It's just that front one.
Yeah, it could be tough. Actually, gold is a big factor on this map too. In Dogao's case, a lot of his golds are actually all positioned on the front. So all the more important that he continues with the aggression. But finally, there's some momentum for Dogao here in this series. It feels like the whole series has been all about Tato's momentum. And he's still not able to get the villager pick, but this is nice damage.
It is, absolutely, and it's going to force Tatoh to do that barracks and start making some spears at home.
Yeah, so I think with the way things are looking right now, the only thing that could start to get a little awkward for Dogao would be if his fish actually get spotted, because he's not doing any navy on the outside. So Tato's got a fire galley somewhere. It's probably going to be on his way. And yeah, there it is. So this could start to get a little awkward for Dogao. He doesn't know that Tatoh added that dock in the back corner.
But at least for Dogao, he's fished most of the fish that are in the south there anyway, and he already has that second dock all the way in the right corner.
Yeah, but things can get a little bit more difficult microing your scouts now if you've got fire galleys to contend with. And we might see, this is an example, like he's
right
looking
there
at his fish right now, and then you also may feel the need to wall your bays, and you also may feel the need to add an archer range. Again, you could just tell Dogao he's just a little distracted here, and he loses 2 of those scouts to that spearman.
And I feel like we've seen that happen pretty much every game so far. Dogao having scouts where they're standing still for just 1 or 2 seconds too long, and the spears get their pokes.
I think honestly a lot of it is just adapting to being in this environment. Because I've been watching him play in the training games in the back room, and like things have been pretty crisp for him back there. So I think, you know, the pressure of the moment, it being your first series, now being down a game, and things are adding up every now and then. Well played from Tatoh. I mean, Tatoh didn't have all that information, right? Tatoh still hasn't lost a villager. Tatoh still hasn't lost a unit this game.
Yeah, and sometimes just, you know, you can guess what your opponents are doing just because what you haven't scouted. You'll see that they don't have the buildings in the middle, so you just send that fire on the outside hoping to find something, and now he's found the second dock as well.
Yeah, it was a little greedy from Dogao. I mean, to not add a single fire galley in defense, certainly went for the greedy approach to try and get to Castle Age faster. He is on the way up, but at a cost here. He did sell all of his stone, so no stone available for TCs or towers. But here, he'll probably lose 1 fish. I think he's going to lose 1 fish here. He's going to lose it. He's going to
block with another
He's going to lose it. He's going to lose it. He saves it. Let's go. All right, well, saves the fishing ship. And we'll see what he does in Castle Age here. I mean, he still hasn't built an archer range.
Looks like he killed a scout there, and he's going to dock the middle.
Ooh, okay, so that's a really interesting play here, because if he can snag War Galley on one of his outer docks, just 1 fire going to the middle would kill all of Tato's fishing ships, potentially.
Yep, when you get to the Castle Age and upgrade to the fire ships, you become much more effective at killing enemy fish.
Yeah, I think Tatoh did add some fish on the outside, so I guess that would still be safe for him. Yeah, he's got the 3 there. And Tatoh still isn't clicked up. It feels like there's a big difference here, but really when the Malay are involved, that's not going to be the case. But I think Tato's missing a second building right now.
Yeah, and I think Dogao's got to be happy if he gets up well before the melee, just because of how quickly they go up. It usually kind of surprises you if you're up first against them.
Tatoh doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, but there were two things that I would mention. Being late on the second building happens every now and then also being late on wheelbarrow happens every now and then with Tatoh. So he finally clicks up, but he could have been in Castle Age 30 or 45 seconds faster here.
And that makes such a huge difference when you're the melee, too. Especially if you're attacking with the spears, because they get that free armor, and Vils wouldn't be able to fight back as well.
Yeah, true. Monastery there from Dogao. That gives him a free relic with the Armenians. He'll probably look to get more relics right now. And there's the War Galley upgrade, and Tato's about to be surprised on the middle water. So, interesting approach from Dogao. He went land opening, fast castle, well, you know, up to castle, and now he's just going to go full water in both the middle and on the outside. I like the idea.
Yeah, and that should give him a nice fishing advantage if he can get the fires to that back corner in time. It's a pretty long way to sail around, too, and I don't know exactly where he's going to end up sending them, because he might still want to protect his own fish, too.
Does Dogao know about those stables? They're right next to him. He has no clue. And Tatoh is building 3 stables. And, okay, well, Dogao's going to see it now. And Tatoh going light cav. So light cav's a smart play, knowing your opponent's probably going to go out for those relics. That'll be a pickoff from Tatoh. But now in the middle, Dogao, yeah, he's going to be able to take the water control with those fires.
Yeah, and Dogao is just going to have to react to those stables, but they're the melee. They don't have that second armor upgrade for their cavalry lines. Usually you don't think of melee stables as being threatening unless maybe he's going to go for elephants, as it looks like he is for elephants queued up
He's actually going to go elephants, yeah. This is crazy, right? I guess if you have light cav, you don't need to be scared of the monks. And also, like, Dogao's only way of fighting back the light cav is actually warrior priests, because he doesn't have faith in anything else, and warrior priests can't convert. They can only attack. So if Dogao is making a bunch of monks right now, maybe the elephants would make sense. He's going to elephant rush that monastery down in a second.
And right now, look at the positions of the stables, too. They're right on all 3 of those 4 golds from Dogao. It's going to make it tricky for him to take gold in the long run, too.
That's really nice value right there. That fire ship will kill all 3 of those fish. Here come the elephants, though. What is happening? Dogao was never expecting this. Nobody does this at a high level. And Tato's just waiting with those light cap for any monks. The elephants destroy buildings super quick. I really think Tatoh should just take down the fortified church right away here.
And immediately we see that barracks there for Dogao, but right now he's doing the pikeman upgrade. He needs to get numbers out. That's going to be a lot of very cheap elephants from the melee.
Dogao's probably like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, no way. It's one thing to get swept. It's another thing to die to elephant rush from Tatoh. Tatoh's got 10 elephants here. The church will go down, and by the time he gets pikemen out, I don't know if he's going to have the numbers to compete with this many elephants.
You need a lot of pikemen. I mean, we talked about pikemen versus knights in the Castle Age. Pikemen versus elephant can be even worse.
Yeah, and it's just straight up momentum now from Tatoh. It's crazy because Dogao has all that water control. Dogao's going to be on 20 fishing ships, but can he hold from the melee elephant stampede?
I mean, right now Tatoh even has more res collected too.
Yeah, but like, if Tatoh didn't hit this fast, Dogao would have such a massive eco lead, it wouldn't even be close. The timing on this from Tatoh is incredible.
Especially as Dogao is just reinvesting into the water there, so all of his resources were going into those fire ships, not to anything that would counter the elephants on land.
I think you need to just breathe if you're Dogao. I mean, hopefully he's breathing, but you have to get a couple monks out. You have to get more pikes before taking an engagement. That right there, losing 1 pikeman, that's the type of thing that can hurt you. You need to keep those numbers up. But it's so hard when Tatoh is just going to bum rush down your TC.
And Dogao has no army. He has no pikemen out. He can't stop this at all.
Yeah, and any pikes he does have,
even
he
the
might
monk
be forced to engage with. That monk just gets picked off, and oh my god. Tatoh is insane, dude. What a strategy. 3 stables on the front against Armenians, the civilization that has one of the best pikes and best monks in the game.
You're not getting timing for those upgrades, though. It's just, they were just so fast from Tatoh right at the perfect moment. And the elephant's just going to take out the churches. No more monks are going to come out.
It's just so comical, dude. It just doesn't feel like a normal situation.
And Dogao doesn't have a TC right now. He's trying to build 1 more in the back.
Yeah.
But he's playing 0 TCs.
I feel so bad for Dogao. And it's really fun to be a caster, really fun to be a viewer right now. But what is happening to him is going to be painful. Not the start he would have wanted. Tatoh He wins 3-0, and what a dominating performance from Tatoh. Pretty much every step of the way felt like he was on top here.
Absolutely. That elephant rush, just the icing on the cake from him. But the first game, winning the water, going Eagles. The second game, the Goth Drush, and here, Belay Elephants.
It's a shame because I think Dogao's scouting was actually so good that game, but you could tell where it failed him. Not realizing that it was 3 stable commitment hurt him, and he found out about that a little too late after losing a Warrior Priest or 2. And I think that is also a display of confidence from Tatoh. I think that Tatoh felt as though he could get away with that, and maybe a couple other players here at NAC that he might not try that same strategy against. Maybe even trying to throw future opponents off, right?
I mean, it might not be a strategy he wants to use later on, so he's happy to show it now.
Exactly. Yeah. So good first series of the day. We've got 4 more sets coming up. I don't remember the exact order, to be honest, T-West, but we've got 4 more sets coming up with our other 8 players. And we will have an interview with Tatoh shortly. I'm sure we'll have some good questions. I believe you're doing the interview there?
I don't think we agreed on that, but
okay,
we can figure it out.
We'll do rock, paper, scissors, I suppose, but we'll transition into that shortly. But good series to start it off with, I think, for Dogao. Lessons learned, potentially, what he could do a little bit differently, and I think that this was just a part of warming up.
And hopefully he'll warm up and be more confident in the next rounds. But we're going to throw you to an ad right now.
And now, a word from our partners. Tired of interruptions ruining your moment of peace? Discover true tranquility with the Hammer Bluetooth headphone Passion Voyage. With cutting-edge noise cancellation, immersive sound, and unmatched comfort in every note. Sounds like more Hammer.
A nice feeling.
I mean, I just wanted to jump and ask you about the elephants right away, but I should probably calm down. So before the series, I looked up your win rate against Dogao, and it actually blew my mind. Are you aware of how things have been every time you faced up against each other? Like, what were you feeling could happen based on other sets?
I'm aware because Dogao, he takes care of reminding me, like, oh no, I have to face you again. I will lose. We always we are friends, and he also is always with that mentality, and I'm telling him every time, you can beat me. just believe in yourself. But no.
I'm not sure if that's a good sign if the opponent is saying you could beat me and trying to lift him up, but what is it that makes you a step up over Dogao, I guess, then, if you had to think of anything?
I think our styles is quite similar. We have always been more hybrid players, both of us, and more water player. And I guess I have stepped a little bit, and just a small advantage, and I can maybe that small difference makes a big role as the game goes on.
Okay, got it. And it did feel like he drafted towards being somewhat hybrid overall. So game 1 was High Tides, which was a hybrid map. But I want to hear about the Incas, because usually we haven't seen a lot of Mezzo on water maps in general, right? Aztecs, Mayans, Incas have not been used frequently. So why Incas? Are you going to stick with the Incas long term? Just talk me through your thought process.
I don't want to spoil that match, to be fair. But I think Incas, in general, Meso Sieves are decent on those maps because you have the potential lane with the Eagle as well.
Yeah.
That's also a threat for them, so they need to be careful. I think I was late, a bit late this time regarding the going with my Eagle to the dock area. But in general, I think they are underrated on those hybrid maps, and they have a lot of potential, for sure.
Okay, got it. I mean, it makes sense. Did you know that there was a hole there? Isn't that the most ridiculous looking thing ever?
I knew once the archers got in.
Yeah.
But the scout, I thought they loop around.
Okay.
But when I saw the arches, I was, oh no, there is a hole there.
It's funny because I thought there was a hole somewhere else just because of the way the houses are shaped. But I guess that blacksmith, you saw the little
It
whatever
fits
it was.
perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
It fits perfect, the blacksmith. I was, that's Walt. But no.
Yeah, well, it obviously created some problems for you. But you before this big fight, which he actually ended up backing away from, did you feel pretty comfortable that if you were just patient, you had a massive eco lead? Or were you not sure? Because you made a lot of knights and crossbows.
I knew that I had to hold,
Okay.
kinda, because he was doing a lot of farming, as you say, and he was investing like a lot of tech. And I knew he was mainly 1TC for a while, or I was expecting that. I wasn't 100% sure. So I was trying to buy time until I could do a good engage. This was a good engage, but he did a really good job micro units. Like if I get a good shot on the crossbow, the game is over. But he didn't let me, so that was like his army control in this game. I think he was pretty good.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I think if any, obviously it just came down. You had a really good eco. Did you happen to know that he used Malians when he played Sebastian on this map in Game 7 in the qualifier?
I knew it. But I said, like, I believe like Incas can compete with Malians.
Okay.
And in general, to be fair, like, I don't know what happened with Eagles, but when I'm facing them, they are amazing. And we had them. I play with them, and I feel like they're super squeezy. So I don't know. I'm always scared to engage.
Well, I mean, to me, it felt like you had the right amount of patience, and obviously it paid off. Because he did make a lot of army there, in all honesty. So eventually the castle goes up. You end up clicking up to Imp. You made it impossible for him to damage you. And then we moved into game number 2. And so it was wild to me, Tatoh, because you played, I think Incas was your last pick, or maybe second to last pick. And then Goths was your last or second to last. I can't remember the order.
Yeah, I think Goth was the last one.
Okay, so that comes up game 2 then. And I got to ask, was this because you had belief in the civs, or are you trying to hide things? To play your last 2 civs in the first 2 games is pretty crazy to me.
Yeah, but as I said, like I think people underrate them, so I don't have to prioritize them on my draft.
Okay.
And I feel like God is still like they are decent on Dry River, and more if he had Magias and Romans. Like my idea was to pick Romans, but he picked both of them.
Okay.
So I guess he didn't want, like in this case, Romans to be countered by Magias or something. So he picked both, so he could secure that.
How much of your opening in game 2 was because of you being the Goths, and how much of it was fear of the Romans? Because you made a lot of, I'm saying you made a lot of man-at-arms. Like, did you do that because you're Goths and that's good with Goths, or were you scared of the Romans getting a lead on you?
I just want to control map since the start, right? And like 3 militias is a good investment at early, but at the same time, that allows me to have that threat on him, so he's not comfortable going towards the middle. And I don't think that it delayed me that much. Like maybe I was 1 minute later to fiddle, but as I said, like I had the whole map control in that moment.
Yeah. What could he have done a little bit differently in this game? Obviously, the engagements went really good for you because you made a lot of army. But like, you know, when you're playing, you think, what am I weak against? What do you think could have been a problem for you with how you played that? Because it looked kind of perfect to me.
I think on this, as I said, like on the first game, his army control was really solid. I think on this one, he could have done a better job microing the archers.
Okay.
I think he gave away too many, and then with that archer opening, if you lose them a small amount, you get out of control, and then you...
Okay. So this game, your scouting was quite poor, right? You were late to seeing dock positions. You were late to even see you had a barracks. But then you could tell the highlights already. Was this part of the plan, or did it just feel natural to go for elephants here?
It was not part of the plan, but as the game shape, I thought it was a good moment to do it, because he kind of stopped doing army to get faster castle each time. And at the same time, I got the map control, right? And we were super close on this title seat. Like, as you can see on the map, like we were super close to each other. Sometimes you are in front, so it's probably more balance, more water play. But in this case, you are allowed to play land. And on this map, like just where you TC spawns is where there is more land to farm. So you get that position is really hard to farm and expand yourself.
The wild thing to me about that is that if he's not Armenians or Georgians, he probably just makes monks to get the relics. And then maybe he gets a conversion or two.
True.
But he made warrior prees, and then he couldn't even convert your elephants. It was a masterpiece.
Yeah, like when I saw like he had already like 3 warrior priests, I was he will struggle. And now more because like the battle elephants they have the extra bonus.
Yeah, yeah,
Since the last patch.
Yeah.
That is something that people forget.
yeah,
Because it's not really known yet. But like battle elephants now with Melee are really scary too.
yeah. I mean,
stop.
that was pretty insane. Well, okay, so you win the first round. We said historically is a pretty good matchup for you, but how's it feel? You get to just watch now. The rest of the day, I'm sure you'll train a little bit, but to
Yeah.
have like the pressure off and have that win in the bank, how's that feel?
I mean, it's always good to start like with a win.
Yeah.
And as I said, like I first series, I think also Dogao like he doesn't have that much LAN experience, so I feel like he will play better as the tournament goes on. So
Yeah.
people shouldn't rule him out at all.
Yeah.
I think he can. If he believes in himself, he can beat anyone. And like now watch, relax, and let's see who I have to face tomorrow.
All right, awesome. Well, Tatoh, congratulations yet again.
Thank you so much.
We've got 4 more sets today. And up next, I should remember the name of the series I'm casting, Tatoh, but I actually forget.
Things don't.
It is Mr. Yo
Mr. Yo
and
Vinchester.
Vinchester. Yes, totally remembered that one. Thank you, Memb. So we'll have that up next
Nice one.
in a moment.
Really nice one.
All right, folks, welcome back. Thank you for waiting patiently, and special thank you to everyone switching the camera in chat to Dave and I as we're trying to
No
prepare.
privacy, just candid
Yeah,
cam.
seriously.
Anywhere here in the apartment, we got views on the dog, we got views on us, we got views on the players. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. First series was great. This series, though, should be very, very close. Yo, Vinchester, two players that always seem to deliver some entertaining sets, and they're both playing amazing Age of Empires right now.
And I think, arguably, like if you look at their past, Yo actually has a really good record against Vinchester. Vinchester hasn't taken a set from him in almost 2 years.
That's crazy.
But Vinchester, I think, has been the hotter player.
Yeah.
Recently, I think he's been the better player, and we were watching him in practice, and he seems really, really smooth right now. And Mr. Yo maybe going through a little bit of a dry spell recently in terms of his 1v1 performances. So I'm expecting big things from Vinchester, and when we were talking about like spicy predictions, right, all the casters and the players and stuff, a lot of people were under the impression that Vinchester might be top 4.
Yeah,
this
I think he
tournament.
could be. I think he could be. He like the way he's playing, just like the way he carries himself, just feels like, oh, this guy could easily be top 4. And I think confidence is a really big thing, right? I know it's kind of rare to come to a LAN event, and I've just had another $20,000+ tournament end recently. But like Vinch being top 3 in Wandering Warriors Cup, it's got to feel good, right? Got to feel good, and there's got to be a lot of confidence there. Same thing with ACCM when we see him later. Like he's got the champion vibes right now. So yeah, I think it could be good. I think the big thing with these two is the draft.
Yes.
It's really big because Yo has certain civs, certain styles that he'll play that no one else will play, mainly like certain unique unit styles. Anytime it's a cavalry unique unit,
His draft is unique in and of itself.
Yeah,
Like Yo's draft, you can differentiate that from any other pro player. He goes for comfort picks. He doesn't go for technically the best civ on that map. Maybe it is in his impression, but no one else's.
Yeah.
He goes for his comfortable picks, and this draft is actually a little bit different in that they ban 4 civs each, and then they draft their first civ before even doing the map draft. So it's very different from a lot of other drafts in tournaments.
And that's just funny, right? When you got Yo, it's like, okay, what civ would Yo pick before any of the maps are
Burgundians or Lithuanians
or Spanish
or something like that.
or Mongols.
Yeah, there you go.
Or Mongols, yeah. So there we are. We've got our draft, and it was first pick Mongols against first pick Japanese, which is interesting. And then again from there, they would get the map sorted, and then they pick the rest of
I
the
actually
civs.
like Japanese quite a bit as the first pick. Like, you look at a lot of the maps in this pool, if you have an idea of what you're going to ban out, if you want to ban out the land maps, suddenly Japanese are very good on Pacific Isles, high tides, tide pool, African reed beds if you get the fish boom going. Like, Japanese is a really solid pick, as well as Mongols. Like, you can basically use Mongols anywhere where there's hunt, and there's hunt on any of these maps.
Yeah, now trying to think which has the most hunt. I guess the map that has the most accessible hunt would probably be high tides.
High tides, or you could use them on African reed beds to get a really, really fast start as well. We've seen that before, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's, you could even, like, you could make an argument to use them on Copenhagen just to get to late game, but I think you're missing out a little bit on the water.
So, yeah, Copenhagen has that water aspect. So I think maybe Italians there. I still think Chinese are insane there. And then Vietnamese we've seen dominate there. So that's probably what Yo's going to do.
This is interesting, though. This is not a standard Yo draft for me. Like, he's missing Burgundians. He doesn't really have a lot of strong, super strong cavalry civs there either. So maybe it's just an adaptation to this map pool.
Yeah.
But Mr. Yo is generally the guy who likes to play knights, right? He likes to play the forward siege. He likes to boom up behind. He likes to go unique units like the Custelier.
Yeah.
Is one of his favorites. And Vinchester actually has that pick. So Vinchester with an interesting draft, a little bit more unique than Yo's. And it's not like saying Vinchester is a standard drafter either.
Yeah.
He always mixes in at least one or two surprising picks.
Huns is staring at me right now, and that's just not because of my obsession with them. But, like, I think there's a lot of potential with them. Like, if they get going, especially in messy situations, they can be very strong. African reed beds.
African reed beds is the one I'm looking at.
We could see, like, CA there. We could even see, you know, Knight play there. High tides, maybe some extra flexibility on a map like Tide Pool. Probably not with Japanese and Byzantines out there. But, I mean, it is a nice pick to see there for Vinch.
I think the only one that's like a sure thing for me is probably Burgundians on Copenhagen.
Okay.
And then everything else you can kind of mix up a little bit. I would think Mayans on high tide, if anywhere, because the rest are water hybrid maps, and Mayans aren't really favored that much. High tides is more of a land focus, even though you do have to fight for the water early.
Well, what Tatoh did with Incas can be replicated with Mayans on that map.
A little bit of a slower start.
Yeah, it's hard. It's definitely more difficult to do, but you have that extra vill. It's still pretty efficient economically there, so could see that being possible. But listen, I'm not going to share things. We've had the luxury of being in the back room looking over players' shoulders. And so the last thing I want to do is come in here and just immediately shout out what I've been seeing, right? And then have somebody get pissed at me.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that I've been watching a lot of Pacific Isles games, and they're absolutely insane, right? A lot of these training games, it's so cool. It's such a fun map. It's like Migration, but a little bit more awkward and difficult, I would say. And it's already a very difficult map in the first place. So I hope we have Pacific Isles in every single series. We already didn't have it in the first one.
Yeah.
But I want Bypass as well, dude. Bypass
is amazing. Unfortunately, we don't have it on this draft.
Yeah,
but I've been talking to people, and I think they really like this generation of Pacific Isles because a lot of the players have identified that as a very interesting match, which in the past it wasn't necessarily. It was just a pure water map. But the 9 villager starts means that you can get to the land earlier, and it becomes this contest where you're trying to control those islands in the middle. And suddenly you have towers everywhere, you have navies, you have fast Imperial Age strategies. Like, you've got a lot of different elements you have to work through. And we will probably see it in this series, so we'll get a good idea of how it's going to look going forward.
It's a fun map because there's not a lot of fish. So on other water-dominant maps, if someone wins water, they then gain the eco lead with the fish. But now you can actually overinvest in the water, and then you just don't have access to resources. So we'll see. We'll be into the first game here shortly, but obviously Yo's been the favorite historically. But you think that's going to be the case here? I mean, it's day one of the LAN.
I think Vinchester is my favorite going into this.
Okay,
I think just purely based on current form.
Yeah.
As we see our countdown right here, and we're going to get into the first game of this match between Vinchester and Yo. It's going to be on... I have already for Tide Pool. Thank you. Thank you, Tristan.
I could see you looking down at the mini
I was looking for the map name, dude. I was looking for the map name, and we found it. Now, Tide Pool is very interesting because you have the pond in the center. There's sand in between, but you can't sail over that.
Yeah.
So you have to make a decision really, really early whether to dock on the outside or whether to dock on the inside. And just based purely off of these civilizations, I think Mr. Yo might opt to go for that backside area rather than contesting the Byzantines in the middle. And there we go.
I mean, you've really got to think long and hard about how much you even want to be on water long term here with Romans. Romans don't get demos, and then you're up against Byzantine fires.
Yes.
So it's like there's two things here that make you not want to prioritize water, in my opinion. So they're both going to dock the outside. But long term here, I would really look to see Yo try and shift his eco and everything towards the land. And even then, though, the Byzantines are just so good.
Well, I think it kind of follows the pattern of these two civs IRL. Like the Romans have to win early because the Byzantines are going to be around for a while. And in Imperial Age, the Byzantines completely clear the Romans. There's it's not even close.
I do think I haven't seen Centurions against Byzantines enough, but I think the cost of Centurions is too expensive to be.
You can't justify them.
Yeah,
you really can't. You'd rather go for Cavalier. I think at that point.
Maybe. So, and I really think, like, how many games are we going to see get to imp on this map? Like, we'll see.
If they do, I will point out, I've seen some crazy games in Imperial Age here. Like, if they make it, it's really insane, and it's all about castle positions, where the extra stones and golds are, and who's controlling that middle water, because it gives you so much pressure. Like, the outside water gives you a little bit, but the middle water gives you so much land advantage there.
We could potentially see drawmans from both of them as we shift Yo into the red here and Vinchester in the blue. That's a bit easier to see. So we really need to pay attention to their scouting right now, because players may be greedy, pushing in some deer, as Yo is doing right now. But you do need to look for those docks, and you can see Vinchester's scouts being proactive.
He's looking whether Mr. Yo has docked the middle.
Yeah, and if he doesn't see a dock there, he's going to be very happy that he's also docked the outside.
Exactly, and then you have multiple approaches you can go with Vinchester. You can go aggressive with the Byzantine fires and count on better water, or you can play defensive as well and just count on winning all the 1v1s. With the fire galleys, and you just expand your fish a little bit. It looks like they're up at around the same time, although Yo has about a 20-second advantage here. That's not going to be enough to let his fire get all the way to Vinchester's dock. If he does scout that, like he was pushing the deer really
Yo doesn't
early.
know. Yeah, Yo's scouting is just not great in comparison here. He is going to be able to use process of elimination. Okay, now the colors flipped somehow. How'd that happen? I don't know how that happened. But the colors flipped. We're going to work on that for you. That is Yo's scout we are looking at, and he has not seen a dock. And Vinchester knows that Yo hasn't docked the middle. And now Vinchester is going to see
spot the barracks.
So Vinch is potentially going to clear water if Yo doesn't realize what's happening.
Look at the sneaky dock from from Vinchester forward.
Oh.
You can barely see that up against the edge of the map on the right side. So he identified that Yo docked the corner because he scouted the middle area and he didn't see a dock at all. So now there's a forward dock coming from Vinchester north onto Yo's fish right there.
Yeah.
And he's going to sandwich these fish from both sides. So a really, really solid approach early from Vinchester. And Mr. Yo is just going for one fire in defense. That's not enough.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He's thinking that he can maybe match one fire from the west. But he doesn't know that it's going to be a fire ship sandwich here from Vinch. Again, this is the confidence we've talked about with Vinch. Now, what Vinch should try and prioritize is getting a barracks up. In order to get the ships out and go for the double dock, you simply delay the barracks. So there it is. He'll need to prep some spearmen at home here.
It's like he heard you.
Yeah,
it's like he just knew. You can sense, right?
He's pretty good at the game, so I wouldn't have expected that there. So eventually, how much Vinchester actually wins water is key here. If he completely takes Yo off of water, he can then go up to 6 to 8 fishing ships. But you can't count on doing that right now.
Yes. I also wonder, like, what's the timing? Because you have to manage everything, right? You have to manage the water on the outside, the land pressure. What's the timing for docking the pond in the middle? Like, when do you stretch out there and try and get fishing ships? Or do you open with Navy there?
I think the first dock we'll see in the middle was maybe from the player who loses the outside. Whether that's to kill the opponent's fish there. This is nice for Yo. Nice defense. But yeah, or to catch up in terms of fishing ship numbers if you lose the fish on the
Another
outside.
fire is coming from the other side while Yo is chasing this away. And that's why the fire ship sandwich, as you labeled it, is so deadly, right?
I'm not even certain Yo knows exactly where the initial dock is from Vinch in the first place. He might be very confused, just simply based on the fact he got a fire come in from the right side. Okay, so colors have flipped back. You guys, pay attention, people. We're making sure that you're with it here. All right, you guys aren't awake yet. Get your coffee in and pay attention. The colors should be good now. Vinch back in the blue and now Yo in the red. But yeah, there's confusion from Yo. The one thing he does know is where the land is for Vinch, but he hasn't been able to find any kills so far with these scouts.
Yeah, the Spearman is chasing after it, and Vinchester finds the dock villager from Mr. Yo. We saw this a lot in the game Dogao against Tatoh, where they both sniped the dock villagers, and he can't get that because Yo pulls back the Spearman in time. And now Yo is trying to be as annoying as possible. He snipes the villager from Vinchester and gets away from the Spearman. The Spearman found themselves behind the woodline chasing the scouts, and that's nice early damage there from Mr. Yo.
Considering the amount of production Vinchester's had on water, well done from Yo to hold on while he could. Now, he's going to lose his Spearman, he's going to lose his fish, and so, as we expected, Yo is not going to have much water control to work with here.
He is going forward, though, with a range, and I think I see a dock coming down from Mr. Yo in that center area as well. So you were right. He loses the water on the outside, instantly goes to the middle, hasn't produced anything from that just yet, but he is looking to expand his fishing eco somewhere else.
There is a temptation now if you're Vinchester, because you feel you have the eco lead, to just fish and go to Castle Age. You think that defending with spears is enough, and that it's going to take a long time for Yo to get archers across the map. But that's why Yo walked this villager across the map, so the production is right next to Vinchester's base. Vinchester's going to try and click up here. He's not ready or prepared to deal with archers at all. He might even sell his stone right now to try and click up.
Well, the thing with this forward range against Byzantines, like, Yo's going to have to wait till he has a few archers, it feels like. Because with Town Watch, you can see those archers coming in so quick, and he identifies the fact that there's archers right here. I don't think he knows about the forward range, but still, the archers are a big problem, like you were saying. He did not sell his stone.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Now, this is also nice walling here from Vinch to stop the army from getting through. He does click up, but he won't have an answer to this army for 2.5 minutes. And Yo is just going to be knocking on the door, and Yo is fishing in the middle. So Yo has recovered very nicely, in my opinion.
This is the time window that the Romans need to expand the eco. They need to take advantage of that 5% early, right? Because in the late game, when you have 100 villagers, it's not going to matter so much. It's going to come down to the tech tree, and we talked about it. The Byzantines just have a far superior tech tree, especially with bombard cannons, which the Romans just struggle so bad against.
Yeah, and this is an area of the land where Vinchester's going to need to expand long term. There's a gold there. There's even an additional gold on the other side of that range. So
and there's nothing on the left side of his base at all.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a stone's over there, but really good spot here for Yo. Having said all that, Vinchester's still going to be in Castle Age in 60 seconds. He's got the food eco of the fish. And if Vinch makes 2 knights, he might be able to clear up this whole Feudal Age army.
Yeah. Yeah, the timing advantage could be huge for him. But, I mean, Yo isn't that far behind either. That's just enough time to get, like, a couple knights out. And if Yo is careful, if Yo maybe even sends a few spearmen forward, you can see he's making spearmen probably in defense at this point. But he can kind of hold off those knights until he's got some Castle Age units of his own. And Vinchester is forced to go for a tower on the gold because he's too nervous. He's thinking that Mr. Yo might be able to sneak inside.
Yeah, and I think building that tower when your opponent is not actually threatening your gold right now feels a little painful.
And he pulls the villagers away from that. So he's going to save the stone. If Yo gets in, he tosses all the vills on the tower. If Yo doesn't get in, he deletes it and adds a second TC.
Yeah,
that's smart. That's really, really smart.
Yeah, you might just want to get rid of it. You could still build the second TC. There's the TC, and then you can get the stone back.
That's a really good adaptive play from Vinchester once he committed onto that tower. I don't think a lot of people would have done that.
I agree. It was a good thought. But that's the type of thing that you get when the pressure is on, right? The placing the tower, the overreactions. But it was a nice shot from him to stabilize that. Now Yo's going to see the knights.
I don't think you can clear this with those 2 knights. I think you need some more.
At these knights.
There's a third one.
You can pull the weak one back here. That's a really nice save there from Vinch. And those archers could be goners here. We have crossbow on the way, so it's really important for Yo that he actually keeps these alive.
Look at him trying to get the knights interested in the scout. He's like, come back here, come back here. And Vinch is just trailing those crossbows, but now the Spearman is here, and Crossbow is going to come in, so he can't take that fight anymore. Mr. Yo does what he does so well in every single game. He holds the opponent's attention forward, and he adds economy behind. You can see that second and now third town center going up from Yo, and 4 fishing ships in the center.
Look at the resources collected. This is why
It's
people
scaling.
pick Romans.
Yep.
It's not, no one's picking Romans for the Scorpions. Sorry, people. They're picking Romans for the eco.
Great save on the knight. Oh my god.
Yeah, and Vinch is going to have quite a few knights in a moment.
How many weak knights does he have back there?
Well, he's got one.
Like, oh my god, dude! 45 out of 500 HP! Unbelievable value there from Vinchester, and the Byzantine monk is going to heal this up
Yeah,
really quick.
That's the most monk I need a monk moment ever right there.
Oh my, well, that's also deceiving, right? Because you're thinking, I got a big army. No,
Yeah.
no, you don't.
Imagine playing without HP bars on or something.
That's insane, man. Great saving there from Vinchester. Third town center now going up for Mr. Yo. Eco difference, it's not too much, but it's going to start to scale ahead for Yo.
Oh, one of the weak knights went
Another
forward.
one.
He's going to send that back.
4 HP.
He's going to send it. He's going to try and send the other ones back, Dave. But like no bloodlines and no second armor means the knights do go down so
Saves
quickly.
another one.
Look at Yo try and save the crossbows.
Does he save another one? Oh, so close.
Unlucky, actually.
The value on those knights is insane.
Can we get an update on the HP of the other knights though? Are they fresh yet? Where are we at?
They're in the healing farm right now. The
Yeah.
Byzantine monk is getting some good work done. Look, those ones are done. They're fully done, so he's moving them over, and he's gonna work on that one.
He's got
another one he needs to bring back.
Congratulations, you've been healed up. Go out to battle yet again.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, like, I think even Vinchester is seeming to realize that crossbow force from Yo is not his long term. That is just a distraction. And so Vinch is going to try and counter here. It's 54 eco versus 50, so very close. And again, Vinchester tries to kill the crossbowman. Will he save another weak knight? He will send another weak knight back. And he's going to kill the crossbows finally.
This is so good from Vinchester.
It's so good.
It's so good. I think a lot of other players would have had like 3 knights on the field right now because they would have committed.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Guys, this is the first game at a LAN event, right? You have to appreciate this. He's far from home, tons of travel. Vinchester had to take like 3 different flights, completely different time zone. And he's just with it.
And here comes the army that Yo thought he had basically nuked, right?
Yep.
Like he thought he had gotten rid of it because he weakened them so much, but they're all healed up and they're ready to go again. Spearmen are there for Mr. Yo protecting. He has more fishing ships on the way. He's got wheelbarrow coming in, second wood upgrade coming in. Like his eco is still scaling ahead, but I'm not certain that he's going to find the window that he needs against Byzantines. They can just hold so long.
I wonder if you can almost play map control here. Like, you have that range on the other side, just distracting a couple knights, and then if you could maybe push Pikeman Siege.
This makes it tough, though. You have to have Pikemen at home to deal with that.
That's true.
And Vinchester just goes forward with a TC. I mean, it's definitely been a game changer the way he's able to save those wounded knights, because now he suddenly has an army and he doesn't have to keep investing into, you know, more and more upgrades or another stable or anything to get the population up.
Listen, I feel like I've been saying this for 2 months now with this guy. Well, probably should be saying his whole career. If Vinchester gets control with mobile units,
yes,
it just feels like you're never going to stop him.
It's
He's
smothering.
insane. He's insane. He's always in the right positions. And here he goes again, says, okay, I'll take that snipe, backs away, only loses a knight. And Yo needs, okay, he's got the pikeman now, but he needs something to keep up with those knights somehow.
Normally at this stage of the game with 3 town centers, in an ideal situation for Mr. Yo, he has a siege workshop forward. And he's keeping
pushing.
your attention there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But now there's no attention there at all. He lost the crossbows. His pikemen are home in defense. His monks are home in defense. And he's just trying to expand his economy, which is great. But he doesn't have Vinchester busy at home. And Vinchester is free to come forward and try and kill his own villagers.
He is building up a lot of stuff. Just looking at the mini-map here as we see the knights come in, there is somewhat of a purpose from Yo there with some outposts and some pikemen. So as he's still got these different knight groups to deal with, and he'll pay attention now, Yo is gaining a presence there with the map.
Yeah.
And it's time to point
Look
out.
at the resources from Vinchester, though.
Yeah.
Look at the
Vinch could go in.
resources from Vinchester. And maybe he could even buy a castle.
Did
and
you
then
see
go
that? So Vinchester killed a monk with the one group. He's now going in to kill a monk with the other group, and he's going to get another monk in there. Vinch is just running around with these groups, and yeah, he's just looking perfect right now.
Yeah, and like you're trading with Byzantines late Castle Age, you're thinking about going Imp. You're not going to play into Paladin, most likely, right? So you're trading these knights for villager kills, and you're keeping Yo even further and further behind. And Mr. Yo, he's building that Siege Workshop, but it's probably 3-4 minutes later than he wanted it to come. And also he's getting War Galley. So he's just trying to get as much map control and distract as long as possible. Meanwhile, Vinchester, he could have clicked up to Imp by now.
Yeah. Yeah, Vinchester missing his building a little bit. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like it's castle v castle right now where they need to get access to the Trebs. But I just want to remind people,
Ooh,
the stone
nice
terrain you cannot build on. And the sandy terrain is also not really a viable area to build either. So there's, you look at the map, there's not a lot of building space for farms or for castles even.
Great castle from Vinchester. That completely kills the timing on this siege push from Mr. Yo.
It does get awkward though. The pikes could find some picks. The knight got converted there. But I think the
pikemen don't even have forging. They're tickling these villagers.
Yeah, but I mean, would you rather...
I would not want to be tickled by a pike. No.
I was going to say, would you rather be tickled
I think that would be a
to death, or-
piercing experience. Yeah, that doesn't sound good to me.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, Imp should be coming in. I think Yo should know as well now.
And now with the two castles, he's got a castle coming forward of his own, so now it's a race to Imp. Vinchester's still not up to Imp. Okay, finally. He clicks up. He's at 1,500 gold in the bank. He could buy himself another castle straight up right now.
Let's see, where are the stones accessible for Vinch? He should have, okay, so he's got that stone, and there should be another
There's another one on the far right side of his little island.
Okay, so that's pretty key here, because I think Yo has a stone castled now on the left, and then he's got that stone, and then he's got a stone he's currently on. So there's more stone accessible for Yo from what
Does
I can tell.
Vinchester see with Town Patrol? Does he see that castle with the vision on his own castle? I think he does. It's insane. Yeah, he sees it. Oh my god. So he knows exactly what he needs to do here now. He needs to go for Trebs right away, probably get chemistry as well against Romans, and maybe even think about Fastfire to just clear this middle area and get some Dromans out on the water.
You could also Droman from the outside.
Relics also coming in for both. Vinchester with his third relic on the way. So those have been collected.
And Yo has collected more resources, but look at that KD.
Is that Greek Fire coming in? That's
Fire.
Greek Fire.
Let's go. So
that is not a tech that is gotten very often, and it's really, really good if you're going into fast fires because it's not expensive either.
yeah, and I mean, Byzantine fires are already strong. Now with Greek Fire, what is that? Is it like extra range?
It's extra range.
It's extra range, right? Is it?
It's
just
one
plus
extra
one.
range.
Yeah, just plus
Which on fire battles, because they bump a lot, is actually really, really valuable.
one. Yeah, nice demo there from Vinch. Yeah, Vinch is not losing water here. With Greek Fire, there's no way. After that demo, there's no way. So it's kind of shifting my attention more and more to land, where they're both going to be an imp at the same time, and it's still just one castle for both players.
Yeah, 95 villagers for both too. Good eco upgrades for both of them. Handcart just now coming in from Mr. Yo. No heavy plow there from Vinchester. Is Vinchester, I think, a little bit late on outposting this side. Mr. Yo has already made his way around there.
Yeah.
And he's going to find some pikemen when he goes out here to discover if Mr. Yo is building up. Let's see if he actually completes the outpost on time. He doesn't realize this is happening. The villager is just doing this on her own.
Yeah, maybe Vince just realized now and just clicked her away. Now she's dead. So Trebs are going to be out from both. Dramen's immediately queued up from Vinch. Now, I'm wondering, is he Dramening the left side? Because that left corner...
I think you go after the docks first, and then you get the left side. The docks are going to be dead, so you go left side.
Well, yeah, because like you could Drama in the middle and the outside.
Well, what are you getting from the middle? That's the question. Like, there's not a lot that's super close there.
Yeah, I mean, just...
Imagine the
you are asserting additional dominance is what you're doing.
Asserting additional dominance. AAD.
I mean, it seems like a pretty good game plan to me. Look at that spot that Yo has his Treb. I don't know if he's going to be able to get more Trebs there, but that is a really hard Treb to snipe.
I think it's also a really hard position to push forward from, though.
Yeah,
like if you want to get the Scorpions involved or your units or any siege, they have to go right next to the shoreline, and you can see that Droman just on the edge of your vision firing away at that siege workshop, and now trying to work away on the Scorpions.
Knights coming out from Vinch.
Here it
just
comes.
save those up. But that Knight, oh god, it's good night for the Knights. Yikes. I mean, not really a unit that Vinchester needed long-term, but that's still not something he would have wanted.
That Monk took quite a path there.
Yeah.
The Knights couldn't follow, and the Monk has been kind of an annoyance here for Vinchester, as his castle actually has less HP than the Roman castle. I saw Masonry come in from Mr. Yo really early, so he wants to hold this castle for as long as possible. And there's a second castle war going on the right side as Mr. Yo tries to come forward, gets rocked by some big shots that the Scorpion's not providing enough value yet for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, now I think this is in response to Yo's castle, but Yo's castle is on the stone.
Get capped ram, he's got siege ram, here they come. The Dromans are there to back this up. The siege rams are pushing in towards the Treb, and this has to take Vinchester by surprise. I think if you would have asked him, he would have said there were scorpions inside that siege workshop.
To go directly into siege ram is absolutely insane. That TC is gone, dude. Like, siege ram, the only thing that can kill those siege rams is the Vils. Nothing else helps. And so your eco is just taken for a whirl. Vinchester doesn't have access to lots of stone. Like we said, on the left side, even though Yo lost his castle, he can take more stone. The Trebs take the drama in there, and then the other castle that Yo just built is on the additional
And here
stone.
comes the bombard cannon. The siege ram is working away. Oh, it goes down.
Go
the pikeman's still trying to kill that bombard cannon. Another siege ram on the way. Vinchester needs to save that, and he's trying really hard because his gold income is limited now. He has to find something to do with those 30 villagers.
Yeah.
And
another ram, like the
more
rams. Yeah, like one ram there means that the Treb play from Vinchester is going to be extremely awkward.
Heavy Scorpion as well.
No way.
Heavy Scorpion ram. We ask how the Romans can fight against the Byzantines and the bomber cannons. You just kill them fast enough with all of your siege upgrades. This is a short-term strategy from Mr. Yo. This is not a long-term thing. As soon as we get more bombard cannons, as soon as the Dromans are available to snipe everything down, he's going to die. So he needs to do damage here.
That's my issue, is the fact that even if he can push with the Rams, he still can't stop the Dromans from taking him out.
Yeah, this kind of reeks of desperation a little bit from him.
The Siege Ram play was great, but Scorpions... Like, I feel like he needs something to kill villagers with, too. It is crazy, though. He's got 70% of the map, if you don't count the water.
Is he going to have that for very long with the Dromans able to just sail around and do whatever they want, though?
That's tough. It's really tough.
And it's not like he can take back the outer water, either, because Vinchester still has fast fires with Greek fire patrolling around there.
Yo has trebbed down so many Dromans. But I think if you're relying on... If that's your counter to the Dromans... It's not going to last very long.
It's going to hit this time. It's going to hit this time. It's going to go.
It's going to miss. It missed.
Here it comes. It's going to hit this time. Here we go.
I actually believe... Oh!
No, he moved it. That's not fair. That's against the rules.
Well, the Siege Rams have posed a bit of a threat. Yo is still kind of holding a position on the left-hand side. He has had a lot of time economically, but he's lost that castle. He's up against galleons now, or sorry, just war galley in the middle, and I don't know. I want to say he's struggling, but Vinchester's actually been the one who's struggling.
Corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have to start wondering soon, like, realistically, how much gold does Vinch have available? He doesn't have a lot of stone. We know that. How much even wood does he have available?
Wood is long-term. Yeah, or like farm space even, dude.
Yep.
Like this, Yo's got 144 vils, so he can afford to toss away some units here. And especially
not like
when
that,
units are cheap.
Can he really? No, not like that. Oh my goodness.
Not exactly what I meant. Just noticing that the pressure is added up on some small things you typically wouldn't see Vinchester miss. Ballistics not being in, for example. That had a pretty big effect with the castles, or maybe the ships that are out there. Yo's been able to get some docks down again. So he's going to try and dock now in the middle. Look at Vinchester's Vil queue. He's got 26 Vils in queue.
Yep.
So he's really just at the limit in terms of his multitasking because of all the pressure Yo's
And even like the gold that he's taking north of this battle here, it's ugly, right?
Yeah.
There's houses all over the place. It's not efficient. He's still trying to push in from the other side. Bomber cannons coming up. Mr. Yo has not paid attention to his Scorpions here at all. He gets a lucky shot against the bombard cannon, and hopefully he can get another one from his point of view as the Trebs are going down here. He is docking that middle area. He also dropped the dock on the outside, I think, on the south. So he's going to try and take control of both waters as Vinchester is busy with all of this stuff, and the bomber cannon goes down because, of course.
Yeah, that's frustrating for Vinch because he was even microing that, but he did still take 3 trebs. He does still have that castle. More Scorpions going down for Yo. You get, like, personally to me, there seems like a big multitasking difference between the two.
Yeah.
That Vinchester seems to just be a little bit faster.
That is a big investment. He really didn't want to lose the water there.
I really think that the Drawmans in the middle are going to affect this game massively, though. Like, that castle could potentially, maybe that castle's safe, but a lot of these castles, a lot of these houses, the monastery, it's all ranged from the middle water. So if Yo doesn't have water, he's got to break on land, and he's only lost ground on either side on land.
He has kind of stripped some of the resources from Vinchester, though. I know he didn't take that stone, but he was taking some other res on the other side. So even when he gives back the land, there's not going to be a whole lot there to take. But
That's
Vinchester reclaiming a lot of territory already. Like you said, it's more space for farms. It's more wood long term. And maybe at some point he can take control of his villager queue that still has 28.
I have a feeling this castle could be denied from Vinchester. That's a lot of Scorpions over there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man, but the Scorpions went for the Vills. They were not prepared for the Cataphracts. That's huge for Vinch. He's going to kill all the Scorpions again. He's got a Treb on the other side, and I just don't know if Yo can lose more space here, Dave.
I don't know if this is an ideal map for Scorpions. The pathing alone around these woodlines has been horrendous.
Yeah.
You just can't group them up. You need big open fields with them, and it's just not happening.
Yeah, Yo just hasn't had... Like, as Yo is losing these Scorpions, it's because he's looking at 3 or 4 other spots that Vinchester's hitting him. And so Yo just hasn't had an easy game here. Probably thinking about relocating his relics, probably thinking about what he can even do with his Civ. But kind of from the start, we said, if the Byzantines can last into the later stages, they have the better tech tree, and we are getting to that point where it's pretty clear.
Yeah, Mr. Yo is just continuing to make light cav and Scorpions. And I don't even want to see the trade numbers on, you know, how many Scorpions he's made and how many kills he's gotten with them, because it feels like every time we're seeing Scorpions, they're just dying.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're cheap, I guess, right? That's the positive. Still a little wasteful at times, and
Vinchester's out of stone.
True, but Vinchester will claim this stone if he takes down that castle.
Here come the light cav. That could make things messy for Vinchester. I mean, he's making a lot of different types of units. He's got a lot of population on Navy. He's got a lot of villagers still with 27 vills in the queue.
He might have too much Navy in the middle.
Exactly, and not enough to fight this back.
He's got like 17 fires. I don't think he needs
another
a fire
castle
ship.
from Yo.
What, dude? Mr. Yo is crazy.
Dude, he's not giving up, and he kind of puts that out of range of the Dromans from the center area. They can still range it from the outside, but, I mean, so far, Vinchester hasn't really had any on the outside, and so much of his pop is just mixed up in that Navy in the water.
If Yo can get Halb, he's still kind of... Just look at the eco setup on the minimap. He could still kind of keep Vinchester on a third of the land. And hope that the resources run dry for Vinchester. I'm amazed. Yo has actually taken the score lead here, which will mean a lot for the players, and Yo has... Halb on the way now with the Romans. That could be a really strong addition as Vinchester's going for camels in defense.
Yeah, Vinchester's had a lot of idle time there, just keeping care of his villagers in the base as the raids come in. He's losing territory on the left, but he is gaining on the right, and he still critically has that middle water control, which gives him access to everything along the shorelines. 2 more TCs on the right side from Vinchester. Not that he needs it to produce more vills, but it does secure that area.
Yo has lost so many castles.
Oh, so many,
And yet he still has more castles than his opponent. It's just because he had that map control, and he was mining all that stone. And I just wonder if Vinchester's starting to think, am I in trouble here? Like, is this a problem for me? You would think with the Drawman control that you would be in a better position.
And he definitely still is. Like, he's 40 population ahead almost.
Yeah.
Of Mr. Yo. So, I mean, Yo has a lot of gold in the bank. He's still got enough stone for another castle somehow. We don't know how, but he's got it. And he's pushing in from the left side, getting access to another stone over on that side. However, he hasn't done anything to stem the advance from Vinchester on the right. And now there's the gold there. There's a gold Vinchester already took. There's a stone he already took. There's just a lot of resources available here that Yo can't afford to give up.
Yeah, very hard to focus, though. Vinchester loses his hand cannons to the castle. because the advance from Yo is coming. And like Vinchester doesn't have a lot of space to move around in, dude. He's not gonna have space for farms. He might be pushed off of gold. Like, I don't know how Yo keeps coming back, but he's hanging around.
He's been lingering at 170 pop for so long.
Yo's that guy at the party you're hoping will go home.
No, they never goes home. No, he's gonna be in the back room queuing up for League.
He just never leaves. Oh, and he's making everyone else's life so complicated here. I mean, in late game, these are the things you look at. You look at castle numbers, you look at TCs, and then you look at relics. So I guess Yo doesn't have relics right now, but he does have more TCs. He does have more map. He does have more castles.
Pop. He's gaining. He's gaining in population. And is that the monastery where all the relics are from Vinchester?
I think
it
so,
is.
yeah.
So there's 3 relics inside there. Vinchester also getting raided on the right side, I believe, by something.
Yeah, he's
and
getting
that's
raided.
the Halbs and the light cab coming in. Still no heavy camel because he's trying to tech into literally everything at the same time. And wow, this is getting really, really messy for Vinchester. We thought late game the Byzantines would have the advantage. They should have the advantage. He has the middle water control, and he's just not able to keep up with the sheer aggression from Mr. Yo.
Yo's made a lot of trash units. He's made a lot of light cab, and he's made a lot of halbs. Vinchester just got to the halb upgrade himself, and really hasn't been playing with trash units.
That's a dead bomber cannon.
Oh, dude, I mean, Vinchester just fights right back. He can probably reclaim his relics. He's got 1 on gold, though. 1 on gold. That well, maybe it's gone up to 14.
Yeah, you add an extra 13.
It's still not great.
Close.
Like, that Treb could still get sniped. He's got so little map control. This is crazy.
And he's losing this gold now. He has to move away. And now, finally, the Scorpions find a fight that they can actually win over on this side. They have ballistics, so those villagers need to run away.
Win this game.
They're still going to die. And Mr. Yo, somehow, with Scorpions, Light Cab, Halberdier against Byzantine's late game, is still pressuring. And now the population is getting really, really close. 174 to 190 from Vinch.
Do we have a way of seeing how much wood is left on this map?
Droman goes down to the Treb. Another Droman falls to the Treb.
Like, how much wood is actually remaining? Here's another
I think
Treb
there's quite
shot.
a bit. I think just not on Vinchester's side. There's a lot on Mr. Yo's.
Yeah, I guess
there's wood all over the place there.
Look at the resource balance for Vinchester. 83 on wood.
0 on
37
gold.
on food, 0 on gold.
0 on gold, and he hasn't collected those relics back into the monastery yet.
Yeah, he's got a monk, I think, that's going to be doing.
How has Yo done this?
Yeah, it's impressive. I think a lot of it comes back to how little Yo has spent on everything. He might have lost a lot of trebs, but he didn't spend gold on much else this game. It's just been the light cav, the halbs, and the Scorpions are super cheap. And when you get your opponent into full halb play, the Scorpions actually make a lot of sense. I think earlier Yo was a little distracted, but he's the one who has the map control now.
I feel like Vinchester just didn't know what to do. Like, he just got Galleon. What is Galleon giving you at this point of the game when you're severely low on gold? You've got a few of them. They can help out on the shoreline a little bit.
It was
but he just didn't know what else to do.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It's been such a grind because he pushed back Yo on both sides.
This is a massacre.
But Yo just keeps coming back.
Yeah.
He just keeps coming back with
These
more.
Scorpions are finding insane value.
And I guarantee you on the left side as well, Yo's doing something crazy annoying. Yeah, look, he's got more halbs. He's got more Scorpions. He won't stop.
And he can drop 2 more castles.
Yeah,
if he
Vinch
wanted
is dead.
to.
Vinch is actually dead. This is where Vinch is taking wood, by the way. This is like all
Can we get a
the wood
damage check on those
here.
Scorpions? Just on the right side. The Scorpions right in front of us. I mean, they have 61 kills.
Yeah.
And so much damage on them, too. Like, that is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it used to be such a positive KD for Vinch. It's not anymore. Vinchester had so much control that we thought would win him the game. Vinchester is attacking 2 different castles with Dramans right now. 2. He's got Draman there attacking a castle. I'm pretty sure he has a Draman somewhere else attacking a castle. Castles still haven't gone down.
You don't care. Yeah. If you're Mr. Yo, you got 1,600 stone, you don't care. And you're wondering how you got yourself in this situation, but you're perfectly happy to find yourself in this situation.
That's crazy.
Vinchester has 1 town center left.
Yeah, he never had the map control. And Yo just kept coming, even when he was down in Vills and down in Relics and down, in tech tree options. We'll give him credit. He really stuck with the Roman strengths here. And he's going to get the job done and win the first game. What a win from Yo. I thought he was so dead there.
I did too. Like, he had the eco advantage for a very long time, right? He had the villager advantage, he had the positional advantage, but we've seen it so many times in this Civ matchup that the Romans just don't win against Byzantines late game.
Yeah.
Especially if the Byzantines have more than 100 Vils. Mr. Yo kind of redefining this Civ matchup a little bit and just providing overwhelming pressure from both sides. Vinchester couldn't keep up.
Remember in early imp, there was the Trebor on the left side.
Yep.
Okay. And that Trebor, well, it turned into a Seadram push.
Yes.
Right? Yo never lost that area where the Seadrams came out of and where his castle went down. He always had those buildings there.
He lost the castle there, but he didn't give up.
Correct. He never lost the space. Like, he could always fully utilize that space.
Yeah.
And it was somewhat similar on the other side where the archer range was. Obviously, the eco did expand a little bit for Vinch, but Yo just kept pressuring. And he just kept looking at the minimap. I'm like, he's got 60%, 70% of the land. Maybe there's a chance. Like, what did Vinch need? I thought the Dramans would have taken out the castles. That didn't happen.
They're just too weak, I guess. Like, if you get Elite Cannon Galleon, which is the equivalent, right, has more range, more damage against buildings.
Yeah, yeah.
The Dromans are slightly better against groups of units, and God knows we saw it against the Scorpions early. But against the castles, they just kind of pick away. Also, Romans repair just a little bit faster, which might have helped on some of those castle fights.
It's really hard to focus on it, but it wouldn't surprise me if Yo had random monks trying to convert.
He did. He did at some points, and he landed so many Treb shots on not only Dromans, but bombard cannons.
True, yeah. Because I think in those moments, you're always trying to do something, and then Vinch probably had to pull back, and it was just, Vinch just had to work super hard. So, yeah, we got game number 2 coming up.
What a first game, though.
What a first game. Yeah, what a first game. What a start to the series.
If you're looking for a series to tune into, this is probably a good one. At least on day one. Obviously, we've got some bangers coming up, especially the last one of the day, the El Clasico, Viper versus Doubt. But, I mean, this one's going to be good. Long first game. They'll have to get rested a little bit before the second one. Do you remember what Vinchester had on his draft in terms of maps? Because that was game number 1. I think he might have had African reed beds and Copenhagen, right?
I do, but I also know we have a clip to show the viewers first.
Oh, okay.
Now, a word from our
partners. I could not hear you.
Back then, a pocket watch told you the time, if it wasn't broken, that is. Today, the Hammer smartwatches do so much more. From monitoring your health to managing your schedule, and even keeping you on time for the next Age of Empires final, everything is just a glance away. And they do it in magnificent style. Make more of your time. Hammer.
I don't know how I would feel if I looked at my watch and Doubt was looking back at me. I don't know if I would be happy or concerned.
Having watched Doubt's schedule for tournaments for the last 10 years.
He probably needs a watch.
I sometimes wonder, does Doubt have a watch?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe Doubt could use one, you know? Well, back to your point before, you're talking about the draft here. I think Vinchester's got some really good options. I think it was Vinch that has Copenhagen.
Yeah, because he has Burgundians as well.
Yeah, so I think he's got Copenhagen. We can maybe look to the draft now and speculate a little bit, but that one draft-wise went very good for Yo because I don't think Romans was a high pick.
No, in that matchup either. You're expecting to win most of the time on a map like that.
Yeah. So now Vinch like loses with his number 2 pick. Yep. Loses from a position where he felt like he probably should have won because he had a big score lead and a big advantage at times. So yeah, that's huge for Yo, dude. Like that is the most ideal start. You have. Yeah, you're out-civved, you win anyways.
You're in a losing position, arguably, and you still win, right? And your opponent is going to be really demoralized after that. Now, my question is, does Vinchester go to a fast map that he feels like he can finish early, or does he go to a slow build-up like Copenhagen after such a long game 1?
If you're against Yo, the game never ends early.
Okay.
Regardless.
Yeah.
Like I don't
well,
know
unless it's Copenhagen and he runs his king into your castle.
That's true.
At which point it does end early. Shout out to the previous event in this space.
Yeah. Did Yo run into a castle?
Oh yes. And I remember talking to him after that, and he was literally shaking.
Oh, that game.
Set,
yeah. Okay. Well, it's not going to be Copenhagen. Game number 2, we've got African reed beds. And to your point, this is more of a map where Vinchester's going to feel like he can get some damage
This
early.
is pick number 1 for him, too.
Yeah, pick number 1.
So we might see the full wall. This is usually what they do. This is how the meta is developed here, folks. They either go for a full wall around their entire base really early, or they go for a full wall around just the pond here and try and get their fish traps set up. Now, I think Japanese, you'd go for the wall around the full base because your fish are tankier and they can survive a little bit longer against the early pressure.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe with Dravidians, you're looking for the shorter wall near your dock.
Yeah, I see your arguments there. I think because of the player here, Yo is going to want those full walls. He's never a player to play open, really. But it's a matchup that is kind of awkward at times for both civs. They don't really have the greatest knights long term, so this is most likely going to be about infantry and archers. Yeah.
I mean, we could see cav archers for Japanese, right? Although playing into cav archers when you got a big fish boom doesn't feel great. And is that a barracks from Yo going up already?
I think it is.
At home? I believe that it is.
So Yo isn't even going dock, which is crazy. So this is going to be really fast aggression. I think.
Is this mill in the middle territory?
Historically, I think we see Vils come forward.
Okay.
So I think it's man-at-arms, Vils come forward, and then tower and mill the middle. But this is already a very aggressive build, and you already see Vinch trying to wall.
Yeah.
So Vinch is going for the super defensive play with his #1 pick. Makes sense, but Yo's going to try and send it here.
Well, I kind of like the forward energy from Mr. Yo. If you feel like this is the way that Japanese traditionally play, the one thing that's terrible against a full wall, or for a full wall opponent, is your opponent coming forward with men-at-arms. They just break through so quick, and you're trying to invest wood into your fishing economy at the same time. It's just really, really tough to keep it balanced.
The other thing about this, too, is Vinchester's under land pressure now, and he's going to try and build back some momentum. And sometimes build your way back into a series, you want to find your normal groove. And I guarantee you, 9 out of every 10 games Vinchester practiced, it was a full wall from both type of game. So now Vinch is hoping to get back to that comfort zone that he's used to after all of his practice games, and he's just going to have a tower on his face.
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard to play optimally, and it's very hard to feel comfortable right now for Vinchester.
Do these Vils, I think these Vils make one tower, and then they go back to the middle and start fishing, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think you adapt
Or
a
they
little
just fish
bit.
right away?
Yeah, you could do that.
I guess he's waiting for Feudal Age to come in.
Well, he also doesn't know about the walls. So there's no need for a tower if he doesn't know about the walls. So I think the second he sees the walls, he might bring the villagers forward here. But all the stone, sorry, not all the stone, but most of the stone on this map is directly in the middle there. So you have the shorefish, but then after you tower, you can get more stone for additional towers.
For anyone who's not familiar with this map as well, you have 2 piles of gold at home. There's also 2 hills on the sides. And there are markets in the corner that no one ever trades to, but we have to point out the fact that there are markets, as well as obviously the ponds, making it kind of unique. Full walls are complete now from Vinchester. This has been spotted from Mr. Yo, and he only sends 2 villagers forward, so the remaining Vils will be collecting shorefish, and there's the forward range for Mr. Yo.
Dude, Vinch is going for a super greedy build, too.
This is,
Vinch is still adding fish, and you don't normally see anyone go above 5 fish unless they're planning on going fish traps super early in Feudal. So Vinch was not expecting this pressure. Man-at-Arms is going to be in. He's still over a minute away from the next stage. So odds are very good that Yo's going to get in if he builds a tower here. But let's see if Yo commits to it. He might just wait for the archers.
There's a lot of bad things there's a lot of things that could go wrong here for Mr. Yo, though. If he can't break in, Vinchester's eco is going to continue to scale ahead. You can already see his 200 plus resources collected ahead. Those fishing ships are going to add up. So if Mr. Yo can't break with all of this investment initially, it's going to be really rough for him. And Yo is actually adding in fish behind this. So if the timing just wasn't there, he's still planning on getting the docks out and still planning on getting the fishing ships.
Scout could be super annoying from Vinchester. If he goes to the dock and finds the fishing ships, you can actually use the scout to attack there.
And then they have to invest in a ship, and it's just a nightmare.
Yeah, or send a spearman back when you're already sending, thinking about that forward.
Vinch. Blacksmith, archer range, house. He's really trying to keep Mr. Yo out of here.
This is the type of wall on that hill where there could very easily be a hole depending on how he walls this. If he tries to go for how, okay, see that stresses me out. There's definitely a gap. He noticed the gap.
He saw it. Oh, it's so good.
But there could be a gap between the blacksmith and the other house
he could
because
get
the bamboo. Yeah, the bamboo is confusing exactly. So I assume Vinchester's going to check that, but he does wall behind, assuming it's blocked
There could
off.
be one between the archer range and the blacksmith. I don't think there is because we saw the foundations.
Yeah.
But we'll see if Vinchester actually has this full wall. If he does, a great backup wall because Mr. Yo felt like, okay, now I'm going to get in.
Yeah.
And suddenly he's trapped again. And it's double layer palisade. Its house is on this side. Doesn't look like he can walk through here.
And Fletching is already in for Vinchester too, so he's going to be able to range these archers. Yo is just still trying to pile on as much pressure as possible, though.
Beautiful job from Vinch. A lot of wood invested into this, so we still can't get the fish trap set up, but I think the fish are still there for the time being. Not much longer.
It's so easy, though, to defend from this push and then look back, and you have like 500 wood.
Yeah.
And you've had a bunch of villager idle time. So you really got to stay on top of things. At the same time, it's so easy to just get blocked out and then not have good eco back at home if you're
I
Yo,
think Mr. Yo should probably be sending all those idle vills forward to the middle and just take this fish while you can. I mean,
yeah, I wouldn't hate it.
You're falling behind on eco anyway. You might as well take a risk.
I'm still a little bit surprised. Now, obviously, taking the fish in the middle is good for Yo. Doesn't hurt. But I'm a little surprised that he didn't initially open tower. I feel like he could have been in the front side maybe, or done a little bit more had he towered. But we got supplies now coming in from Yo. Is he planning on making more men-at-arms or what?
Okay, and he's sending... Like, he's sending the men-at-arms forward from that barracks, which is so far behind. I would almost like, if you're going to go supplies, like make a second one.
Yeah,
you know, fully commit to it and try and get in. Oh, that scout is just thinking about being annoying, isn't it?
What? I don't think Vinch remembers that scout exists right now.
When he does see it, oh, Mr. Yo saw it.
But Yo doesn't even know the scout is there. Yo doesn't even know.
There we go.
Oh, that's so funny.
Now he sees it. That's so good.
That's so funny to me. All right, well, now Vinch is like, oh, thanks. I forgot about my scout. Thanks for reminding me. But I mean, okay, supplies is cheap. I don't know how much it is for Dravidians. It's 50% off, right? So it's like dirt cheap. But like, still to stay in feudal age here, to add more men-at-arms now, to now come forward with the tower, it's definitely not the timing you would typically see. So let's see what happens. There's a house wall now, but maybe he could break through.
And that's a lot of skirms with Fletching behind, but still, look at Yo's army. 16 military, 15 on the land, and the villagers now are going to supplement this army with a nice little tower on the front side. It's not the ideal situation to break into, though. If I'm looking for a forward tower, I'm not trying to tower on a palisade wall with house wall behind.
Exactly. I think this is recognition from Yo that with the way Vinchester's played, he's probably way better off in the fish trap.
Yeah.
And that he can't let the Japanese sit back. So on one hand, I appreciate the recognition that he's behind and needs to apply pressure.
Still, he's adding fish of his own.
Yeah,
like he isn't letting Vinchester just well and away get the fish lead.
So I got excited because the towers are in range of each other, and Vinchester actually has archers.
Yeah.
So he can actually send his archers into his tower to fire the additional arrows.
Ooh, that's cheeky from Yo sending the
Is Yo gonna dive?
over on that side? He is. I mean, the men-at-arms are, as you say, dirt cheap. But
I don't know
still
about this
great
one.
walls from Vinchester. Now Yo's stuck. Yo is stuck over here.
Yeah, I mean, he could tell he was thinking about it and realized maybe he shouldn't have gone in here. And nice shot from Vinch. Very nice shot. This is, what, the third time now that he's walled this pressure
There was
out?
also a scout and an archer on the left side of Vinchester's base, and Yo is just trying to be as annoying as possible with that. If he sneaks in, he could then start harassing the fish, making life awkward. Maybe he comes in with some more units. And look at the resources, Tristan. Mr. Yo is going to be up to the castle age first, somehow.
Crazy.
Somehow 31 on food right now.
Yeah. That will probably change because I think he's got 8 that are on berries that are going to move to something else, but he's still got the food income in the middle. He still has access to that stone in the middle, and he still has a decent enough army. Like, he's going to try and break down the walls on the right side.
Yeah. Wow.
But Vinchester's fish trap setup, are those all fish trapped right now?
Yes, except one.
10 fish traps?
Yeah, it's insane.
That's really strong. I mean, Vinch won't need a farm for a long time, and I don't think Yo is a single fish trap to work with.
This is what, angle number 15 that Yo tries to push into Vinchester's base from? And Vinchester has another house wall set up there. I don't think there's any holes. Oh, such nerdy micro here from Vinch. He hasn't been hit by a shot, he hasn't been hit by a shot the entire time he's been taking this fight.
And they're Dravidian skirms as well, right? So they fire faster, and at times we're firing at different times. And Vinch just defends from it perfectly. I mean, Vinchester was ahead the first game, right? Yeah. He will feel as though he should have won the first game. Here, still tip-top shape. Feels like he's in the better position, but Yo will be up faster, and still Yo is full map control.
Only like 600 resources collected behind as the archers push forward, and that whole middle area is exposed.
Yeah, Yo, did Yo just resign? Yo just called it. I think Yo just called it.
Did it crash? I mean, you're the one who said Yo never gives up. Like, did it crash? Did we have a crash?
To me, it looked like he typed.
No, I don't know. We'll have to figure that out.
We didn't see the GG for some reason.
Yeah.
Like, I think what was going to happen there is Yo was going to lose his...
Okay, so they had a crash, so they're going to restore.
Okay, got it.
Cool.
Okay.
It happens.
Okay. Well, Yo is about to lose a couple of villagers in the middle.
Yeah. But that's not enough to make anyone resign, let alone Mr.
Yo. Yeah, true. Yeah. Okay. So they'll restore it after an out of sync, and hopefully things are good.
Yeah.
Assuming we get back in that, fingers crossed, still got to be big advantage for Vinchester here, in my opinion. Yep. 10 fish traps, that takes so much time and resources to set up. And then there's that continuous payoff with the Japanese.
I think the issue for Vinch is if he doesn't pull the army away from Mr. Yo can go for a forward siege workshop, as he loves doing.
Yeah.
And right now, Vinch has only got archers and skirms. And then he has to invest into siege to defend against that, or maybe monks with redemption to defend against that. And that's the type of game that Yo wants to play. That's the type of game where he's holding the pressure forward, and maybe he can get on stone, maybe he can follow it up with a castle. Like, I think with that castle age timing, there's a lot of potential options that Yo can go for.
My concern for Yo is if Vinch says, I'm fully walled, my opponent's wide open, and makes like 2 knights. Like, if he starts to just run around in circles, I think it becomes a very tough game for Dravidians.
He doesn't even have a stable yet, though.
I think he does have a stable. Okay. Yeah, I think he has a stable and an archer range. But maybe Cav archers is what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Yurumi against Samurai before?
Yes, I have. Samurai absolutely clear them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the Yurumis have the slap.
No,
a little whip.
It's a... Sorry, we don't look very classy.
No, we don't.
Doing that in these... Speaking of classy, here we go. 2 classy gentlemen.
Nice segue.
Which one's the samurai and which one's the whip boy?
I think the Yurumi has a mustache, so would I be the Yurumi here?
I mean, maybe.
I don't know.
They're also shirtless.
That's not me.
Oh.
With all these layers, I kind of wish I could be.
You just show up with the bow tie and nothing else.
Yeah, that would be a look. I did that at my buddy's wedding, actually.
Did you actually? Oh my God, dude.
I mean,
is he still your buddy?
I wasn't the only one, but it's a story for another time.
Bow tie, mustache, nothing else.
So they're gonna work to restore this, folks, from where the drop was, and we'll give you updates as we go. Typically, there should be a restore file. You could tell Vinch. A little deep breath there.
He's kind of resetting himself. Yeah.
I find that Vinchester, when he plays.
He looks like
he's like binging. He looks like he's watching a show he's not really interested in for like the 7th episode in a row. He's just kind of he's like too relaxed for me.
I still remember back in the day, him and MBL played a 4-hour game, and afterwards MBL went in classic MBL fashion, went and watched Vinchester's entire stream of the game.
Of course.
And then he sent us a message. He's like, "Look at where he's sitting at the beginning," and he had good posture. And then by the end of the game, all we could see was like half of his forehead in the webcam.
He was sinking lower and lower into the chair. Yeah.
The Andy Tech, right?
Yeah, it was so funny. I remember the game. It was a Teuton's War on Jaguar's Den.
Yep.
It was the map with the Jags in the middle, and you could eat them. Yep. All right. Here we are. And we are back in business, and Yo still got that army to pressure on the house wall. And we'll see what Vinchester chooses to do offensively, if anything. But for now, it's still just defense. He's going to drop a TC now.
I think Yo has walled off his fish at the back, right? I think he's missing one gap.
There are also archers in Yo's base right now, walked across the map.
Oh, that's really, really rough there. With Vinchester's micro, his nerdy micro, he's going to snipe a villager, and he'll be back for more.
So still the eco approach here from Vinch. There's the nerdy micro you're talking about. He killed 2 Vills with the archers already. Probably going to be a third.
God.
He won't give up there.
No.
He's not going to stop.
And look, he's going after the house as well. He judged that that house did not have enough HP. Mr. Yo goes for a clutch gate and doesn't let him in. And the skirmisher is finally going to be able to clear that up. Meanwhile, Yo still trying to pressure forward, but I don't think he can get through the walls. He does have the siege workshop up now.
Yeah, he needs...
He's got elephant archers coming out.
Yo just needs to keep up the pressure here. There's still a big risk with the fishing economy of the Japanese. Vinchester has 12 fishing ships on fish traps right now, plus he's got the 2 TCs. But matchup-wise, if it's elite skirmisher and elephant archer, that's really tough for the Japanese to stop. So it is actually quite difficult for the Japanese if it's not the economy that's winning the game for them.
Look at his unit lineup, though. He's got Vills, fishing ships, skirms, elephant archer, 1 men-at-arm, a scout, an archer, a monk, an elephant
and a
ram,
partridge in a pear tree.
A mangonel, a fire galley. Like, I expect a trade cart pretty soon. Mr. Yo's got absolutely everything in his arsenal here, and he still goes for more elephant archers because he has the Boudico to back it up. Gill nets is coming in, though. Those fish are scaling really well for Vinchester, and Mr. Yo is still wide open.
This is the issue. Like, if your army is not attacking Vinch and breaking him, he will just
and he
run
just runs
through
right
your
through.
base.
He runs right through into that gold. Such a great decision there from Vinch. He calls out Mr. Yo. Mr. Yo expected him to back away from that TC, and now Yo needs to get a wall up before he can get in onto the fish. Stone walls there, which are nice. He's going to defend for a little while longer, but the Cav Archer's still roaming around.
Like where
4 kills.
Yo's army's got to apply some pressure. It's got to break through some walls. It's got to do something because Vinchester's just going to keep doing this. He's going to find the damage. He'll split up his units. This will not be an issue. And behind it, Vinchester's economy can get even better. So this is what I was worried about here for Yo. 15 eco behind now, and now there's another group of Cav Archers running around.
And the Elephant Archers are just slowly kind of meandering their way over to deal with this, but those Cav Archers can dance circles around the Elephant Archers, especially without ballistics. What are you really going to do against those?
Yeah, I think this does make Vinchester think a little bit long-term on what he needs to do. Might need to mix into some skirms against the Elephants. The Elephants are really strong in a straight-up fight.
Do the Japanese Cav Archers get bonus damage against Elephant Archers?
I think they should.
I think they should, yeah, because they got the Archer
should get the +2. Yeah. So I mean, I guess that's nice. Maybe that's in the back of your mind. You're thinking it's fine.
It's not a matchup I've seen very often. Cav Archers against Elephant Archers.
Correct. Yeah. I like how Yo's added them. The main issue for Yo right now is he hasn't been able to actually force the fights with them.
Yeah.
In Imp is when the Elephant Archers become very strong because that's when units are strong enough where random houses are not stopping you from breaking into eco, and you could just move your army anywhere.
Look at the res collected now. See how that scaled ahead suddenly?
Crazy.
With the fishing ships bringing in all that food, like almost or more than double the amount of fishing ships as he tries to go for the university, but the Cav Archers are there. They're everywhere. They're showing up where he least expects. And this is kind of brutal once again for Mr. Yo as Vinchester will run around, try and dodge those skirms, which still don't have ballistics. So the Cav Archers can just kind of come through the eco. However, Yo goes for some clutch quick walls, and the Cav Archers are pushed into the town center and then the skirms.
Oh, come on, Yo. Don't let him. Oh, God, not your fish.
They get to the back.
Not your fish. Well, honestly, well done from Yo to place TCs where he did. He has had a lot of town centers up. There he lands a really nice shot. Vinchester doesn't... No, sorry, he does have bloodlines. He just simply got hit, and
he was
all
distracted.
of a sudden, the skirms and the Elephant Archers have some potential, maybe.
Nice castle there from Vinchester. Like we said before, the only extra golds are on the sides. So late game on this map generally revolves around controlling those hills.
Yeah.
And Vinchester's going to get the castle up there. Mr. Yo still protecting the fish in the middle. That's what he's used the Elephant Archers for so far. And Vinchester now making a switch into Knights. He's going to go for that +2 armor on the Knights and try and get the raids.
I wish I could say the one thing that Yo does that allows him to just stay in games. But there's really no answer because he can do it in so many different ways.
Yeah.
Like the first game was a great example of it. And now he's still got decent opportunities. But +2 armor is in now for these knights. So while the elephant archers are going to take a long time to get killed off, they're not going to kill the knights all that quickly. And now we have elite skirm from Vinchester as well. So he should be able to take the middle, and Yo's got to get out of here.
That battle absolutely never ends. The knights can't do enough damage. The elephant archers can't do enough damage. The skirms are coming over now. Yo did such a good job protecting these villagers for so long.
Yeah.
But now Vinchester with +2 armor just doesn't care, and he's got the food eco to back it up. 39 on food, plus those 14 fishing ships as part of that, bringing in food really quickly. However, Yo's resources looking pretty solid himself.
Again, like, is it the fights from Yo? Is it just the numbers he makes? I don't know, but honestly, still going to hold some middle control. He could still make some siege here. His skirms are going to hold. He's behind economically, but maybe he's got a chance here.
5,000 more res collected for Vinchester.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It just keeps
and also, Vinch has killed 14 eco, and Yo has killed 0.
Yeah.
So it's just, everything has looked so good for Vinch. The main thing is army type now. And I guess his answer is Elite Skirm. I love Elite Skirm as long as the siege doesn't become an issue for Yo in the middle.
Mr. Yo finally getting ballistics there. Vinchester looks like he has some units scouting the right gold area. He already has control over the left, so that's nice from Vinchester. Mr. Yo, with the amount of gold that he's mining, as soon as he clicks up the imp, there's not going to be much gold left at all.
That was huge. I think like this game is slowly slipping away from him, and he needed that mangonel to hit the skirms.
Yeah.
And yeah, Vinch is just, he's played in a perfect game. The thing I keep coming back to is he did the same in the first.
Yeah.
But he knows where the golds are. He could snag relics. And Yo went from having all the army to pretty much no army now.
Yeah, and the resource is looking super solid from Vinch. I love how much respect he gave that early push from Yo. Like, every time he gave up a house or a wall, he had a wall behind.
Yeah, true.
He had the tower behind.
True.
Like, he made the realization that if Yo gets inside in Feudal Age, his entire fish boom strategy is completely canceled.
So, when you're behind an eco, you pretty much can choose one unit to commit to, fully upgrade, and then hope to switch later.
Yeah, but like, what is that going to be with Dravidian?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
It's going to be skirms?
Yeah, I think skirm is your best option.
And you're not going to have gold like supply for that much longer. He's still got 4 tiles over on the right there, but I mean, both sides are going to be controlled by Vinchester. Double castle now from Mr. Yo, just to keep himself safe.
Yeah, I mean, if Yo can get a couple castles up, get to Imp, he has one big push available for the middle or the sides. Because you still got enough gold for that. So that might be the plan now. But Vinchester's on the way up, and Vinchester's Knights are going to run through, and Vinchester's Knights are going to make it back to those neat little fish traps. And so that's going to be another economic loss there for Yo. Now more villagers are going down to the castle, but Vinchester's going to back away.
It's just so much easier for Vinch right now than it is for Yo,
Yeah.
right? Like, he can keep picking away with the Knights. He can start thinking about what he wants to make in Imperial Age, and I think it's probably just, you know, Trebs and maybe some skirmishers or arbalists of your own.
I watched Mr. Yo, we both watched Mr. Yo play in a Treb War situation yesterday. And the Treb mod that he uses is insane. Like, the Treb balls are on fire, and then when they hit a castle, there's like a massive explosion on the screen. It's so distracting. But it's so funny to me that he's got like 70 graphic mods that he plays with.
No, I know, and he switches them up all the time. Like, he used to have I remember once in a tournament, we switched to his POV, and my man's got polar bear Knights.
Polar bears on Knights?
It's like, switch back!
It's such like, most pro players are not like that. Most pro players will go for the most optimal settings. The fun kind of gets removed, but I think we actually had Yo tap out here.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Beautiful
GG was
job,
called, and Vinchester wins, and Vinchester ties it up. And that's exactly what he needed. The first game he would have felt like was a throw. This game was just perfect from him.
Yeah, we can't see much because they had to restore there, so it's cut off halfway, but still, really good respect given from Vinchester to that push from Yo early. It kind of nuked everything. I also liked from Yo's POV the fact that he went all in at the beginning, but he added the fish behind too.
Yeah.
And that meant that he had a better castle age time. Unfortunately for him, he just couldn't really do that much with the castle age time. He didn't get the siege workshop up fast enough. Vinchester came in with those archers, which was brutal.
Yeah.
And probably nuked a lot of his timing, but still, really solid approach from Vinchester. Great defense, and then the aggression later, and the eco was just insane.
What I would have liked to see there from Yo, obviously I think a perfect game from Vinch, but it felt very out of place that he went for all that army and didn't go for a tower, and then went for the tower like 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
So initially we were thinking tower before the house walls can come up, right? Because the longer feudal age goes, the more Vinchester knows you're going to be attacking, the more he's going to house wall.
Well, he
up.
had the archers really soon. Maybe he didn't
that's
want
true.
to push into the TC from that front angle.
Yeah.
Because he knew the TC was there. It's difficult, right? We don't even know what's going through their mind until we ask them later. We can only assume. But the tower not being up early is kind of questionable a little bit.
That's the one thing.
And you could have maybe broken through a little bit sooner.
Yeah, that's the one thing. But, I mean, Vinch played it perfectly. Who's to say Vinch wouldn't have defended from it anyways? So, apologies. Production again asked me, we got something coming up next for you, but I cannot hear today. So, okay, we've got a little ad for you.
And now, a word from our partners.
Eek! A mouse! A mouse!
What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the UH Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the U-Rage Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why U-Rage? It's all good. Get yours on Mueller.de.
Would you say that that was like the acceptable level of cringe? Because if there's a level, I think that's right in the middle.
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
that was pretty good. I like that.
A mouse.
Yeah, I was confused. I knew they were a sponsor, and I still completely forgot. So they had me hook, line, and sinker there. But well played, well played. And thanks to all the sponsors who sponsored the event. We have quite a few.
Yeah.
And you'll hear more about them this week.
Down below.
And all below, yes. And behind us, actually. And around us.
Let's hope we get some more creative ads as well, because the ones so far
they've been really good.
Really, really good, and they fit the theme.
Yeah.
Which we also fit quite well. You look good.
Did you end up sorting out the wardrobe situation?
Yeah. I think I figured it out. Those pants are definitely too small.
Most of the things I initially tried on were like 2 sizes too big.
Yeah, mine were 3 sizes too big.
Yeah, so
we got it figured out.
It was a bit tricky. Got it. Cool. Well, it's been interesting. I'm trying to think about like the outfits that we have worn.
Yeah.
At all these events, right? And we've had like the villager costumes, the crazy
medieval costumes.
It wasn't necessarily.
I was a hobbit once.
You were a hobbit, yes.
And had the ring.
Was I like a painter or a scribe?
You
or
had the
big hat,
fluffy. You had like the Magellan hat or something like that, right? Like you had the Leonardo da Vinci era, 1400s kind of 15 whatever.
That was very specific.
Yeah.
So, well, this is, I guess, a step up from that. We don't have to wear a hat today. So, Game 3 is going to be coming up, Vinchester and Yo, and let's see who can take it. I feel like Vinchester's actually maybe played the better series so far. He could have won the first game, but Yo brought that one back, so let's see if that continues. We've got #1 pick here for Yo. He's gone for the Mongols on high tides, and we've got the Mayans now from Vinch. So earlier today, we had the Incas played on this map to go water control and then Eagles. So Vinchester might be trying something similar. Yo's got Mongols, which helps with the initial hunt, but then also the hunt that you're going to see available down towards the bottom. So the water in the north is a big deal, and I think right now Vinch is looking to deny the dock, but there's also the hunt as well. So when Mongols are involved, you have to be paying attention to that.
Yeah, and you can see that Eagle finding the villager now, and it commits against the scout because it wins the fight in Dark Age against that scout. Once they're in feudal, the scout will suddenly win that. But Mr. Yo is forced back a little bit. He doesn't go to the middle area, and Vinchester goes for a very forward dock on that middle area with 2 villagers, so he can come over and chase this villager away.
That's what he's going to do. That's his plan here. This is a really well thought out plan. Also, will Yo expect this? Most likely he will not. Now, in a 9 villager start,
here she comes.
The Mayans don't get housed right away, so they don't get loom. So Vinch doesn't actually have loom, but neither does Yo. So it's Loomless Vills, and Vinchester's going to try and attack the Scout, and the Villager as well.
He couldn't make up his mind, but he does get the Villager.
Yeah.
He's losing the Eagle, which is kind of a big deal. Mr. Yo is going to have better scouting, but still, overall, I think that's a much better trade there for Vinchester as he now gets Loom.
Is that not an invitation for Yo to just immediately take the hunt in the south now? Because he can't be spotted?
I don't think so, because the mines can just go for an Eagle right away in Feudal Age. But I don't know if you'd send the Eagle there as well.
You could do, like, in theory, right?
I think that's a little ambitious with, like, you don't even have enough wood for a mill yet. You got to invest in other things. It's really tough, right?
But I think early Feudal now, if you would have been hesitant before, you're going to think less about winning the water and more about taking the hunt in this position with the Mongols. So it's something to think about. Yo has also already shown that he's quite comfortable just giving up water to prioritize land like he did in the first game. So Yo goes out to that very forward gold. He is going to take gold, so that tells me he'll probably make a ship or two. But no second... I think Yo might have a Villager coming up for a second dock, actually.
Honestly, on this map, what I really, really like to see, and I don't know if we're going to see it from Mr. Yo, but I wonder how well it works to just go land, like not invest anything underwater early, no dock early. Go land and then dock after you've got your first few land units out and try and take back the water again while you're distracted.
I think the only civ, as we see the dock coming up there on the other side, the only civ that could justify that would be the Mongols.
Yeah.
But just, if you don't dock in Dark Age, you're down workers. And it just, it does feel a little
It feels
awkward.
bad, yeah. I don't know how bad it actually is. That's the question, right? And there's the barracks early from Mr. Yo. So he's got double dock, and he was thinking about the barracks. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to afford all of the things that he wants to do.
I think after you make the second fire, then you can add the barracks.
Maybe.
So that's what he wants to do. So he'll likely do that. We still have just one dock from Vinch, if I'm not mistaken. So he is going to add the second now.
And he's investing a lot into walls, too.
Yeah.
He expects something coming forward, and he's got a villager building that long, long wall. It's not going to be in on time with just one villager building that if he's expecting early pressure.
Yeah, then there's still no barracks for Yo. Just keep an eye on your screens. Yo should eventually, if he knows this map, should be sending villagers down to the hunt in the south. I think it'd be a big waste when your opponent's walling.
He's sending them now.
You gotta get Vills down there.
Yeah, I think he's sending them now on the left side of his base.
Yeah,
he's got
he
a
is.
red blob coming forward, and now we have the two fires also pushing out as well. And there they go.
Yeah, that's huge. So there's also Shorefish. So you can build a mill on Shorefish and then also have the hunt. It could be really sick.
Vinchester is housed. That's an ugly time to get housed.
Yeah.
When you first get to Feudal Age, and he's building it with those two villagers. So, oh no, he already completed one at home. Okay, so he can start the fires coming out, but still, he's being harassed by Mr. Yo over there. He's worried about the land pressure. Mr. Yo is going to take advantage of that hunt at the bottom, and he still is going to have the population lead on the water. So, a really, really good start for the Mongols.
Just so fast. This is what the Mongols are so good at, whether it's scouts or step lancers. They just get that early eco. If you have the fast builds, you can hit with the timings. And Yo does have a lot to pay attention to here, but look at the numbers. He'll take out the Fire Galley, and that, like, he hasn't won one water, but that is completely, this is a dream start here, if you ask me, considering how he lost the Villager in Dark Age.
Yeah, and Vinchester, like, still working on these walls. So much investment. I know the walls are cheaper for Mayans, but it's still a lot of villager time. It's a lot of wood. He has to build it all the way to the edge of the map because he can't go directly to the shoreline. I mean, he's not even controlling the water at this point. And Yo is taking the hunt in the south, and he's also adding a production building up front of his base. What is that? It's an archer range.
I love the recognition from Yo, who typically walls up a lot, to see the walls from Vinch and say, actually, let's just be aggressive. And even he also delayed the archer range and the barracks because he realized he was going to run into walls.
Can you justify, like, trying to go up to Castle Age first?
I think
before making anything, because I don't know how much a couple archers is going to do against those walls.
I think you make the archers because of Castle Age. You want to pressure, but also you don't know if Vinch has barracks and archer range hidden.
That's true.
So what you don't want is you don't want Vinch to just pop out with 5 archers. Now, if you see that barracks going up now, then maybe you could cancel the archers, but he doesn't know that.
Still good contests here from Vinchester. He's got the demo out. He's got 4 fires, a couple more in the queue. Mr. Yo pulls them back away from the repair villagers because Yo hasn't had any repair villagers forward.
But Yo,
Not a great demo.
Yo has had 2 fish against 0, so he's going to feel like even if he starts to lose water control now that he's at least had the lead for now. Resources collected is actually really close, and even though Yo's had momentum, Vinch could come back on water, and Vinch is completely safe compared to Yo, so there's a lot of things that could change here.
Look at the resources for Mr. Yo. He's about to click up. Vinchester, not close. That hunt is helping Yo a ton in the south.
And also Yo skipped a lot of army, right? He knew that he wouldn't necessarily need to rush upgrades like fletching or forging, and as the fish go down there for Yo, nice job here from Vinchester. Feels like he needs his water control to feel stable in the game, but Yo's resources, as you said, are just looking so much better than Vinch's to go Castle Age.
Yeah, once he drops off from the hunt in the south, he should have close to enough to go up to Castle Age. Got another demo in the queue. Still kind of hovering in that weird area around 600 food without a market.
Yeah.
Where you're just trying to get up, but you don't want to stop villager production. Now 719. Oh, this. Oh, man, we've all been here, right? Now he has to queue another villager, town watch, and everything. It's just. It's not comfortable position to be in, for sure.
I think Vinch is going to click. Sorry, I think
There's
Yo's going to click up. But I really would like to see him wall. I like him delaying the walls so far, but you can't leave a whole front of your base open, in my opinion. I think it's a little too risky with the way your gold's positioned here.
Okay, he's dropping off the food. He clicks up.
Okay, so he's up. Vinchester's resources still not anywhere close, but he can't take damage, and because he's got the walls down. And he's also adding fish. So I expect the resources collected to be pretty even, and Yo's going to have some decisions to make. He hasn't made any archers yet, so clearly doesn't feel like he could do... Sorry, he hasn't made any more archers. So clearly he doesn't feel like he can do more damage with them.
What do you make here of your Yo? Are you going like cav archers?
It looks...
Step lancers?
It looked like what I would make is I'd try and go like Siege Workshop on the front, go Night Siege.
Yeah. Does he have the res for that?
Yeah, yeah.
Does he have the eco for that?
It almost feels natural to just boom and not make army.
Maybe.
It's super weird. He's getting fletching now, but it's quite late, and now he's going to lose his archers. He's still wide open. I like the house walls he did in some areas of the map. But is it just skirm defense? I mean, I don't know what to tell you about Yo's position right now.
I mean, he still has the 200 stone. You almost have a completed wall. You're going to be up first. Like you said, the boom feels possible, but it doesn't feel great. Like you're not controlling the game. Then you're ceding control of the game over to Vinchester.
Yeah, you want, like, when you get to Castle Age, you want an instant advantage.
Yeah.
And right now, I guess that is a TC. Because he's unable to fight back on water. His wood just disappeared, though, so he must have added some buildings. And, okay, second archery range is the plan. Okay, so I guess a couple skirms out in the field to defend, and then cav archers is going to be his play if he's adding the second range.
Cav archer mobility, step lancers, really, really good against meso civs. So pretty good against mines, especially when you're so far apart, right? You can just run circles around them.
It'd be really nice for Yo to keep that scout alive to be able to spot any movements from Vinch, because Vinch should have a pretty crazy archer count. Now, Vinch is going to feel really uncomfortable right now, but does he have his archers? Oh, they're in the south.
Wow. Nice spot there from Mr. Yo to track those.
Wow, that's so big.
So Vinch was looking for the villagers that he thought were down here.
Yeah, that's really well played. Did they I don't think those... Did we miss some vills dying there, perhaps?
No, he pulled them away, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we have only seen the fishing ships and the one vill go down early.
Okay. Yeah, I think I saw the archers had one kill, but I don't know on what. Yeah, on something else. Maybe it was on something that wandered around down there. But yeah, probably a good idea to move away from the hunt for now and transition in towards farm. Second TC for Yo. Cav archers on the field. Vinchester still a minute away from being up to Castle Age.
Now the question is, if you're Vinch, like, you have to play towards Mr. Yo is playing double range cav archers, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have to do that just to keep yourself alive. And the unfortunate part is he could be doing this. He could be going one range and just booming up, and then you're going to be pretty far behind. But still, you're going to have 10 plus crossbows.
It's decent enough, and you have the fish. So Yo needs I don't know math here, but he needs to have the second TC for what, like over 2 minutes to catch up on 5 vills? Or I guess maybe the second TC for a minute and 15 seconds.
25 seconds per vill.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because you have the first TC.
There's 60 seconds in a minute.
Don't make me do this right now.
And then we do 2.5 minutes.
It's unimportant.
Okay.
Okay, it's unimportant. What's important is that you understand the concept behind what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
And so, eco count, actually, Vinchester's ahead somehow, you know? So, listen, if Vinchester has
I love that you say somehow, and Vodka just immediately pans to the fish. He's like, of course it's the fish, you idiot. It's all the subtle things, dude. He's chirping you without saying anything.
Oh my god, I didn't realize that. It's good to know your observer's locked in.
No, I know he's locked.
So
he's got two things of capture age open, by the way. If you're wondering how we do the picture-in-picture highlight stuff.
Yeah.
He's got 2 separate computers with capture age.
Yeah, I wonder if he can show the units attacking the wall and these crossbows at the same time.
I mean, I'm sure he can. We have great expectations from Vodka. It's going to be absolutely insane. Oh, he's the best.
I wish we had footage on him. I wish we had footage on him right there because he was moving so fast, I bet. Well, the crossbows do break through, and they push Yo off of gold. Now, Yo does have access to other golds, but as I mentioned earlier on in the day, you pull 10 vills off of gold. That's huge. It really delays your economy. So Yo's got kind of a map control issue right now, and it's turned into a bit of a boom game where I think it could be pretty close, but I actually think I prefer the Mayans.
I think so too. Yeah, I mean, 22 crossbows just controls this map for the next like 5 minutes, unless he tanks a massive shot from the Mangonel, but it's Vinchester.
It's Vinch.
It's Vinchester.
Yeah. Yeah, Vinch is going to run towards that Mangonel. He is not scared of that at all. And picking off the skirms there. Yo still not able to really hit the best of shots. And honestly, I've seen better attempts from Yo, and Vinchester made it look easy.
And he's still got the hole in his base, too. He didn't do anything about that.
Yeah, Vinch is insane. And look at the crossbow count. It's going to be 30 soon. Vinchester's got 3 TCs behind it, and Yo is 30 population behind. He's got 1 army. It's a demo inside of a dock.
And he doesn't even have the villager lead. He had the TCs up faster. He doesn't have the villager lead. He's on stone there, so he's thinking like, okay, Mangadai, right? That's my fallback plan. Mangadai produced so slowly. You're not even close to having the amount of stone. You have nothing to defend here. Vinchester just snipes that Scorpion, and now he can start sniping farms and keeping your villagers idle, and this is a disaster suddenly for Mr. Yo. Maybe instead of booming from that position with his castle each time, he should have gone aggressive.
Yeah, he wasn't really sure what to do. I'll tell you that much, but Vinchester's just shot out of a cannon here. And it is crazy. We talked about it before. Vinchester, if you look at his cam, he doesn't look like someone who's microing this much and playing this intense.
He looks like he's bored.
Yeah, he's just chilling out, man. And look, the resources are looking great for him to rise to imp. I mean, Yo is in a really rough spot right now.
Yeah, this is the classic, right? Yo is just going to bank on the unique units. Unfortunately, Mangadai are one of the slowest producing unique units in the game. It is actually painful sometimes.
Yeah.
If you lose a couple of them, you feel like you can't get them back in time. Mangonel now coming out. Maybe it might do better than the first one. I don't expect it to. Another Scorpion as well, and Yo's just trying to keep himself safe.
Of course, Vinchester sees the Mangonels there next to 2 crossbows. Of course he notices it. And
it's not like Yo can go for a Desperation Castle either, because Vinch has units everywhere.
Yeah, I
can't even push.
Maybe he could do it right now because the crossbows moved out of position. But like the crossbows are still going to break through. That's why Vinchester's here. And just the confidence from Vinch, he knows that he's going to keep these units alive, and he just keeps moving around.
33 crossbows, and he's making an eagle switch. And I think he made those barracks in the center of the map, too. Now the castle goes up for Mr. Yo. You can't build a perfect castle here, though. There's too much to protect. You just can't get that optimal location, and he's going to hope that he can clear up some of these crossbows, but there's so many of them.
Yeah, and it's not as if Vinchester doesn't have good economy behind this as well. Now the castle goes up. Vinchester isn't noticing this for once. This is almost, you know, human of him now. I guess he had a Mangonel to contend with. But, you know, Mangadai take a long time to get to the numbers, as we've been saying, and I don't even think that castle fully protects that gold. That gold's still a problem.
There's still a hole in the gold.
Yeah.
Which is just concerning at this point, because
Yeah.
Vinch has come through there 3 times already.
I like what Vinch is doing to mix in a couple Eagles, but I really think Imp is the right call here. Just get up to Imp, stay on crossbow, get to some trebs. There goes the demo from Yo. 5 Eagles and you're probably fine.
Yeah.
You just probably want the Eagles to snipe the Mangonel, so that doesn't happen.
He was in the market. He was in the market. He was trying to get some res. He was trying to get the castle in the center, which controls that whole area. Would love to see the relics coming in now because he's got so much control. But, I mean, Vinchester loses a couple crossbows, still has 21 of them, and here come the Eagles to snipe the Mangonel. Is that walled?
This is, if Yo re-walls this, that's actually pretty sick. Because the Eagle investment was pretty significant. And he wanted these Eagles to snipe the siege and be able to run through here. He's going to get through anyways.
Really, really nice job from Vinch there. He focused on the Villi, pushed her away. He got through the house in time. The Mangudai are here, but it's been forever since that castle's been up, and there's only 4 Mangudai.
Yeah. Yeah, Yo does have... If that would have been walled, Yo could have built a safe castle in the back next to that gold. Then he'd have 2 castles to get the numbers out. But now he's got bigger problems, and he doesn't even know that Vinchester's got a castle on the front right now.
I think if you're Vinch, this is enough to hold. You don't dive. You don't need to dive here, and then you just sell your stone and go up to him.
If you're Vinch, you have to dive. There's no other way to live. Like Vinchester just can't help himself, dude. He gets the snipes. But yeah, I think Imp and Trebs has got to be the game plan. And I think in the matchup, eventually you want Eldorado Eagles, but I don't even think you need to rush that yet. I think
the final armor upgrade is fine. Yeah, final armor upgrade.
Yeah.
Or just bracer and maybe get some, you know, armor on your plumed archers could be huge as well. They produce way faster than the Mangudai. Still, Mr. Yo has a second castle now north of that gold. So he's got 2 castles to produce Mangudai. Maybe he can get to the numbers he needs. It is a really, really good unit, even in Castle Age.
Yep.
It's just concerning fighting an Imperial Age opponent with Bracer.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Yo's army might be better soon, but as you said, the Imp upgrades will probably change that.
And the plumes are coming out as well. And the resources are still looking fantastic for Vinch. He's grabbing the relics now. He could go for a second castle soon. Ballistics on the way. Thumb ring on the way. The university came up for Mr. Yo, or it's about to be completed. But the resources just aren't there to do anything.
He was just he had so much on stone, and he had so much idle time compared to his opponent here. And so he didn't have the time and focus to get that farming eco. He's fixing it, so he's going to be in a better spot there. But look at that castle from it. That's risky if you know Yo spots you, but does Yo even see the castles going
Yo
up?
came over. Like, he was wondering, like, where's the villager going? And Town Watch with that castle will tell him exactly where the castle from Vinchester is. Unfortunately, it's only 5 Mangudai.
Yeah.
And here come the crossbows. So as soon as he comes over there, he's going to need to back away. More Mangudai going for the raids in the south. They're unable to get in.
Yep, not able to get in, which is great for Vinch because he's also able to protect his castle here. You can tell he's probably looking at those Mangudai right now. And the plumes get a trap on the Mangudai here too. I don't think these Mangudai are going to be able to make it away, but he does have the Mangonel here.
Out, I think.
Yeah, GG.
There we go. Great play from Vinchester. Mr. Yo had a really good sequence at the beginning where he sniped the fish, and then he got up to Castle Age so quick. But it was that weird transition. Like, both of us were thinking, can he boom? Can he do
what's he gonna do?
What's he realistically going to do? And I think he picked the wrong option. I think he should have probably gone forward first.
I think if you're, like, my issue is he had all that time to protect himself from army that would come forward.
True.
And he had massive problems.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with booming if he doesn't have to be pushed completely off of his main gold.
Yeah.
Like, what if he was taking the gold that was behind the walls and that was just house walled? Right? Like, the one palisade wall.
What if he didn't have that one little gap there?
Yeah, I mean, credit to Vinch, though. Vinch saw it, had to kill off units, push in towards siege. Remember, he killed the Mangonel, so it's just really good play from Vinch, I think. But it's a weird one. You don't typically see someone be 3 minutes later to Castle Age, and then just, like, completely dominate from there. But he had the fish. He was Mayans with time to cook. And, yeah, Vinch, yet again, looked very good. I mean, it's been a hell of a series, but even though the score is 2-1 for Vinchester, every single game, Vinchester has played better at the start. Yep. Every single one.
And every single fight, Vinchester has been taking better.
Yeah, but it was just that game one grind. Maybe that's what Yo needs. Like, maybe if we have Copenhagen coming up, that's good for Yo because the game goes super late.
Yeah.
and then that's where he shines in this
I'm
matchup.
not certain that Burgundians is great for Yo on Copenhagen.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see. But we do have another clip to show you all from one of our sponsors.
And now, a word from our partners.
Look, you know how exhausting it is to control all our fine electronics at home? Well, I think I found the perfect solution. Elmo, come here. Come here, boy. Sit. Hey. That's a good boy. You're fine. Sit. More. Couch lamp. On. It's a good boy. Come here. Sit. Sit. You're fine. Elmo. Couch light 2. On. Good boy. Elmo. Couch light 1. Off. Couch light 1. Off.
Maybe it's time to try something smarter?
Say hello to smarter lighting. Hammer Smart Lights bring voice control, energy efficiency, and 16 million vibrant colors right to your fingertips.
Oh my, what a terrific alternative.
More smart, more home. Hammer.
I like that dog.
I did like that
Yeah, that's
dog.
my favorite part.
I didn't know exactly where that was going to go.
Yeah, I had no idea. We have not seen these.
Yeah, I have not seen them either. So we've been enjoying them right along with you. But what a little ad. What a series we have here. I think I'd love to see the draft again because I forget the other map apart from Copenhagen.
Yeah.
But I think we've got Copenhagen.
We've got Pacific Islands. I think.
Pacific. Oh, dude, this is an amazing series. Oh man, that's
Pacific
great.
Islands. Both of those are like grindy maps.
Yeah,
they
and
can both go very, very
and
long.
they're very interesting too. I mean, just strategically. So far, Vinchester's played with the Japanese, the Byzantines, and the Mayans, meaning he's got Saracen, Huns, Burgundians. I think
really interesting civs there too.
Like I think Burgundians probably for
and then
Copenhagen.
Saracens for Pacific Islands.
Yes.
And
Or
then
Huns.
we have Italians, which is good on both for Mr. Yo. Vietnamese, and then Chinese.
So Chinese
is good on Copenhagen if you can make it work.
Yes, but I think what you have to think what's better against Burgundians. I actually think Chinese against Burgundians is great.
Okay.
If we get there, but that's not going to be it right now. We've got game number 4. We've got Pacific Islands. We've got Huns. And on this map, you start with in an island that's sparse of resources, and then you have to decide where you want to go long term. You don't see this every time, where a player will actually build their lumber camp in the middle. So Yo has done that.
It's a little bit more common, I think, on Nineville start, where you can just send the villagers right away.
Yep.
And that's what we're playing right there. So Yo sends them over. He makes the lumber camp. And Vinchester, I mean, it would be a little bit harder for him to do that as Huns. I think you want the consistent wood eco coming in at home so you can start the docks as soon as possible.
Okay, so I've seen a lot of fast castling on this map with specific civilizations. Italians is one of the best because it's cheaper to go up to the next stage. So I'm wondering what Vinchester's approach will be. Maybe what Vinchester's approach will be is he will try and determine where Yo is on the middle islands and try and go archers there in combination with fire galleys or something.
Also, just to reiterate, like there's not many fish on this map. We look at that dock from Vinchester, there's one fish there.
And that's
it.
That's amazing.
There's another one way over there. Yeah, it's very, very rare. So the fish boom potential here is very low.
Yeah, it really is. Now, since you start with the transport, you can scout the optimal dock location, which I assume both players have done because of their good starting docks. But we'll see. Right now, Yo, even scouting the island, and now Vinchester scouting the other island. So they're just trying to determine now where the opponent is. But you could, again, in theory, go archers or scouts or something to try and stop the opponent on one island. but you always have the transport to move it over to the other islands. And then there's the water aspect, and then there's the eco. It's super tricky.
Okay, so we've got Vinchester building up. We've got Mr. Yo building up. Yo kind of looks like he wants to go up a little bit quicker here.
Yeah.
He's banking food right now. He queues up another villager behind that, but a second fishing ship on the way. And Vinchester now banking food too. So both of them thinking maybe not the fast castle approach, maybe something in feudal age here. My question is, do you bother opening with water to just like gain control, or are you looking to go land where your opponent's setting up in the middle?
I think if you send most everything to wood and gold, you can potentially justify both.
Yeah.
But I think you only go for the land if you know you can actually hit your opponent. Like, you don't want to blindly go archers. And then
you got to scout it first, too. You got to see, like, Vinchester's on a different island.
Yeah.
So if Mr. Yo goes land on that one, then he has to use his transport ship. And then if Vinchester went water, the transport ship's in dread. It's a really messy situation, as Vinch will run into some wildlife up there. And he is going to get.
Is he looking for? I think he's looking for a gold. I think he wants those 4 vills to be on gold.
He saw one. That's a good TC there eventually.
Yeah. Interesting that he's still walking around like that. I think he's almost expecting something to arrive there, right? Like, he clearly seems to be expecting Yo, and then Yo, I'm wondering what his scouting's looking like on his island. So he's actually going second dock. But I kind of like what Yo has done, because Yo hasn't seen anything on his island with the scout. And so he thinks, why not just go water then?
Yeah.
Right? Because there's going to be some fish out there and a transport ship to find.
Well, even if Vinchester goes land over here, if you clear his transport ship,
yeah, he can't get over.
He can't get over.
Yeah. I think Vinch is maybe banking on Yo arriving there. But then again, just because he builds the barracks doesn't mean he has to make the range there.
So galleys from Mr. Yo, long-term water control. It's not the initial pressure like fire galleys is. He can look for the transport to snipe that. He can get some extra vision as well along the shorelines, and it can help him out against the land units. But you will have to mass quite a few galleys to be effective long-term on this map. And Vinchester is just building up on the other island as we have a short pause.
I think it's a water pause there from Yo.
Is it a water pause?
Yeah, that looked like a water pause to me.
Hotkey pause?
Throat getting a little parched there. Not seeing the in-game chat, but I'm hearing it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we had the 14. Everybody knows that one, and here we go. Man, I'm trying to think so hard right now on why Vinchester's playing it like this, because it's almost like he's been told that Yo is about to arrive to this island or something.
Where is his transport ship? That's what I want to know. Where's the transport ship from Vinchester? Is it in the north?
Oh.
Because if it's in the north, then he's going to the home island from Mr. Yo. Like,
yeah, he could send 2 archers into the transport.
I think that's his plan. He's keeping that hidden.
He maybe saw the galleys there. But yeah, that's actually quite smart. 2 archers. I don't think you can wait too long.
You got to get fletching, though.
But yeah. Well, Yo doesn't have, if Yo doesn't even have a barracks.
Does Yo have loom?
I think he does, yeah.
Okay, he does. You have to get fletching then.
Yeah. Well, there's another transport there from Yo. Yo's galleys are searching for some fishing ship kills. And I see the transport moving for Vinchester. So I think you're right. I think that is where Vinchester will send his archers. It's just kind of crazy that Yo could deny that, but Yo just doesn't know how close that transport ship is going to be to him. At least I think so. Still very confused. Now fletching's on the way. There go the archers.
The archers. So they're going to go to the home island. I believe, anyway. They should go to the home island. I don't think there's much exposed there for Mr. Yo.
Can you imagine if Vinchester actually goes to the middle island and then Yo assumes there's an archery range there and there's not? Like, Yo would just completely panic. There go the galleys.
This is so perfect for this situation because we want to watch the galleys and what damage they do. They're going to kill 2 fishing ships. And now we have the transport ship unloading and the archers and the scout moving forward onto the island there. As a fire galley comes in, maybe we can switch back to the main view of those archers.
Yeah, we got to see what happens here. Okay.
That's bad.
So he let Yo know about this ahead of time. If Yo sees the scout, he's probably expecting something more. And there it is, Yo. There's the surprise. And Vinchester's archers, which I thought had no purpose, find great value here.
Yeah, really, really nice from Vinch. Great timing, ready. Waited for 3, waited for fletching. He comes in, he snipes 2 villagers, and suddenly Mr. Yo is off gold. He can go to gold in that middle area, but it's just a pain, right? You want to be safe on your home island. Is now Vinchester struggling at home. now there's a fire galley mixed in as well for Yo. And Yo has to go for an archer range on his first island. That's super painful.
Yeah, this is really good momentum, right? I feel like the game just got twice as hard for Yo.
Yeah.
Now that he has had to react to this. And what fun creative play from Vinchester. Just completely out of the box. To sneak the archers to the starting island was the last thing that Yo would have ever expected. And Yo's had to shift focus away from water himself, so it's not like he's just completely won the water or anything. And it's going to be inconvenient, I think, to have that archery range be on his starting island.
Yeah, we've got 31 villagers here for Yo, 32 for Vinchester, so the difference is basically the ones that he just sniped. Spearman's going to go down. The skirms are still in the range, or just one skirm, actually. Yo is only now working on the second, and he's off gold again.
Dude, he's just completely rattled by these 3 archers. Yeah, I mean, he should really try to take gold
now these
somewhere
archers are going to go to
else.
the middle. Oh, and the archer range isn't there.
No, it's
the archer
not.
range is at home.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Vinchester. This is sick. I love that. There he goes, transporting again. And now, if Yo doesn't react to this, he's going to lose the game. Like, Yo needs to somehow have a good reaction to this. Will he see it? I'm not sure. But if he's already struggling to deal with these archers could just completely end him.
Dude, this picture-in-picture view gives you so much more appreciation for what the players are doing. They're managing their eco, and you can see Vinchester just moving around with both of these groups, looking for that damage, right?
Mm-hmm. Yo did make a tower, so we should look at that right now. We need to see what Yo noticed that with his scout, and he dropped the tower there. So he is okay. And what he can't take easily is gold right now, and the rest of his eco is kind of vital, but at least he's safe with those vills for now.
I mean, it's really tough to expand there, right? But he is clearing up the stuff at home. The archer range does work. His transport might go down. Transport might go down to the fire galley from Vinchester,
Then his skirms
which
are
would be
stuck.
really annoying, but it looks like he's going to save that. So well done from Mr. Yo. Took the 2 villager losses, stabilized. He should be fine from this point forward. However, he will need to contest with an earlier castle age from Vinchester.
Yeah, I feel like Vinchester has just set himself up so nicely here.
When does he send vills to the other island? That's the question. Like, do you want to get like a stable set up there?
I think with this start, you might just build a 3rd dock and then just show up with random fires. Like those archers see that Yo is trapped.
Yeah.
Wait until Yo pushes those archers back before you do anything else
Why
crazy.
is he collecting so much stone?
That's a good question. I mean, he's already archer rushed the guy's island. Is he going to castle drop the guy's island next?
Maybe he goes 3 TCs instantly.
Yeah.
I could do that, right? If you just want to boom up.
I think what you don't want to do, though, is you don't want to give Yo full control.
Yeah.
And so Yo's probably going to be in position to kill those archers with skirms. Yo's probably going to be happy making Navy. I don't think you want a full boom. I'd love a stable on this island. Something that could deal with those skirms and just keep Yo guessing.
I really like the fact Yo brought those skirms over so quickly to this island with the transport ship. That's really nice.
Yeah, that's good work.
So now he's safe on both.
But if he needs more than 5 skirms over there, that's going to be annoying.
Is this double TC instantly from Vinchester? Vinchester brings the archers back. He knows when to evacuate. Unfortunately for him, Yo will probably bring those skirmishers over to that island at some point.
Yeah, that's true. 5 fires on the field for both, pretty much. One's going to go down for Vinch.
Yeah, 2 TCs. Okay. So there's a lot of res there.
Yeah.
There's rhinos to take. There's hunt to take. There's a lot of gold. There's some berries, right? You can easily keep production up from both of those.
He's still really heavy on stone. He's got 8 on stone, so he has continued to send vills to stone. So maybe, I don't know, like, Yo is a player who likes to go for castle drops himself.
Yep.
So maybe in Vinch's mind, when that happens, he wants to be able to retaliate with a castle, but...
You know, I'm thinking, like, long-term water battle, even in the late game, Huns aren't terrible.
They're not terrible.
No, especially now with Drawman as part of their arsenal.
And
you
just
can mix that in.
Saving wood is really helpful. That's just a throwback to a moment from the first game.
In a different series.
Just in case you missed the first game. Oh, man.
Thank you, Vodka.
Well, War Galley's in. I got to say, Vinchester did lose a couple fires unnecessarily. And so I was expecting him to really be able to compete for water. And still, there's some opportunity here, but
look at the stone count. Like, just look at the stone count. Yeah, it's the 4th TC. Still got 8 on stone. It's still more stone.
Yeah, and how is he going to castle? He's never going to castle Yo's side unless he wins water. And Yo's not going to let him win water.
I mean, he can be sneaky with a transport ship, but he doesn't even have one right now. He's stuck on his 2 islands.
Yeah, I think it's just I think he's just going to castle his island and then adapt from there.
His food eco, Vinchester's food eco is not in a position to support 4 town center production.
I agree. But I mean, everyone's got a market at this stage. That's a beautiful demo from
Nice
Vinch.
job.
And he does have more on food than Yo does.
Also going to clear up that fire over there, so he can start pressuring, maybe try and kill the transport from Mr. Yo. That could be inconvenient.
That's really
And he's still climbing ahead in villagers because Yo is just now working on the third TC. Vinchester already having 4 town centers complete.
Interesting game. So we still don't know where that castle's going to go.
He's still on stone.
He's just going to save that stone forever. Or is he going to castle his original island so those vills don't...
Maybe he castles so he can place more docks to get water control again?
Yeah, but it's like, it's weird because he hasn't lost water control.
Yeah.
So his docks aren't being pushed.
I
It just, we are like at a noob level or a mid-rank level, people just mine stone for later. At this level, you don't see that.
Is
Typically,
it
it's
just
like,
because he doesn't have a transport ship and there's no other resources to take on his home island?
Oh! Okay, I thought he lost that.
Jeez.
Oh my god, bro! I thought he lost that to the ship there. But yeah, he I guess canceled the idea. And he was going to drop the castle on the shoreline to help with water. But I actually would not like that castle because if the opponent's an imp faster,
they can
actually treb it from the other side, which I
But
don't think you want.
On the flip side, if you go for a castle like that, you also kind of control that passage. They can't really go through there with the Navy, right? They have to go all the way around.
Yo's adding a stable. It almost feels like he wants to transport a knight or something to the other side. And there goes Vinch. So it's just been a boom castle age from
Shout
Vinch.
out to this map for just confusing both of us.
Yeah.
The entire time.
It's a really fun map. The thing about migration style maps is that you may see...
Oh, that one might go down. If that only one villager taps that early...
No, the deer's going to block and give time for the other vill to show up.
Okay.
Watch.
Thank you, deer. Oh,
Deer's
the
going to block.
wildlife,
Look
man.
at that.
Mother
Look
Nature.
At that, dude.
Mother Nature coming in clutch.
Oh my goodness.
That castle could have easily been denied.
If that was one vill hitting that, I think that castle actually gets toast.
I've seen it happen before.
Yep. It's the details like that that really remind you why this game is so special.
Yes.
Okay, well, castle's going to go up. Can you attack that castle without getting hit?
Maybe with one on the left side.
Okay. Because, like...
Yeah, boats are really big.
If he needs to get murder holes, that could be a big deal. I think Yo doesn't think that he can stay under there.
I don't think he particularly cares about one fire attacking his castle anyway. And yeah, he's going to kind of control the passage there a little bit. Vinchester... firing at those ships, but Yo can still sneak by, and there's the docks from Vinchester underneath the castle. So Vinchester's plan is just get the castle up, get some docks underneath, play water control, and make it Tarkin.
Yeah, and yeah, let's not forget about the Tarkins. So maybe with that castle, he thinks he can make a transport to send the Tarkins over because it's so close.
Potentially.
Can you imagine if that demo hits the transport?
I don't think it kills it in one shot.
Yeah, that's true.
You need 2 demos.
That's true.
Skirmishers have made their way all the way from Yo's home island to the middle, and now they're on Vinchester's home island, which is surprisingly annoying.
There's going to be a book series about these skirmishers someday. And that's just good value from Yo. Well played from Yo to hang on. I think if Yo sees that castle, he should be thinking, I need to get Imp. The last thing he's going to be expecting is a
Tarkin raid.
Tarkin raid.
Yeah, it's not a unit that you go for very often. It's a very cool looking unit.
Yeah.
It can be useful in some cases, but generally not in Castle Age, and generally not like in a transport for raiding purposes.
Imagine if he made like 10 of them and then sniped the Imp TC.
I'm imagining.
I'm just saying, man.
My brain's overheating.
Because Yo's probably going to Imp with that TC. The Tarkins are going over, and there they are.
Oh, no!
Oh, come on!
Come on, man! Like, that's what you went over for? I did not have that on my bingo card, bro.
Oh, so they avoided... they properly avoided the transport getting hit. Here we go. Tarkins are going to go through. They're weakened big time. Yeah, Vinchester also had to make knights to clear up 5 skirms.
Yeah.
Like, the demo hit from Yo, the killing of the skirms, these Tarkans are going to be dead soon. This is a good position for Yo, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is that castle is aggressive from Vinchester.
Yeah. Oh, that one.
Yeah, the one like in the middle of Yo's.
No way, dude. That's not going up. There's no way that goes up, right?
That is definitely an O castle. Like, what a surprise to see that if you're Mr. Yo, as that's the Imp TC as well. He won't be able to snipe it, but still, that is applying pressure that Yo did not expect.
I feel like, I mean, this whole game has just been absolute chaos from Vinch. The Archer play was crazy. Now he's going for this, but I gotta say, like, when he had the eco lead, I was thinking use the eco for water and Trebor. But now he hasn't clicked up, and Yo's gonna spot this, drop his own defensive castle so he can make Trebs. And Yo is Italians and could potentially build up a pretty big navy here. This could be problematic for Vinch.
I think the thing for Mr. Yo is that this castle is going to cost him minutes, right, to get rid of, basically. And that's when he gets to Imp. Vinchester is going to have time to get to Imperial Age himself. He's going to click up here pretty soon. And by the time that castle's down, Vinchester will be an Imp, and he's going to be working towards his Imperial Age composition. What that is, I don't know.
Yeah, I think, dude, if Vinch had 3 Vills on the bigger island of Yo, that would be such a game changer because he could like raid. He could be a pain there. The problem is, what are you going to spend your eco on if you're Vinch? You're going to spend it to produce some stuff out of that forward castle.
I think Navy.
And then otherwise it's going to be Navy, yes.
I think Navy,
And so if the Italian player is already ahead on water and they have the cheaper text, this gives Yo a lot of valuable time here.
Yeah.
But I like this from Vinch, that he's continuing, like the presence of the castle is giving him opportunities, and he is continuing to focus on the water here, so. And now he's going to drop more docks behind this.
I don't think Huns get fast fire, right? They get Galleon, they get Galleon with Bracer and Droman.
I think they just get Galleon. I don't think they get heavy demo or fast fire. And I could be wrong on that. But I think Galleon's a big deal. And yeah, and getting Bills here. Tarkans!
Nice.
Let's go!
Another Tarkan raid here. Genoese Expo can counter these quite nicely if Yo wants to transport those back over towards the Tarkans.
That's so annoying, though.
It is. Oh, yeah.
The fact that Yo even made a defensive monastery, and there's no relics on that island, right?
He had to make the archer range, he had to make the castle, he had to make the monasteries. Like, this is twice as many buildings as he had planned for this zone of
look
the map.
Look at the eco for Vinch. He's
It's
40
insane.
bills
It's insane.
ahead.
That's the Hun 4TC boom, where you never have to make houses.
Oh, man, the stubbornness there, too. Kills a couple Genoese, saves the Tarkan.
That's going to be an
Can he transport Vills over right now? Is there a chance?
For Vinchester?
There's a...
Yeah,
There's
he's
maybe a
trying.
chance.
Look at them. They're trying to get in the ship. They just couldn't get in. As Yo now going for a forward castle of his own to cut off this area. There's the demo from Vinchester, which doesn't connect with that castle and is coming through. As Vinchester now gets bloodlines, he gets the armor for his cavalry. And
Heavy
it's heavy
demo.
demolition
They
ship.
do get
so
heavy
they don't
demo.
get fast fire, but they get heavy demo.
I mean, heavy demo is pretty sick against fast fires. That castle's still up there. Vinchester's going to try and snipe the Trebs with the Tarkans.
Nah, but there's a monk. There's 2 monks.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
The castle fire should help. The Vills can repair. The Tarkans are doing their thing. Not going to happen. Meanwhile, we got heavy demo about to come in. Still no transported Vills over there from Vinch. That castle from Yo is going to hit a lot of the ships that Vinchester makes.
The eco is so insane for Vinch, but I don't know if it makes it as much of a difference. If Yo has water control.
Yeah, it's like, what is he making? He's going to make worse Navy.
Dromans could be great.
Dromans,
choke point.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the optimal naval composition used to be as many galleons as you could make late game. But now, if you have access to Droman or even cannon galleons with the splash damage now, you add in 8 to 9, 10 of those behind that, and suddenly your navy is way superior.
I cannot stress this enough, how nice it would be for some type of land presence from Vinch. If he could, like, sneak a transport. It's going to be so tough.
Maybe.
But, like, that, like, what's all this food income going to give him otherwise? Upgrades, but it's not going to give him units. Yo is not prepared to deal with any raids on
Another transport
land.
from Vinch. I don't know where that's coming out from, but I can see it in production as the demo connects with some of the Dromans as they're taking out the docks. Meanwhile, Vinchester going to Bracer chemistry of his own and tons of galleys in the queue.
Yeah, so it's going to be Galleon from here for Yo.
Yeah.
He's got 10 of them already with 6 more in queue. There's a transport. I think that's more Tarkins in the transport. There we go. Tarkin, meet Tarkin. That it feels like the castle from Yo is the most important thing in the game for him right now. It's cutting Vinchester off from passing through the river there, so Vinchester needs to take care of that.
Where is the Navy from Yo? Ah, there it is. Okay, it's pushing forward. We got the galleons coming towards. Villagers have been transported over to the island. He's trying to evac his main island, and now the Dromans are going down, and that was his big advantage. Vinchester, you're such a nerd, dude. Just let it sink. There you go.
Dude, it's just the engagements for Vinch are so bad right now. They're so bad. He's stuck, and he's like, his dock positions even are so awkward. The only docks that make sense with those underneath the castle, but can he hold with this eco lead, or is he just gonna have the resources and not be able to spend it? Look at his resources. Yeah. He wants to go cav.
145 vills.
Yeah.
He wants to. But where are you gonna use it, right? You have to transport over to the other island. I see one transport ship is still alive from Vinch, but we don't
Can you stack patrol hussars to distract from the ship fire on the shoreline?
You can to a certain extent, but against a top player, they'll just.
Okay. Because I'm thinking, if you can't get anywhere else with your cav, maybe you could try it. I think you need your population space on water. But Galleon v Galleon, Yo's got more Galleons. There's Dromans on the way from Vinch, though. His Trebs trebbing down the Trebs from Yo, but Yo is repairing, and Vinch is going to run out of stone.
I mean, Vinchester could bring in that demo and get a really big demo shot against those Trebs if he pushes the Galleons back. But right now, he's trying to repair the castle, and he loses it. That's just bad timing for him. He went to the market to buy stone. It wasn't in time. The Dromans are getting sniped down. The Trebs are still sniping each other, and the Galleons pushing in here from Mr. Yo, but there's a demo.
I've been waiting for the engagements to come for Vinchester. He hasn't quite gotten it yet. Can he get the production? Yeah.
Still so much food. He's only making vills with it.
Yeah, and he's got 150 vills already. His Trebs go down. Yo still has more Galleons in production. It is quite close, but Yo is somehow held on in this game, and he maybe has the better naval civ from here.
I mean, Vinch needs stables on the island from Yo.
Yeah.
So far, he's just completely distracted with all of this stuff going on. He's not trying to get villagers over there. He doesn't have any value from his cavalry on his own island, and there's still 2,000 food just rotting away.
And there's a lot of wood, there's a lot of gold and stone you cannot take if you do not have water control in the middle. So that's where Yo has the control right now. So now, Yo's Galleon mass still isn't crazy yet, but he's got 14 in queue. So he will get to a crazy mass if Vinchester doesn't stabilize on water. I still think there's going to be the occasional. True. Yeah, maybe Yo didn't even see the demos. There was only 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah.
But Vinch just did queue up some demos, so we need to keep an eye on that.
If I'm Vinch, I'm pulling my Navy back. To get Yo to extend further forward.
Yep, right. It's going to happen. The demos are going to hop out.
And Yo just realizes he's outnumbered. He's like, something doesn't feel great.
Pull back. Come on, back up. Oh, I don't even see the demos. Never mind.
They're not coming out over there. Elite Cannon Galleon on the way from Yo.
Yo just got shipwright as well. With shipwright, it should be all Yo on water. It shouldn't even be close.
Well,
look at the food count for Vinch. How's he going to spend it, dude?
I think Vinchester's trying to dock his home island now. So the Cannon Galleons are attacking there. A little bit to the left of that are some more docks coming up. And he might go for transport ships. Big demo coming in here from Vinch. That does work against the fires from Mr. Yo. But Mr. Yo is still pushing him with the Galleons. Not sure he quite has enough to secure water control just yet.
There's a lot of momentum for Yo right now. He still has those Cannon Galleons on the other side.
We need stables on the island, Vinchester. You have 4,000 food almost.
He just can't. Yeah, he's going to be selling that food for gold, but the only way to properly spend the res is to spend it on water right now, and that's where Yo is dominating. That when you camp someone's docks like that, they are completely screwed because they cannot hop out of the docks without immediately losing the ship. So something big's going to have to happen. Vinchester just calls out, and we are getting a 5th game in this series. What a hold from Mr. Yo.
Game 5, Mr. Yo. I mean, he defended against the pressure on the island from the archers, lost 2 vills, had to make an archer range, had to go for a monastery later, had to go for a castle later on that home island, had to transport military back and forth.
So tough.
Really, really difficult. Vinchester just never took advantage of the eco that he gave himself.
Yeah.
What was that eco focused on? Farms.
Yeah.
So he could make more eco. He was doing nothing with the food.
I think, dude, I'm telling you, like, remember when I mentioned it? Look at the res. 4 villagers before Imp just transported over to Yo's side, and Yo's completely dead.
Yeah.
He just gets raided to death.
But to be fair, Yo was protecting that with Navy.
Yeah.
So it is a risk to transport over there.
I think that was a case for me of maybe Vinch being a little too creative, right? Like, that. I love that Tarkin raid, don't get me wrong. But if you think about it, what did they do? They ran into a demo.
Also, yeah, I mean, they did lose like 300 HP immediately to a demo.
So that was unlucky.
Maybe they could have been more valuable.
That was unlucky.
Yeah.
But even like the forward castle, I could tell what he was trying to do. He was trying to make it chaotic, but I think maybe he didn't know he had a 40 vill lead.
Yeah.
He just thought, I'm against Italians. I need to do something other than water.
Yeah.
But maybe it was a situation where he could have won on water anyways.
I'll have
Who
to. I
knows?
want to ask Vinch, like, are the Tarkins part of the pre-cooked strategy there, or was that just an adaptation to having so much stone?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It was a great game. You love to see how, like, we've now seen 2 instances where if like Yo is behind and if you don't kill him off, he wins anyways. He comes back. That was the game number 1 victory, and now game number 4.
I mean, every single game in this series, Vinchester has had a solid chance to win.
Yes.
Even the 2 that he lost, like really, really solid chance to win.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that it's the same case with the games that Vinchester won for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we have another ad clip for you next.
And now, a word from our partners. Are you looking for true surround sound? Well, you're in luck, pal. The U-Rage Sound Zeed 400 gaming headset gives you real 360-degree surround sound. With features like pinpoint precision, crystal clear bass, and immersive audio quality, you can end your losing streak. Get ready for sound so lifelike you'll swear you're on the battlefield. With this headset, you'll hear every enemy approach, every call, every detail, only without the clamor of villagers. Gamers, listen to you rage. Get yours on Müller.de.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Some people maybe don't want to hear their villagers get slaughtered more accurately.
It's depressing. It's depressing. Yeah.
Actually, there's a player who played an event recently, 1400 elo, doesn't actually use any sound. That's for you, my friend. That's for you. Yeah, 1400 elo.
Okay. Oof.
That's dangerously close to being up to your level.
That was like me waking up late in high school and sneaking up to the family computer after my parents
when you weren't supposed to
play Age of Empires.
Yeah.
No sound, whatever. No mechanical keyboard. Like absolutely careful.
Yeah.
Which keys you press, right?
Yeah. No, I've been there. I've been there. But I played Age of Empires without sound enough to know that you're not going to hear your wood lines getting raided when you're looking somewhere else. So it's not so fun.
My situational awareness is amazing.
So game 5 coming up. I'd love to speculate on the draft a little bit because we've seen a lot of games here.
Burgundians for Copenhagen, 100%.
Burgundians, but there's 2 big ones on the other side. Chinese is top 5, in my opinion, and Vietnamese maybe 2. So
I think it's, oh man.
Because like we've seen Vietnamese win with Ratans.
Yeah.
But you definitely need Ratan Haub. So then I'm thinking, what if you go Chinese and you go Chukunu Camel?
Mm-hmm.
I think Chukunu Camels may be better late game comp.
I mean, is there an argument to go Saracens here? I don't know if there is. I don't think so.
I mean, their late game's really good, but it definitely feels like you're not going to be able to utilize the map as well with Mamelukes compared to the Custilier, you know, so...
Well, it's mostly you're picking Burgundians for the boom and for the relics. Relics are sick on this map. There's a lot of relics here. There's like 7 or 8 on this map.
But I'd say their unique unit's a big part too, though. Let's see. What do we have here? Okay, Burgundians, Chinese. Wow. Okay, so game number 5. This is a best of 5, and there are kings involved, folks. If you lose the king, you are defeated. Usually, we don't see the kings go down. Though one case last time we were in this building,
look at Yo's castle. Yo's king is already in the castle. Okay, he's bringing it out. He's putting it in the tower. He's not touching that. Like I said, last NAC, Yo ran right into the castle. He lost the game. He ended up winning the set. But I talked to him in the middle of that set. Like, he went out for a smoke break in the middle of that set. And he was really nervous. He's like, I can't believe that I just did that.
Yeah.
And every Copenhagen game I've seen him in,
he just doesn't
touch the king. He doesn't touch it at all.
So the meta on this map is to go fast feudal with the dock in the north and then go double dock galleys. That's what everyone's doing. Chinese are insane at that. But Yo's got a Vil coming over. I think it was
being
just
chased
attacked by a wolf.
Yeah, but the wolf has been walled out, and look at that. The scout just isn't there from Vinchester.
Oh, the wolf is still coming! The wolf is still coming!
No, Mr. Yo!
This could be tough.
Oh, God.
It's still going to
Just
walk
stop
around.
messing around with this and get your wall up.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, that works.
Is he going to... Oh, my God.
Oh,
It stopped
now he's
chasing
gonna lose the scout
Oh,
war
my...
because the wolf is... No, and then he deletes the wall! Mr. Yo, you need to make the wall again,
He can!
please.
He can!
Oh, my God. This is just... oh.
Dude, that could have been disastrous
Bro.
for Yo.
Don't let that wall go down either. Okay.
All right, well, let's settle down. All right, let's settle down. He didn't lose the Vil. His scout can heal.
He's fine.
That's actually okay.
He's fine.
That could have been really bad.
But it could have been really bad. Like, you could lose the scout and lose the Vil. And Vinchester now coming out with the villagers. So he's already docked the north, and he's going to go down and dock the other area. It looks like both of them will have docks on both sides, but Vinchester's going to have 2 in the north, and his dock south is going to be a little bit later.
Yeah, so that's amazing scouting from Vinch. He also is even scouting the wolf, so the same thing doesn't happen to him. So he should recognize now that the north is at least a good start for him, and he doesn't want Yo to get away with a couple sneaking fishing ships on the side. Now, I wonder, is Yo just hoping he's going to just lose his fish in the north and then be able to freely fish here, or is Yo going to be able to somehow adapt to the fact...
He has to contest south, because you can't give the Burgundians those 3 relics. You have to contest down there.
But he can't scout it, so he doesn't actually know.
And he can't make a second dock with that Vil because Vinch can just sit with the scout. So yeah, that's really, really tough.
I'm a little surprised we've seen Yo try and go for this play. But maybe he didn't have a lot of faith in the galley war against Vinchester.
I mean, he's
think
Chinese, right? I think it's always going to be tough to play into a galley war.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe your uptime's too late. The Dark Age is a bit tricky.
Your eco's good, though. He still has a much better eco than Vinchester at this stage. So Chinese start is working out for him with those 3 additional villagers. Vinchester getting the eco upgrades early with Burgundians. And Mr. Yo is just going for a few fire galleys.
Yeah, he's going to make a fire from both docks. And Yo also healed up his scout enough to come check the shoreline, and he will now come check and see the dock. So I'm sure he was suspicious of it. These fishing ships, oh man, that's such a big deal, actually. They're going to be spotted by the 2 galleys from Vinch, and Vinch should be able to kill all of them if he wants to. But seems like he doesn't want to take the risk right now.
Yeah, more fishing ships on the way from Vinchester, so he's just expanding a little bit, and he is keeping that villager safe. So he's walled it in because he knows the scout is around from Mr. Yo, although he did just delete Palisade, but it looks like he's walled himself in again. And Yo has managed to sneak up that second dock.
They're both playing like it's all visible. They just have an understanding of what's happening. Super smooth play from both. I would say that it's quite even long term here, but I think the Chinese actually have the better late game when compared to the Burgundians. I think Heavy Camel and Chukunu is better than whatever the Burgundians would do, which would probably be like Coustilier and like Skirmisher or something.
Heavy Camel Chukunu. Okay.
It is expensive to get that.
What do you think about like a full gunpowder setup from Burgundians?
Maybe like hand cannon skirm or something.
Hand cannon skirm.
Hand cannon
bombard
hussar.
cannon?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
could do
Bombard cannon's a big difference maker.
Huge.
Yeah. Nice plays there from Vinch. Vinch has 3 kills, 0 deaths so far. So it hasn't lost a unit on either area of water. And we have a fire galley passing through to the fishing ships of Yo right now, or sorry, Vinchester. So they just missed each other here. So this should be fish down for Yo. Nice find from Vinch. And we'll see if Vinchester loses fish as well. Oh, he's going for the Vil.
That's a dead Vil.
Oh, that's really smart.
Nice job from Vinchester to find that. He saw the positioning. He snipes it down. Mr. Yo is getting some damage over there, but he's distracted in the south. So he's going to lose his fishing ships in the north. No more fish for Mr. Yo. There's a demo coming out somewhere.
He just completely forgot about his other fire, by the way. There's a fire on the shoreline, just patrolled into a dock.
Yeah.
And as we see Yo getting the clear up there.
I think it's attacking a fishing ship.
Yeah, it is. So this is going to be fishing ship dead, and then that patrolled into a dock. So an opportunity for Yo that maybe fell off, but he's still holding good control on the, what are we going to call it, the relic pond? Or just the pond, because it's the only pond? Help me out here. Give me an answer.
I just wanted to see you like flounder along, trying to figure out a name.
I don't know what we'll call it. Oh, but the demo, does the demo actually lead to a kill here? Okay, it will lead to a kill. And both players still just trying to remain competitive. Again, those 3 relics are so valuable, and nice job from Yo.
Eco is caught up now from Vinchester. Res collected is very, very similar, and Vinchester's resources looking nice to click up to Castle Age. Mr. Yo should be ahead at this point with Chinese, right? That you're still expected to be ahead economically. And Vinchester now with the earlier eco upgrade, that second wood upgrade, the fishing has just pulled ahead of Mr. Yo, and it's going to be really, really tough here for him to get to Castle Age at a similar time and then set up a boom that's bigger.
Vinch has just had really good micro and really good understanding of the timings. Like, even now, that he's going to add fish immediately on the longer water area. So he knows that he's all but 1 water there. He will lose water there, though. And, you know, he's going to be on his way to Castle Age, but Yo's going to be up right behind him. And so we'll see how they transition their economies. But remember, Vinchester's had Bosal this whole time. No other Civ could have that in Feudal Age. So
I want to see what Vinchester's farming eco looks like, because I know Yo's got a lot of farms. Vinchester doesn't have Horse Collar yet, so when we're talking about consistent food eco, like Vinchester has the fish, but Yo's got the farm set up with Chinese and Horse Collar.
He did add a couple.
So yeah, he's got a decent setup if he wants to expand his eco. The food will keep coming in at a nice rate, and the docks are going to go down.
Okay. So Vinchester is going to have the water control in an area that doesn't give him relics. He's even getting gill nets now in Feudal Age, which is sick. So I think this is going to transition into Vinch trying his best to, as we see a demo there, control the map with the Coustelier. And this is what's so problematic for me against the Burgundians, because you want map control now. Yo's going to try scouts, but like scouts die very quickly to the Coustelier. So
they can run circles around them though.
Yeah, and I guess monks could also convert
and
them.
he wants to prevent the Burgundians from getting as many relics as possible. Yo tries to go for a sneaky dock in the middle of that north water, and it's right beside the dock for Vinchester.
And Vinch sees it. And, oh, there's a scout coming.
Okay,
I mean,
so Yo will get that up.
If Yo can get a couple fires out there to kill the fish, that could be a really big deal.
Yep.
This could change the game a little bit here.
I kind of like this from Mr. Yo. This is a really, really nice opportunity for him, and it'll force Vinchester to invest a lot because he still hasn't cleared that dock either. So if Vinch wants to keep that fish alive, he's going to have to make a lot more fires.
Annoying.
And there's a second dock north there for Mr. Yo.
This is so creative. Like that to me was just completely locked down already for Vinchester.
Yeah, and that's like innovation on the fly for Mr. Yo. I don't think that's a planned strategy.
No, you think you can get away with it, and clearly he recognized that Vinch didn't overproduce on water because there weren't many ships attacking that other dock, and now he's going to have 2 docks. And like, I think actually what you do if you're Yo, you just snipe the fish and stop producing. Like, this is not important beyond the fishing ships. If you kill 7 to 8 fishing ships and your opponent has to add 8 more, then they delay other things they need to do. So I think he'll get the upgrades, he'll snipe the fish, and then he'll stop. And this also takes Vinchester's focus away from the relics in the middle and using the Coustelier where he'd want to.
At the same time, though, Yo is slower to the extra town centers. And that's such
so
a nice
good.
find. Yo gets away with 1 Vil.
Yeah, let's see if that Vil even quick walls. It is Yo after all. That's beautiful from Vinch. So back to what I said, I mean, I thought Vinch would be distracted, really trying to focus on those docks, but to find these kills...
He still did get away with 1. She went south.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Vinch realized that. He's coming back with another Coustelier. He's still exploring that way. He's still trying to lock down these docks here.
Look how many TCs.
What a stack there. What on earth?
That looks really satisfying,
It
actually.
does, though. Okay. Yeah, let's get off of that.
Let's get off of that. Yeah, we're not gonna look anywhere else. But what an investment from Yo to try and kill these fish. It almost feels like he has to right now, considering his other TCs have been denied. Big boom. So good opportunity here. And Vinchester's fishing ships probably not going to be around much longer, but I'm looking at the mini-map, and we've got 3 TCs for Vinchester already with the Burgundians.
Yeah, his eco is looking really, really solid. Also, Wheelbarrow is in, right? He finally did get the farm upgrade, and things are looking good for Vinch. He still hasn't lost any fish, but if he loses these fires, the fish will go down quite quickly, and then Yo can start to maybe gain control a little bit again.
Ooh. And it looks like Vinch is going to hold on. Vinch is going to take out the ships, and Yo's investment has not killed the fish yet. Not a single fishing ship killed, as he has a 12 eco lead now with some really good eco upgrades coming in.
Yeah, resources collected, scaling ahead now for Vinchester. Yo still has control of the pond in the south, but he can't get anything down there to build the monastery. He can't get monks down there because the Cassilia are still running around for Vinchester, and they probably sniped a few more villas. He is going out to the center with monks now, but one of those relics has already been collected. Oh, by Yo. Okay, so he's going to get the second one.
Yeah.
In the middle area.
Yo could get... It's going to be tough work to get it home, but Yo could get almost all the relics on this map. Because he's got the pond.
Is there really only 5? I thought there was more. Maybe this version of the map has less.
I think there's 6, but I think there's 1 in a monk's hand somewhere.
Okay.
So that would be my guess. Well, no, actually. I don't know. That's not really hugely important. What is important is that someone said those fire ships look like you just won solitaire.
It does. Or like when, you know, when like you would, in Windows 95, you used to drag a window and it would like freeze and you'd have like multiple layers of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh God, Windows 95.
Sorry, I didn't.
Myself already.
Yeah, you're old. What can I say? Oof. So game 5. I mean, what a heartbreaker it'd be for whoever loses this. It's group stage. You've got some opportunities to recover, but you really would want to just get the win after such a good series. And the monks, they're going to go down. It was just 1 conversion. I don't think that's good enough there for Yo. He won't get the relic. He won't finish that house. And those Lycav cannot compete with that unit.
Yeah, Monk healing up behind. Cassilia is still roaming around. Vinchester's done an excellent job keeping Yo in his little cage up there. Like you saw the one time he tried to expand, didn't work out. Yo's resources are not looking good, and Vinchester's are looking fantastic. Vinchester can click up soon. 31 on food versus 15 on food from Yo.
The fact that Yo didn't kill a single fishing ship after the additional investment is crazy to me. I think maybe... kind of back to what I said, I think maybe you just run around with the fires and snipe the fish instead of trying to fully win the water like you would any other area.
Thank you, Vodka.
Thank you, Vodka. Vinch is going to click up here, and this is the moment in the game where if Vinch makes the right decisions, I think Chinese really struggle. Where Chinese cannot compete here is with their siege. So the bombard cannons combined with trebuchets from Burgundians in the middle could be really strong. Chinese don't get bombard cannon, and Yo is nowhere near imp, so he's not going to get trebs either.
Yep. How does Yo manage to string this game along long enough that he can actually catch up on eco and get to Imperial Age himself? I don't see an answer.
Conversions. Everything that's out there can be converted. And so maybe Vinchester has to wait. Like maybe Vinch needs to make his own Lycav. Vinch may feel like when you are in this position, you're just like, I have an eco lead, I just want to steamroll and win. And a lot of times players will make really foolish decisions because they'll rush a bunch of monks, for example, or they won't be patient with upgrades.
Yo has 31 on food, so he's expanded his food eco quite a bit. And now he's adding in Chukanu, which should be able to hold the middle a little bit. But Vinchester is building up towards a castle. 41 on food for him.
Yeah.
More villagers for him, 10 more villagers. And finally, the transport coming from Mr. Yo. So he's going to think about snagging those relics on that island.
That's where 3 of the 4 monks went, I think. I thought the monks would be in the middle.
are coming down there too.
Yeah, so there they go. Just 1 monk there. Vinch is going to see that, deletes the unit. Vinch is dropping ranges now. Chukanu are advancing. There's no army there from Vinch. He might be coming back. He's still probably thinking about those relics. Range is complete. Nice map control from Yo. Yo's resources are rising. He's got some nice map control. Can Vinch clear this from the other side? He's coming in on the right side now. I think maybe you conserve your numbers, but maybe you're also thinking with the charge attack, you could just wreck them.
I think he can. I think he can. He's got another Castilier coming from the other side, another one following up behind that, but there were a few converted Castilier, and once they lose their charge, they're not very strong at all until they gain it back.
Yeah.
Still, it's enough to push him away.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the charge was used on Lycav there, and he did fight before the final armor upgrade, so that could have been much worse for Yo.
Is he grabbing the relics, or is he just like waiting for better time? I think he.
Dude, he can't. It's so hard to focus on that crap.
Oh, there we go.
Get the relics. Thank you, Vodka, for showing us that again.
If you had to make a sound to describe those fires, what would it be?
Do I have a deck of cards available? Just to. That's I wasn't even gonna try. If I had a deck of cards, I would have shown you. So castle for Yo, and Yo knows he's gonna have to brace himself here, especially now that you've got the relics. You could have all the relics.
How do you get them back, though?
Yeah, true.
Like, oh, here we go. They're making a pilgrimage
Strength
back.
in numbers.
Just be careful. Just don't. Oh! Sneaky monks.
No way. Get fervor, man.
Come on, Yo.
They're gonna make it.
They're gonna make it.
They're gonna make it.
3 wise kings with gifts.
Oh God.
Oh. Yo just got so nervous.
Dude, it's so funny. Vinch saw them earlier in the water, so he knows that they're gone. He must assume that Yo already got them.
That's so funny, man.
Well, here we go. I mean, 2 minutes now. This is going to be dangerous because there's bomber cannons on the way, but 5 relics. I still think Chukunu, Cavalier, Camel, something like that combined with Chukunu could work. But if it's just Chukunu he's committing to and his castle's about to get pushed, this is going to be rough.
So it's hand cannon, bomber cannon, Treb initially from Vinch, plus the Castilier as well.
Yeah.
The final armor upgrade on the way. Still hasn't expanded his food eco much, so that tells me that he's probably more interested in the gunpowder first and just pressuring this.
Oh, dude, he's a minute away from him.
Yeah.
Get those relics and you run to the back of your base right now, Yo. You didn't work that hard to just donate those relics to your opponent. You've got to snag those bad boys, man. This is just, Vinch played Castle Age perfectly. I mean, Feudal Age perfectly. He's just, he got all the eco timings right.
And he's still so far ahead economically.
So far ahead. It's like 7,000 res collected.
And the relics, it just hurts that the relics are right there.
Yeah, but
so
I mean,
your only advantage right now is those relics.
Yeah.
But I guess if you lose this castle, you're probably going to lose anything.
The other thing that really hurts Yo is, like, typically we see people taking the stone on the very right of his base.
Vinchester's been controlling that the whole time.
Yeah, Vinch denied the TC earlier, killing the 4 vills, and so Yo never had the setup there. So Yo is investing stone into repairs. He's going to have to buy stone, and he doesn't have access to stone right now.
All right, so we got the conversions coming in from Yo. He's still holding the castle because the bomber cannons have been distracted, but now there's 3 bomber cannons getting good shots against the Chukunu. I think that was 10 of them folding, and Yo's just like, I'm out. I'm done. Great play from Vinchester. He wins game number 5. Fantastic performance there, especially after the first win from Mr. Yo that we felt might have gone his way. But every other game has been great from Vinchester, and he's just so clean. He's just so ready.
I mean, great signs for both. Obviously, Vinch wins the first group stage match, so he'll be happy with that.
Yep.
And he'll also be happy with the fact that he was leading in 2 of the games that he lost. Yo's going to be disappointed he lost, as you could see the 2 are talking to each other now. But Yo also brought himself back from the dead twice.
Yep.
And I think he can look back and say, I need to maybe brush up on this opening or that opening. And then I don't fall as far behind, and then I'm in a good spot as well. So it was a good showing from both of them. It's crazy, though, that in the 3-2, I had the feeling that pretty much every game, Vinchester was like kind of a step up early. Like, he's really playing good.
Yeah, I think it was just impressive, right? He was able to withstand all that pressure from Mr. Yo. We're going to get the interview with Vinchester for you here soon, but first, another word from our sponsors.
And now, a word from our partners. The rise of modern technology takes its toll on all of us. Hours and hours at your desk leads to stiff necks, aching shoulders, sore lower backs. But there is a solution. Back Force. The back force. OnePlus doesn't just stand like a rock on the digital battlefield, it transforms the way you sit. With Gamer Pulse LED lighting lasting up to 20 hours, this chair is more than just a seat. It's a throne. Personalize it with patches for your nickname, clan tag, or any custom text. Because your chair should be as unique as you are. Every Backforce chair comes in a wide variation in colors, including this noble white and gold or black and gold colorway, and the GamerLegion Special Edition. Sit like a king with Backforce.
All right, folks, we are back here, and we will have our winner of the series here in just a moment for an interview. But what a series, and what a setting! This is incredible. Also, I could hear myself very loudly in my ear, so I'm going to remove that because that's awkward. Sorry, production. Vinchester, welcome. Here's a mic for you, my friends. I think it should be on. Welcome, welcome. A long series. How are you feeling after 5 crazy games?
For sure, much better than if I would lose. Yeah, I'm happy.
Awesome. Well, yeah, like I said, it was really entertaining to watch, and the games were incredibly intense. Coming into the series, we looked at the stats. Yo's, typically the sets have been close, but Yo's typically had more series wins against you than losses. So, did you feel confident? Were you worried about Yo? Like, what were your emotions?
Actually, I was kind of confident before the series, but once we started to play, I was like, oh no, I'm not confident anymore. So yeah, that was a little bit tough to play for me. I don't know why. I need to get used to the atmosphere and stuff. I feel really good, but playing nervous. So yeah, I was confident before, but in games, I didn't feel that I have a lot of initiative or something like that.
Well, I mean, game one, that takes us to game one, right? Because it felt to me like you were leading that game, and the score was good, like all the factors were good, and then things started to kind of slip away. So were you nervous in Dark Age, or were you nervous when you started to let that game slip a little bit?
I feel that I just didn't know what to do. That's really weird because I'm playing as Byzantines against Romans. You kind of have everything, and Romans should struggle against chemistry units. So at some point, I think you just took too much map, and I was even thinking in my head that I need those knights, I need to control the map, because map control, this is something how I can lose, but those knights didn't help me, and pikes worked really well for him, and as a result, I got no map, and surprisingly, I'm stuck against Scorpion's Siege Ram help, and I'm like thinking, okay, I don't have the answer. And yeah, on this map, you cannot play without map.
Yeah, I mean, it felt, at least to me, that Yo just did a really good job blocking space from you, right? Like the archery range made it tough for you to move that direction, and then by the time you cleared that up, there was another area of the map that had buildings, you know, and I'd never... We see pretty crazy games on this map, but I'd never really seen that, just like denying space, you know?
Well, maybe even if you don't see that exactly what player focus on, anyway, in this map, losing space is just not having enough space is a common thing. So I think we'll see more in the future games on that map.
Well, I mean, you lose the first game, you then go into game number 2. But again, like after losing game 1, did it feel like a throw to you, or did you feel like you never had as big a lead as the score showed you?
No, I think I had the lead. I just didn't, as I said, I just didn't find the right comp. I think actually I was watching now on the highlight, and when I was ready with the knight, I had a little bit less will count. I think in the game I thought that I'm more ahead with the villager and stuff. So yeah, in the game I felt that I was more ahead than probably I actually was, because his score was high for no reason at some point. Like you're trading army, yes, he killing hand cannons, broke some buildings, but anyway he threw a lot of scorps, lose the water, but score was grind for him. So I thought equals should be much better. I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, so this game, I don't know, I just knew that, actually, yeah, that's a good thing, because usually I would tilt probably after the game like that, but here I was like, okay, nothing happened. I played good. I just didn't fight the comp. That's fine. So just that was. I just gave myself thought that it was actually a really hard game for me. So that wasn't easy to execute this perfectly. So yeah, the result is 1-0. Let's go next.
Okay. Well, I mean, this game. I mean, you went to your #1 pick right then, and you played walls. I mean, do you have any intel on like how Yo was going to play this against you when you saw the matchup? Did you expect anything different than what he did? Because we don't see a lot of forwards on that map, so...
Yeah, exactly. I was a little bit. Actually, I was checking yours game on previous snack, and he played this map with Dravidians. But so before the game, I was kind of expecting that. But I don't remember the game, of course, and I didn't know how he'll play it. And I also killed Boar with my TC, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Oh, we didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I decided to go for super heavy balls. So in general, yeah, I think Japanese are really good. So here, just it looks easy. Like you just reroll, and control your army. But on practice, that's super hard, and they need a lot of micro and focus to keep this walls up and don't let him in. And I think I did a really good job with that, and that's what won me the game here.
So I don't know if this interests you at all, but I remember the game where Yo played Dravidians at the previous NAC, and he also went forward.
Yeah. Well, then this is a little bit not enough preparation.
He also got raided because he wasn't walled at home, so it was the same thing. Game 3, you brought 2 Vils for the dock. Was that immediately so you could do what you did here and try and deny him from docking?
Well, to be honest, no, and I don't think that it's worth to hide, because most of the games I played with 2 villagers on practice as well. So... Actually, no, 2 villagers good there. I was thinking for a moment that I need to send only 1 because I have Eagle Warrior, but then I was checking his Civ. Oh, shit, this is Mongols. Now I need to send 2 villagers and make something happen for sure. So, and that worked pretty well, I think.
Well, I mean, it was a weird one for our perspective, because you won the water, which is obviously massive, but you had like no map control for such a large period of time. Were you expecting, like, you were in the dark for like 5 minutes here. You had no scouts. So what were you thinking his follow-up would be?
To be honest, I thought like as I'm killing 4 villager and there is no good space for another dog, because I'm kind of checking this. So he will play land and it's going to be probably scouts as Mongols. So that's why I kind of forced walls. But once I saw second fire get in my vision, I realized that, okay, it's 2 dogs. And yeah, from this, I think I was behind. But mines are mines.
Yeah,
I think I had some eco advantage, only 8 seconds idle TC actually, that's not good. But in Dark Age, plus 2 wills, and I didn't lose water as a result, so I think... Even here, yeah, he could defend, but I think from here, when he lost Scorpion and Mangonel, it's just collapsed for him.
Yeah, it feels like the game fell apart for him there. And it wasn't necessarily what you'd want as the Mongols, you know, to be so defensive there. So, man, this game was crazy. So you initially made the archery range. I believe at the time you made the range, you knew he wasn't on your island, right? So your plan the whole time was to sneak to his main island.
Well, if he'll be on the same island, that's only good. But I played it completely different to what I practiced. And this is only because I had crazy woodland on my main island. I don't know if you recognize this on the cast, but the woodline was, it was, you're happy when you have like 2 woodlines close to each other here. But I guess there was even 3. And so that I don't need to go for the other island. So that's why I sent only 4 wills, and I knew they will hunt most of the time. And as a result, it played like this. I think on early stage, the wrong thing was that I lost fish too fast. Like he went directly there, and the only thing in my build order was not enough for his fire galleys, so that was an issue. And later, of course, I just needed to make something happen on land. Like I didn't need to go for water. I don't know if he had. How's the technology for
an imp shipwright?
Shipwright, yes. I was not sure if he got it early.
He did later.
Later, okay. But well, anyway, I needed to like water. Of course, is important. I need to fire on water, but at the same time, I need to have like 3 stable, 3 range, and back of his islands. And again, I don't know. Every game, I have smaller island. That's so frustrating because why? It's random. It's not like he scouted with the transport ship, you know, and choose the bigger one. So that's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Vinch, at this point, I felt as though you had the lead in every game. Like you had the lead in every game, game number 1, then this game as well. But like if Yo hangs around, he's extremely difficult to deal with, right? So Burgundians Chinese,
This was a crazy moment, but talk to me about the matchup. Like, how do you like it? Because, like, Chinese are one of the best, in my opinion, but Burgundians should be up there as well.
No, I don't like Chinese in this map. I think they are good, but not that good as many people think. So if Burgundian's not the perfect against Chinese, but strong late civilizations, let's say, for example, civs like Portuguese, maybe Bohemians, those civs will just destroy Chinese because the gap between the eco won't be that big, yeah. So here, I guess it's.
So you like the matchup?
Yeah, this one is more or less skill matchup, only because Burgundians struggle against probably Chooks, Camels. And helps, like standard Chinese thing. But yeah, for sure there is no eco advantage. Yeah, even here, I guess I have more res collected, and yeah, usually I don't fight for the right pond, but here it felt right, I think. Very good that I forced some reaction from him. So in general, everything was really good, and once I felt that he invested more and not winning more, not gaining more from this, like scouts, LC, he didn't get a lot of relics on the right side, let it be. Like, I felt that my economy is better and I have much more potential in late stage. I was confident that I will probably take the game. Well, of course, something can happen. I threw even better games before, but here it felt like I'm so much ahead.
Before this game, like going into game 5, how were your nerves? How was your mindset?
Well, with my mind, I understood that basically all the games I had lead and I just slip away.
Okay.
So it's like 4 wins for me in my mind.
Yeah,
But at the same time, score is 2-2, and if you lose, it's even more painful. So nerves still be there.
Got it. Yeah, and honestly, I don't have many more questions because you were so far ahead economically at this stage that, Yo, I think tapped out after a big bomber cannon shot, which the viewers can enjoy one more time. But yeah, I mean, Vinch, after watching you play back there, after watching your performance in Wandering Warriors Cup, like talking to you, Dave and I were saying before the set, is like we think Vinchester's the favorite. Like he's playing really good, and you kind of back that up. Honestly, you looked really sharp. So like, do you feel like you're playing your best age ever right now? You've been playing the game for 15 years, so it might be hard to. Maybe 12, 13, I don't know. But how do you feel about your gameplay, man?
Well, I think I'm in really good shape. So I hope I don't think that I showed my best today. It's still I could do much better, and like I can do much better. It's not like if I'll practice or whatever. Yeah, I think I'm in really good shape. Don't want to compare because the scene is growing. So I would say that in the past I was better at some points, but right now the scene is much better, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
So in general, yeah, I'm in a good shape. I hope I will be able to show it on this tournament. For now, everything is amazing. I have not handicap, but I guess this word works too. A small handicap that I won 3-2. So gives me more possibilities.
Yeah, more possibilities in the event of like a tie with the whole Buchholz form in the future. Well, Vinchester, congratulations yet again. Looking forward to watch more of your games. We're going to send it on then to a quick break before we move on with 3 more sets today at NAC.
Thank you.
When I found out I got invited to NAC, to Noble Apartment Cup, my mindset was that, well, firstly, I was very excited to have a new tournament. And yeah, my mindset was that I would like to try to win it. And most importantly, to have a really good time, because I really love LAN events. So I'm not sure if I played every map yet. No, I didn't play every map yet. I played a good amount of them. The preparation has not been as much as I wanted, because really just I had to catch up on a lot of work and didn't have time to practice as much as I wanted, and other players were busy with WWC beforehand, so this is kind of the issue on the back end of things when there's tournaments that are too close to each other. But I hope to use the first few days to kind of tighten things up and get some good strategies prepared. Yeah, that usually happens like halfway through like the preparation, where I just like one day I have a really good day and I just feel like, okay, everything clicked and I'm ready. And that day just hasn't come yet. So it's not really like an amount of games that I'm looking for. It's just sometimes it's just a feeling that I get, and I just haven't gotten it yet. So if it comes, then I'll be very happy. If not, then we're gonna have some rough times maybe.
My message to the event is like, before I perform is not really good, really well in the past NSC, so this time I want to prove myself. I want to reach top 4 minimum. So I have to focus on one ring on Warriors Cup, and I didn't play too much. And for now, I think I just play 1 or 2 sets before the event. I will try to get more practice today for sure to get a good form for tomorrow. I believe in myself, and I think my strategy is really good, because when you can believe in yourself, you are really strong, right? That's why I just like, okay, my strategy is perfect, so I have to just play good, and it's really good for me. Not really, but like I think the map is different, but I think it's give me a little bit confidence, to be like you can beat everyone. I'll just keep it up.
ACCM, you have to love him. Every time I see his smile, it just lights up the room, and being here in person just makes it so much more special. But hello, everyone. I'm Ellie, and today we're going to have a very special segment. But before that, we're going to say thank you to one of our generous supporters, a viewer, who from the NAC incentive shop donated to the prize pool, and I've convinced Tatoh to write his name on our board here. So big thank you to M. Rajoy for his generous donation. And Taddy, with your lovely penmanship, please.
Where do I?
Anywhere you'd like.
Good. Oh, so much pressure.
Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And if you'd like to donate and get your name written on this board, then check out the incentive shop, and you can definitely do that there. Moving on. This is Ryan, by the way. She's very, very sweet. I don't know if you've seen her, but yeah, she's just the sweetest. Now she's getting her pets. But we'd like to say thank you to another sponsor, and that is Hera. And we actually have a little raffle competition prize for you all. So how it's going to work, they've generously donated some smartwatches that we're wearing a few of them here. And five talented players are wearing them. So Taddy, myself, Dash, as well as Leary and Dogao are all sporting one. And we're going to see who can get the most amount of steps. So we have a link in the comment section and is like pinned to the top, as well as a QR code that you'll see on the screen. So you can enter to see who will have, who you think will have the most steps. Spoiler, it's gonna be me.
Oh, there's some confidence right there. Okay, quick. Can we get a quick check just between the three of us, where each of us is at? By the way, doing this at a gaming event has to be one of the funniest things ever, because there are going to be some abysmal numbers. But let's a quick check.
I know Leary has 0, because Leary has 0.
Okay.
He got the.
He hasn't moved at all.
Yeah, he hasn't moved around.
Well, I'm at now I do want to caveat, we've been only wearing these for maybe like 30 minutes, 40 minutes at this point. It hasn't been a crazy long time. I'm only at 500 steps.
I'm at 700.
Oh, no. I'm already in the hole. I'm already in the hole. What
2,000.
2,000? That's a lie.
I went downstairs, upstairs, downstairs.
That's a lie.
It's try hard. That's what you had the early set, and now you can just go, make a fool out of the rest of us.
We need to try and beat you. So.
Well, I'm going to go on a long walk after this segment. I tell you that much. I think one of the coolest things, while we joke about, there being something funny about, wearing this at a gaming event, I love smartwatches because they do a phenomenal job at reminding you to just get up and move, right? I think it's so easy, especially as gamers, to just kind of get locked into your desk. And, you finish out the day and you go, oh, my God, well, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything physical. I didn't do anything for my body today. And I definitely think these are a good constant reminder to get up and move around, as well as check in with a lot of other elements of your health. I know we were doing some Sudokus earlier, not something you would typically associate with an elevated heart rate, but definitely the stress of those Sudokus got both mine and Tato's hearts up a little bit.
It went up, We started at 60 something and then we ended at 90. It was so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch the heart rate change during intense moments. I know some players stream with their heart rate as well, and that's really, really exciting to watch. So if you want to get in on getting a smartwatch or maybe gifting one, I don't know, you can definitely decide what you want to do with it, but there is a QR code on the screen, so you can definitely check that out. And you have to make a prediction because it's kind of like the Price is Right. You have to see who will get the closest number. So do be exact with your estimates. And the prize pool will also include a series of earbuds, I believe, as well. It's a little active bundle, perfect for the New Year's and the New Year's resolutions.
All right, so let's be honest. Who of those 5 do you think will actually? Do you think it'll be you, Tatoh, at the end of the day? Or would you encourage people at home to vote for you right now?
No.
Then who do you think it will be?
Who is the 5th one?
It was Dogao.
Dogao. I think Dogao will move more.
Dogao, Leary, Dash.
I will bet on Dogao.
I think Dogao is actually a pretty solid bet. Again, already done with his set, has the ability to move around. I don't know though. I might throw on my running shoes after this.
And also,
he
uses to forget his bag here, so he will go to the hotel.
And back, and
I forgot my bag. I need to go back to the gaming house. That's a lot of steps.
That is.
I bet on Dogao.
You're right.
Well, it's definitely not Ryan. I think it's raining outside, so she does not want to be out, and she's just been snoozing.
No, she's getting steps in her dreams though. I tell you
She
that
does,
much.
she's
Yeah.
a little
Plenty of steps
paw.
in her dreams, just not in real life.
So cute. But yeah, sleep tracking is also really nice, especially when you are traveling around.
I mean, we've just started messing around with these things, and it's pretty incredible how many. I mean, I don't know if you can get a great shot of it, or maybe from this
the
side
mobile
here,
cam.
but it's kind of. Sorry, let me go ahead and start the watch up again. Of course, it's written in German, which I do not speak, so I've only explored a few of these, but it's quite fascinating, the number of things, as we were talking about earlier. You can dive into the heart rate here, and all of this syncs to your phone quite easily. Lucky Mo from our production team has all 5 of us synced to his phone, so he's going to have all of our medical data following today, but there you have it, an update on my heart rate, clearly higher than it should be right now. Calm down. But, just some of the fun of owning a smartwatch.
But it goes both ways. I have access to his notifications. They pop up.
That's true. We can read all of his text messages.
His WhatsApps, his new followers. I'm like, oh, look at Mo.
Shout outs to Mo.
Yeah. So who do you think is going to get the most steps?
I actually do think Dogao is a really good pick. I mean, selfishly, I want to say myself, but given the time frame that we're doing this in, I don't think it'll be me because I'll be here through the end of the final set, ready and waiting to hop on at any given moment. So I just don't see myself going on any real long one.
In my
Maybe
head,
some running in place, though.
that could be an option. In my head, I thought you were casting the 4th set, and I thought, yeah, okay, I have it this in the bag. If Dash is casting the 4th set, that's 1 set he won't be able to walk.
Yeah.
But yeah, now that you're casting the last one, which means you have just as much time as I do to get those steppies in.
And catch me pacing around the
Oh yeah.
apartment later.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about T90.
Don't cheat.
You're loading up on your protein chips, though. That's good.
Actually, when I used to go hiking with I had a German Shepherd when I was living in Vienna, and he was just a really big ball of energy. I would also use my smartwatch. It has GPS function as well, just like this one, and you can keep track of them. And it's really interesting to see how much more dogs walk than humans for the same. Like, they're going in circles, they're going back and forth.
Yep.
That was my strategy. I was going to put the watch here. Brian.
Yeah.
Walks, but she's not.
Yeah.
She's not into it.
No, it was a failed idea. It was an ingenious idea, but a failed one nonetheless.
Well, we're gonna have some really friendly competition between us 5. we'll be checking in. I think we do one update at the end of the third set.
Yes.
To see where we stand, but we're gonna close like the deadline. Otherwise, it's a little bit unfair if someone has so many more steps and they look like they're gonna be the obvious winner. So get your guesses in now before we're gonna slowly head on over to the third set of the day, and I'm really excited for it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our third set of the day. It's a banger. It's going to be ACCM, our most recent tournament champion, up against Hera, the favorite and champion of the last however many S tiers. Yeah, we could list off all of his accomplishments recently, but it would take too long, and we'd be halfway through game one by the time we finish. So this is going to be an amazing one. Thank you for the updates on the smartwatch. That sounds really, really interesting. I don't know who's going to win, but I know Leary's going to lose.
Yeah, well,
on that because
we are not going to win either.
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
We were here like, don't give me, the watch.
They should have had the heart rate on Tristan after that set because I don't know how he got out of that suit so quick.
And eating already.
Yeah,
he was there.
And
It was
he's
like,
always
how
just
he's doing
eating.
that.
He's just always
He finished the interview. Well, he finished the interview fast because Vinchester was, I mean, he wasn't doing the interview.
Oh, yeah, true.
Vinchester was there,
Yeah,
you know, and then
yeah.
he ran and we didn't notice, you know. Oh, man.
So what do you think? ACCM? He's looked really good lately. Is he good enough to take some games from Hera?
Well, you know what happened? Well, by the way, I introduced myself. This is man.
Yeah,
you
true.
know, this
Hi,
is man.
this is man.
This
Yeah.
is man. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. No, well, everyone wants to be in the top 4.
Mm-hmm.
And not everyone is going to
And
be
he
able
said
to be
at
in the top
least
4.
top
He said
four.
at least
At
top 4.
least.
But then you ask him, do you feel more confident because you won the Wonder World Cup? And he said, no. Wow, how does this make sense? You know, he feel more confidence, and now he feel in a very good shape. But we were talking about Vinchester, and for now the predictions are being more or less accurate. Like, Vinchester could have won 3-0.
Yeah, he could have.
He was
in a winning
ahead
position
in
every
all-
game.
in all
Every
the
game,
games,
especially
you know.
game one. Like,
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
should have won game one. That was amazing by Yo, but
yeah,
there's some upsets coming in this tournament, I feel.
honestly, now that nobody listened to us, it would be good for the tournament that ACCM take it.
Yeah.
This series.
I mean, Hera, even if Hera loses this series, it would be amazing for ACCM's confidence. The upset winner, Hera still has a chance.
But also for
like,
the others.
It doesn't
But also
kick
for
him
the
out,
others,
right?
Dave, like also
Yeah.
for the others to say, okay, it's possible because it looks unbeatable.
Mhm.
Let's be honest. Like Hera, in the last times, it looks like okay, who can take him?
Yeah.
To be honest, I mean, you can make some good games against him, but at the end, he makes some crazy, incredible comebacks and he win the games.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward for this series. Like beating Hera versus ACM today, I think this is probably the best opponent that he could get, or the worst.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
So we've got an idea now. Our draft is done, and we can take a look at it. We'll see what ACCM is going to try and do here. He's definitely not coming in as the equal competitor. He's not coming in as the favorite. He's coming in as a severe underdog, as anyone does nowadays against Hera. And let's see what he's picked. So he's got Tide Pool, and he's got Pacific Isles, two kind of crazy maps if you get late game, which really benefits him. And then Tiergarten as the first map. And then over on Hera's side, we have Citadel. I'm surprised Hera went for that. It's kind of a weird one. I'm surprised he's gone for it. And then Copenhagen as well, which he's so good on.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what maps they ban each, so that doesn't make an idea why they are picking this. But I don't know, not very aggressive maps, right? No. Like definitely, probably
We don't see an Arabia in here. Yeah,
the least aggressive map.
Don't see a bypass or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Citadel can be more aggressive than people think. Sometimes the right area is being unused till the late game, you know. So maybe that one can be, but the others, well, Copenhagen, we know how it's going to be, right?
Yeah.
Tidepool, well, we have seen a crazy match there, like, and with these two players, that can be a long game.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. I'm about the Sith. Ultravidia is my favorite. Always there.
I sense some sarcasm from you.
I love Dravidians, man. I love Dravidians in every single tournament.
Look at Hera's Civ draft. Like, he's got Turks, he's got Bohemians, and then he's got Vikings and Tatars. Like, those are good Civs, yeah, but not standard, I would say.
Completely opposite to each other. And where to play those? Like, for example, Tatars, where is it going to be? I think it's going to be in game number 1.
Like, Tiergarten? Yeah. I mean, I'm
I
not
don't see any
seeing
other.
them on Tidepool or Pacific Isles or maybe Citadel. There's a strat for them there, but I don't think so. Copenhagen, probably not, right? You want to go with Bohemians or something along those lines. Or Malay could be really good. Malay could be good on a lot of these maps.
In all them.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
think
Malay
about
are
that.
just
Malay is so
OP.
dangerous, you know.
OP.
Maybe in the first one less, but in all those maps with some water involved, they get the timing.
They're insane.
They
Yeah.
get really the timing.
You're
of the
ahead on
map.
eco, you're ahead to the next stage. It's absolutely insane.
You lose that you are behind, but you're still being ahead.
Yeah.
You know, it's so tricky, you know. It's really, really tricky. Both players feel confident, right? You see the cameras and you feel like, okay.
Well, you
we
heard the
can.
interview from ACCM. He's like, I believe I can do it, and I believe my strategy is the best. So as long as I believe in myself, I'm fine. That's an amazing like attitude to have coming in against Hera. I don't think a lot of players have that attitude playing against Hera, and maybe ACCM can pull it off. By the way, our prize pool is currently sitting at $50,829. If you donate part of your donation or all of your donation, I'm not sure.
All the donation,
all
I
the
think,
donation,
all the
goes towards
donations
the prize
to the
pool.
prize. I think
Okay.
what this is split is the merc, if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken.
the merchandise,
The
yeah.
merchandise
Part
is
of that
a
goes
split.
towards the cost, and then part of it goes towards the prize pool. So if you want to get merch as well associated with NAC, there's some cool stuff. The links will be in the chat, and I mean, it'll benefit the prize pool and benefit the players here, and it's just a fantastic thing to do.
Yeah, 100% for the players, you know.
Yep.
About the confidence you were mentioning about ACCM, maybe that big win in a tournament, it can give him in another level. Like
That's what I'm saying.
You know, relying on
'Cause we've seen it before.
Like
one player
I
breaks
always
through.
get the stuck,
Yeah.
in the same round, and then bam, we did it in that one, you know. And I don't think that he was considered really favorite in any. I mean, like clear favorite in any of the series, you know. So he could do it. Okay, sorry guys.
It's
you know what
still here.
happened? No, it's fine. You know why I'm doing this? Because I'm old, man. We are, you know. And then the monitor is here. And we are
As
like-
soon as the game comes on.
when the game is there, I'm. No, give me the glasses, you know. We don't see anything. Well, you know, behind the scenes it was. Now we feel really
We
better.
just have to pretend you're all these young people, right?
Well, today with this suit, the joke about the 25 years old is kind of gone. 100%.
that's so-
you know?
that suit is
it's
not-
impossible. It's really, really
No,
impossible.
that suit is older than 25 years old.
Is the
Your
what
grandpa
century?
wore this
What
suit.
century? What century is this? You know.
Yeah, I know.
But it's still good.
I like it.
Let's go. Oh, but
I
we
like it.
started and the
Countdown.
glasses are coming.
Nice. Here we go. Game number 1 is going to be on Tier Garden, and it's going to be Hera against ACCM, a best of 5, set number 3 on day number 1 of Noble Apartment Cup. Hera has gone for the Tatars, like Mem pointed out earlier, and Incas for ACCM.
Oh, but I like this a lot. I see it's in there quite far. That's not going to happen a lot of feudal action.
Yeah.
And then what about Lancers in this situation?
I mean, Lancers
or Cav
would be good.
Archers.
Cav Archers with the mobility.
With a
could
Thumbrin
be
also.
insane. Yeah.
Thumbrin for free, you know, all Thumbrin. But with this far, because they are very, very far in this map. It looks like they are closer than they are, but no, they are really, really far. They have those 2 forests that, let's say, that you have to cut off to get into the middle, as you can see. And also that rock terrain that it makes that you cannot really build completely.
Yep.
And maybe wall 100% makes this very, very difficult to play. So you need to do army even if you are far, because if you are going too greedy, you get surprised in a moment, and then...
I mean, you're far until you chop through the wood line.
Yeah.
And then suddenly they can just run through the middle with archers and really, really hit you. There's a lot of gold there, but there's also a lot of wood there, and people will be chopping the wood and have their primary lumber camp in that center area. So oftentimes, like, if you're really fast with a couple archers, you can kill villagers, you can force them away, you can force them to make a tower. And if you're busy foraging all those berries on the outside and your opponent just ignores that area and goes to the middle, you can get punished really, really hard.
Yeah, as we can see in the mini-map, we see also an outpost, both hands an outpost that is very close to the berries. It's an area that depends on the civilizations, you know, let's say Franks, Portuguese, some of the cities that get big bonus. We see how the players are going
But with
there.
Incas and
But
with
those,
Tatars, probably
doesn't feel that they are not
Yeah,
reliable.
maybe later, right?
With
Maybe
a TC
yeah.
and Castle Age.
Yeah.
Okay, and now we see a barrack already for Hera. Hera, it's see already the eagle. They are going to prepare what? With that far, maybe it might be a scout from Hera? That far, or is it safer?
I think Hera just really likes... I don't know if scouts are great here because I like the archers going in towards the woodline, but I think Hera likes scouts because it's a very adaptive type of play.
How he control it.
Exactly. Like, he's not going to lose the scouts. He's going to pick away at your villagers under the TC, right? And then move away without getting killed. And then he can add in the archers later because his macro is so good. And you can see right there, he just waited for Feudal H. He takes the engagement, and the scout is going to be stronger than the eagle in Feudal H. So he's going to clear up this eagle, I believe.
Yeah, he get it by little, but he get it. And now it's stable as an archer range. Let's see what he's going to show us.
Stable.
And it's stable. Yeah. Yes. He like it. And man, you can do it. And Tatar's, I think, is underestimated bonus with the food for the herdables.
Yep.
That 50% more is quite a lot.
It's so nice, but look at ACCM, man.
Forward.
ACCM, usually you send archers or something over here. He really prioritized. Look at how much faster he is to chop through than Hera. Like, he was shift-clicking trees. He is through here with the villagers, and he's going to get there, I think, before Hera's chopped through, and he can go for a tower.
He doesn't see it then? Yes.
Yeah,
So
Hera's
then
still
he's
two layers away, because that's a diagonal.
Yeah.
He can't get through there.
Yeah, then he's going to be locked down there. It's true that he's having 5 villages all this time.
And he's pulled everything off. What a strategy from ACCM. He's already gone for the walls to protect himself against the scouts. He's going to have the tower here. And if Hera wants to go for a counter tower, it's going to be in an awkward position, and he's going to be way far behind.
I'm probably... Can we put Fog of War from Hera, Vodka?
You won't see that.
Because
you won't see that. Oh, that's so good from ACCM.
Really, really amazing. It's really amazing. He's doing the tower now. Remember, cheaper towers as well from Incas.
He's got 2 on stone, so he can go for a second tower with Incas.
Very fast.
It's cheap.
Yeah, if it's needed.
Look, he's long distance taking the stone, so he could go for the second tower if needed.
Well, what we can say, mechanically talking, we know how good Hera it is. I don't know exactly how much is his preparation,
but
right?
This is the chef.
Exactly. We know that ACCM is prepared, Dave. He's really prepared and has been cooking probably strategies for all the maps.
Yes.
It seems so, man. Really seems so.
And he said he didn't have much time to practice, but we know. Like, we know he's been thinking.
But much time for him is what maybe the other humans are doing, you know?
Exactly.
Much time, I couldn't play more than 10 games per day, you know?
Yeah.
And then it's incredible. Anyway.
And he had all the flight time from Vietnam to think about what strategies he wanted to go for. He had practice against Mr. Yo. I saw him playing against Vinchester as well earlier. Really, really good. And he pushes Hera off the woodline, but Hera didn't lose villagers.
Yeah, but how do you get now there?
You go through ACCM side, maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
Need to move, need to attack other part of the map.
I mean, we have seen other games where, on other maps where Hera doesn't have any gold and he still wins, right? He still survives. He still just has an insane economy. But still, he hasn't been able to do any damage to ACCM.
But already, because of that, all that idle time, resources collected, looks to be a little bit smoother for Hera, who has already Horse Collar as well. I don't know how many farms he has, but all that he's going to make are going to have with the bonus as a whole that he didn't close. And it was shown before open because he was taking the stone from there and it was going through that area. It's crazy that he's still not walling. Now he's walling, but now he's starting to create damage.
Yeah, a little bit of damage here from forcing out the quick walls here from Hera. Or sorry, from ACCM, as Hera goes right under the TC and actually loses a scout. That's unusual.
Okay.
Usually manages to avoid that. ACCM has to be careful not to chop a hole accidentally through Hera's side. Like, you got to keep it closed there.
Yeah, as you can see, he's already on the berries. I think on the right side also, Hera is fully walled, so he has to focus only on the left now.
Oh, he's going for the full wall.
Yeah,
wow.
Full wall, man. Full wall.
So,
but look what Hera always does. He always does it almost all the games. Look at his farming numbers. 20 farmers. Well, it's not farmers, but berries, you know, food.
And then you look at the resources collected, and he's like usually 200, 300 heads, same amount of villagers, just because his farms are really efficient and he gets them up super quickly. As soon as he has the wood, he drops another farm. And a horse collar was already in. So,
yeah,
I mean, it's just a beautiful economy always from Hera. You can guarantee that every single game. ACCM looking pretty good with his eco as well, and still has control over that middle area.
But we were thinking this is going to go for Castle, for the big battle. They are just kind of warming up, but look at that food from Hera.
It's insane.
It's insane. He put the village on gold maybe a little bit too late, because right now he could be up already.
Yeah.
If he put, 30 seconds ago. But he's going to be up still really, really quick.
Yeah,
still
and the question is, like, when is ACCM going to get there? ACCM is a decent food eco. Don't get me wrong. He's got a decent one, but he's not taking the hunt near the berries, and he's not collecting the berries, and he uses the market instead.
Selling everything.
Try and balance that out. Hera still doesn't have the 200 gold. So he could have been up, like you said, maybe 40 seconds ago.
It's 1,000 food, you know. So, well, that then is not a real perfect macro. You have a lot of food, but with over 1,000 food.
And he was missing the building too,
yeah. And now he's going up to Castle Age, but is faster up with a good economy, and now is the question.
Step Lancers,
Step Lancers,
Cav Archers,
Cav
like
Archers.
what do you want to do? Both of them can be really good against Incas.
Yeah, they can. And, well, he has already one stable. You only will need to make another stable to go for the Lancers, so it makes sense. I don't see an archery range, and you don't want to go only one archery range. He has no wood at all. This looks more for the Lancers approach.
Yeah, what is he doing for wood? Is he just making lumber camps on like these little trees back here? Yeah, like that. If ACCM identifies that and goes after that and targets it, it could be a problem, right? Hera's going to need to drop a TC somewhere as well so that he can secure the wood. That's just an unnecessary amount of micro to kill that eagle.
I think he just love to do it at this point, you know,
he
like,
likes it.
okay, I'll show you my brutal skills. The second stable is on the left, as you can see, covering a little bit the goal. I wonder exactly where he's going to put a TC on the wood, because he will need, maybe there, where that wood line with the berries where the eagle is right now, that TC could be a potential one, you know, he will need it. Or he's going to go maybe a lot of farming on one TC for a while. Because against Incas, you don't want to probably go too greedy.
No,
you need
no,
to
no,
do
no.
army,
You can
at
get
least in the
punished
start,
really
right?
bad. Yeah, and
He's gonna
I
spam Incas
I don't
a
know
lot.
if he's going to have the wood for a TC even. Like, wood is going to be his big concern here. I think he'll need to find a more solid wood
He did a
line.
second lumbercamp, yeah.
Yeah, or like put a TC in between two wood lines just to make sure that he has consistent access to that, because it's ACCM denied him, obviously, from the middle.
Yeah. Okay. He's going with the scouts. Remember that this is the third series of the day, Hera versus ACCM. The next series is gonna be Lear versus Hart, and the last series of the day, the Viper versus Dogao. But that will be later. Now we can focus on this game number 1 with Hera. Well, do we light cast?
Is
it's
ACCM
normal.
adding 2 more barracks? Like, how many barracks is he adding? Oh, it's a gate. Okay, so 3 barracks from ACCM.
Barracks. Well, makes sense, but the problem is, with Incas, you want to have when you are in castle, it's the production. He has 1 eagle. And the production is not going to be enough. Even if they are cheaper, just look at the amount of farming from Hera. 8 light caps are really doing the Lancers. He's trying to be aggressive. He can't go through. If he's not, and the TC is exactly in the spot we mentioned, it makes sense. Berries and wood.
On the wood line, yeah.
Okay. You keep going now. He's exploring now with those light caps. Is there any hole potential that he could break? Because the Lancers also, they have 1 range.
Yep. And he's gonna go after this hut, which has 0 armor, and it only has 500 HP. So ACCM wisely walls behind that. I like this approach from ACCM where he always makes sure he's fully walled. Stone walls, house walls. He doesn't want to let Hera in with those light cav. He doesn't want to let him in with the step lancers. Like, he doesn't want to do anything. And he's even keeping his army until he has enough. And he's confident to push out. Like, he's playing how you need to play against Hera, even going for a TC now in the middle of the map, because he chopped his way through to that center area.
But you know what? With the amount of farming he's doing, I think it's a necessary TC. I will have go first for a monastery.
Maybe.
A couple of monks here, you know, then
But
you convert, you put him away.
Against Hera, though, with light cav, I mean, he's going to pull you out of the base.
Just to go away. You know, he cannot
tough,
get the access here. He can make the TC a little bit later. It's close already, so he's fine there. I mean, still, you want to keep the numbers and go up with a good economy. But let's see, because those, I mean if he's not getting in, that's very expensive also for ACCM. He's repairing with what? 4
Look at him. He just pulls away with
Look
these
at
light
this.
cav as soon as the TC is attacking them. Like, imagine Doubt doing that.
Well, that's why he's not here, you know?
Like, I can't.
By the way, I want to see Doubt come here. If you are listening, we need to see you, man. Okay, look at those Lightgas and Lancers. 2 farmers already round of food. Out of food, the Eagles is gonna raid. It's still going. So annoying Hera here with those Lances and those Lightgas, but he's not getting any damage. But he's doing the kind of game that he likes. He has the map control, he has the control of the game, and he's having already a good economy.
I think ACCM's done well here. I think a lot of players would have lost more villagers. They would not have walled as early as ACCM did, and they wouldn't play as defensively with 3 barracks as Incas. Like, he's actually going to have an army, and Hera's not just killing it 1 by 1. Like, he's going to have a force that can actually take the fight.
He's also in the middle, really. Like, he has Stonewall, he's in the middle. But seriously, Dave, 30 on foot. 30
a lot of them are on berries, though.
Well,
a lot of them are on berries.
But still, like, he's a second TC Ezra now, with that many on foot, with this economy going, and he keep doing army.
Those Eagles might show up at that TC at the wrong moment. Those Eagles are coming forward.
Let's see.
And that town center from Hera, I think, is just being built over there as the Eagles stretch forward towards the berries. Will ACCM get there in time? His destination is definitely the berries. It's just what side of the berries does he go to? TC is going up here from Hera. This is a quick wallable moment if Hera notices this, but ACCM can get in there really quick, and Hera's TC is going to be denied. ACCM waited, he waited, and he's going to find what he wanted to find. The villagers building the town center pushes those away. Step Lancers are forced to come back.
This is amazing for ACCM. He has been trying to do this damage all the game, and then he was walled, he was waiting, and he took the moment, and he took 3 villages, and the most important, denied Tatoh.
Yeah, so it's even less time that the TC can't be working, right? So he can catch up a little bit in eco. He's at 52 vills versus 59 now. Pikeman is on the way, and I mean, the Step Lancers are great against Eagles, but once the Incas get the army numbers coming forward, especially in Castle Age, can be really, really dangerous.
Yeah, and the problem here is, what civilization they need more economy?
Yeah, the Tatars.
Tatars need more economy, you know. So if you are behind, if you guys are watching,
trying to sneak in.
Yeah, but he can't, man.
Trying to sneak in.
Well, I think he will at some point. Can
Yeah,
we
but
check
where
how-
does he go? Even if he
Yeah.
gets through there, where does he go? He can't go through the TCs. Like.
Okay, yeah, let's see if we can check it soon. If ACCM can see that he's chopping those trees in the forest, let's go quick. No, he cannot see it.
Sneaky from
This is
Hera. That's
sneaky.
nice.
He's gonna get there, and then he. But if you raid, this is what you also want to raid to create the chaos. Is a +1, and he's doing the hand card +2 attack already. The economy looking good, really good for Hera. Look at resources collected.
Yeah,
it's
that's
open.
insane.
It's open, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know that it's open, and he's gonna wall now. But as you mentioned, the army numbers that ACCM is start to have. It's crazy, and you don't need that much economy.
No.
If you are able to go to Imperial at a similar time that your opponent, even with less economy, you can get the game.
Man, I just love the way ACCM has played this. He's taking care of all the ways that people usually lose to Hera early in the game. They're losing villagers under their TC. They're losing the random villagers they send out to wood or gold. Even though they think they're walled, they're not fully walled. ACCM is taking no chances. Stone walls, house walls, every time he deletes something to leave, he replaces it right away. He's not giving Hera any of those opportunities to use his micro and come in and snipe his economy. And he's playing his own game right now.
He's doing well.
Yeah.
You know, look at the population.
And he goes for another tower because he saw that. I think he saw it, right?
He saw it, man.
But it's already open almost?
No,
Oh,
he put
how
an
much is on
outpost.
that
He put an
tree?
outpost. He put an outpost.
81?
No, it's not gonna open.
That's sick.
It's not gonna open, and I don't think Hera. Well,
Chop
Hera,
somewhere else, bro.
Probably Hera can see it. But doesn't matter. If he see it, he cannot get inside. And now he's gonna move those villas. Man, this might be so frustrating. The question here, Dave, is it no to keep him out of the middle to win the game?
No, there's
Not
enough
really. There's a
gold
lot
here
of
that Hera
resources,
can
right?
still like get to Imp and still have an army. But if you're going for the long game, it's probably the best play. Big fight over here. A couple conversions maybe coming in at only 1. And the Eagles are slower than the Step Lancers. So Hera moves forward, which forces the entire army from ACCM back. And he's walling in the stone walls everywhere. I love it
Yeah,
from ACCM.
but you know what, Dave? You know what? Now he's a +2 lances and light caps, and he's gonna try to take absolutely everything. The light caps are now out of position. He was trying to kill something, but he couldn't. Is those lances enough to kill all this army? He's microing the lancers.
If you
One right,
micro
he's
them
microing,
correctly,
man.
they are.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
And Hera is going to micro them correctly. And Hera also, with the light cap looking for some damage there, he's not going to be able to find it because ACCM's got a good setup. Behind this, like Hera still has an insane eco, right? He's 10 villagers ahead. He's got wheelbarrow handcart. ACCM doesn't even have wheelbarrow, doesn't even have the second wood upgrade. Like, Hera is looking good economically, but again, ACCM controls the majority of the gold in the center of the map.
Yeah, and he's doing a castle at home. He's still afraid about that army. I think that's a good call. And since he is cut off from the middle, you don't need to make the castle in the middle. So I like the castle there. But Hera, he's going to take absolutely everything. He's going to clean all. Look at the army now from ACCM. Population, whoa, the KD 41-12. And the population difference is insane. Seriously insane. I mean, I know that Incas is cheap, but this is too much because the Canadian has 11 villages on food. 11 villages on the queue, sorry. If he unqueue all then, he go to Imperial.
Yep.
Already.
And I actually really like the fact that Hera isn't relying on the berries. Like, he's adding in farms. Because the berries are just... once they're gone, you'll just find 40 villagers over there with nothing to do, right? So he's slowly adding in farms. These are the little things that he does. Resources, like you said, looking insane. He can sell some of that food. He can sell maybe some other resources and get up to Imperial Age. He won't even need to soon as he completes the university and goes up That is insane from Hera. ACCM, meanwhile, getting gold mining upgrade, wheelbarrow upgrade. He's just far behind economically.
And now he can go to the middle, Dave. He can cut with traps, you know, finally.
Well, I think ACCM might be cutting a way for Hera through with his villagers that didn't realize that they're chopping the trees. Like, he's actually kind of
helping.
He's
helping him. Well, it's not going to switch into Cav archers. We see the fletching already coming, or he's going to try to take some castle there and deny it all. But honestly, Hera has a huge advantage now. It's 4K resources more. 4K resources more. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
What do you do in ACCM's position here? You can't push out. You don't have an army anymore. You've got some Chemiox maybe, but they can't keep up with the Step Lancers. And your opponent's going to be an Imperial Age first. How do you keep yourself in this game?
Well, the only good thing here is that the map is really big, you know, but Hera is not going to make a defensive castle. He's coming forward. He's going to make a castle.
That's surprising to me.
You were expecting more defensive one?
I was expecting a little bit. Okay, now it's not based on where the Step Lancers are. I thought the Step Lancers were somewhere else. I think he realizes that no army ACCM makes can beat these at the moment.
I mean, he's fully upgraded. Bloodlines, +2. Then he's doing Ballistic already. Botkin is doing the castle, and then when he take the castle here from ACCM, it's really loose. Like, game number 1 is going to be for the Canadian, for your fellow Canadian. Dave. So.
I think so. Even working away on the stone wall, he's just building that castle. He knows ACCM can't do anything about it. Look at the resources. He's going up to Imp again. Double Imp for Hera as ACCM struggles to afford 1.
Yeah, he's going to go up to Imperial ACCM. But you know what impressed me right now for this first game, Dave, is like he's doing army that is more expensive than the Incas. He's controlling that army. He has lost in the whole game 12 units, not 14. You know, because he's two villages there. But, you know, he lost 5 villages, so he lost 9 units. 9 military units. So at the end, he's saving a lot of resources. He's producing exactly what he needs to keep all the map control.
And he was really taking advantage of that food area, right? He went out to the berries, went out to the hunt. ACCM didn't do that because if he did, Hera would have been sniping all of his villagers out there. He played very condensed. He thought he could get the Death Ball in Castle Age with the Incas, unable to. He still has 18 Chemiox though, and Onager from Hera. He's not going to tread through the middle. He's going to cut himself a path right through those trees in the center, and the Onagers might actually help against the Chemiox as well. Hera has just unlimited resources, it feels like. And he has 135 villagers now.
It's already 8K resources more. Like,
That's
look
insane.
how that hand card kick in, you know, like, he did hand card long time ago. Like, really in the early castle. I think he's almost 200 population. Well, he's playing okay. He's playing really okay for this first game. He seems to be very nervous.
Step Lancers against Chemiox, but they're elite Step Lancers. And let's see how this battle goes. The Chemiox do have a bonus against them. The Chemiox should still do well here. Like, they're doing really well here. Hera just thought the trade would go better for him. He overestimated the elite Step Lancer, the Chemiox. Non-elite Castle Age.
I will say that he underestimated the Chemiox even more, right? Oh my god.
They destroyed them.
So then imagine if he's now getting time. He see this fight now, ACCM, and since we all know that when if you see that score difference, he say, well, if I'm able to hold the Imperial Step Lancers when I get the Imperial Chemiox, I will dominate.
I think that's way too expensive at this point. Like,
What a +4.
I think you just want more Chemiox at this point. ACCM looking at that like, give me more.
Yeah, well,
Tatars can't go for hand cannon, which is not a common option with them, as the Onager is out here and it's cutting through the wood line, and he's going to get into the eco in the center here from AC. Oh, that's bad. Elite Chemiox!
I told you,
he's
man,
saving.
You don't trust Nostradamus, Dave. What is this? But look at those lances. He's going to raid now completely. That's the biggest problem. And is he noticing? Yes, he is. But what do you do now? What do you do now?
Yeah, he doesn't even have fletching. So it's like final armor. Step Lancers, and now they're in on this side too. Where are the Chemiox?
He's trying to go to the middle, maybe.
There's 29 of them.
Yeah, maybe going to the middle. You see? He's going to the middle.
There we go.
It has to be, but you cannot save with the Chemiox both areas. You can save one or the
you
other.
definitely can't save this one because it's beyond saving. They're already dead. The villagers trying to get to the TC. There's nothing there. Villagers escaping to this one. We know ACCM plays on for a long time. He's down to 74 villagers. He has half exactly half the amount of villagers as Hera right now.
Well, there was 2 minutes ago that I mentioned to you that Echo KD was 1-5.
Oh, God. Oh,
1-5. That doesn't matter. He has the honors now. He can go with the honors. But what you do here, he's cleaning everything on top. He's doing a second caster forward, and ACCM is still not calling it because he's only 4,000 score difference, and you will know that he has to resign with 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
There's 30 Cameox as well.
It's
so
crazy.
he feels like 30 Cameox, maybe he might have a chance. The Onagers are going to get some good shots against those. Exhibit A, as Hera just backs up with the Step Lancers and he's killing the whole main base. Even ACCM has to tap out after that. Fantastic macro, fantastic economy and build up there from Hera in the face of a really good strategy from ACCM.
He did everything perfect. Even the APM was 111.
Yeah.
You know, so and in
It's
this
like-
game, you know, it's like OP, really, really OP.
Doesn't feel fair.
Well, I mean, you watch this game and you feel like, what are the mistakes done by ACCM in this game?
I think if you play it that way, Tatars have a really good Civ matchup against Incas.
Yeah, but the thing is, he didn't really do mistakes.
No, he didn't really
ACCM,
do
or not
mistakes.
many.
But Hera didn't make any mistakes either.
That's the point.
He lost one scout to the TC early.
So if you don't force mistakes to Hera, it's a hammer.
Yeah.
It is a hammer. I don't know what you guys think, but you feel
Maybe
it.
you just don't play him on the maps where your TC's on the other side of the map. Maybe you got to choose the ones where you're a little bit closer, you know? Go for a forward or something. Make things messy.
Or what he tried in the start to take the map is fine, but then chop yourself and keep going aggressive. Spamming feudal, you need to create some chaos because he just let him get his economy going.
Yeah.
At the end, he just moved the lumber camp. But just think, 5L is moving across all the map. It was a lot of resources that you're not taking.
It was.
as well,
I mean, Hera did
you know?
move his back. I mean, we'll see next game what ACCM can do. Right now, we've got a message from our sponsors.
And now, a word from our partners.
Look, you know how exhausting it is to control all our fine electronics at home? Well, I think I found the perfect solution. Elmo, come here. Come here, boy. Sit. Hey. That's a good boy. You're fine. Sit. More. Couch lamp. On. It's a good boy. Come here. Sit. You're fine. Elmo. Couch light 2. On. Good boy. Elmo. Couch light 1. Off. Couch light 1. Off.
Maybe it's time to try something smarter.
Say hello to smarter lighting. Hammer Smart Lights bring voice control, energy efficiency, and 16 million vibrant colors right to your fingertips.
Oh my, what a terrific alternative.
More smart, more home. Hammer.
You know, it's very, very smart and he's smarter, you know? So I love this one.
I know.
I really love
I like
this
the dog.
one.
I just like the dog.
I'm not the. I know.
Who
I'm
was
not a pet
holding
man,
his
but,
hand too?
you
Like
know?
they just.
I didn't notice. I didn't notice.
Yeah, you're
Oh
right.
man, back into the games. Hera ACCM. For me, I don't know. It's only the first game.
Yeah.
But it looks scary already for me.
Oh, it looks really scary for the tournament.
And you know, we are talking about, right? Who we are talking about. It looks scary.
Yeah.
Another thing, when he didn't win, even if it was in quotes, not a S-tier tournament, because you know about this, or the classification is relative. I'm sure that he's also more motivated.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like, okay, I lost that one. You will see now.
Yeah.
Don't you think that he's his real mindset?
I think
Maybe
so.
he's not going to
Yeah,
tell
well,
you.
I mean,
Maybe he's not
no
going to
one-
tell
no
you.
one
but
likes to lose, but I think
know?
Hera likes to lose less than everybody else.
That's
especially
why,
everyone else here.
for me, that's why he's in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Because you need to have this anger, you know, this starving about the victory. Otherwise, you cannot keep there. That's consistency. Because in this game, guys, it's so exhausting, like the practice you need, the draft, the strategies, and not only the mechanics.
Yeah, it's hard to find the motivation sometimes.
Yeah.
He always seems to find it. So that was a great first game from Hera. ACCM came forward with that strategy. It looked great. It might have worked against everyone else, but Hera just kept the pressure forward. ACCM was never able to consolidate his army, and the only value he found was on the raid on the TC. Maybe that's the only mistake Hera went, is trying to go out there without walling in his vills, but it wasn't enough.
It didn't make a real impact as well. What I think is happening with Hera in those situations is like he doesn't panic. It looked like, for example, that's probably moved his plan for that game.
Yeah.
But he just moved the economy. Keep going. Okay, I was going to try to go to the middle. I cannot. I go to the side.
It's like it didn't bother him at all.
It didn't bother, as you can see. I think they are really probably getting into the game. You can see how they are very, very focused. This looks like a gaming movement right now, Mr. Dave. And we might see in game number 2 in a moment. What do you think the ACCM might
According to Vodka, there might be some map bugs here. So we might be restarting in favor of another one.
Okay.
We'll see going forward. I know there was an issue with the map, so maybe the players just need to be notified about that. Right now they're gaming though.
Okay, I don't hear the production. If they give you some information, I'm not hearing it. Okay. So if you see me that I keep talking,
I think Hera has a chair, but he's covering it. It kind of looks like he's got a chair back. It just kind of looks like he's hovering there, like he's just squatting.
Well, but we have to say that Hera is tall.
Yeah.
So it's taller, also much bigger. Let's say that ACCM. That is a playboy, right?
Jeez.
What you were thinking there? It's the T-shirt, Dave. It's the T-shirt.
ACCM. I know. I saw it.
But for a moment you were...
I was thinking you were calling ACCM a playboy. I don't know.
Well, can be a playboy too, but... Okay, let's see what is going to be with the map. And what he might pick. I need to remember the whole maps.
ACCM had Pacific Islands. Hera had Copenhagen.
And Tidepool. It was
Tidepool. And Hera had Copenhagen and Citadel. So Hera had both the city maps. As we're getting a wonderful view, maybe if we look into their eyes deep enough, we could see the reflections of the games. I don't think so. We're getting a wonderful view here. And
probably not.
We are going in game soon. I've been notified. So
now here.
I think it might not have been a map bug. It might be a spectator bug with us trying to join.
Yeah.
And there we go.
That can happen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Awesome.
Game number 2. We are already there. And we have already ACCM on the way to Feudal Age with Dravidians, my favorite civilization for sure. And then Turks. Well, but in this map, let's be honest, Dravidians can be very strong.
Turks is interesting here. Like, there's a lot of stone on this map. You can lock it down. You can go for the extra range cannon galleons later, but you have to survive to that point. And Dravidians are going to have a huge advantage on early water. I know you love them, so you would be all about that.
But chemistry free right away, it gives you quite a lot as well.
If you're alive.
Well, it's Hera.
Yeah, it is.
It's Hera, but it's interesting pick for sure. And let's see, because you can do also the cannon galleons then right away as well. Well, he's doing the loom, Hera, here, which I'm surprised. Being that far, that he need the loom?
Yeah, it's not a usual... Well, I mean, he does have a villager on the edge. And
okay.
Yeah, there's the villager coming forward from ACCM. So ACCM is docked on the outside. You can make a choice. You can dock on the outside or the inside. They don't connect. And now ACCM... with Dravidians is going to get the extra wood. He's going to come forward. He's going to make a forward dock, and he'll add the barracks, and he'll probably add the archer range. So there's a lot of pressure coming Hera's way. Meanwhile, Hera's going fast castle. Hera is trying to just fish on the outside. He feels like he can survive long enough, even against early pressure, and he can get to Castle Age earlier than ACCM. Let's see how he does. I mean, ACCM is going to scout his eco. He's going to see the slow up time, and he'll know what Hera's doing.
Yeah, I mean, the barrack is not going to be so important for now. I think that it's better the decision that ACCM bring that forward dock to try to kill the fish. But this is the stable.
Dravidian stable. I know you love Dravidian stables, man. Tell us all about
everyone does.
Tell us all about Dravidian stables.
One of the best.
It's easy because you can remember the units that come out of there. There's not many.
Scouts.
There's two.
Yeah, Scout and
Scout
Elephant.
and Elephant.
With the
and
most
you can't even
upgrades.
get the upgrade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those elephants are super fast.
There's 3 buttons you can click in the stable.
My goodness.
It's incredible.
Oh, man. Well, the truth is, now in Feudal Age, the Scout might be more or less normal in the sense that, well, you don't get bloodlines, but it's okay if you can make some damage. And to be honest, you need mobility to make damage right now, because if you're going to make some schemes, I mean, when you're going to arrive there to make damage? This is the stable as well from Hera, but as you mentioned, it's going to be Castle. Is this Market or Blacksmith? I think it's Blacksmith, right?
Blacksmith.
Yes.
A stable blacksmith. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's gonna go scouts into some light cav. The upgrade comes in for free, which is fine. And we know how Hera loves to use the mobility. He's running with the villager now. He should probably run with the fish at some point, but he is going for a fire galley. So he's going to attempt to protect these fish. He still wants his food eco alive. We'll see how ACCM follows this fire galley up. I think he's got another one looping around on the left side.
I'm surprised he's coming with another, but I'm surprised that he didn't move the fish at all. Like, moved at least one.
Yeah.
It's
Doesn't
not
care, I
moving.
guess.
Doesn't care.
Can't
Well,
even
it's-
drop off the food from that one before it dies, and maybe he's busy. Maybe he's looking at the scouts coming in, right? And ACCM also docking the middle. So I like the approach from ACCM. Hera's going to get to Castle Age faster, sure, but ACCM's going to have the fish in the middle, and he's going to have the fish on the outside, and Hera's going to be busy with all the units coming in from ACCM.
Yeah, and now Hera doesn't have economy. Like, he lost
He doesn't
all the
have a
fish.
food eco. No.
Yeah, doesn't have a food eco. So this is the question. He did the stable. You want to go light gas? You don't have now food to go, because if you can say, okay, you can go Cav Archers, but he does have an archery range at least that he's building now, which I don't think so. You know, okay.
Turks is such a Hera pick here. He really, really likes Turks. I think he likes the fact he can get light gav instantly on getting to Castle Age, uses the mobility, right? But, I mean, it's still kind of questionable.
Yeah, even more when you are not able to really save any of your economy. He has four fishing loss. He's now doing double task. He got Horse Collar.
ACCM, that's nice.
He got Horse Collar already, but he has only one scout. Like, what is he gonna do, Hera, now? Now he's doing another, okay.
I guess the question is, like, when you're looking to go fast castle, you want something immediately from Castle Age. What is Hera getting other than light cav?
He's gonna boom.
That's it?
He's gonna make TCs.
Okay.
I mean, they are far, and he's far, and he knows, okay, I'm gonna be quicker than my opponent. He might have the fish boom, but then I will have 2 TCs extra for like 2-3 minutes faster than him. I will compensate the lack of fish, and also I cannot really compete on water with them, and I'm gonna go booming. It has to be. He's doing already
I don't know
the
if
TC.
it's going to be enough. Like, if
Yeah.
ACCM keeps adding fish here, I don't know if it's going to be enough. And he also has been patrolling the scouts along the front shoreline from Hera to stop him from docking that pond area.
Yeah, well, population is 50-32. Right now, the population difference is really big, but there's no buildings already for ACCM.
I think he has a market, right?
He has the resources, yes, but now he's doing the second building, and he's going to go up. But that's the thing. 28 villages, 34.
Does he get the villager?
No.
Oh, Hera doesn't get the vill. ACCM snipes the fire galley. That man stood up for himself.
Okay. He has 3 scout, but 2 are low HP, and he's being chased by the light cap. He's going to be able to micro. He's microing. Look at this. He's microing against all 3 scouts. Let's go. With 1 light cap, taking 2, and almost taking the 3rd, and he's going to take it. No, because he's going away. Remember, guys, that the scouts are faster than the light caps. I guess that they're faster because the light caps got the armor, so they make them more heavy.
Why is ACCM adding in another fire?
I don't know. He has the water
what is
already.
That for?
Probably
I guess
in the middle.
Okay.
Probably. It makes sense.
So
You
he's
don't know
going to patrol back
yeah.
and forth. Okay, I
Yeah.
thought he already had one there. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Oh, that's not fun.
Need to move there. Anyway, as we were talking, Dave, 3 ton centers, and he has both TCs producing, so he doesn't have them idle. 18 seconds, even losing the fish. So his macro is still on point after that.
Really, really good from Hera, as you would expect. Looks like ACCM getting attacked in the dock villager over there, also getting attacked in the dock villager in the middle. Like, Hera is so active. He's looking for all these exposed villagers, even sniping a fishing ship over on that side. And like you said, adding the 3rd TC. However, ACCM gets to Castle Age in 30 seconds. He's not going to be that far behind in total villager count. He will spot this dock, which is good scouting, but he's not able to deny it.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to make a fire galley, he's doing a second dock. But this is good for Hera because he's now making that he's investing more and more on water. And this is like a fake invest by Hera on water. It's going to provoke that my opponent just get more and more, and then myself I'm on 3 TCs. And 3 TCs in the long run is going to be a lot more effective, in my opinion, than even at the fish.
ACCM needs to add a TC right now. Like,
He's doing
and he's doing it. Okay, so he needs to start catching up in villagers. He got the extra 200 wood with Dravidians, which is helping with all of this. War Galley on the way, finding a villager over on this side with more scouts on the way. Might be able to snipe her, might even be able to snipe her friend.
He's gonna snipe more because he's doing the light adapt. The light adapt for Dravidians. He's taking one, let's see the other. But now ACCM needs to be active because he's 6 villages more. Though it has horse call, okay, but he's doing both. So still ACCM in a good position, but just look at the village number already. It's 42,
resources
42.
collected. He's over 1,000 ahead.
Yes.
He's over 1,000 ahead, and he's gonna make the villager count a little bit better if he snipes a few from Hera. Still, Hera producing really nicely. The farms are amazing as usual, and ACCM hasn't really been able to expand his fishing eco because he's been investing the wood in other things.
Yeah, and look what he's doing, Dave. He barely has villages on goal. 1-2. You know, 1-2. Then everything is farming. Everything is farming. If we focus when those light guys are away, now we can focus how much farms he has already. It's crazy.
It's insane.
It's crazy.
It's just the thing that he does best, right?
Yeah. It's the main thing, in my opinion, honestly.
Yeah.
Seriously, it's his trademark.
That means that he can put all of that into more villagers, into more light cav. He can use his mobility. Like, the farms are the base of everything about Hera's gameplay, as the fires now clear up that fire galley, and Hera's going to lose his stock attempt. But still, like you said, it forced ACCM to invest here, and ACCM is just now adding in more fish.
Yeah, it has now the 30C. It's true that he has 700 gold. What is that building? Didn't have the Blasmith? No Blasmith till now. He should try to force now ACCM to be Imperial faster, or he just need to go heavy boom.
Do you think ACCM should come forward with like a siege workshop or something and make it interesting? I guess not against light cav. He's just going to get.
But go pikes.
Yeah,
go pikes. You need to do something. Like, seriously, you don't want to go for the Imperial Age, because how do you stop, for example, bombard cannons with artillery from
I think
from
if you
Turks.
hold water control, you might be able to do it.
But they have 14
really
range.
tough.
You can't even take the water with the cannons. And with Hera's micro, you know, it's. I wouldn't be surprised that he's thinking about that.
Oh, ACCM got through the gate, and he's just going to attack it. He doesn't want to go in there, doesn't want to get trapped in there. Probably a good decision. And he's just still at only 9 fishing ships, hasn't really been able to expand it, trying to expand his villager count. Hera's catching up on economy now to ACCM, who still holds the score lead. But ACCM does take down that gate, so there's an entrance now into Hera's eco as he slowly backs away.
Yeah, he's 33 on foot, 1 on goal. 1 on goal.
Yeah.
Oh, like he keep doing now more and more light caps, and I wouldn't be surprised that the one who is going forward maybe is Hera at some point. He's starting to mine a stone, a lot of stone. And the question now is, where do you make the castle? Look at the upgrade also. He's doing the stone mining upgrade, you know. The castle is going to be at home, or it's maybe going to go forward.
I think at home, right? Has to. You don't know what's out there from ACCM. You haven't been near ACCM's base in a very long time. You don't know what's there. And it gives you access to maybe some Janissaries if you want to push forward for a second castle. Like, I think you've played defensively so far. You just continue to do so.
That he's even doing the armor for the cavalry, ACCM. Now he has the bloodline, so he has the advantage. Otherwise, he's probably doing that upgrade. And look at that micro. He's going to be able to do the job. He has to be careful. There's some galleys. The galleys is going to help. Okay, good point. Good job there. A lot of wood for Hera here. Let's see what he's going to do, because he needs to farm a lot or more dogs. He's 700 wood.
I'm just really surprised ACCM doesn't have more fish. Like, he's been adding them in maybe like once every couple minutes. He'll add in an additional.
Not in the middle, right?
In the middle, or just make another dock on the outside. Like, the Dravidians also carry more, so they can go further and still be efficient.
But look at what minute he's doing handcart.
Yeah.
Handcart already. Handcart already, like in the previous game, handcart already is going to boost his economy massively. 40C for both players. They're going for the Imperial, okay. But he's already 11 villages more. He has 11 fishing ships. So, right now, look at the boom. It's getting closer and closer. And in few minutes, Hera will have more resources collected.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, ACCM has stayed ahead. He has stayed ahead here. 1,000 resources ahead basically the whole time. If we look at total eco units, ACCM's ahead by 1.
Forward?
And Hera is going to make a castle near this gold. Controlling golds here is really important. He goes for a market.
Is the market that one?
Because he went blacksmith stable. He didn't go market blacksmith.
But it's taking a long time. It's maybe university? No, it's market. Okay.
You can't tell the difference? You're like Leary. You can't tell from the building foundations?
No.
Remember we had that quiz once with Leary, you couldn't tell? Oh man! Hera takes this fight, and it's a good one because of Bloodlines here. No Bloodlines for Dravidians, and ACCM is trying to get Iron Casting to balance that out. Already has the armor and forging. And Hera's able to get that castle up. ACCM, you don't want to give him the fires. You don't want to give him the fires.
Definitely not. Even more when you have so little. Oh, he's gonna see. He's gonna see. Let's see the fog of war from Hera. If he could see the castle, please. And he can see. He know that the castle is happening there. But
Iron Casting.
The timing. Yes.
Yeah, the upgrades are in for Dravidians.
Yeah, but there's one problem. Because of those upgrades, he's not gonna be up to Imperial at the same time than Hera. And then Hera will have chemistry for free. He's on the way to Imperial, and the Canadian is gonna have the timing and the momentum one more time because he's only 6 bullets behind, and he's 6 bullets behind in quote because he's already ahead in villagers, and now his economy is still behind in total. But who cares when you are up to Imperial quicker right now?
Yeah, it's really, really good for Hera. I think ACCM needs to keep him off the water. I don't know how he's going to do it because cannon galleons could be good, right? Hera could take out all your fish there. Also, the bomber cannons, like you said, are going to be tough. I do like the fact that ACCM is keeping those light cav away from his base, even though he's investing a lot to do it. And I like the fact that he's also going for outposts in the north, so he's tracking whether Hera's going to come up on that north side.
It feels that the ACCM has a little bit more map control for now, but let's see how he's going to work this. He has a stone for another castle. He's going to make it in the same spot. The castle is going to keep that stone for trying to get forward and maybe recover the map control. I believe that he's going to wait a little, right? I mean, you need to see how far, how far is your opponent to be in Imperial now. So let's see. It's going to be what? Hand Cannoneers or Cav
It's got to be.
Archers?
I haven't seen any upgrades come in for the Cav Archers. So if he's adding those in that soon, and he hasn't queued any up, and he's not getting any upgrades, I would assume hand cannons, at least initially. And then he changes from that point. See, look, Pikeman's coming in from ACCM, crossbow on the way. ACCM is going to go for a composition of multiple types of units.
No, he's
and ACCM will see the castle.
Okay.
Up on the top there.
But I think he has to be Cav Archers now because then against Arbalest, the hand cannoneers are going to be kind of useless. He's no Bodkin arrow. Of course, you still need the ballistic.
There's the Cav
He does have a lot of wood. Okay, he's doing them. And remember, guys, these Cav Archers with the Shipai upgrade, that is a tech in the castle, 100 HP, which is no joke, Cav Archers, you know?
But, I mean, Dravidians do have Elephant Archers, which do really well against Turks.
Well, they dominate.
Yeah, they don't have Elite Skirm. So what do you... And they don't have Onager either, so Bomber Cannons can't really do that much damage against them. Like, they're very, very good.
Okay, it's very interesting matchup right now. ACCM is still with the score lead, more population as well. Billy's numbers is almost the same. He's doing the armor, he's going infantry. But infantry here, it's not going to work, Dave. Infantry here is really not going to work. He will need to switch into something else, otherwise Hera will take everything with this army. Bomber cannons, Cav Archers against halves.
I mean, I think the play is Elephant Archers eventually, but... You just, it's hard to have enough food.
It's
hard to have enough food. 44 on food is not enough.
Yeah, but look, he's doing halves, which is 300 food, 600 gold. Look at the food he has in the bank right now. I mean, you need to make the upgrades and expand them, but right now the halves, when Hera see the halves, he's going to be happy, honestly.
Well, I think halves are necessary, because if you don't go halves, you die to the Hussar raids.
He's doing the elephants. He's doing the elephants. So we're going to have halves and elephant archers. The question is, how many elephants are you going to need? Quite some, right? The good thing is that he's forward here, so even if you lose this area, you still have time to maybe mass
lose all these production buildings.
That's true.
Which you need to build, and there's the way the wood lines are here, there's like limited space on this map. It's really weird to kind of build more production buildings. You have to find the right space, but still, ACCM kind of holding him forward, trying to get the technologies for his Elephant Archers. He'll need to build more production back. ACCM also might get pushed in the north by Hera, because Hera has a castle up there. He has a castle of his own, but loses the Treb. And the Hussar are on the field, at least 6 of them, so they could come in for raids. The upgrades are coming in. Hera's slowly building his Cav Archers. Like, we can just see the way that this is going.
Yeah, and not only that, as you can see, guys, economy now, resources collected, 1,100 resources more already for the Canadian, who is pushing and killing all the buildings. Heavy Cav Archers on the way, while those elite Elephant Archers that he has 4,
no armor on
they have not any armor. He's doing no Bodkin and chemistry. I mean, how many upgrades they need? A lot.
Yeah, without armor, they're going to die.
Yeah,
You definitely need the armor, even against like cav archers, which aren't doing that much damage. The elephant archers have a lot of HP, but without the armor, they're just dead.
Yeah, did you see? They're dying right now.
And now Hera's going back on water, so he's going to control the middle lake too. ACCM is losing all the advantages that he had.
Yeah, well, he's 133 beliefs, 118. It's fine. He's going to lose all the fish, which is not a lot, but he's now doing some fishing ships, which I don't understand. He should do it before. And the Canadian is cleaning everything slowly. And the longer the game goes, well, now the Turks, I wouldn't be surprised that we see even bombard towers.
I wouldn't be. I mean, I think ACCM's kind of dead here. He just lost all of his production buildings. He's losing the water in the center, probably. Shipwright, Hera's waiting for Shipwright to come in before he even goes for any extra navy, and this is looking like a really, really tough push to stop, even if you get a lot of elephant archers, because Hera's going to have control of the water, and Hera's going to start cannon galleoning all of your stuff. You understand, right?
Yeah. Well, he's even doing murder holes. When you do murder holes, what that means?
It means that you have too many resources in the bank. That's what it means. Murder holes, treadmill, crane. It means that you're floating res and you don't know what to do with it.
Want to create more difference with the score.
Sapahi coming in too.
Everything. He has no wood yet, but if he has, he will do bombard towers. I wouldn't mind that he's going to make it. Population is still solid for ACCM, but now it's going to lose the middle. And as you mentioned, in this kind of tight distance map here, if you make now some cannon galleons here, then you can take all the economy from the water as well. And this is artillery. For that, with that upgrade, guys, those bombard cannons will get 14 range. That is the maximum range for bombard cannons in the game. And it's
the elephant archers are still really good.
Now
they're just keep being out-popped. Like, the bomber cannons aren't going to do all that much damage because their elephant archers are big, and the splash damage doesn't affect them as much. It only hits one at a time. But still, you look at the number of cav archers, you say the monks get a conversion, the bomber cannons are slowly chipping away, and Hera wins the water in the center.
Yeah, and you can also always send, if you have some amount of food, you can send also Hussars. These Hussars got extra pierced armor, so they can walk like a shield there. It's going to help quite a lot. In the north, he's not really going, but he's cleaning a little bit. And look at now, it's feel like 65% map control for Hera.
Yeah.
And
it used to be 70% for ACCM. Yeah.
In what, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Not looking bad. Population almost 200 pop for Hera, who still have a lot of food. Why he has a lot of food, guys? Because he's not using it. He's doing cav archers for now.
But he can add in Hussar whenever he wants if he feels like there's an opening.
Yeah.
If he takes out the castle in the north, maybe he could go with Hussar and he could start raiding. The cav archers still doing quite well against the elephant archers. Bombard cannons really not doing that much damage against them, as ACCM tries to go for more docks in the center to take back the water control. But Hera is so comfortable on this side, and ACCM, all of his investment into these elephant archers is going to go to waste.
It's incredible. It's really incredible. I mean, it was looking that he was having the control and was having the game, ACCM, with the opening.
Yep.
Hera just boom.
Yep.
He just boom in this game, right? I mean, he boom.
And I don't think the plan coming in from Hera was eventually I'm going to get to cav archers. I think the plan was just like, we'll wait and see what happens.
What's going on?
I think Turks have a lot of good options here, and I like the Civ, so I'm going to play towards that. As ACCM calls the GG, and he resigning at 161 pop, that's how you know that the game was over, if ACCM is resigning there.
It's been a total domination, right, in this game, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. You were feeling like, okay, ACCM is having a good map control here. He's going to.
I don't think he added.
He take the fish. He take the fish, but he didn't add a lot of fish.
No,
if you
that's
take,
the problem.
You get the fish,
he needs 10 more fish.
30 fish chips. You need to get at some
point.
point.
You need it as soon as you get the wood. I think like adding in the light cav, it kept Hera at his base, sure, but then he spent way too much on like the upgrades for those. He just didn't add a fish on time, and you know, it's all the little things that add up that Hera's doing.
Maybe you need kind of a fast Imperial. Maybe you don't want to contest the boom. Like with 2 TCs and a lot of fish.
If ACCM doesn't know, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we have to look like we know. So maybe I will repeat. 2 TCs and doing a lot of fish, and then you go Imperial, right?
Now, right?
I'm not muted, no?
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Hi.
How you doing, guys?
Game 3 coming up. ACCM.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he needs to win this one. And he knows it.
Vamos, ACCM.
Where's he going?
He's going to smoke, man.
He's going to smoke? I didn't think we had breaks in the best of fives.
But they know that we
Maybe
can
Hera went to the washroom and ACC was like,
I'm
gonna
go. I'm gonna wait really fast. Oh my god!
I
think he resigned to smoke.
Yeah.
You know, it was like
maybe.
it's too much. You know, but seriously, back into that one. I'm trying to analyze that. I don't know what people think in the chat. Like, you cannot boom against him. You have seen 2 games.
Yeah.
He tried something in the first one. The second one, well, he get for efficiency. Sorry, he get the water. But then after that, it was full standard. You go standard against Hera, he killed you. He killed you. I mean, we are commentators. We are commentating what is going on. They need to know what to do, but you have to do something. If you go standard against him, because he went standard fully, he demolishes you. It's the impression I get.
I want to see that game play out where he invests more into fish. Because I still think, even though it's Hera, I still think there's opportunities there. He had such a good position early. Like, Hera's not a god. He's really, really good.
Yeah.
But he's not unbeatable, right?
Nope.
So I think you just have to take advantage of all of those things. And it's really, really, really
But they because there's this small margin, this small hole that you can go into that. And if you don't get there, you die. You die. And this is what is happening. I still think that he should do a lot more fish and then try to go for the Imperial quicker and try to go there and then chemistry, bombard cannons, and then spam scream spikes. It's your only choice because it's what you get with the Rapidians.
Well, we'll see in the next game if ACCM can get anything done. In the meantime, we've got a message from our sponsors.
And now, a word from our partners.
Have you heard of the 21st century?
Why settle for clacks, clunks and jams? Say goodbye to sticking keys. And welcome to the ultra-responsive, quiet precision of the U-Rage Exodus 760 mechanical keyboard. With our Temu red switches for ultra-silent key presses, anti-ghosting with N-key rollover, and 1 millisecond response time, this keyboard will keep up with your fastest moves. Whether you're gaming or working, you'll enjoy precise control at the speed of light. Get yours on Mueller.de. In case you rage, we do not cover costs for damaged screens or unfinished castles.
That was like ACCM last game.
Yeah.
And then he lights one up.
About that keyword, do you think we can improve our skills with that keyword, Dave? Or it's not that good? I think we are done with this game, right?
I think I actually
controller.
have to play the game. Yeah.
Controller and that's it.
I think I actually have
But
to play
talking
it.
about keyword, I think you mentioned, I don't know if it was you with T90 or was with T West, the keyword from Mr.
Yo is weird. It was Travis that mentioned it, and it's weird.
Not only that, like if you take it, you don't need to go to the gym.
Yeah.
It's heavy. I mean, it's so heavy. Like you cannot take with one hand.
Yeah.
If you take it, you're gonna get problem in your wrist. You know, it's incredible. You know, I think we will show you at some point during the tournament because it's absolutely amazing.
At least it's not like Doubt's keyboard.
Well, that's not considered a keyboard. It's ancient.
The standard
I mean,
Microsoft keyboard, the Logitech or whatever came with the.
I think he was using with 13 years old.
Yeah, exactly.
Or something.
No
know?
mechanical keyboards there. Can't do it. No.
And Doubt is a bit older than 13 right now.
A little
you know?
bit.
Just
Yeah,
a little bit.
It's been his friend for many a year.
Yeah.
That keyboard. Anyway, we're going to get you into Game 3 soon. Our players are just getting ready here. ACCM returned a while ago, and I'm sure he's thinking about what map he wants to go to. I think he's got Pacific Islands.
Yeah, the other water.
Yeah.
The other water map, you know? And he's going to pick that one? I believe so. I mean, now it doesn't matter because he has to win all the 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to win games even if you
want
lose.
to win games
it's
in the group
important.
stage.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that could be the tiebreaker, right?
Yeah.
That could be the difference. Winning a game against Hera, if you think Hera's going to sweep everybody and you're the one that that wins a game against him,
give you a lot of points.
Really, really good for your scoreline. Yeah, as we make our way into game number 3, it's going to be Pacific Islands, and now we have to analyze which island is bigger after that interview with Vinchester. I think it's the island on the left. It's close.
Now we could say that it's very similar, right?
It's very similar, yeah.
Just to blame Vinchester, right?
Yeah, now that Vinch has spoken about it, I'm always looking.
I think it's the one on the left.
I think Vinchester was complaining too much, right?
Yeah.
Now, he doesn't listen, so it's
I mean,
okay.
it's a 50-50 which island you're going to go to. You just get unlucky, basically.
It's really like, well, you have the transport ship.
You can transport.
You know?
You can transport your scout and explore.
Yeah.
If you want to be patient like that, but I don't think many of our players are patient. Anyway, we've got Vikings for Hera. We've got Malians for ACCM. Vikings, you know what they want to do. They want to control the water with the longboats.
Longboats.
And then eventually Hera's going to get good castle placements and try and win the Treb Wars and just win the water. Malian's a little bit more complicated. You could go for that land pressure really early and go for water at the same time. Probably a little bit of a better start for Malians, but a better finish maybe for the Vikings.
It's interesting because I was checking before how the players were practicing, and he was I saw a couple of games from Hera. He was doing Vikings in the practice, so people is not hiding the stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like he was, and he think that is.
Oh, he's hitting him over the wall. He's hitting him over the wall, and ACCM finds an area where that scout can't range the villager, but the scout is going to try and transport over there. I think if she stays put, the scout can't get out. I think, no, you have to stay. You have to stay. Oh, ACCM denied off the dock on his own island by Hera.
La la la.
Oh,
La, 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 la,
man.
You know what that meant, right? That's
the Titanic.
That's a Titanic, man.
That's the Titanic.
I'm sorry, guys, but that's. And in this kind
there
of
wasn't
map,
a door big enough for her to float on.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, if you keep in that space, there's no space to land.
Yeah, exactly. If he kept the villager there, you just got to sit there and you got to believe, and it's going to block the scout from getting out. But he tried to leave and wall up. And can we blame him? I mean, he's panicking at that stage. And now he sends the scout over to Hera's side. He's like, I can do it too.
Well, he's trying. He's trying to do it, but it's kind of late, right? And we see now how Hera is already on the way to Feudal Age.
Oh, he can block the Vil with the transport and then snipe it with the scout. Block it with the transport, snipe it. You can get into that pond behind with the transport ship. Now we can't see ACCM.
He's with Loom. He's not trying because he's with Loom.
Damn.
That's very, very nice done by Hera. Not playing greedy. He's playing... Yeah, he's playing safe.
ACCM going to track this transport ship.
Nope, didn't see it. Oh. Didn't see. He's missing all the moments.
Yeah, just
for a tile, for a second, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And then that Hera doesn't... Well, he kind of knows because the transport was there, so he knows that he was coming. He's there already with 5 bullets. So as you can see, Hera is already ahead. Not only because he killed that village, just because he's also moving into the big island. Faster than his opponent. He has already the Lumbercamp, and ACCM is not yet up. That means he needs to go Castle Age.
I think ACCM has adapted this to where he's going to go fast castle probably.
Yeah.
Initially he wasn't, maybe, but then he lost the villager, he was distracted, his build got interrupted, and at that point you have to make some adaptations.
But the question is, the water might be important here, but if you go now fast castle and, for example, land the same island and make aggression on the land, you can't change the game.
What you do is you land Hera's island and go for like a forward siege workshop.
For example. Yeah, for example.
I don't think Hera would expect that, but ACCM needs to get eco set up on the other island first. He's getting Loom now, which is smart, and he's going to click up to the Feudal Age soon. So he's on the way. Still a lot of food in the bank, so he should be able to make the fast castle work.
The good thing is that he has spotted that barrack, and he knows that he did the barrack already there, not like he did at home or something. So, as you mentioned, he knows that in his starting island there is nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing for now to defend, Lumbercamp, and now it's going to be the barrack itself.
Like just one Mangonel in Hera's starting island with a Scorpion or something to back it up, maybe a Monk. It could be really tough. Could be really, really tough. With Vikings, no redemption, nothing. Then you have to go for counter siege. Maybe you're not in Castle Age yet. Could be really, really devastating. But Hera is going to transport some villagers or some units over here. Is it a Spearman?
No, the Spear is doing it already.
Scout.
It's the Scout. It's to see what's going on.
And he's also got galleys on the way.
Okay. He's coming with the galleys. He's now also with the... No, but... Oh. Okay. He's now going to try to chase the scout from his opponent, but I don't think he saw it. Oh, man.
No, ACCM's gone. With,
what?
Did ACCM...
What's happening, man? Oh, man. What are they trying now? Okay.
I don't know.
And now the Spear is coming and they will take it. No, he didn't say it. Okay.
It's fine. ACCM knows Hera's over there. I don't think Hera knows that ACCM is over on the right island, and I don't know how much scouting he's done on the left, so... Okay, so you can basically know process of elimination that ACCM is likely on the right island. Because he hasn't really seen him on the left one.
Yeah. Didn't check. He's doing a second dog now. ACCM, but this is not a fast castle.
He doesn't have the res for fast castle.
This is not a fast castle.
Was this like just a bad build from him, or is this?
Well, now
it must be. It just must be. Yeah.
It's a mess actually because it's not going fast castle. Then you're gonna go now fire galleys. But the problem is that if you start to do galleys, yeah. But Hera is confused because now he's thinking he's going fast castle, so he's not doing galleys.
Yep.
So then he can get off ward on the water, and then he take the water back. ACCM. No, like. Just look, Hera's not producing anything. He thinks that he's going to fast castle, and he has to go fast castle himself.
Yeah, now he sees the fire galley there. ACCM, I mean, if he sells the stone, maybe he sells some wood, he can buy some food, but I don't even think he has a market yet.
No. I mean, he has to sell everything, actually, not the stone. He has
Nowadays,
to sell his
with
soul.
food being so expensive.
Yeah, okay.
They're stuck in feudal age. At least he is.
I think he did some. That's the market from Hera. Hera thinks that his opponent is going fast castle. Yeah, he's gonna kill it.
Ooh, that's greedy from Hera to tank all that damage with this galley. I mean, he does keep it alive because the other galley is now tanking the damage. He snipes another fishing ship. Really good stuff from Hera. Eco KD 4-0 in favor of Hera right now.
Crazy. Can we check Vodka? What is he building at home in the main island? ACCM, sorry.
Blacksmith.
It's a blacksmith. He's doing.
Where was his first feudal age building? Does he have a market?
No. It's on the main island. Barak and Archer range.
Okay. Oh, that would make sense. He's got archers on the field.
Yeah, but he's... But
Hera's coming to Hera's base, just like Vinchester did.
Yeah, but his castle is... And then Hera...
And he has wheelbarrow, too.
Yeah, and Hera can make the archer range at home then, if he wanted. They make a couple of scrims and he's fine. You know? And Hera is more or less okay with the micro, so... Yeah, well, let's see what is going to happen. I really don't know what has happened in this game. I'm sure that Hera thinks that his opponent is Castle Age.
Yeah, he thinks ACCM is going to be up there faster than him because he delayed so long for the Feudal Age. As the scout comes in, the archers are here with fletching. Remember, wheelbarrow's already in for these builds, so they can retreat really quickly.
And he's
he will drive Hera off of the gold once Hera notices this. I'm surprised he hasn't so far.
Now he did.
And he's probably not going to be able to kill a villager, but might be able to sneak one in as Hera pulls her away. Also going for a stable on ACCM's island, so some knights will come out first thing from Hera, and that's going to be a problem.
It's incredible. It's really incredible how he's just doing this. He's going there. At least he spotted. Yeah, but how do you stop it now? Like, is there 2 archers and 1 scout? He has 2 stables. One at home and 1 landed, you know,
with Vikings.
On his opponent, with the Vikings. You know, with 0 values on gold right now, but he has 300 gold in the bank. The food is going to keep exploding and exploding even more when he now reaches Castle because he has a handcart for free. You know, it's true that he doesn't have a lot of farms, but ACCM is not even up yet. He's not even up yet.
He's trying. He's trying his best. He's working the market. He's trying to get enough gold now to go up. He's got the villagers now on the run, kind of, chasing, actually, on the run towards the archers as he snipes the scout. And now the knights are coming out from Hera. That knight is going to be a problem for ACCM, and the knight at home on Hera's Island is going to be able to clear up those archers too. However, villagers are going down.
No, those villagers are Usain Bolt now. They have handcart. I mean, look how fast they are.
They're running. They're running. There's a fire galley here. There's a fire galley here. Can ACCM take this? Meanwhile, on the other side, Knight is clearing up the other archers. Hera's trying to quick wall these villagers off. He gets 2 of them. This is a moral victory for ACCM. I don't know if it means a lot, but at least he managed
it's moral.
to get the
You said it right. You said it right. It's moral completely. He's still 1 village in that area. He's still more population for ACCM. And, well, Hera is going to try to disturb with the Knights. If he's doing few spears, he should be fine, but he's doing the second TC. And at the end, population, this map is special, you know? And look at the population now for ACCM, and he's going to Castle Age. But again, no stone for ACCM, because he sell everything. And Hera is doing the second TC.
And he can't attack his home island anymore because the knight is there. He can't really go after the other island either. It feels like Hera's going to transport some knights over, and he's going to be threatened on his middle island here. However, the spearman is trying to catch up to that villager, and there's a lot of spearmen there.
Yeah.
Knight has to be careful.
Let's see. Well, it doesn't matter too much to him, you know. I don't know what is he going to do with... Why he's not moving the villager? Just move, man.
He doesn't notice it. She's dead. 4 villas dead.
Okay. It's 7-6 even ahead now for ACCM, but second Town Center extra already. And again, now ACCM need to make a push. Because if it's booming, if he's booming, he's behind already.
I think the problem against Vikings, obviously, is the longboats, right? If they get longboats on the water, it's going to be really tough. Land, you're not too concerned about Vikings. Like, you have a much better tech tree on land with the Malians, and ACCM still has a better eco this game than Hera.
Yeah.
Hera's eco will catch up with Handcart and that upgrade already being in, also with the farm upgrade that ACCM doesn't have. But ACCM is still ahead right now, and he needs to try and capitalize on that.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen. This is the third town center. I mean, economy bonus for Malians is a good one. Discount on wood in pretty much everything, right? You know, with the buildings, and then the gold income faster. But, well, Vikings economy, if he's going to start doing farms, it's going to be sick.
No, it's
going to make
amazing.
farms.
And Hera will
do farms.
100%.
He's doing all the time. Imagine now that he has Handcart already for free. For free, he got Horse Collar. No Bozo, he will do as soon as he can. And well, he's booming, Dave.
He's losing a few longboats here and there, though. ACCM's still picking away. ACCM's going to at least see that second TC. Doesn't know about the third one yet. And he is taking care of the stable that was on his own island. So my question is, like, what's the focus here for ACCM? Are you going to try and kill the longboats? Are you going to try and contest on water for that long? Or are you looking to land over on Hera's side? Because you got to do one of those things. You either have to clear the water, which is really hard against Vikings, or you have to land. I would opt for the landing, but right now it looks like he's undecided.
He doesn't know. He's not sure about that, you know. And also you have seen how with not a lot of longboats and not having Bodkin, Hera is dealing okay. He's really dealing okay here. Oh man, well, he's gonna take it. Still, the stable is not gonna produce anything. Oh,
there we go. Okay, so there's the landing, and he killed the scout. He killed the scout from Hera.
Yeah.
So Hera's not able to see that, and he's not able to snipe the monks. That's a really good kill from ACCM to kill that scout over on that area and maybe have some element of surprise. Also on stone, 360 stone in the bank for ACCM. So if he brings more villagers, could be a forward castle drop. Hera doesn't have the scout there. This could be potential for ACCM.
I wouldn't mind to see the siege workshop is happening now, and I wouldn't mind to see Betos here. The unique units are absolutely amazing. The difference in population is yet not so heavy. So that knight is gone as well. It's now mining Storm Hera, and there's a room here for ACCM.
Hera's point of view and see what he has under his vision.
Yeah, I don't think...
Like, yeah, he can't see that stuff at all.
No. We need to focus on the land because the important battle is going to happen here now. It's already... Yeah, the castle will happen, Dave. He has almost 500 stone.
But it's only 2 vills here.
Yeah, he needs to transport more, that's for sure.
Obviously. Like, we need more over there, for sure, if you're going to go for a castle. Maybe he wants a castle at home to keep himself safe, and then he goes Gabetos and transports them over, but that's a lot of work.
And if he's doing that, he's going to be late.
Yeah.
You know, you want to do some damage here. He's doing already a monastery outpost. I think Hera is smelling something.
Stole the relic from Hera.
Oh! Okay. Well, now he knows that he's there with the monk.
Well, he knows that there's a monk over there. I mean, it could have been transported over.
Yeah. But still, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. But now he's coming, and they see the siege. He's going to do what? An outpost here for ACCM siege workshop. But the problem here, it might not know ACCM is doing redemption, you know? Vikings is not the best civilization to defend in that situation. No, but I mean ACCM himself.
No, I know.
I know. But the
Vikings can't counter it with their own monks.
He can't counter, okay. And now Wilbarrow, okay, Mygonal coming. He's going to send even villains to try to kill it. Why not? There's no army yet, and this cannot happen. You need to repair. He's going to repair, but there's a monk now trying to convert. If he's killing this. He's going to convert one village, yes. He's trying to kill that. Don't kill Bumpy, man.
He's trying to convert 2. He got one as Hera forces ACCM to shoot his own monk.
Oh, man.
That's a frustrating one.
His own monk, and now he's going back a little. He's taking those. There's some camels, but I still think that the important, brutal battle is on the other side because the siege is coming. And there's some longbows, but this area is actually the game right now. As you can see, the Mangrel, the Scorpion, not gold, and almost 600 stone. So a castle there between that monastery and the outpost will take both town centers.
Yeah,
you need that castle there.
I don't think you can do it, though. I think Hera's just going to go for a counter castle, right?
Exactly.
He has a Mangonel behind now, so he can actually push the Mangonel from ACCM away, and ACCM is going to have to go a little bit further back. Fortunately, once you get the castle up with Malians, you have Gebetto, which are really good against Vikings.
Yeah, but you know the problem is that Hera, when he saw this, he's gonna go up. But Hera, when he saw this, he put immediately 14 villages on stone. He was having like 1 or 2, you know, not even more. And now he has almost 800 stone, and then he will go Imperial. And if you go Imperial and just clean this push, check the economy already.
An attack round there from Hera weakens the scout, so he can pull it back to the TC and not lose the monk. As the Mangonels now still under threat from villagers. ACCM running away from that, trying to repair. Hera goes for a nifty attack round there. Just misses out on killing the Mangonel from ACCM. Misses out again, but manages to get away from that shot and takes the Mangonel as he goes for the castle, still pushing this Mangonel back with his own villagers, trying to convert the villagers from ACCM and pulling it away from the shots. Hera's not taking any damage, and he goes 1 for 1 with the Mangonel on the other side.
Lose some villager, man. Okay, he lost some villagers. He's human. He's human for now. You know, he lose some village. The population is 11 villages, 12 more, and he's on the way to Imperial. And in that situation, ACCM Dave has so little chances in this game. I don't know what you think anymore.
He needed to do the pressure earlier if he could, but it's so tough, right? And Hera is just a god with the micro, and you saw the macro behind there. The decision making has been so clean so far, and the villagers with handcart won't stop. They won't stop. ACCM is just trying to repair his Mangonel, and he's trying to snipe it.
Now he can't repair that Mangonel. Okay, he's going to
in front. He's in front, but Hera comes from the other side with the Mangonel. This is ACCM's last unit over here. This one solitary Mangonel, and pops out with the Knight. To snipe the Mangonel. The Berserk is there. There's no monks, though, so the Knight will kill that still. The other one's being chased by those 3 villagers.
Still, man. Kill the villagers, no? Man, try to kill it.
He's trying. He's been trying.
For a really long time. Okay. That Mangonel is surviving for sure, but not anymore. The Berserkers will kill it. I think the goal of this game from Hera was to kill this Mangonel, and the Mangonel is down.
Yeah,
and now he's going to take
goes after the monk.
Okay, he's going to take it? No, he will lose it. But in the meanwhile...
No, he's going to kill that monk. Maybe. Handcart villagers?
It's blocking. No, we'll take.
One more hit.
Kill it. He got it. He got it, man. Oh, come on.
No way.
Come on. This is cheating. This is not even fair,
and look, he's redocking, so he's going to make a bazillion longboats. Oh, man.
And then in the meanwhile, you check the economy for ACCM and you fall in a deep depression, you know, because he's far away from going up to Imperial. While his opponent, in 20 seconds, is up. He's going to clean all the forward, and with the lead longboat. GG, well played.
Yeah, and if you're playing against the Vikings, and you see that they're up to the Imperial Age, you already assume they have a better eco than you. Because they have wheelbarrow and handcart. They usually have a better eco than you. He knows what Hera's eco looks like. He saw the TCs. I mean, this is not a good situation for ACCM. He continues to play on, but what on earth
and
does
Dave,
he do?
Yeah, and Dave, it's not like he's going with double attacks, you know. He has Bozo, he has the heavy blow, he has all the economy upgrades right now with 104 villages, which is a lot for the Vikings. And Hera looks sharp. The least that we can say is that he look very, very sharp. Like someone that he didn't practice at all.
Yep.
Right?
ACCM's about to click up. He's going for a transport ship. So what's the plan from ACCM? How does he make this messy? Can he make this messy?
Well, he's doing all the upgrades now. At least, I think that's Karinin, I believe. He's doing another castle, so he get completed the island. When he still have a stone to make a third one. You know, a third one that is gonna be where? Maybe in the starting island. I wouldn't be surprised when you go and then send all the longboats at the bottom and then transportation the villages there. I believe. He still cannot see that castle.
Second transport ship from ACCM. What's the plan here?
Maybe going to the starting island as well to make some damage.
He's on a time limit because here come the longboats.
But the problem is that how you move now in the map.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any military.
They're there.
Navy.
Okay. No, he's just transporting from his home island. Okay, never mind. I was excited.
Yeah, because probably on his starting island he has no resources at all anymore. Or not many. So before he's getting locked, there, he's moving the village, you know?
Yeah, there's no resources available there. No wood even. He's just farming on that side. And the cannon galleons will come out soon from Hera as we see chemistry on the way. All the docks are being taken care of by the longboats. And basically all you need is to clear ACCM off this island, then you take full water control and you can strangle him to death, basically. You can just stop him from moving at all if you have water control.
Yeah, look at the Lombos already. Don't let him make the building. I think that's the university.
So
now I'm right.
ACCM has to go fast fire and try and win back water. He has to. That's the only way. And you can see him queuing up the fires right now. That's the only option. It's unlikely. You're probably not going to win against Hera with longboats, but it's the only possible way you can get yourself back.
And he's cleaning nowadays also. He's going to clean it for sure. It will. I mean, maybe with chemistry, remember that it's going to be quicker, 80% all the university upgrades for this civilization. You can put their bomber cannons that can help to keep in that one. But Hera is playing extremely safe here now with the third castle on the same island, trying to clean it completely. And it's going to be... Oof, look at the economy also, 4k resources more. And he's still spamming longboats. So at the end, there's a lot of battle on the land, but they know that the waters might be extremely important, and they are trying to secure that area.
There's fast fire right there. Masonry comes in just on time to give the university a little bit more life. It gives it more HP. Does it survive in time? Where's that university? It was going down. Chemistry was coming in.
In the starting island, it is. And he got it.
Chemistry
he got
doesn't
it.
even come in for ACCM.
Yeah, it's crazy. He needs another one, and he does have a lot of resources. There's no wood.
I don't think he realized that it went down either.
Probably not.
He's probably waiting for chemistry to come in.
And so focused, and then, well, it's going to be really, really rough. Well, it is really, really rough. He's now grabbing that relic that it belonged till a few seconds ago to ACCM. Not anymore. And then he's going to gather all those longboats together. Hit them back. Hit them back. Beautiful.
Elite longboat and on the way too from
Not bad. Definitely not bad with a lot of food. Both players got good resources in the bank right now. Where's that? Ooh, let's go to the main island from a Hera, Mr. Vodka, because
ooh, no, get that farmer out of the way!
Go away,
get out of the field! And Hera sees it, but ACCM manages to build it. Hera goes for a counter castle. ACCM, this was his last-ditch attempt. He transported the villagers over.
But look how Hera sell 500 food, bought it 200 stone, and react in 2 seconds.
Instantly. And
you
he's
know?
even getting the unique tech here for the longboats.
Yeah.
What's that called?
Bob's Vinegar.
Oh wow, that's good. I would have just said Bob's Vinegar. That's amazing.
Ah, you see, I'm learning after 20 years, you know.
I know. Say, what's Lufnitsa?
Shut up.
That's pretty good.
Ah, you see,
Hey!
you see? Such a nice this day, you
I know.
Okay, let's see now. Didn't make the castle happen.
Is he stealing his farms or something? What's going on up there? Oh, that was Hera's mill. Okay, ACCM just running with the villagers. And he's trying to queue up the ships, but 116 pop against 170.
Yeah, but
murder holes again for ACCM, by the way.
Yeah, but this is desperate for Hera, yeah. This is desperate. He's
we
doing a
cannot
castle.
allow
He's doing
that archery range to complete.
But dude, look, he see that he's doing that, and then he resign. He
Oh
forced
my
him
God.
to resign doing the damn castle there. You know
man.
what the hell was that?
Hera's insane. Hera's actually insane.
It is okay. It is okay.
It
you
is. And ACCM, like the first strat was really good. Like this game, obviously the build cut kind of messed up, probably by Hera sniping the villager. And second game, I mean, Hera just again, the strat was good from ACCM. It worked. Just not against Hera.
Yeah, it's crazy. We were talking that this series could be like, I don't know, great play, the long games and so on. It wasn't even super long, the games.
No.
Like Hera dominant.
Yeah.
Hera
and the
really
question,
dominant,
as
you
it
know?
has been for most of our last few big tournaments, is like, who's going to beat Hera?
Yeah.
Can they beat Hera is the question. Because this looks really, really good.
Yeah. And who can beat Hera?
That's what I just asked.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm asking you who.
Oh.
Now that I
else.
know.
Oh.
Because you make the generic question and now being specific, you know?
I could beat Hera with a stick while he slept.
But we are talking about AoE too. you
Okay,
know?
then I don't know.
Okay. Well, Vinchester said, and he played very smooth, and T90 was telling, oh, you played very sharp today. And he said, I can play a lot better.
Yeah.
You know, we want to see, obviously, to see more and more players, you know, because we have seen already Tatoh. Historically, Tatoh has got some good results against him, but not that recently.
Yeah.
You know, and then we need to see still, today, guys, the next series is Leary versus Hart.
Leary versus Hart, and then Viper
The
Doubt.
Viper versus Doubt. So let's see if we have some answers for this, right? Let's see.
I mean, it's going to be a great first day. The previous series went to 5 games. I think you've got the next one as well.
Yeah, Leary versus Hart.
Leary versus Hart is very good.
Yeah.
Like, Hart improves every single time I watch that guy.
I see Leary before, so I'm back, backstage here. You know, Leary, you know that for the last NAC, the Nilly's Apartment Cup, this is Noble Apartment Cup, but the last one, you and Hart were the 2 last players. You didn't make the group stage.
No, I know. Leary
and
got
then,
like
no,
one
but I
win.
say to him, it's going to be the same this. Then he looks at me like, no way.
No way. Okay.
No way. You know? I mean, I was like kind of joking to see a bit.
I mean,
what
he's kind of upset that his seed keeps going down.
But it's what
right?
I mean, like
that.
Exactly. But I mean, after that, he did great result in Hidden Cup. I think he was into the finals, you know, and he has been in the final in the last tournament as well. So he's always getting really far. But he's probably having even more motivation for this tournament. But let's see what is going to happen.
So we're getting Hera ready for the interview. Before that happens, we just have a small message from our sponsors.
And now, a word from our partners. Back then, a pocket watch told you the time, if it wasn't broken, that is. Today, the Hama smartwatches do so much more. From monitoring your health to managing your schedule, and even keeping you on time for the next Age of Empires final, everything is just a glance away. And they do it in magnificent style. Make more of your time. Hama.
Here we are with the Canadian. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How can you play this way, man? Seriously, I'm completely impressed, and that's obviously a big compliment because you played today, in my opinion, really, really sharp.
Well, thank you. I don't know. I felt really good today, honestly. I felt really, really good. I didn't expect that. Practice hasn't been going that well, but happy to deliver when I had to.
The microphone higher a little bit.
Okay.
You know, but they hear you. Okay. Well, in the first game, he did also something a little bit different, right? He went with the tower rest, but can you panic in this game? Or there's a way to panic?
I mean, I wasn't panicking, but I was really shocked he was able to get out that fast because that was like 2 trees away. That was incredible. I have to watch that back. I was really surprised by it, I would say, more so than panicked. But I think it was fine because I killed some of his eagles on the outside, so I was chilling.
Okay, well, you can see those eagles as well. I mean, he got you there with the TC. There was a moment that you could panic. That, okay, Trivial is down, but you think that in that moment that, okay, this can snowball because in case we know the production.
No, I wasn't scared of a snowball because I knew he was very far behind economically because I was up to castle faster. And my unit is way better, like Step Lancer is better than Eagle. So I really wasn't concerned about a snowball here. What I was concerned about is being locked out of the middle for too long, to be honest with you.
Well, I remember in this game, if you check the KD, that you basically lost more villages than almost units during all this time. Like you keep with how hard it is against Inca, so you have a great macro, but is part of that macro your army control?
I mean, definitely with this situation, my unit is a little stronger in these engagements because of that one range. And it was a bit awkward. I mean, he did a good job, like kind of making it narrow there. But overall, Step Lancer should beat infantry comps usually.
Okay, but as you can see, but your units are also more expensive. Like, you are having a lot of units as well.
But I don't lose them, so it's like they're basically free.
We were talking, like, lose some. I was like, lose someone. Here are you. Well,
I like to save them for later. Like, if it's on like 1 HP, it's like when you have one candy. If you eat it, you ate the whole bag of candy. You have one candy left. If you eat it,
we know you were microing absolutely every unit.
But if you take back the candy, put it in a new bag, all of a sudden after you have a fresh start a bit later on. It's much better that way. That analogy made no sense, by the way.
At that point, you knew that the game was for you.
No, I'm still concerned that he has a center. He's got infinite gold.
Okay, there was a battle. I don't know if it will appear there. That you were with the lead at Step Lancer. Well, we can focus here, but you remember against Camayus, and you kind of lost a lot there.
Yeah.
At that moment, or not either.
I was surprised. I thought the fight would go way better. I waited for Blast Furnace.
It is the one, I think.
Yeah, right here. So I had Blast Furnace and I was engaging, but I'm not really sure. I think he just had a nice engagement. Yeah, look at this.
Just look.
All of his units are fighting.
You lose a lot there.
Yeah, this is horrible for me. He had a nice hill. I think this is just well played from Accm, to be honest with you. Like he patrolled perfectly. He had the hill, and he stood his ground. that was a good fight for him.
Yeah, but your echo was already insane enough to keep doing more, right?
Yeah, the idea was to break through the center. Once I had the honor there, it was GG's basically.
Well, and in this one, I mean, we go directly into the light caps because you basically ignored the water.
Yeah.
You went for the boom and light caps, basically.
Yeah,
One.
that's. I expected him to come forward with like some skirms or something like that. So that's why I wanted to fast castle. But he did a nice water play. He took both control of both legs. In this case, I have to play some anti-meta because he has Dravidians, which beats anything on water. So I had to play some anti-meta.
Okay, I mean, what he can do, because we have seen that being up to castle is quicker and the TC is still being very strong. Is there something that he could do? Because after that, you recover everything with the cab archers and bombard cannons. It feels that you had the game already.
I think it's a bit more complicated in the sense that it's not just me being fast to castle, because the Vil count was even. I think it was more about having the better late game. So the whole plan with Turks here is those 17 ranged cannon galleons. I think very, very cool units. And it's something that I wanted to try out on this map, and it worked perfectly. So as soon as I win the water in late game, normally I would go Hussar, but here I prioritized Cannon Galleon, and I knew that I would kill literally everything from that shore. So that was my main game plan here.
But Hera, is the Turks in the first day? Are you spoiling many strategies, or there are many civilizations, right?
I think there's so many strategies. Like
Okay.
these maps are actually kind of fantastic. So a lot of strategies are
Dave was
open.
telling these Turks is kind of Hera speak.
Yes, yeah.
Because not many people is speaking Turks in this kind of map.
Yeah, like honestly, I don't even think it's that good, to be honest with you, because it has other weaknesses that can be punished. So I think this is like nice, it's fun, but I don't think it's that great. So I don't think people will see this and then look to copy it. It's probably gonna be put back in the backpack.
Stop killing the elephants, man. Feels bad for the elephant.
Poor elephant.
Poor elephant.
squishy.
Well, he keep trying to come back there, but at that point, now you were sure that you got the game here, right?
Yeah, again, those cannon galleons, once I had that set up, it was completely over. It was just gonna be painful from there for him.
Well, and here in the Vikings, were you kind of confused with the starting up from ACCM? Like, you were thinking that he was going to go castle directly? Because he was
Yeah,
late up.
He was
to
late.
Hero.
Yeah, it could have been because of my lane. I think my lane did some
Yeah.
work, but I was definitely a bit confused.
In this spot, Dave was telling, if he keep there and he's not going back, can you still land?
No.
You cannot land, right?
Yeah.
So he panicked there.
Yeah, I did that to scare him, but I thought he would
You
know
did.
that. Yeah.
You scared him. Okay.
But also, it was a bit unfortunate because my scout was hitting him through the wall. I kind of felt bad and I walked away. But that's a bit weird. But he did good. He kept the Vil alive, but he panicked a bit near
feel
the end
bad.
there.
You
Well, it was weird.
Don't feel
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, I killed it in the end. Yeah, But I killed it in a more fair way.
Anyway, and then when this happened, you thought that, okay, this is late up because you didn't make any more galleys. You were thinking, okay, he's going fast castle.
Yeah. I thought
Right?
he was some kind of fast castle. But even then, yeah, I would have continued making if I knew that it would be feudal game from him just to continue controlling the water. But yeah, I just thought it was fast
But then,
castle.
since he's not going fast castle, it's kind of, and Vikings economy, what he can do there? Like, you were having already really map control, and then what else he could do?
I think his main plan, or like the main strategy that he wanted to do is make it very messy on land. But I think I got very lucky this game because every time I was doing something, I spotted his landing. Like I spotted every landing, I killed his transport at some point. I think it just got really fortunate not dying to like the random stuff that he was throwing at me, which is lucky because normally the game is a lot harder.
Well, don't be so humble. You did okay.
Well, I did well, but I definitely got. I mean, I say when I get unlucky, so I have to. If I get lucky,
In that one, yes.
I have to tell the viewers
Yeah,
as well
yeah,
when I get lucky,
Yeah.
because then they'll see me getting unlucky a lot. I always point that out.
Yeah. Well, and at this point here, since we're doing castles exactly at the right time, there's no. Yeah, it's impossible to make you damage anymore.
Yeah, this felt like a last-ditch effort for him. He kind of has to do something, and he's working with very little. And this is the best position to be in as a Viking player when you have a lead going into early imp, because then you don't have to worry about having a weaker late game. I mean, on water maps, you don't have a weaker late game anyway because of longboats. But yeah, this is funny. I
Those
really like
villagers following the Mangon a lot during all the game?
Fantastic. Handcar villagers are amazing. They're better than a militia if you think about it, so it's quite good.
Okay. You were chasing. And then you countered this one, but then you wanted to finish the game. We're going to see. He was doing what? An archery ring? I don't know. And then
Yes.
you put a castle there. I mean,
Yes, I had to send a message because ACCM is known for like saving villagers, so I had to let him know like, if you want to save the villa, I have a castle for you, you know?
A castle for one village counter. Well, then he immediately resigned.
Exactly. The message was sent. It was
Okay.
well received on his end, but
We want to see. We want to see here, I believe. You know.
I mean, it's just really funny. I wasn't even watching this. I looked back. I was like, ACCM.
We needed that.
Didn't show it.
Well, it was there. It was there, the castle.
Yeah, it
it
was
was there, the castle. Well, It's the first series.
Is it coming back? Oh, it's coming
Okay,
back.
okay, look at
Yo,
this.
What is this production? It's insane.
It's amazing, you know? If we have a request, we do it, and we get it.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
But look, I think you were smiling there even.
Yeah, I had a
You
good
were
time.
already like...
I was having a good time. Because I could hear ACCM kind of, he was feeling happy about it. So it was fun. It was fun.
Okay, anyway, why you were not feeling today that great? Like, you thought that it's not going to be that sharp for you? Were you not feeling that great, or...?
No, I actually am feeling quite good physically, but I just felt like, I don't know, I lost a few games in practice, and it wasn't like normal. Normally I do well in practice, but it's okay. I still feel like I'm playing well. But yeah, just a small feeling. Based
in the tournament, the focus is go higher, right?
That's true, yeah.
When you are in the... Because I'm trying to see if you make some reaction. Not many.
No.
Not many.
Just at
You
the
are
end.
Full focus at the end, you know. Well, first day, and then we have a 3-0 against ACCM. And now enjoying the rest of the series. Any preference that you have? Because 3-0, Tatoh has been 3-0. It could be a potential opponent, I guess.
I haven't even thought of that. Yeah, I mean, that could be nice. I don't really have a preference with opponents. I just love the Swiss system because I know I'll get matched against the guy who won his first round. And I think it's going to be a good set regardless. I don't really have a preference. It's too early for the preference, I think.
The next series, Leo Hart. Not telling anything you say.
That's it? I mean, that's going to be really fun.
You know what I mean, you know.
The funny thing is, in NEC5, both of them faced last round. Leary had a chance to win the tournament, or to stay in the tournament, yeah. Hart had like no chances, basically. And then Hart beats him, so that they're both 9th and 10th out of the tournament. So that's the
Very
lore.
good friends.
Yeah, amazing friends. And then after, Leary's like, Hart, you waited 4 series to play well. Only played well in the last series. So that's the lore going into this game, this set. And I think it's going to be really close this time. Both playing really well, yeah.
I mean, I think they are, especially Hart, in a much higher shape right now.
I agree, yeah, I agree for sure. Hart, I don't know what gives you that feeling. Maybe you can elaborate, but I feel the same way that Hart is playing.
No, like Leary too. I mean, he was in the grand final in the last event.
Course,
Then he was in Hidden Cup, you know, in the finals, the semi-final, also in Red Bull. But I mean that Hart has increased his level
absolutely.
this year.
No, I agree with that 100%.
The most improved player probably this year?
He might be, yeah. Because he went from like a first round loss to actually going deeper in tournaments. And obviously we don't know where he's going to end up this tournament, but he's got a real chance, I think, to prove himself.
Guys, this is Hera. It's 3-0. It's looking scary. To me, more or less now, okay. But to you guys, it's looking good, man. He smiled now, but if you face him, you will see. Thank you for watching, guys. And we're going to have a small break now.
Amazing sponsor, and I can hear the music maybe in the background. Maybe I can go all old-timey like our other sponsored segments of the day. So far, this is going to be the worst one, I think, in production value, but we're going to take you through it with me together. Surfshark VPN, you know what it is. They're one of our valued sponsors here for NAC, and they have a special deal for you, 24 months with 4 months free using the NAC winter deal. So you can find that in the chat. We can go over exactly what Surfshark does for you. You can browse privately with Surfshark VPN. You can protect your online identity as well. Find the best prices online. They'll help you with that. And then block ads and malware, which can be so annoying nowadays. Now, the benefits of Surfshark: 1 subscription, unlimited devices. It's amazing how many devices you can have in your house nowadays. I should do this in the old-timey kind of fashion. That would be fun if it was black and white. Maybe they can make my camera black and white. Who knows? But 1 subscription, multiple devices. Secure your devices from viruses and malware as well. Surfshark is very good at helping you along with hiding your identity. Search without being tracked and ad-free. So that's a huge benefit of Surfshark. And you can safeguard your accounts from data breaches. Surfshark also helps travelers like me coming to Germany and loading up Netflix or Prime and seeing that only the German version is available, which is slightly painful because my German is less than desirable, I think you can say. You can also find servers wherever you need them. So they have over 3,000 servers in 100 different locations. Amazing variety there. And basically, you can stream the internet from wherever you want to be, regardless of where you're currently located. So that's perfect. The NAC deal can be found here at the bottom. So that's 24 months with 4 months free, and you get 30 days money back guarantee. Try it. If you don't like it, you can get your money back. Anyway, Surfshark, one of our amazing sponsors at the event. Thank you so much for them. And if you're looking for a VPN, make sure you take advantage of this deal.
I think there's been tournaments to which I have arrived more prepared to be honest. So I'm a bit skeptical about my shape and all of that. But I'm optimistic. I've been playing a lot, and I think generally speaking, I'm playing well. So I think for NEC, I'm hoping, I guess, for at least top 5. So usually my practice partner is Lyria, and the way we prepare is to just spam games on each map, figure out the best saves, and just get good ideas on them. And we kind of make a list on which saves, for example, we would like to play, and then we analyze a little bit, depending on who we're going to face, which maps, and then which saves to play against them. No, I'm not really the kind of guy who cooks up some amazing stuff. That's more ACCM kind of thing, you know. I'm more simple player. I like to more execution based, I guess. I have good strats in mind, obviously, but I don't think it's like I cannot really think of something that's gonna be like, wow, that's insane. No, nothing of that kind, at least.
settings. I don't really do too much goal setting. Obviously, I have some expectations, but it always depends what else is going on around me, right? I have some work and then other tournaments, maybe interfering with some practice. So it always depends how I feel, how much I practiced as well, and how much time I put in. It's always destroy everything and then get destroyed eventually. I have played a couple of games, but since WWC was going on, not too much, but I still feel confident with the map pool since most maps I know by feeling as well. My practice partners, mostly it's Hart and my dog Lewis. So yeah, they're always ready, that's always nice. And yeah, we always go through ideas. I think it has been a theme for the last couple of months, years, that we always practice. And it pays off since Hart is here as well, so it works. It was mostly online. I mean, Hart has to travel like 3 business days to get here, so it's a bit harder for him. But for this event, we didn't really have a boot camp since WWC was also very close to the date. So I had to play that on Sunday, and here I am on Friday. But yeah, we played some games before and after, so we were pretty good.
Wow. Well, I had to change out of my very nice dress because I needed to get those steps in. So I've been walking around. I don't know if you saw, Dash and I have been trying to get some extra steps in. Tatoh went for a walk now. I think Dogao also had a little walk earlier. I think I'm doing pretty good for myself. I don't want to spoil, but I think I'm in the lead. Dash is there checking his watch. He's like, no. So we're getting pretty competitive. And we'll have this step count on the screen. And you know what? If there's anything I can beat Tatoh in, I'm hoping maybe it's the step count today. That's really, I would feel like a hero and sleep so well. And it is quite warm in here. There's lots of lights, so I feel like I'm actually getting a pretty good workout in. Dash is confirming as well. So we are really excited about the winner. Well, maybe that's just me because I feel pretty confident in my step count. But I have been tracking my steps for the last 2 years, so I feel pretty confident in my high numbers. Dash was telling me the other day he was doing some steps in, was it Portugal? Portugal, and he was getting some big numbers on the screen. But luckily for me today, it's raining, it's a little dreary out, and the others aren't going too far out in the cold. So I have good chances, I'm very confident, but we'll see. Anything can happen. There's still one more set to go. Who's going to get the most step counts? I mean, I hope it's me, but it could be anyone. It could be anyone. For all we know, Dash will be running. Well, anyway, that is enough about step counts. We're going to move on to the 4th set of the day, and Mem and T West are going to cast it for us. Looking forward to it.
Are you, Mr. West, as competitive as Ellie?
No, in my youth, I was a distance runner. And I say my youth knowing that you are younger than I am.
Thank you. Well, today we cannot lie with the joke anymore. Just look at this.
You're 25, you can say. You can say it.
25, it has only the suit, 25 years or more.
With the suit, you look 24.
Yeah. Well, Mr. West, it's the first time that we cast in a LAN event together. It's amazing because we have been casting a lot online, which is great. And we're going to have a great series in front of us, Lear versus Hart. I was talking already with Hera in the interview. You saw that I think, both are going to be in a much better level than the last time that they faced.
Indeed, and they have that history from facing each other in NEC before. Hart knocking out Leary in the last one.
And favorite?
Favorite? I'm going to have to say Leary.
I still say Leary, right?
Yeah, I still say Leary.
Okay. Do you think that he still be the better player here?
I mean, Hart has improved a lot. There's no question about that. But I still think he's Leary.
They are mechanically, let's say, they're similar players.
They're similar, right?
I feel that they are very fast both, and they like more or less this similar kind of maps.
Right.
That might be tricky then, and they are teammates.
Yeah, and they practice together a lot. I know in their interviews, Leary was just saying how much he practiced with Hart, but Leary his micro. It feels like he's just a step above pretty much everyone, Hart included.
Yeah, I mean, if you are going into a micro battle, it feels
you don't want to
he
face
still
Leary.
be the #1 in that regard.
Absolutely.
When we see that Hera, for example, Viper, they have also a really good micro, but probably in macro is what they take the advantage with Leary.
Yeah, with Leary, you always see he's that player who has, especially his feudal age economy, set up just the way he wants it. he doesn't have to use that market as much as some other players do.
And go up castle it faster even without the market. Don't know how he's doing because he's used to that. So since they are similar, maybe now we're going to see different maps that with the previous series, like Arabia, for example. I wouldn't see them.
I don't see Arabia.
We didn't see it. We want Arabia.
But two very, I think they prefer the standard maps.
I think we're going to have a look in the draft in a moment. So we're going to find the answers to these questions. Okay. And we have bypass. We didn't see it yet. Bedouins. What? Where's Arabia, man?
But we have different maps here.
Yeah. Well, we have Citadel enclosed that we didn't see yet as well. I think we didn't see enclosed Bedouins and bypass. Bedouins didn't happen also in the tournament. In the other series, no, it didn't happen.
I don't think
Maybe
so.
they peak.
Bedouins, we've seen Dry River, but Bedouins kind of similar with the shorefish all over it, but it's a nomad start.
Another start which makes it slower. I would love to know who banned Arabia here. I'm sure it was hard. Because, for what we are talking, he know that Lee feels good in this one. He feels good as well, but maybe he think Lee in this one might be better than me.
He might be thinking exactly that, and he might just be thinking, you know what, we both play so much Arabia all the time. Maybe I can come at Leary with a strategy on another map.
Yeah, civilizations, Chinese, Hindustanis, Portuguese, Saracen, Romans, Japanese for Leary, Magyars, Vietnam, Lithuanians, Armenians, Italians, and Mayans for hard. In a first look, what's a better series for you? Both has some strong picks.
Magyars is the very first pick are a bit surprising to me. I think Chinese makes a lot of sense for Leary, especially if he's going to use them on Bedouins.
Don't you feel that the Magyars is it's a bit surprising to see because the maps are not that aggressive, and also they ban Arabia.
And I know players like their cav archers these days, but Magyars still is the very first pick. I'm surprised. We'll see how he uses them.
Well, we're gonna start with the first game very soon. That it was going to be. Oh, I forgot, man. I'm old.
It'll be Bedouins.
Bedouins, right?
Bedouins.
Okay. And for Bedouins, what civilization is gonna be there?
Leary, I like the Chinese on Bedouins a lot with those extra villagers you start with on the nomad start where you don't have to make the dock, so you're not hurt by all that wood you lose.
What about Hindustanis?
A great civ too.
That one too. Okay. It could be. Well, let's see what it's going to be. Don't forget, guys, we have to mention, because we didn't mention in the last series, at least not during it, all support you make in the tournament is go to the players. All donations, everything that you are going to support during this tournament is going to the players 100%. If it's the merchandise, you know that you see all the panels also and below the stream is 70%, 30% split.
And it all helps out the players.
Yes, for the players as well. The 70, okay? So let's see what we are going to see. Oh my God, I thought that we were going to stand and because I still don't see.
Going into the game. Yeah, it takes them a while to set up the overlay. We're using some special overlays that they got to set up every time we launch in.
Well, then about Hera.
About Hera? I mean, that's what you expect, right? 3-0 from Hera?
You expect a 3-0? You
expect it every time from Hera.
Really?
Really.
Okay.
Wait, are you surprised?
No, but the way he did, yes. Like, it was kind of more clear than I expected.
Okay.
You know, like, it didn't feel that ACCM got a chance in any of the games. Like, he was getting a small advantage.
You know, that's what I expect, though, from Hera.
You know?
I know he wasn't confident with his practice games, but when it comes to the real tournament games, Hera is always on point.
But honestly, I think this is the mentality, and I don't know if the players now they're going to have, like, you have to get this mentality, like, better to be not confident at all. It's going to keep you, like, in alert, you know? And
you're right.
That is what it brings to Hera to be in that situation.
I mean, he did just come off of WWC where he lost to Nikov early on, and wasn't a great performance from Hera there, but I feel like he's been practicing for NAC a lot more than he has for that.
Yeah, he was traveling also. I mean, some people might say, like, oh, it's excuse and so on. Well, you can see. He's been practicing now, and he would destroy the winner of the One Day Warriors Cup. Sorry to say that, because he did it. 3-0 and with a clear win.
Yeah,
you know?
and I think that the 9 villager starts for Hera helps him get off to a clean start every game.
Well, it's
it
different.
Really
It's different settings. It's completely different settings, you know? It's different setting because the other one is a little bit slower. You get more time to get into a different stage of the game, and this one is completely different. I believe that we will start in a moment. They are ready. You know, they are ready. And then we have the next series for those people that are looking forward. Me, I'm looking forward. He's looking forward too.
Viper and Doubt.
Viper versus Doubt. Well, I'm looking forward to see Doubt. Because I didn't, guys, I didn't see yet Doubt. No, I didn't see yet because I arrived
late yesterday. You didn't see Doubt.
I arrived late last night. You know,
You've just seen him in all the commercials.
Everyone, yeah, but this is.
You've seen him on your watch. For me, you haven't seen him in person.
For me, it's the Lord completely today. Where's the Lord? You know, it's not really here. You know, and I want to see him and give a hug. I see the Viper.
coming. Oh, there's Viper coming in.
The Viper is around here. He's gonna come down. Okay.
Oh, let's hope Dad's on time, though.
The Viper has slept 12 hours, and he was telling, I'm in so great shape. And then Daud have said in a chat I've slept 15 hours. 15 hours.
He just has to beat Viper.
Oh, man. Guys, game number 1 is starting, as you can see there. And we have, let's see what map is going to be. Bedouins, as we were mentioning before. And civilizations are, what are the civilizations?
Hindustanis and Vietnamese.
Okay.
Hey.
Hindustanis and Vietnamese. Has a green Leary. As usual, he's on the left of the map. More in the middle heart here. But in this map, it's kinda, let's say, easy. Find good amount of resources all the time, right?
It is. So we have these shorefish ponds. The shorefish have more food on them than normal. So compared to dry rivers, yeah, you're going to have that 300 food on them.
Wow.
And you also have these little small clumps of trees next to those ponds. So a bit different than African clearing that you might see on DE and the ranked ladder. You do have that guaranteed spawn of the trees. So it's pretty easy to find your TC spot on both the pond and a little bit of a wood line.
Yeah, I like it more this one because also it has a bit more split and diverse all the resources. Like African clearing is more like symmetrical all, right?
Right.
As well, you know, and then all the wood that we have here, as you mentioned. Well, let's see. You can see how hard is already a little bit nice. It was just 1 second or 2 seconds, yeah? 11 villages. It's going to be scouts because exploration is also very important. Is there a possibility to see here a fast castle in a map like this? Or
Absolutely.
Is it too tricky?
Absolutely, but no, I'd be surprised with either of these two civs. They both feel like they're more of the scouts opening civs. Vietnamese, of course, know where Leary's TC is going to be right away. So if Hart wants to apply some pressure, he can go right there. And then unique units, FC Gulam?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Oh, wow. Well, I don't mind that because if you go Rattan Archers, they are really good against those unique units if you go fast castle, you know. But we were talking about how good they are with the micro. We want to see them. We don't want that they make look as a liar, you know, like go and go aggressive.
You want to see the micro?
Go a lot of scout and go army, you know, I don't know. Like, I think he has a mill, Leary, so close to the TC from Hart. So imagine that he can see that, you know. He can find the other towns. And can we put the fog of war from the players, Mr. Vodka? Vodka, guys, is not, well, it's a drink, right, guys? But it's our observer, you know. And obviously he knows the TC because he has Vietnam, the location. But does Leary knows where his opponent is? That's the real question here.
Well, he's scouted everywhere else, so he should probably have a good idea where he is just by virtue of not scouting him.
He has explored everything, man, but except where his opponent is, you know. Okay. Well, for now, he's going to go up. Look at the resources and Hart as well. They're going to go up super quick. Super, super quick. And Hart is going to go 1 villager more? No. Just a little bit slower. Oh, that's probably because he did the TC quicker, Leary, right?
Probably, yeah. I'm a bit worried about maybe that mill from Leary. It's really close to Hart. If he scouts that, he might try to Vill fight or wall the Vills in. Okay, here we go.
But Leary see it, and he walled right away. He saw it. He knew that he was there. He was going to find the blood. But the problem here is that even if you wall, you're kind of stuck already with those villagers.
Right, and the Vietnamese, they might want to go archers. If he goes archers here and walls those Vills in, that could be 3 or 4 Vill kills right away.
Yeah, but I'm checking resources right now for Hart. I mean, the problem with to go archers here is like barrack, archery range, mining camp, right? And they are only 18 population up. It feels more that with this build, it's going for scouts, no?
Yeah, it does feel like a scouts build. But maybe you're tempted by seeing those Vills that are walled in. You're not going to kill them with scouts.
Yeah. Well, you can do a tower if you block completely.
You could do a tower,
if
absolutely.
you wall it. I mean, you want to have also the tower even more against Leary in case that he's going to come aggressive and defend your resources. But, well, if you make a tower there, you are denying a mill and 3 villages.
Yep, and as we were talking about, the resource spots on this map are pretty random. Does Leary actually have a gold near his TC? I'm looking on the mini-map. I don't see one. There's one kind of to the south, and then one a bit more to the north. He has a couple of stones nearby, but doesn't really have great gold access.
It's completely walled those villages. I need to check if he can delete. If he delete that palisade, he can go away. I think there is a spot in that palisade. There's no tree. You know what I mean? If you delete the left, if Leary delete the left, he could escape. I think
there's a palisade above that
tree. Oh, there's a tree. Okay. Oh, he make a gate. He make a gate, and so he's trying to now take the palisade down. But I don't think it will be in time. Actually, Wasn't 3 villages? Okay, the 3 villages are there. I couldn't see because they are both in the same frame.
And just as you say, he's going for that tower, and the tower should be able to hit all 3 of those vills within those walls.
What about deleting the mill? Delete the mill. Maybe it's not the wall completely. Mind that he left a hole there.
I think
you
he's
know?
got it behind him,
you know. Yeah, but those villages, delete the mill.
Yeah, gives you more space to dance if you want to avoid the tower fire, but I think 3 vills are going down. I think Leary, he got maybe a bit too crazy with the quick walls and should have just ran the vills when he saw Hart found him out.
Oh, but here it's not in the range probably, the tower at the bottom. Maybe it's not in the range. I don't know. Well, the 3 villages are down. He's doing a scout now. 3 villages down in minute 9. It's massive, man.
That absolutely, especially when you go up on 17, 18 pop. You don't have that many vills to begin with.
Yeah, as you can see, 17 already only for Leary, 18 now, 20 for Hart. And let's see what he's going to... Oh, but idle. A lot of idles here from Hart. Yeah, just look at his house. He's housed now. And now Leary, okay. They switch the colors. They put red because it's more visible, okay.
Okay, and both players here going for scouts, going for some spears to support them.
Yeah, well, like, it's 2 villages, but look at this. Hart already 26 seconds LTC. That's like a village loss already. But obviously, Leary doesn't know.
He doesn't, but helps even it up. I mean, look at the villager counts now. Only 20 to 22. Doesn't feel as big as it might have looked from those vill kills.
Well, we need to also remind that Hindustanis are saving food for every single villager because the village has a discount. They are cheaper, so you are saving food as well. Easier than here to try to don't get any idle, and he has no idle at all. Idle TC, 1 second. Those 3 villages is just a bad luck here for Leary because what you said, it's random, the resources. He got a bad location, he saw it right away, and then he took it. But now, Hart is starting to wall a lot. I still don't think it's a huge advantage for Hart. I mean, it's important, but he's still fine, Leary.
Yeah, and Leary's able to take that gold in the south pretty securely. Hart really isn't going too aggressive, just a few scouts running around. And that will be where he's taking the gold, and he did do that forward range in the middle if he wants to go archers.
Yeah, I mean, having already archers as well is going to be a massive. I don't know if he's going to be able to have a good amount before he's walling everything. So we will find out very, very soon. And is he wall completely? I don't know. I don't think it's the wall yet. No.
He's close to it. He's going to finish the wall on the south and then needs to wall in the north. But important for him, he has that gold inside of the walls. And he'll be able to mine that and stay safe for a while before he needs to get out.
Yeah, but if Leary okay, he saw the archer range, that's really good, but he has a spear there, he's gonna try to get some more damage in those, but now look at the archers, he's gonna try to kill. I don't know if he should pull out those archers.
Felt a bit greedy there, yeah, and he uses an archer for it.
A bit too fast, he could wait a little. There.
A bit too much micro there.
Okay. He's going with the scout there, but he has only opened that small gap, but he's going through the TC, so it's fine here, Hart. 34 population, 38 for Hart. He has more. But look at the village. Is only 1 village different now? What did he kill? Oh, he did Tong, which I think.
I mean, and Tau Watch on these Nomad maps can be super important as we have a big fight here with a few scouts and a few spears, but it's going to trade pretty evenly, and almost everything's going to go down for both players.
Yeah, even but the KD is, if you see, is super even because the other 3-0 is the village, so it will be 6-6 in military right now. So 50% for both. They're still going. And now Lee got some idle TC. Hart got a little bit too, and he's going to try to push it back. But Lee, since he lost the 3 villages, is constantly attacking. It's not letting Hart...
He's keeping the pressure up.
He's keeping the pressure. And in that situation, usually, you should have a better economy because you are forcing your opponent to defense. Maybe your macro, your multitasking is going to be worse, but these players, they can do, right?
And look, he hasn't had to wall yet. He's been keeping the pressure up, so he hasn't had to spend all that Vil time building the walls, all that wood on the palisades like Hart has.
Yeah. The problem here is that probably Leary thinks that he's wall already, because if he's going around, he's still open. But he's still only kind of stuck, focused, stubborn in that spot, and not going around. Because Leary, if we put Leary point of view, Botcan, he didn't explore around anymore. You just look. He didn't even go to this area. He's going now. Okay.
But it's kind of risky to go around because you don't really have the biggest army yet. You don't have the upgrades on your scouts yet. And even if you get in with all the spears around, it's hard to do damage and find those Vils.
Yeah, he doesn't know also what army has Hart to counter him. And then maybe he can... oh my god, like this. He could off now and then, one archer down. But there's still more and more army. And now exactly what you mentioned, scale bar and armor. This is now different, with 6 scout, 5 archers, and we wanted the micro, we wanted field of fight, and we got field of fight, Mr. West.
And once that armor comes in, he's going to try to jump all those archers.
Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. Do you think he's going to even make bloodlines, or is too much for 6 scouts?
I wouldn't mind it, but it will slow down his castle age time quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think he can take the fight with just the armor. There's only one spear. If the spear goes down, then he can jump the archers. He just needs to find the right angle.
He killed it. He's doing now Horse Collar. I'm surprised about Horse Collar. He could still do more mills and short fish. I mean, it's good to have it, but you know, there's a lot of short fish here. He's gonna go with the scouts. He's trying to kill those, and he does have so many archers. He's micro now against those archers. Military numbers is still close, but remember that Vietnamese archers, skirmishes, more HP. Mr. West.
Yep. And I really like the way Leary microed that fight. He had a few archers in the back still doing damage. That meant that Hart couldn't just run away for free.
Okay, but Hart resources are looking amazing. Really, really amazing. He's about to go up to Castle Age, and this is not a no damage for Leary. Leary has the same resources collected than Hart. Not really. Hart got more. Those might be those villages different that he's having from the minute, from the start, from early feudal age. And now he's going to go up to Castle Age.
And the difference of that scale barding armor investment. He killed a few archers, but wasn't really able to get into the TC or do much damage with it. So Hart's going to have that faster castle age time.
Yeah, and if you don't take any economy from your opponent and he's on the way to Castle Age, what you do now?
And Leary's just so far behind right now. Yeah. I don't know if there's much he can do other than go full feudal with that resource count he has. But only two scouts now, 1 archer. He's in a really tough spot.
Yeah, complicated, really complicated. Let's see, Scout and Archers, 20 Cs on foot, okay, but he does have the numbers. He has all the 8 armies. It's true that Hart doesn't have a lot of army. He's maybe going to go Cav Archers, or he's going to keep crossbows, because what he doesn't know is what Leary is going to have. Like, he doesn't know if Leary is also up, but Leary is doing bloodlines now. But he's still stubborn. Who could just go around, man. I know that you say, don't go around, well, you don't know, but at this point, you have to.
At this point, you need to do something, but he's just so far behind. He's doing bloodlines, he's doing foraging. It looks like he's going to go all in feudal.
Yeah. Okay, he's trying to break in, but then he will wall. He will make some houses, I guess. Yeah, with the bloodlines, he's going to be able to break in and have a very tanky unit. So he's going, but he's going to wall. He's walling.
And remember, Hindustanis do have that extra bonus attack on the walls from their
scouts.
But
he didn't wall at the bottom! He walled it in the last second, okay, but you can break it if you go with the archers, but no, this spot is really not great for the kid, and we'll take it. Well, it's going in, but...
Only 4 scouts. They're upgraded, but they've already lost some HP, gonna run around.
Okay.
There's so many villagers grouped together, it's hard to take a fight even with the upgrades.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna try to get some village here. Leary is not too far from going up. Those villages in the mill, that might be good. That might be killed. He got it.
That's exactly what you want, but doesn't get the kill.
Yeah, and now he's in Castle Age. I'm checking, no reaction. Man, they don't react. What happened with the players, man? So focused,
They're
man.
calm, they're focused.
They're so focused. Well, he's going up. He has 10 army. Now house it Leary for a while. Crossbow and Botkin. The good thing is that he has, well, he has now 12 crossbows. That's something. And Leary's up. Gonna make extra town centers. But now you need to make some damage, West. Because if not Leary, well... Oh! Ooh. He took it? No. I thought that
he'll get it.
Yeah.
So crossbow, looks like it's going to be the crossbow play from Hart, not the Cav Archers. Cav Archers might be tricky against Hindustanis with all their camels, so it looks like he's just going to stay on the crossbows.
Yeah, I mean, he has bow, so he doesn't have wheelbarrow. You remember that with Vietnam you can make that armor cheaper and then 100% faster, so it's just amazing. It's like, it's take what, 1.5 billion maybe, something like this, you know, and...
We might finally find a villager kill here.
But the good thing here is that he keep Hart on his base, right?
Right, he's not letting those crossbows go forward and do damage, because Leary still is not walled.
Yeah, and now what he's gonna do? He want to probably have their... Oh, look at how many villages he has on wood, Leary, right now. Zero, man, zero villages on wood. Wow, and now the crossbows are coming.
Oh, because the crossbows are in the wood line.
Well, he's close to the TC, so he can make a house there and maybe make him to go to the town center, but it's not happening. And right now, Leary is in a big problem. Hart has 20 military, Mr. West.
It feels like everything has gone right for Hart, but still the Vil count's not that far apart. 45 to 46, Leary's almost up to Castle. And as you said, keeping Heart's crossbows in his base, Leary hasn't taken as much damage as he might have.
Yeah, but the problem is that he has already 2 tone centers. Well, Leary will go now with the extra TCs, I guess. And Siege Workshop, maybe?
And remember, he is Hindustani, so he can add in the TCs and make the vills pretty cheap.
What he's doing? Okay, Chain Bard and Armor.
Oh, he's
and
going to
he's
stone.
mining 20 villas on stone.
And
The
Hart will see
Gulams.
that.
We're going to see the Gulams, man. Okay, he need to wall that tower. He need to wall that tower. He need to wall that tower. He's not walling. He was trying in the last second, but he can't. And now those archers are going to make all the damage that they did until now, Mr. West.
Yeah, there's only 3 crossbows. There's only 3 of them. He can fight that with vills.
So he's not doing that damage? I hype for nothing? What is this, man?
But the workshop's not up. The workshop's not up. More crossbows coming in. And he's not going to have that
but
Scorpion out.
Now he's going to be more damage. Now he's a lot of archers. Now he's going to take so many or not?
Now he's going to take vills. Now he's taking vills.
But now I don't want to hype. Anyway, let's see what's going to happen. The tower is going to go around, is up with those villas. He's going around with the archers. And as you can see, he's taking already so many villas. The KD is insane in favor for Hart. And 11-2 Echo KD. Damn. This game looks so good for Hart. I mean, it's a game for Hart to lose, not a game for Leary to win.
It's a game that, look at all those villagers running. Hart just needs to hold on. Unless something crazy happens with that castle and the Gulams. Oh, look at that economy.
What economy?
Good point.
Yeah, no, there's no economy anymore. 500 stone, as you can see. You can see the wood and, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, he's going to mine the stone. I'm surprised that Leary keep going, you know? In other situations, we have seen Leary resign quicker. It's true that the score difference is not so big. Maybe he's thinking that he's going all in with so many archers, but he's not.
Maybe he's just thinking the Gulam could be a really good unit against all the archers. If he gets to them, he might have a chance.
Yeah, but he is still not able to mine the stone yet. I think he doesn't have a market either, so he's not really buying. Well, there's a moment of silence because the Lord appeared here. And if I'm casting, I want Doubt to come here and give me a big hug. Come on, Doughty. Come here and give me a big hug. Because I'm so happy to see the Lord. But Leary, very little chances, you know. Very little chances here in this game.
Yeah, now 65 to 42 vills, he just keeps falling farther and farther behind.
Okay.
Hart has all the TCs added in that he wants.
Okay, he's coming. I'm sorry, guys, but where's it? Come here. Come here.
And here comes Doubt.
Doughty. Love you, man. Yeah. I'm gonna watch it, man. Okay, this was Doubt in the background. You're gonna see soon. Also in the camera, is an amazing player, but he's even better person. I can tell you. The castle is happening there, close to the shorefish here, and gonna make the Gulams.
And you know what? Leary's gold in the south still isn't pressured. He's been mining there, and he has 6 vills down there, and they have not been disturbed.
Okay. You can see the gold, but that castle is not going to be up. Or it will.
Is it Mangonel?
Mangonel? Yeah, but how is the percentage for that castle? Oh, baby.
Is it Scorpion too?
This is Scorpion.
That could be a lot of dead crossbows if Hart tries to push. That's scary.
Yeah, but he's sending a knight from the left. He's coming another knight from the right. He's going to be told. 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 He's not going to. Ooh! He killed his own village as well. The knight is there. The damage is already massive. If massive damage, the castle is up, but the price he's paying for this castle is too high.
The Mangonels are down, and now look at that vill count. 76 to 42. But there's a Gulam. It's Leary's last attempt.
That Gulam is like a superhero.
Leary needs him to be a superhero.
Yeah, man. He need a lot more than one Gulam for sure. He did a miracle here. 78 villas, 43. And, well, impressive and solid consistency play from Hart. This is the Hart that we have right now. Because Hart back in the days, maybe he was getting that advantage from the start and maybe he could throw it.
And maybe throwing it.
And now he's not throwing anymore. If now you give him this opportunity, he take it.
He got the advantage and then got the walls up, so didn't take any counter damage afterwards.
Okay, let's see what is gonna happen. This is the +1, and still 5 Gulams. The Gulams eat the archers, that's completely true.
They do.
Okay. But is it no those? No. It's so many
they
archers,
still need their next Pierce armor upgrade too. They only have +1.
Okay, let's see now. Nah, but
he can't fight now.
No. Okay, he's taking 2.
Yeah, without that armor, they can't take that fight.
Yeah, as you can see. And also, Hart got the great micro as well. So, well, he's trying to put together all the Gulams and the Mangonel. and try to make the game a snowball. You know, in this kind of games, it's also the first game. Maybe Leo is not feeling so well, so he want to also keep playing to warm up himself.
It does help you warm up, does help you get that practice in, and just, you get a feel for how warm up your opponent is too.
Yeah, and you want to make that your opponent fight more, like earn the win. It's not going to be an easy win for you. You have to finish me off, and well, he's trying to do the job. And he's doing the job for sure. You can see Thumbrin already. He's going to have now a castle that he's doing. Well, he did the castle at home, 5 on a stone, so many crows going around. And Leo is still on 1 stone center, so...
And it can be hard to end the game when all you have is crossbows and your opponent has the castle up. It really does mean you have to go imp and make some type of transition to end it.
Lee has already the armor that you were asking for. He split out those Gulans, but I don't think it's going to be a node. He's going to try to distract him. It's coming off from the left. He's on the right. Great micro by both. Amazing. But let's see the Gulans, if they can do the magic here.
And no ballistics yet for Hart, so Leary is able to dance around and dodge a few of those shots as they engaged.
That's why he stayed, Look how they eat absolutely the archers, man. It's like a bomb into them. It's a TNT,
And
they destroy them,
And
man.
look at the military count now.
Yeah.
12 to 12, 13 to 12. Leary has the lead there, and he has a unit that's going to be really difficult for Hart to deal with. It's a 50 vil difference, though, and Leary's going to need some type of miracle raids to get some type of win as Hart has the res, and he just clicks up to the Imperial Age right now.
Yeah, he's on the way to build, but then here with this matchup, we can analyze how a bad situation in the start can snowball the game, and a civilization that probably could be good because you can see how the Gulans could dominate if they were close both to castles at the same time.
Definitely.
But since the difference was so big, now he's falling so much behind and he's going to be an Imperial. So it's so complicated.
Yeah, Hart even dodging the mangonels there, has the knight numbers out to help deal with the mangonels.
Yeah, you can see how those knights are now going to clean those mangonels. Maybe not the second one. Okay. But he killed with the archers. He's playing absolutely amazing. He's not giving him a chance. And when he reaches the Imperial, if not before, Leary will have to call it, Mr. West.
This will probably be GG when we hit Imp. And we have a
it's
TC
douche.
race.
It's a douche. It's Nomad, it's a douche. Let's think that this is a starting now. No, it's not a douche anymore. But you have 3 villages. The TC is going to be up still.
Yeah, this is just Leary hoping that they'll still call admin reads because TCs are next to each other.
Yeah, man. Okay. It's going to be the TC up. And then he's going to try to raid this wall in. As you can see, doesn't want the Gulams in his base. Rathan archers that are obviously stronger than the crossbows, but they still melt against the Gulams. Harson now for the buildings. Remember that that's an upgrade that is going to help you to kill the buildings faster.
Yep, and if you look at Leary's resources, he is nowhere close to the Imperial Age. Hart can just add those castles, and there's no way for Leary to remove them.
Okay. You can see the TC is doing another. I think he will resign instantly when he reaches Imp.
Probably.
Right? He's still thinking, okay, I have a good units to keep going. He's still in Castle Age. If he's not going, he's going to keep trying. But look at the Echo KD. KD is very similar thanks to how good the Gulans are, but the Echo KD is what is making the difference here. 10,000 resources more. 10K!
10K more res, and at this point, we're about maybe 10 seconds away from a GG, as Imperial Age will come in shortly for Hart. And Leary is half the vills.
Yeah, he's calling it. He's calling it.
And there we go.
Okay. Well, the start, the start was, my goodness. Well, the start was absolutely amazing. We have double the villages for Hart, and but it's a pity because kind of the game is noble from there. You don't want that this kind of happen in this kind of games because in a nomadic, I mean, in a normal map, it is already a big difference, but in a nomadic map, it's even more.
But you can tell that's a mistake from Leary right at the start not to run the villagers. He got a bit greedy trying to quick wall them in and stay on the mill.
He was thinking, okay, if I move there, I'm losing the mill, but it's a lot worse to lose the village.
Exactly.
Right? Okay.
And just one tower cleans it up. And one tower, remember, you don't need to mine the stone for the tower. You have it at the start. It doesn't really disrupt all the scouts that Hart was trying to make.
But the thing is, he was even trying to be very aggressive, but it wasn't enough because he has to invest a lot more than his opponent to try to make that damage. And then what Hart was doing was just walling, and that's it. Well, now the scenes get even more interesting because we were telling that Leo is the favorite here, but the favorite? We put in quotes.
We both called him the favorite, and I think that's what Hera was talking about too in your interview too. But I think we're going to have a quick ad break before we get to that, and we'll be right back.
And now, a word from our partners. The rise of modern technology takes its toll on all of us. Hours and hours at your desk leads to stiff necks, aching shoulders, sore lower backs. But there is a solution. Back Force. The Back Force 1 Plus doesn't just stand like a rock on the digital battlefield, it transforms the way you sit. With Gamer Pulse LED lighting lasting up to 20 hours, this chair is more than just a seat. It's a throne. Personalize it with patches for your nickname, clan tag, or any custom text. Because your chair should be as unique as you are. Every Back Force chair comes in a wide variation in colors, including this noble white and gold or black and gold colorway, and the GamerLegion Special Edition. Sit like a king with Back Force.
You know what? I wouldn't mind to have the chair like this here, you know? Guys, we need a chair because we're kind of tired, man.
Oh, you've been casting 2 in a row. You've been standing for a long time.
I'm not that energy anymore. I don't have that energy anymore. I mean, I cast 2 series now and I'm starting to complain. What is this? Where's my energy?
Where's all that energy? You're going to need a good game to get that energy back now.
By the way, I like your look, man.
Oh, thank you.
We're looking fine, right?
Yeah, we have matching bow ties too. I like the color.
Yeah, look at this.
Honestly, I mean, the best part about our outfits though are the slippers that they're not showing yet.
Yeah, they didn't show the slippers. I mean, you saw the slipper probably, the green one. We're gonna win the competition of the slipper, you know.
Most definitely.
We're gonna win, you know. The first or second position doesn't matter too much. We're the winners.
Yeah, we're the winners.
We're the winners. That's it.
I gotta say though, Vinchester, if you saw his slippers, I thought they were pretty cute too. They had some nice smiley faces on them.
They're okay. They're okay. I'm not competitive, man. I cannot win in anything. At least let me win the slipper contest, man. Then I saw yours and I was, come on, man. I was confident till I saw yours.
You were confident,
you know?
and then you're like,
I saw yours.
It's okay. We'll be top 2. We'll be top 2.
Don't touch me,
share
Mr. West. Don't touch me, Mr. West, like this. Anyway, when I have game number 2 in a moment, we were talking about the favorite now. What are we gonna see now? Are we gonna see him close, maybe?
Maybe.
That was the home map?
Do you think Louis wants to go play one of his home maps now, or is he going to go take one of Hearts?
Well, he can pick anything. You know, I'm sure that he can pick anything, you know. But we're going to find out in a moment, I believe. Oh, we're not yet there, but...
We're going to see them start playing as they set up the overlay.
Look at Leo. Who would say to you back in the days that he will have a T-shirt with the Wii Sport, you know, with
the Wii Sports logo,
with a team eSport team, you know, and he wear that one because people always was telling, oh man, if Leo was committed, if he was practicing and so on, he's more committed now.
He is. I mean, he has the logo to show it.
But not only that, come on. He even streamed from time to time.
Exactly, he's streaming.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're playing, as you can see, guys. So we're gonna get into the next game in a moment. Oh, but why they do that, man?
They just want to show off how nice we look.
They looks better. Yeah. They looks better. We're being fake humble, you know. Well, the Wii Sport. That remember, guys, if you don't know, because maybe there is some casual viewers, that these both players are in the same team. Wii Sport. They are the only members. Do you think that they're gonna have a new member soon? But we will talk about that after the game because this is game number 2, and we have the first time in the tournament, Citadel, you know, group stage, game 2, and we have what civilizations? Armenians versus Japanese. Armenians here.
2 water civilizations. And if you saw this game in the qualifiers, the map has changed a bit. Now we have not just the bridge between the mainland and the Citadel, but 2 additional crossings made up of shallows on either side. So both players have more access to it. And we're going to see some docks right away. One from Hart in the very north and one from Leary right in the middle as they go for those fish.
I like that a lot, you know, like having those crossings, it makes that that part of the map can be more used because I think they were using Ollie. I was talking before with Dave till in the late game. So at the end, it was going more like a land party, you know, and they were going aggressive with some fish, but not having a lot impact. Okay. Okay, it seems that there is a problem with the map.
Okay, looks like we're gonna have a bit of a pause and might do a restart here.
They're gonna make a restart. Well, would you consider this map like a hybrid completely? Like it feels
that's a good question because when I've seen it before, it's mostly been you win the water and make a transition to land, and whoever wins that land transition can end the game in feudal.
So the water is not that important.
I mean, it's important because you keep your fish alive, and then that fuels your transition to the land.
Yeah, well, but you know, and how important might be the part that this has now the 2 new axes?
That's a good question, because sometimes I feel like the game can end before that, but if it goes long, and maybe you get some walls up, then transition to the middle, then you're in a different type of game. I feel like the map can produce very different games, some of them short, some of them long.
But I think these two are going to try to go like the first game. It's not. I mean, in the first game, it feel forced because of those villages he lost. But I think they were going to be exactly the same gameplay. The only problem is that Leo fall behind with the economy.
Exactly.
But it will be the same, and I think it's going to be aggressive.
Well, we already saw a bit of a different opening here with one dock being right in the middle, which is a bit more aggressive, versus the other one kind of farther in the back, where you can keep your fish alive a bit more.
Okay, let's see if it's going to happen. I don't know exactly what was the back in that map, you know. If you guys, people in production knows, just let us know, so we say it to the viewers as well, because they might be asking, but they probably got some resources that it was like a stone or gold, something. Maybe didn't they have berries, or what it could be?
Could be a lot of things. I didn't see it either.
I didn't see it. I really didn't see it. They're focused. They are starting already. Yes. Okay.
All right, and we should have the game launching in just a moment. And we'll have take 2. Hopefully the map is working this time.
Yeah, it's game number 2. We have obviously the same civilizations, and we didn't have time to talk about the saves. I still see that they pick in these kind of maps a lot, like Armenians and so on. I mean, I don't want to compare because it's not the same civilization with Dravidians and you know, because also this civilization got knights, got more options, even have a, you know, a smooth economy. But why Armenians here? Is that
just winning the water? It's that important with all those fish, and especially if you're against the Japanese, you don't want the Japanese to have that free fish boom. You want a good galley save to be able to fight them.
So you think that Hart was guessing correct that he was going to go Japanese in this map?
Based on the civ draft, I think this is where you use the water civs.
Okay. Okay, actually, that for the water, but if you need to go for the land, I prefer Japan.
They do have that good men-at-arms opening, and they can follow that up with archers, and even if you try to wall, those men-at-arms help break through the walls, so they do have that good transition. You do see that sometimes on like Cross or Four Lakes, where the Japanese can go for the fish and also go for the men-at-arms at the same time because of how good that fish boom is.
And do they have also a smoother castlage into Imperial as well, Japan? Like,
I think so, and also they have the option for cav archers on this map. You always have to remember the Japanese cav archers in this meta.
Yeah, cav archers is very popular if the game is going for late castlage Imperial. Like we see, we're gonna see cav archers with Aztecs soon. You know what I mean? Like we see with almost every civilization, which it makes sense. If they are good, do you have to go for it? You know.
Absolutely.
Anyway, population is the same, exactly the same. We see the loom now, and Lee might go up. Yeah, he's on purpose idling the TC to go up as quick as possible. But it was 12 seconds. Well, it's not the end of the wall, but let's see if Hart is going to have the resources. He's having the loom, and he's going to have to idle TC as well a little, but less.
Tiny bit, 3 seconds.
Okay.
So half a vil of idle time there for Leary. Opting to click up a bit faster, but he'll have one less vil.
Okay, we see that they are going for dock. The dock location is completely different. Hart put very far, actually. But here the fish is better.
The fish is better, and also you're going to have a bit more protection against that early galley rush.
Yeah, because if you are slower like he's happening, that he's slower up, well, you are farther. You mind that he got the same position here, right? Then you have the problems. So it's a good one. Now Lee is doing the second dock quite farther as well. And they seem to be focused first on the water. You surprised about that?
Not at all. The fish are so valuable here, and you have that nice transition to the land if you keep your fish alive. If you start going for the fires or the galleys, it kind of gives you a nice transition into the archery range, since you're already so heavy on the food and the wood and the gold.
Okay, he's gonna make a meal card probably in that goal. Now we are in Lee's area, and we got to see what is the transition. But he's gonna go full galleys for now. I believe that they will do a barrack soon, but for now, 2 dogs or more. 2 dogs is enough, no? 3 would be overinvestment.
Perhaps. I mean, depends on how heavy they go into the water. If you have a nice even water game and both players keep investing into more and more galleys, maybe you add that 3rd dock.
Okay, as you can see now, look at this.
Some
He's trying
laming
to
under
lame.
the TC.
Well, this is important, because if you lose now the water and you are also laming these ships, what food you get?
You get nothing. And it's important because having the lame sheep means you have to add farms earlier. And that's wood that you're not going to be able to spend on your galleys.
Yeah, and for that you need a mill. Mill that he doesn't have yet.
Exactly.
So-
You want to skip the mill for that early blacksmith if you are going to go for galleys. And it looks like both players are indeed going for galleys instead of fire galleys.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense. Also, they are not super close because remember that if you're massing galleys, you know, they will dominate in the long run to the fire galleys. You want to go fire galleys if you're super, super close, which is not the case right now. And this is the third dog, if I'm not mistaken, for Leary. Oh, man.
Okay, an interesting position, too. He's not putting it out on the far right side where he might have better fish. This is just to go aggressive for galleys.
Yeah. Well, he wants to definitely kill the Armenians on water. He's feeling like, oh, I need to take him on the water, right?
But you don't want to face the Armenians late game on the water. When they get their Cilician Fleet unique tech, that's when they get really scary.
Anyway, I mean, if you are can be on water, still the land seems to be far from water, so land has to be more important than water for later.
Yeah, but remember, the water controls that citadel with all the gold in it in the middle.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, he take the scout. This is a problem, a big one, because now he's blind. Hart doesn't have anything on the land, so he might be asking, oh, if Illyri come, what? And he doesn't know.
It's hard to scout, but he is almost fully walled. Just remember, you do have that now. Yeah. That additional crossing means that even though he is fully walled in the south, maybe if Leary goes scouts or maybe in the Castle Age Cav Archers, he could run around and use that crossing to get onto the land.
Which before it couldn't happen.
Exactly.
That's why
So
I
it
like
might be a
this.
different strategy
Yeah.
now.
It's completely different. I mean, you make a few tweaks in the map and it changed completely. Okay, still doing a good job here. Look at now the micro by the kid. 3-0 already. He's taking more galleys. He's taking another village now. He's taking the village with the scout. He's 5-1 now. Okay. Take the fish. He's going to be able to take that galley. No, he's coming with more. The third dog is paying off now.
He's still taking the galleys, and absolutely that dock's paying off. The galley micro there from Leary is insane.
I mean, I don't like usually water map, but this galley micro is the one that you like to see. Because fire galleys, you cannot really micro the same way. It's more like multitasking. Here is more micro involved, right?
Yep. Here, galleys, the one difference they have between galleys versus the archer crossbow line is that they have to turn a bit. So the micro, you have to wait for them to turn to get your shots off.
Which is great. As you can see, he has 3 versus 2, and he's not focusing on the face. He wants to take those galleys down. Navy, it's basically this, what you see from Hart. 2 Navy, 7 already for Lear. Well, 6 plus the scout. He's having a huge advantage now, at least on water. And if you get this advantage on water, look at the resources.
And this is what we were talking about earlier on. Leary with that excellent micro. Hart just not really up to taking that fight.
Forced to make farms already, and then he doesn't have any economy. And the good thing is that he's starting to make the transition for the land. And Leo has a brutal position to take this game. Check now how the resources, it will start to explode. Right now we see resources collected very similar, but the fish is going to be gone. He can then add even more fish now.
And he'll have Japanese fishing ships too. He'll have that entire right corner filled with fish he can move to as he's finishing off the rest of Hart's fish.
Yeah.
And Leary also did that without fletching.
Wow. Okay, well, he has no fletching either Hart. And the problem here is like, okay, it's try to snipe. You cannot. It's Japanese. 120 HP and the armor. So, I mean, if you're trying, you will need more hits. And now he's going to lose it. Just look. I mean,
yeah, those fishing ships are so tanky.
They're so tanky. It's still 3 times and didn't kill it. Yeah? Yeah, population is still 43-36. And Leo just need to make the market and go up.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying early on. It feels like this map, you can have these types of games, like those classic AOC Galley Wars, where you win the water and things just snowball from that point.
My goodness, when I hear AOC, I forgot that I am with a freak of AOC. So you are enjoying a lot, as you can, freak in a good way, okay, guys? Freak in a good way. Okay, we can see the galleys chasing those from Hart, and just look at the resources. The resources in the bank.
And Louis is about ready to go up.
Yeah, I mean, he does it. Oh, he has the buildings. I don't know what is the buildings he built already. If he has the market or what he has, it's going to be barrack and archeries and blastmen. So he's starting his transition to archers, and that's going to be lovely for him. I don't see how now Hart can come back. It's a pity because he seems to be also, like the first game, kind of snowballing already for Hart, and I don't see what option. And look what Lear is doing. He's closing the gap, so he's closing all the doors to his base.
And that's perfect. Hart still is not walled by his crossing, so those crossbows, those archers into crossbows, Leary's going, if he doesn't want to just go through the front door, he could try to sneak around through that crossing still.
But he can't wall because he has no water control.
Exactly. That's going to stay open.
Yeah. Well, he's taking out there, he's selling everything and trying to go up, but Leo is already on the way. The population difference is already really important. And timing and momentum is now for Leary, Mr. West.
And Leary is up, and he didn't have to sell a stone.
Yeah, that helps a lot, guys, because you can go also for the boom.
You can just say, hey, I'm far enough ahead. I don't need to try to push and win the game now. I can just boom, be confident that I have the better eco, and just be confident that I'm gonna stay ahead and win the game eventually.
So when you do when these kind of things happen, Sulhard now try to push somehow, like with the fortified church or something, because he knows that he's behind.
Right.
Yeah, because if you go now to boom yourself, you have to buy a stone back, so you need to do something. But the question is, what?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I mean, Leary, as the Japanese, we talked about those cav archers earlier.
Yeah.
Very good against most of what the Armenians can do since they're such an infantry-focused civ.
Yeah, but he might not. Look at the score difference. It's really big. I mean, I hope this is not going to resign, but to be honest, if he's not resigning, Hart is in a very tricky position. Can we check Vodka if he has some military buildings, Hart, at home?
Barracks.
And nothing else, right? I don't think he has anything else.
I mean, you could try to go for a monk rush for some fortified churches and maybe some workshops.
But for that you need wood.
You do.
And he's mining 2 villas on a stone already. Fletching, siege workshop himself, and
Leary with the forward workshop there. He's going to try to finish this with a TC in the back too. So 2 TCs, some workshops to pressure forward. Not going to let Hart get a clean castle age timing.
Botkin right away. He's gonna keep also the few galleys that he got left there. Okay, he got more. You have to be careful. Don't lose the water. Well, he's coming with more galleys here. It's gonna be fine. He's gonna be also with more from the bottom. It's so difficult because he still have the advantage on water. He has Botkin now, and then he's still also attacking with those crossbows.
Yeah, now galleys with Bodkin just feel so nice to micro. That war galley upgrade makes them kind of slow and clunky, but here they're just still fast and nimble, and you have that extra range.
Yep. Okay. Second TC also up. He's still trying. Okay, the numbers are getting closer. Yeah, well, he lost the galleys. Be careful. You don't want to lose the water, because if you lose now the water, you lose the economy advantage. So Leary.
But Hart still has to add more galleys here to keep control of the water. That's going to let Leary push on land.
Yeah, but he's having now a siege workshop. Mangle is coming. Mangle as well for Leary. He's going to have also the second TC. Definitely the advantage is still there. I mean, he's doing everything hard to try to come back here. He's going to try to break in, and he should break in. And I would love to see some dancing with the archers. We didn't have the opportunity yet.
And we know Leary knows how to dance with them.
Yeah, let's go. Okay.
Here's the Mangonel.
He's dancing. Now he's going now with the crossbows.
That's a risky gap to stand in.
Yeah,
let's get out.
I think we should put the fog of war from Leary to see how he's going to be, how he can see this. And see how he's dealing with the mango. No, baby.
It's on the hill there.
Okay.
If he gets a shot, that's going to be a good shot, and he has the repair vills.
Okay, Mangonel, and no, he's fine. But look at this area. If you take that Mangonel, it's game. Ooh!
Okay.
That Mangonel was a good shot. He's coming now. He's going to run a TC really quick, but now Leary is going back because Hart is distracting him with those galleys. Good move here by the Peruvian. Ooh, good Mangonel shot, but it's still...
Oh! Dodges 2 shots and gets the Mangonel.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's going to lose the order. But, well, it wasn't terrible for Hart this, but the advantage is already too big.
Yeah, now he still has that hill. Will he fight the Mangonel there?
Oh my, how he moved in the last second. He's dancing right now with them. He's doing ballet.
He's confident there. He is confident in his micro.
Okay. Yeah, you can see how resources now are 1.3k more already collected for Leary. It's starting to explode because he has 20 population more. Not only about Villis only, because Villis is only, well, it's the same. But the Japanese fishing and the efficiency, you know, that he's having, because he's now moving all his economy as well to other part, while the economy from Lee is untouched.
Yep, he's untouched. He had that TC right away. He didn't have to buy the stone back, and he just has a much cleaner setup than Hart had.
Okay, he's trying to take now the market, which is very nice, because he knows that he might need to use it. Okay.
And that's the weak part of building that market as part of your wall. That Mangonel push comes in, and you can lose it. And now with Mangonel's on a hill, he will be able to tank a shot there, even if Hart connects.
Oh, Mangonel down. It's a good micro, man. It's a good micro here. As you can see, it's still a lot of Navy, also army on the land. Well, all his army now, Hart, is one Mangonel. Like, it's It's so tricky position. He should maybe now start to make cap arches just for mobility. In this situation, speed matters, and then you can go in and do a lot more damage than with the crossbows.
You could, but you know, it's still kind of tricky because Hart can add in those fortified churches.
Yeah.
It gives them a bit of arrow defense. Cav archers, you know, they're not like the knights. They can't just sit under all that arrow fire.
That's true. Well, but this is not like Georgian that you also get the boost with the economy. Those charges still 200 wood, so if you force him to make more, it's falling behind with the echo, and well, population difference is still really big. Look at the score difference, Mr. West.
Yeah, look at the res collected, about 1.5k ahead now for Leary, as he's continuing this Mangonel push, and that hill is just so valuable in these Mangonel fights.
Ooh, wanna take it? No, didn't take it. And on the hill, nah, he's microing very well. Well, this is MBL vibes. You know?
No, he doesn't even need the hill. He's just, his micro is that good. He's not taking any of these shots.
Yeah, now he's sending the villager to repair a little bit. No villager. Yeah, but like this, he just keep growing and growing his advantage. No?
Absolutely. And you know what? It feels kind of weird because the Vil count isn't even that different, but Leary's just so far ahead in economy anyway.
Well, it's not because now Hart has 3 TCs. Well, Lee still sit down on 2, so he has to be careful. Okay, he took the villager now. He took the Mangle, sorry. And that one, ooh, he has the heal, but you don't want to lose it. Micro from Hart is being really good now with the Mangles, man. Okay. Oh, but Leary also, yeah, he avoided that Mangle. Not gonna avoid anymore. He's coming with more. He has to be careful, but he's constantly 30 army versus 2. This is all the army he has here, Hart, too.
But I mean, great job by Hart to defend with only 2 military, right? It's not like he's investing all of that villager time he has into building army to defend. He's just able to defend with much smaller numbers and much less of a resource investment.
And heading villas now.
And still late game, Armenians on the water. You can do Cilician Fleet, get 1 or 2 demos, and all of a sudden get some huge demo hits.
Still, this is the thing. I mean, Lee is gonna go up to Imperial. This is what he's trying for. That way he's not even doing more town centers. He's building, I believe, the university now. But the question here is, why you fight so much for the water if you don't make it any extra fishing ship with Japan? He could have.
That's true, he still only has 4.
Let's go to 10. I'm not even telling 20. He will, look at the food he has already. Look at the resources he has. It will be Imperial already.
And also with how easy it is to access the middle now with your shallows, you can get some docks around there.
Yeah.
You can have access to more fish. You can even go, Leary could go to that northern section of the middle and dock where Hart's fish were and fish there.
1 for 1, that this is a Mangrel, the hill. Man, having the hill and is not able to really take a big battle, but Leary, it is on the way to Imperial because his advantage has been really big all the time in terms of economy. And right now he's maybe gonna push it back, but when he's having the +3, not gonna happen anymore.
Yeah, once you get that Bracer Chemistry Arbalest combo, then you outrange the Mangonels and you have enough Pierce attack that you're gonna kill the Mangonels.
Okay, we're waiting for that moment. You can see how Hart has now 10 villages more. Yes, believe it or not, he has 10 more. Why? 3 TCs. And he's not doing anything else than villages. Villages and the Mangonels. Not even Horse Collar that hard.
And you know, it's pretty impressive from Hart just to be able to hold with 3 Mangonels against all that army from Leary.
Well, it's also easier because he's only controlling the Mangonels. He didn't have to control the Mangonels, the crossbows, you know. So he need to focus only in 1 unit, while the other was controlling 2 group of units.
Yeah.
So
and you don't have that big risk that all of a sudden you get a tank 1 shot, you have 1 misclick, and
you
all
lose
of a
all the
sudden
archers.
you lose everything.
Yeah, you lose all the archers, and then we say bada boom. Anyway, good farming there, as you can see for Leary. Resources still Leary has more collected. This castle need to be up, because if not, it can be a problem. But he has the crops and the Mangle. It should be up. It's not so many villages built. Oh,
that's only 1
that was a good one.
though.
Nah, now he's having the second.
second.
Oh, that was bad.
He doesn't need the second. He only needs 1.
Yeah, it's fine now. I mean, good resources for Hart, yes. But timing and momentum. 1 more time here. Now this for Leary. Yeah, he's gonna go up hard in a moment. But now they're very close. It's not like you have to walk around all the map to kill your opponent. They are so close, so this advantage being up to Imperial is really big for Leary, right?
Right, but the good thing from Hart, he did take that hill back. That castle from Leary is back on his side of the map. It's not forward on that hill where he'd have that advantage in the Trebor.
He took it, another Mangonel down. I think he will call it. I have the feeling. What do you think?
Let's see. I mean,
let's make a gamble. Let's make a gamble. Come on, pass it to West.
He's ahead. Yeah, I don't think Hart's going to give up here.
come on.
He's going to keep playing.
No, he called it,
He
man.
calls it.
He called it. I mean, because it's this map. If it was enclosed, for example, that they have to
Enclosed,
is much
then
bigger.
it's a much longer late game map. Here,
but here,
especially with the water control, Leary.
Well, it was kinda snowbally. Like it felt that the game was, let's say, over a little bit longer, but Hard tried his best to keep in the game, right?
Right. It can be hard to end the game immediately, and as we were talking about earlier, you have to add the TCs and get that eco while also microing the mangonels. But as long as you can do that, not make a huge mistake with the mangonels, you're in a good spot.
Okay. And what are we going to see now for game number 3? Well, we're going to see. We will see. Hopefully, we can check the draft also in a moment as well and see what is going to happen. The first 2 games, I feel that has been kinda one-sided for each blind.
Both of them. And it's
right?
very little things early on in Feudal that have decided both the games.
Yeah. We want to see closer games, like these kind of details that not gonna mark that the destiny of the game like it was the previous 2.
That's kind of the style of these players, right? They're so clean with their micro that one or two little things.
One, and you cannot recover.
It's hard to recover. I mean, we've seen both these players do things to stay in the game. Hart with that eco management, or Leary trying to go for the Gulams, but just not quite enough.
But that's why probably Leary kept just, okay, I have the advantage. He didn't even go for the 30C. Was trying, okay, I'm going to keep the control all the time. I'm going to reach the middle faster. I'm going to go from there, Because if he was being even more aggressive, he'd probably lose everything. And then snowball the game for himself. Well, let's see.
Let's see. We're going to have an ad coming up, and then we'll get into game number 3.
Word from our partners.
Eek! A mouse! A mouse!
What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the UH Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the U-Rage Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why U-Rage? It's all good. Get yours on Mueller.de.
I've really been enjoying those ads. They're really well done.
They are really, really well done. And people might be asking, who is the actors that are there? They are around, guys. They're here. Some of them, they are here, But they don't look that black, right? That black and white.
They're
they look a little bit better, They look a little bit better, They look a little bit better. Well, we were talking about the series, We hope to have, but this is happening. For example, imagine that now they're going close. Or what was the other maps? You remember? You have better memory than me.
That's a good question. We had
see the
better
draft
wins,
production?
and we had Citadel so far.
Well, let's see if we can see the draft.
And I just remember we don't have Arabia.
Yeah, well, no, don't tell me about that. Come on.
You're disappointed there's no Arabia?
I mean, I don't know what happened, but in almost every tournament, most of the best games is happening in Arabia somehow. Maybe it's because they are, very used to this map. But this is
something
very interesting map. Obviously, the civilizations are aggressive and invite for the aggression. Magias and Romans is the map we saw before, right? And my pronunciation, I refuse to say. You say that.
This is Tiergarten?
Tiergarten.
You need to practice your German.
I need to practice. Well, I listen to you, then I copy.
Right. So here we are on Tiergarten, a map based on Berlin, where we're having this land.
You have been there.
Yes. If you take a nice walk down the street, you'll see the victory column, which we have in the middle of the map here. There's a nice circle of a park around it. I also love the road terrains representing the roads that...
There is no nice walk with this weather. I'm sorry, but
okay.
nobody listen to me now.
Put on a heavy jacket and go for a walk.
Yeah. But I don't have even, I come from the south of Spain, so I don't even have a coat, I have to, can you give me something, please? Tell me. Anyway, why we're talking about this? Because this map is especially, let's say, big, or they are far from each other. So potential aggression in feudal can happen, but the big damage should be castles, no? Or not? What do you think?
Well, not just far from each other, but you can't go straight across the middle. You have to go around, or you have to chop through those trees. We have 2 rings of trees, and here, Hart, with the Magyars, his very first civ pick in the draft, picked them before even knowing any of the maps, and decided to use them here.
Okay. I don't think that it's gonna happen like in the previous cities, like some villas forward and a tower. It doesn't fit their style. I think they will go just standard, but scouts, or maybe we're gonna see with Roman something different. Like some men-at-arms, I don't think so. It's not timing because look at the uptime, 18 population.
I mean, feels like this might be a Cav Archer versus Scorpion matchup.
Whoa. I wouldn't mind, you know, but mobility, it's more important here, no?
More important for the Cav Archer, but if you go straight to the middle of the map, maybe mobility isn't that important then. Maybe if you just secure the gold in the middle, that's all you need.
Okay, let's see what is going to happen. Let's see if it's going to be Westadamus. You know, let's see.
Well, this is not a standard map, right? We're going to see some new strategies, and over time, we're probably going to see players copy each other or try to come up with counters to each other.
Yeah, remember that this is a group stage, and we have, if I'm not mistaken, 5 days. So it's going to be a lot of games. Even if they didn't figure out the meta yet, it will. During the tournament, usually it's evolve, right? And it's evolve how the players are playing these maps.
Right, and they're all going to be studying each other. They're all watching the games, and they're all trying to pick up little different intricacies from each other's build orders.
And they better watch it, because more than one strategy can be very useful in the future, you know. So let's see what's going to happen now. We have now the Barak already is going to be scouts, like almost 100%. Remember that there is an outpost on those berries area that for now they are ignoring. They will go later, probably in Castle Age. And it's a stable. Okay. And spear right away, Mr. West.
And we have seen scout openings a few times on this map. Just gives you that mobility to try to harass your opponent a bit, even if you're not going to do too much damage.
Seems there's the berries. Let's see if they're going to make horse collar, or they will just move villas to the berries, because also there's deers as well. Because if they go horse collar, it can you give an indicator that they want to go more heavy even into fiddle.
Yep, and we do see a farm being placed from Heart before doing horse collar there.
Yeah, so he's not doing it, and Leo is not. He's still getting all the herdables here, going with the scout. And Magyars, what Magyars have an advantage here? Well, a cheaper scout and forging for free. Well, what about Romans? Romans economy, Mr. West?
Romans economy 5% faster on everything that they do. And, well, maybe it lets you even chop through the wood to get to the middle a bit faster on this map. Maybe
Also,
that could be valuable at some point.
Yeah. I mean, you still need to micro a little bit, but it's from the start, right? From zero.
Yep, exactly.
From the
right
Dark
from the
Age.
start. From the Dark Age, and especially in the Imperial Age, having an extra economy boost in Imp can be so crucial if the game goes long.
Okay, Leo is doing horse collar. He didn't make any farms, so he's going to have all those upgrades applied in those farms. It means that he's going to try to be aggressive, and probably he has to, because if you let Magyars be in a good position there, the Cavarses, as you mentioned, and then into late game, I prefer Magyars in this map in late game, or not.
Well, they do also have the Magyar Hussar as their unique unit, which could be good at sniping off the Roman Scorpions. It does have an attack bonus against Siege.
Okay. Is there any bonus that you don't know?
There probably are.
Okay. Nah. Don't be humble. You know everything, man. I love it.
There are probably balance changes that I haven't paid attention to. Remember, I know everything from AOC after that,
Yeah,
maybe.
but not something that is really important. You know, it has been something minor. Something really minor. Anyway, 4 scout and 2 spears. 4 spears, 3 scouts. He's coming. Ooh, I love that one. But why he didn't fight?
Well, it's only 2 scouts.
2 scouts.
Two
correct.
scouts.
Yeah,
right.
but then maybe you are multitasking. He has the scout paying attention. Maybe he doesn't notice. You have to try. No?
I think these players will notice. If there are 2 players who are going to notice each other's micro, it's going to be Hart and Larry.
Yeah, they're fast. They're really fast. Okay, he's walling. He's trying to wall everything here. Okay. Now the spear. Yeah, they know that the scouts are around. Do you think we're going to see a second, an archer range or a second stable?
I mean, you're so far apart, it's tempting just to skip that and go straight to the Castle Age. And we're not really seeing that heavy of a scout investment, too.
That's a villager.
5 versus
That's
3.
a villager down? No. No, because the spears are there.
Not with all those spears.
Yeah, those spears also, they get those spears from Hart. They get the fortune as well. So they have the +1. Those scouts will be in trouble. Let's see here.
Okay, finally jumping a Vil, and there we go. Finally getting a kill. Those Magyars.
No! Oh, he got it in the last. Oh, and that dancing Billy, what is this? Okay, but he's killing a Billy here too? No, he didn't. He's trying, but he couldn't kill it. And now, Leo is slightly behind, I will say.
No, we see the difference that forging makes for the Magyars.
Yeah. He has hit quite the same, and look at now the wood. He has chop already. I don't know if Lou did it. Nah, it's already done.
Yeah, they're both through.
It's already 11 minutes. Is there overchop? Not yet, but it might be soon. He has to be careful. Archery range. Okay.
And as the Romans, Magyars, it might make sense to go for that archery range if you want that eventual cav archer transition. Romans, we'll see what he does. Maybe he could even be tempted to go for archers into skirms if he's thinking cav archers.
Well, it means that he's going to keep going aggressive. And now he's doing a tower already because he sees the archers and he's thinking, okay, he's going to cut me here and then he's going to come with the archers, so I want to avoid that.
We see this a lot on this map. The player is doing that defensive tower on that inner wood line. It's just such a vulnerable area that you know your opponent wants to attack. Doing the tower keeps you safe.
Yeah, I mean, and he did it immediately when he saw the archery range. You know, okay, let's keep going and see. But look at Lear's economy, man. Look at the resources collected with 1 billion less. Roman's power.
Roman's power, and that's going to continue. That 5% affects everything throughout the entire game.
Okay, he's still trying to kill, but he can't. And now Lears need to be aggressive. He has 6 scouts. We still don't see fletching. I don't know if he did the blast with yet, but then there's going to be another villager down. No, because the spears are already there. I think it's time to make upgrades for Leary.
Yeah, and honestly, Leary's doing a great job defending with those spears, but he has to make a lot of spears.
Yeah, but he's doing the bloodline, so they really know that he's going to be... Let's see, because there's going to be a villager down. He killed another villager. At the bottom, he killed that villager. On the goal, okay, you can see that the scout... The problem is the mobility.
He can get another one.
He's taking already 3 villagers already. The mobility matters a lot. And now he cannot really kill anything from hard. He's doing a good job, but Leary has a lot more army. He's 4 villagers down.
4-0.
4-0.
And it's just so smooth to do that with the Magyars when you don't need to do bloodlines like Leary just did. You have that forging, and Heart's much closer to clicking up, just like we saw in that first game, getting that eco lead in feudal and getting that faster castle each time.
Because with a lot less army, it's doing a lot more damage.
Exactly.
Like, you can see if I have a scout to his spears, now he's doing a few schemes in case that he's going to come with the archers, but by the time that he's going to make the damage to Leary, Hart is in castle edge. Damn. It's very similar, and now he didn't lose villas early. Now he's losing the villas in the right time. During the long feudal age, he's now up to castle age, while Leary is on the way to nothing.
He's stuck in feudal. He has a few archers, but again, that tower defending the wood line, and you're so far apart. Where else are you going to hit with the archers if you don't just get to that middle wood line? You have to walk all the way around like he's doing there. But by the time he gets there, Heart's already clicked up.
Yeah, let's see now what is going to be the transition, because the thing is, maybe he's going to go cav archers, as you said, but he has few skirmishers, and then he's far, he has a tower, and Lee's economy is still exploding. You can see that he's going to be able to go up soon. Might be okay. Maybe it might be okay at home, and Lee is walling more and more, so... But he needs to kill some villager here. He has to do some damage, right?
He needs to get counter damage, but those skirms defending the archers...
Ooh!
This is tricky because your skirms, when you're defending, you can kind of camp underneath your TC. You don't need to move out where you're going to need to fight the scouts with them.
And Lear doesn't have fletching. He's doing, he's doing now, but he's 1 minute away, less now to go up, to be in castle, sorry, not to go up. He's up already. Now he needs to be careful. Those are with bloodlines, yes, but his opponent has a scout, spears, and the skirms. Those scouts, remember, they got forging. So this is a problem. This is a real problem. Okay.
And I love the micro from Heart there, just going aggressively against the archers with the skirms.
Well, now he can. He has the armor even in those skirmishes, you know, fletching armor. He got those scouts with forging, and he has a lot of units there. Look at the difference in military. It's not that big anymore, and yet Lee is about to go up, but the problem is Hart is already in castle age. Damn it.
He's going to pick the spear and finally pick off those archers. Now he's going to be safe. Louis did not do the damage he needed. And yeah, he's going to lose the army, but it was your feudal age army. You're not really caring too much, and you cleared the main archers from Leary in the process.
And this is the problem now for Romans. Like, since you are behind and you are not up to castle it yet, you have 3 scout, 4 archers, and 4 spears and 6 archers. But then Hart is doing cap archers already. What you do now in castle age if you are Romans?
You have to do scorpions, I think.
Scorpion, right? He's doing the second archery range. He's going to wall to avoid that he's getting raided. He's doing the horse collar now. That can be bad now for Hart, you know, because all the farms are going to run out of food. Out of food.
Well, at least he's doing it. He'll need it eventually anyway.
Yeah. Okay. It's 1 minute 30 seconds. He's walling everything. Where's that? Like, he has to wall L. But they're wall completely too. And at the end, since they're still far, population is almost the same. And we don't see a second town center because they don't even have a stone. Well, Leo can hold.
Right, both players do that tower in the middle, so you don't have the stone for the TC right away.
Okay.
And we're probably going to see that pretty much every game on this map, and just how valuable that tower is there, making sure the cav archers can't hit the vills, and just making sure that you can actually chop through to the middle.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen. The night is coming. 40 seconds is still, man, when these situations happen, it's feel that the up to castle age is just so long.
It feels like it takes absolutely forever.
That takes years, right? When one player is already there, it's feel like, oh man, get there, because if not, damn it. Well, Leo has already 5 villages behind, but it's not because the other is booming more. It's just because he killed it. It's the Eco KD, right? So
it's the Eco KD, and also a bit of idle time. A minute 30 for Leo on his TC versus only 20 seconds.
Those are 2-3 villages more. His house is now Leo, and he's gonna do crossbow, Botkin, but the Cavartis are coming. And they have Botkin as well. No bloodlines can hurt him against the crossbows.
Definitely, you really want bloodlines for that HP on the cav archers. They're a much stronger unit when they're fully upgraded in the straight-up fight.
Yep.
But without bloodlines, it can be tricky to take fights against, especially against the extra range that the crossbows have. And if they can camp that hill too, that could be a nice advantage.
See, the Mangonel is gonna be a Scorpion, but he will need to send some knights. He's sending his bow. So the good thing here is that, I mean, if you are behind a little bit with Villas, Roman Echo feels so smooth. So it's gonna be, I believe, more or less fine. But Leo will need to make a TC extra soon, or then he will fall really behind.
Yeah, and here's where it's tricky if you're Leary, because you're so far away, your opponent can just defend with the skirms. And there's no real way you can get Cav out there to fight the skirms. He has 2 scouts, but that's it.
Yeah, but he's doing ballistic. He's doing ballistic. That really helps. That really helps. And also Leary with the micro he has, and he's sending few knights as well. Ballistic is gonna help a lot. Really a lot. I mean, if he doesn't have the +2, he's taking a village here. Look at this. 65 population, 63. This is starting to be in a position that Hart don't want to be.
But, you know, as Hart loses control of that gold in the back, he's going to have the gold in the middle. Already has the TC there, and he's the first player to expand there.
Yeah, but he needs to deal with this army all the time now. And then Leo's economy and touch. And his Romans, you can see resources collected, almost the same being behind 6 villages. So, yeah, look at this micro now.
Yeah, now there's the ballistics.
Oh, man.
Well, he can out-micro skirms. Can he out-micro scorpions?
Oh, it's going to try for sure, you know. Let's see.
It's 3 scorpions now
3 scorpions now. We need to see the dancing here by the kid. He's going to make it. It's going to be difficult. And need to split all the units.
Oh, he's splitting them.
Okay. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. He's still avoiding them. He has to be careful. It's difficult. Yeah, but look at now. Even all those farmers run out. He's doing the job with those archers, Mr. West. He's doing the job.
Almost getting away. Now the cav archers can chase them down, though.
I think he's preparing a push in the middle. Can we go there, Botcat? There you go. Siege Workshop, Knight and a Spear. And then he's going to push with what? Mangonel? And then a Scorpion behind that, or all Mangonel? What do you think?
If you're Romans, I think you want Scorpions. I wouldn't even be surprised to see 2 workshops there. You're just against cav archers. Add the Scorpions.
Yeah. Well, he feels that he needs to do the damage here, and he's taking 2 villages almost instantly. Look at this. Army numbers are still in favor to Leary. The Mangonel is there. Those Crows is still alive. He's taking some of those cav archers. Well, he's getting the best he could take with those.
Yeah, and look at how far those crossbows ran away, and just how distracted Hart was, going all the way from the top of the map to that left corner, chasing them.
What about the castle now for Leary? If he's doing like this, mine more stone and drop a castle there.
I mean, feels like it's appropriate for this map. You have all that gold in the middle. First one to get the castle there gets the map position.
And deny the TC, so then there's no advantage anymore for Hart. Well, actually, that has advantage anymore?
Well, here's where the mobility of the cav archers doesn't really come into play, because you're so focused on the middle of the map. Now the siege and the crossbows become a bit more powerful.
Okay, let's see. Mangonel and Scorpion. Lee has more army, 12 cav archers. He now need to be careful at home to don't get some... Ooh, the Mangonel, but he's dancing. Still dancing, and he's under the DC. He has to kill it. Let's see the micro here. The cav archers are, but the tower is protecting. Now there's the knight. Those knights are going to kill everything. Mr. West, the knights are coming. He's going to dive in with the knights. He's going to kill the siege. And if you kill the siege, now those scorpions will start to kill more and more villages. Sorry, the archers will kill more and more villages. The Mangonel is trying to be down by Lear, but he can't. He's repairing all the time. He's repairing all the time, and that Mangonel has 1,000 lives.
That Mangonel stays alive.
Oh,
he had
man.
5 or 6 fills repairing it, and only 1 knight. And if that Mangonel goes down, then I think Hart's in a really tough spot, but he still has that option to get a trade now. But he has more siege on the way.
He's defending like in the previous game, defending really good.
And we saw how good his Mangonel micro was in the previous game. He was down an army with only 2 Mangonels against 30 army and defended. Here it's might see the same thing if he can push Leary back.
Didn't you feel, well, this botkin, those TC, I felt that those knights, they just die so fast. This is a Mangonel down now. He has to be careful. There's a lot of crossbows, but he has a lot of cap archers as well. 3 Mangonels, you need to repair. That TC is so important, Mr. West. Really, really important because he has, well, a lot of resources there, and then, ooh, you are out from the wood and from the coal. But those, ooh, well, good Mangonel shot. Those cap archers are doing the damage now.
Yeah, now it's so important that the cav archers have bloodlines because it lets them tank those Mangonel shots a bit more.
Yeah, now Husband, ooh, he take another Mangonel. It's 3 Mangonels. He's gonna take now the TC, 78 population for Hart, 73 for Lear. This is the game we wanted to see, Mr. West.
What's that found? Is that a TC?
Yeah, it's a What? No, but now it's not what he want to see. The Cabards is on the left. It was a better idea on the right, Mr. West. And as you can see, look at those crossbows going with the Phyllis to make the tone center. Leary, big beep to make the TC there, you know, and he's doing it. What, the production is amazing. He put the beep, you know? Okay, let's see the Mangonels. What to see there?
Can he make a big the Mangonels?
It's nice, it's nice. Yeah, he's dodging with the knights. You see, he's using the knight as a shield. Look, look, look.
Yeah, he's gonna keep the cav archers distracted there.
Look, keep distracted with the knight. Okay, and now he's gonna be able to do the job. I think it is. Nah, he's doing an amazing job here. I think
absolutely. Even if he can hit the repair bills there.
Even if he's behind 12 villas, you know, you feel that he's starting to control the game completely. Look at the population. It's almost the same, but that TC is still alive, but how much resources has he spent it there?
It feels like all those Mangonels have just controlled the middle of the map, and the key is that he's walled at home too, so Hart is not able to run around with the cav archers and do damage on the outside.
Look, no, those villas, you know, they cannot even chop the trees properly, 3 Mangonels, but Hart is about to drop a castle. 600 stone, and maybe the castle, if he keep alive and then take the TC from Leary, can stay in the game. The population is almost the same.
Where does he drop the castle though? Leary's got all the Mangonels in the middle.
On the there, where the villa is, where the cap archers, I will drop there, and then at least I take this castle as well.
But he lost the TC. He's getting pushed off the middle.
Not anymore.
Now.
Not anymore.
He doesn't have the spot. If he had that stone 3 minutes ago, then maybe. But now it's going to be really tough for him.
The Mongol, but still he has good numbers in military. But Lee has now 23 crossbows with ballistic. Ballistic is doing a lot here now. Really a lot. The Mongol is going to be down. It is down. He's even make the Badaboon to capture it, as you can see. Okay. And... oh, man, killing Billis as well. That Mangonel is down. And now, I don't know how Hart can come back to this boost. This is full aggressive gameplay by Leary.
He has the stone for the castle, but he does not have a place to put the castle down.
It's amazing gameplay. You know, both are playing at the maximum. He's trying to kill those. Leary is so good with the archers, Mr. West.
Those archers, those Mangonels, Leary's micro has just been insane. It felt like Hart had that advantage, getting up to the castle age so much faster, but just couldn't get to the middle of the map the way Leary did.
He doesn't have transition to Arbalest, he doesn't have +3, but then he said, I trust in my skills, I trust in my micro with those, and now he forced him to go and make a TC out of this area, but check now the village number. But even like that, look at Hart macro. Resources collected is still better than Leary. It's impressive.
Still ahead, and it's not like there's no gold on the outside of the map. There still are a few spots here and there he can run to. He can TC the berries, the gold, and still have access. It's just in the very long run, all that gold in the middle makes it so smooth to manage your eco.
So maybe just defend your main TC with a castle there. And then you are booming already on the left on the berries area. Well, can we go? There's something happening at the bottom, Mr. Vodka. Let's switch fast because he's killing villagers. As you can see, he's taking few of them. He's already 20 villagers down for Hart, but now Lee's losing some of them. Okay, he's doing some damage. There's many things here to check because there's some more coming from the left, and here Hart cannot stabilize.
Yeah, but here it feels like if he's able to get those cav archers out on the outside of the map, that's where the Magyars have the advantage, on the outside of the map. It's the middle where the Romans are the favorite civ.
Yeah, well, that tower is going to be down. Still trying to make some damage at the bottom, but here it is the game, and I really believe that Leary has got the game almost already because the population differences start to be scary. The leads.
Yeah, and look at that KD for Leary, 78 to 61, and he's translated that to a 34 to 8 military lead.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really, really, really amazing. I'm still impressed that he is still ahead in resources collected, but that doesn't matter because Hart has been using them all those resources, and he lost everything.
He's
invested.
losing his resources.
It's all invested, exactly. It's all invested. It's not like he has that resources in the bank to, okay, I'm going to go up to imp or going to mass army. He's still not doing the castle. Almost 1,000 stone. Amazing gameplay here by Leary, honestly. He was behind. And he was behind with the 4 villas lost in the start. That was the pure Leary gameplay, Mr. West.
Absolutely. Just that Archer micro. It's impressive from him.
Yeah. Yeah, they should have seen us casting during this game because we were literally almost eating the monitor. We were here checking because it was very nice AoE, this game.
Yes.
It was.
It was good that we saw that transition too. We saw how much of an advantage Hart had early on with those scouts using the Magyars and their foraging to get that castle time.
We were like this. We were
up.
We were like this. Like, what is going on?
You have to watch the crossbows so carefully when Leary's playing.
Yeah, it was fantastic. You know, we enjoy a lot because we love this game.
Absolutely.
We do, and he does well too. And I love that guy.
Oh, I mean, okay, someone coming up next to us, but
Tauti. Come. But you can come. It's fine. It's fine. You can come. Okay.
Yeah, Dad's been here all stream. He's been on all the ads.
Okay.
All right. So I think we're going to go over to an ad now, and we'll get back to you with game number 4.
And now, a word from our partners. Tired of interruptions ruining your moment of peace? Discover true tranquility with the Hammer Bluetooth headphone Passion Voyage. With cutting-edge noise cancellation, immersive sound, and unmatched comfort in every note. Sounds like more Hammer.
And you know what? We have one of those headsets right behind us, and I'm really impressed at just how beautiful that golden head is rotating on that pedestal behind you.
Not only that, I'm married, I have 2 kids, and they are calling me all the day. With those headphones, I don't hear them anymore. I mean, it's
endorsed
true,
by
man.
Mem.
I mean, I miss them. I promise that I miss them. But you know, being at home with my little boy screaming all the time, "Papi, Papi!" and fighting all the time.
You need that break.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, it's okay. But back into the game, you know, I miss the chat already. We had the chat here. You don't know, guys, but now someone stole.
Someone stole our
Someone
laptop.
stole our chat because we could see the chat. Now we don't see the chat. So if we do bad or good, we don't know, which is probably better because they're gonna be complaining with some of the.
I think we're doing pretty good.
It's okay. I think it's okay.
I think. Did you learn how to pronounce Tiergarten yet?
What?
The map we just played. How do you pronounce it?
I don't remember.
Tiergarten.
Tiergarten.
You can practice. You can practice your German.
Nah, I don't.
You're in the right place to practice.
I don't practice. I mean, I don't even know how to speak English properly. Mind the German, you know. Anyway, very exciting. I don't know you guys, but for me that game was very exciting. You know?
Yeah, we finally saw something where one player had a lead and we had a turnaround, and it was just that micro from Leary on the crossbows, using his sieve to pressure exactly in the middle of the map where he needed to, using the map to his advantage. Everything worked out smoothly for him.
And the crazy thing is that I think this happened because the Romance economy let him recover for those losses.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, Magyars were the very first pick for Hart.
Yeah.
So that was before he knew any map, picked the Magyars, decided to use them there, and didn't work out for him.
The question is, why not, instead of transition to Cavarches, when you have Knights +2 for free attack, and why not Siege and full Knights with the Magyars? We don't see that strategy with that Civ. It's a bad strategy.
Maybe people just like Cav Archers so much they kind of forget about that. But you're absolutely right. Free +2 attack on the Knights might have been a better option for pushing the middle and taking the siege option away from
push
the
back
Romans.
all the Knight, all the crossbows and the Mangonels, you know? Because people is always, okay, Magyars, I will make the transition to Castle Age. But we never see the Knights. And the Knights
they're a lot faster than the Cav Archers are. The Cav Archers, you need to sit back, get your upgrades, get your ballistics in the university before you can really get a mass of them and use
how
them.
many upgrades you need to do?
all of them.
Land lanes you have already for the scouts. So you don't need to make, okay, but then you need to make fletching, botkin, then you might need ballistic at some point if you want to make them success completely, even more when it's Leary facing you.
Right, and then you might need thumb ring, you might need the armor upgrades if you're against crossbows. You need a lot of upgrades for the cav archers.
Well, with the knights, it's skill better than armor.
Right.
Maybe, I mean, if you make the +2, you have knights +2/+2.
Right, that does of course open up options for maybe monks in the middle or pikemen from the Romans, which they're pretty good at. But it's a different type of game at that point, and you're not really letting Leary do the same crossbow micro.
But you can also make yourself more monks. You know, you heal the knights if they are doing the damage. You also convert back if they convert you back because he's going monks. I think it's a bit stubborn. And honestly, you have to, I don't know, maybe adapt to what players I'm doing. I'm gonna try to compete with the micro with Leary in similar situations.
All right. Am I hearing Mem say that he might like some arena-style gameplay with monks?
Why not? Why not? Can be. Game number 4, arena gameplay style. Well, we have bypass, which can we consider these one of the clone maps?
I think we can. And look at those civs, Italians, Portuguese, 2 good monk civs, 2 good fast imp civs.
Look at Leary in minute 2, walling hard face. Kind of surprising, no?
Well, the way this map works out, that middle terrain is the quicksand terrain. You can't build on it. So if you can wall that forward area, you're going to stop your opponent from coming forward and doing any towers. And if you want to go aggressive, you're securing that forward area for yourself now.
And in civilizations, regarding the civilizations, what do you prefer here?
Italians, Portuguese, I think they're both really good civs for this map. And they can both do that similar monk, siege, aggressive playstyle. They can both go for that fast imp playstyle if you want to go for that Trebor. Sometimes the economy for the Portuguese with the Vitoria can be a bit better in that situation.
Yes, but I feel that if they go for the... Let's talk about this possibility, then we see what can happen, because now it's going to be slow. If they go for a 1TC approach, you have the Condotieros, anti-gun power units there, and you don't need to make many upgrades to get them.
You don't, but maybe you don't go for the gunpowder at all. Maybe you just go for monks.
Yeah. Well, but the condos are bad against that. They're fast. You can even snipe the monks with them.
They're fast, but I mean, monks are monks.
Okay, so you're defending the monks no matter what argument I bring you,
no matter what.
Okay,
You can add more devotions to the game.
Okay, 3 devotions.
Monks are still monks.
Didn't know you are that clown, man. What is this? I'm not going to call you Mr. West anymore. Simple West. Anyway, I'm joking, obviously. But
so maybe we should talk about the rest of the map, too, because it's not just that passage down the middle. You also do have these options to go on the outside, where you have all that extra hunt and the berries and some golden stone. So even if you get pushed down the middle, you can also retreat to the outside. There are lots of resources out there for you to go and expand to.
Well, and now that Hart has seen the palisade early by Leary, no feudal aggression. Castle Age, directly.
I think this is pretty safe a map to fast castle on, unless you're going to go for a tower rush, but...
Or if doubt is there. You know, doubt it might go something wild here.
Yeah,
you know?
But I mean, neither of these saves really the tower rush saves. It's not like they picked Teutons to go for a tower rush on this map.
Okay. Let's see what is going to happen, because we see how Hart is going up 23 population. Leo is exactly the same. They don't have any LTC, and they're going to go probably 25 going up to Castle Age.
Probably, yeah. Fast castles are so fast these days on these maps. 23 plus 2 is usually a pretty standard build, and you can be very aggressive from that, or you could decide to boom from it.
If you see the build order is a little bit different. He has 7 on wood for Hart, 5 for Leo, but that's happening because Portuguese bonus with the berries. You get wood for free from them.
And importantly, neither player on stone yet, so we're not going to see organ guns or Genoese crossbows in a castle push.
It's a possibility of a boom.
It could very well be a boom.
Could be anything, right?
It feels like these are more aggressive civs, but it could be a boom for both of them.
Well, if it go for a boom, I know that they're victorious, but I like Italians, man.
That's where I think the Condottieri really come into play. If you go for that boom, then you're taking the gunpowder option away from the Portuguese.
And did you make also some Genoese crossbowmen?
And that takes the Cavalier option away.
You take everything away from Portuguese, honestly. You know? Well, let's see what is going to happen. We're going to see Market and Blast with probably for both. One is doing at the back. That's Hart. Well, Leo is going one on the left, one on the right. So, well, something standard.
Yep, fairly standard fast castle builds from both of them. And let's see how heavy both these players go onto gold. If they're adding extra villagers maybe for monks, or if they're just staying with 2 or 3 villagers, that might just be a boom.
One small advantage that he can afford to Hart is that seems with Italians you can go up with cheaper resources. He is already with the double tax and he's up to Castlage. I mean, Leo will do it eventually, but small advantage in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, great job by Hart noticing that he could fit that double bit axe in and still having the resources to click Castle Age right away.
Yeah, as soon as he can, he will do also double task. He's doing horse collar even first. Okay. Well, he has no food at all, so he said, okay, horse collar, you're gonna go farming.
Yep, you do need the farms for the double bit axe if you're really tight on your build and you don't have the berries left over that you want. And sometimes with the Portuguese, you go so heavy on the berries that you take them all.
Okay, let's see who's taking the scout here, but it's gonna be very close. I think it's gonna be hard. For now, they are not. Ooh, he's leery now. Oh man, at the end it was hard, damn it. But why to take the risk? Maybe if you're gonna go for the monastery, that scout is important.
It is important, but you know, he does have those forward walls. It's just so risky that now you don't know what your opponent's doing. You don't know if they're expanding to the outside. Even if you're pushing them, it's gonna be so hard to get that scouting information on the outside if you're going for like a monk or a siege push right down the middle.
Okay. And yeah, it's so similar, Mr. West. Look at except the scout, they have the same population. Check the resources collected, no idle TC at all. Now the question is what is going to be the following. But since they have only 2-3 villages on call, looks like a boom.
It does.
One TC and monastery for both.
Probably.
Or 2 TCs.
No, you know, it's tricky because Leary is going to have access to 3 relics. He has that one in the middle from the walls. Hart's only going to have access to 2, but 3 to 2 relics feel like a pretty safe bet based on their positions.
Yeah.
The one thing for Hart is having that scout alive means he can patrol those 2 relics on the outside. And yeah, looks like TCs.
Yeah. Oh, he's going for the... I like that TC from Hart. He's going for the TC. It's taking a little bit longer, a while, but he's going for the food. It's free food there, so he's going to boost a little bit more his boom, no?
Yeah, and he can delay his farms a bit if he takes those zebras.
Yeah. I think this is good. I like this option. What do you think?
I like it. I mean, Louis' TCs are pretty good too. He has one on the wood and the stone and another on the wood and the gold. On the inside, we're going to have... And that TC on the wood, basically. The berries are basically done.
But Leo is going to have idle TC. Like, how he can keep with this food income he has right now, 3 town centers.
Yeah, he probably will have a bit of idle time. And that's the advantage of the Italians. You save those resources when you go up, so you have a bit more food to spend on those vills in early Castle Age.
Because remember, guys, that he saved some food from going up to feudal and some food to go up to Castle Age. So at the end is that amount of food that he has already, and those deers that he's getting there. Well, he's forcing him to wall the middle. He doesn't want to be open. He might buy some food, I believe, for Leary. I don't know how many farms he's already building. Can we check? Obviously, quite as much as he can.
Yep, and you need about 6 farms per TC, so you're kind of in that race to stockpile your food, keep your TCs running until you get your farms added in.
Yeah, he's already having idle TC. You see, I mean, hard to have a better boom now. A little bit smoother. Yeah, just look, the idle TC is going to be massive now.
Yep, and the Portuguese have basically gone past their eco bonus at this point where they had those berries. Now the Italians really can get those extra vills added in and get their boom going very smoothly.
So there was here probably 2 options, like don't make Boso yet, or make the uppers but 2 TCs for now, and then when you have the food coming, make the 3rd, because right now it's useless.
Yeah, and you look at that, he's now 1 minute and 41 seconds of idle time. So maybe skipping the Boso, maybe even just going for that food on the outside. And the great thing about this is because Hart killed that scout early on, Leary has no idea where that TC is.
Yeah, and that's why also he's not going for the food. He doesn't know. You know, like he doesn't have the scout, so he has to make the TC outside, but as soon as possible. He's doing the stone walls here. Well, we're going to have a boom game. He has 4 villages behind, and now he's going to stabilize, and Lee won't have more idle TC. I believe that now he has good farming. I mean, if we can check in our Lee's base, please, Vodka, because he's struggling with the food. Now he should be fine, right?
Now he's at the point where he has those 16 vills on food. He has the food eco to keep the TCs running. And now we see, what do they do now? Do they add in the 4th TC? Do they just try to go imp?
But now he's starting to gather in information. He's going to see his opponent. I don't think this outpost is going to give him the monastery, but he knows that he's there. So siege workshop, as soon as he get the wood, I wouldn't mind.
It's tricky to go a workshop there because you don't really have much to defend it. I mean, you do...
Don't underestimate the Nostradamus, man.
You do a Scorpion or a Mangonel, maybe Hart can fight that off with Vills, though.
Like, if not, he knows that there's a free food there. like free boom there, like all the time. You know, like it's, and it's also is the Lear's nature. He see this and he go aggro.
Okay.
It feel it like, okay, I see it. I
but
go.
this is where it's now going to hurt him that he lost that scout again, because he can't pick off the monks. And the monk there, if he saw that villager.
Yeah, but you don't have gold yet for redemption or anything, so you need to go back.
Oh, the lion? Does he have loom?
Yeah, he did it.
Okay.
He has the loom. I mean, he has been idle to see 3 minutes already.
Yeah, that's true. He needs
massive.
to do loom. Part just doing the loom now that he's seen that workshop.
Yeah, I mean, because if not, the villagers use melt against the mangonel. They really do. He has a lot of farms card. I wouldn't mind a decider in the series. So
yeah, I really like that outpost there from Hart. Just in the Mangonel Wars, having that vision of where the Mangonel is such important information. And there's the scout.
Oh, okay, good micro by both. And that Mangonel, it's really gonna. It's not gonna. Oh, he cannot send villagers. He need to kill something. If not, it's a pity. Okay, he took a villager, but it's not enough. The Mangonel is obviously a lot more than a villager. Oh, almost, but nothing.
And that's why I was so curious about the workshop, because he has nothing to use to defend the siege here. And even just one scout can kind of shut down that push.
Yeah, but he could avoid all this if he just wait. One Mangonel and one Scorpion. That's
one
completely
Mangonel,
different.
one Scorpion?
You know?
Or in 4th GC.
Ah. Well, but just look what happened here. He makes that his opponent also has to invest, and instead of getting bigger advantage with the boom, it's stabilized, and now Leo has only 3 villagers behind.
3 villagers behind, but just look at all those extra, like, look at just the positioning on the map from Hart. He is so far forward, and he's able to take that forward relic.
Yep. And another thing is that he's looking closer to go up to Imperial. Like, he's doing gold mining arbor, he's floating 500 food, almost 500 gold. Remember that you don't need 1,800, you need less. It's about 800 and something to go up, you know, and 600 something for gold, so it always helps.
And the res collected now pretty close for both players, but Hart's going to be the first one up. And the question is, where does he then push? He is walled off in the middle, but it looks like he's just going to go on the outside.
Okay, has to be careful. It's 70 population for both. Yeah, it's so smooth that transition to Imp. It's really smooth. He can do anything right now, Hart.
He can do monks, he can do the condottieri you mentioned earlier, he can just go for the university and that chemistry upgrade for bombard cannons. He has a ton of options.
Honestly, I will go condottieris right now. Like, they're super fast. You don't need to wait. If you go, I don't know, empower units, you need to wait chemistry. So you give time to Leary. And here right now, if you go barracks, what you do to stop? Lee has nothing.
Yeah, right now it's just about pressuring those TCs, making sure the eco on the outside isn't running. And even though Leary has more vills, you need to hit him before that pays off.
Okay, he's coming with light caps. He's gonna try to put him away. He has more villas. We need to check because the lights are already there on the right side, I think. A little bit more on the right. Okay, he's housed, but he's taking the monks. He's gonna be light caps and forging.
And 4 villages on the right, ready to do something else. We'll see what he decides.
Will it be barracks or what? Well, it's true that Hart is up to Imperial, but he doesn't have resources in the bank. He's gonna be condottieri. He's doing the +1 armor, but Lee's doing bloodlines now. He's gonna try to push it back. Coming with those from the right side. Now 9 villages more is coming with, but again he left the Mangonel alone. Come on.
One knight and no monk to defend it.
Well, there is with light cap, so he's trying to kill some villages, but he's not. The Mangonel is down. I'm surprised that Lee is playing like this with Portuguese. And just another Mangonel that Hart didn't notice because he could kill it for nothing. And he will now. Well, there's light caps, but
I mean, this also feels kind of like these players' play style, right? They're not really that 1TC aggressive style. They're the more meta style boom and play more of a standard
but in
game.
this map with Portuguese, you can do something else.
You can. I mean, you can do something else with Italians here.
And you sold, in my opinion. I still think that I prefer for this kind of approach Italians. They look faster to me to get into that point.
Yes. Especially if, just because of the middle, you can't get the castle drop into organ guns that the Portuguese like to get.
Yeah, you just look at the castle he's forced to do, and then Hart, surprise, and coming from behind. because it's true. Look at the castle he's doing. What the hell?
On the right
I mean,
side.
not even an outpost. Not even an outpost on that area for Leo. So Lee doesn't see absolutely anything there. Leo is not really far to going up to Imperial, yes, but by the time that he's going to be up to Imperial, he will have a castle on his base and Condottieri is on his base.
And that castle will rip right through that palisade wall and open up for the Condottieri to raid. And he only has 2 TCs on the middle. He didn't put his 3rd TC inside the base, so there's going to be a lot of room for the Condottieri to run around, and we see the 2nd armor coming in now for Hart, so that's exactly what he's going to do.
Okay, it's true that the Condottieri might die against the Knights. Yeah, I think the Knights will deal really fine against them. That's why he's going back, but when he's getting more and more upgrades, then it's going to be a different thing. Let's see.
And he can always run back to that castle where the Knights can't chase him.
Can Leary hold here? What do you think?
The good thing for Leary is that his golds are by his castle. And that castle on the right side from Hart, yeah, it opens up the base, but Leary has room. He has room by his other castle to run to.
He's not really getting anything there. Any resources important on that area.
Yeah, it's opening up the base, but if Leary can get the army to fight the Condottieri, maybe he can hold.
Well, and the Condottieri are on the left, actually. I mean, he has something here, but that's it. Can Leary see that castle, or he doesn't see yet? Well, now he does. Yeah, now he does because he's built up.
But I think he's surprised by it, though. I don't think he saw it as it was going up. The palisades don't have much vision on them.
What is that? Is this a tower? No, it's an outpost, I guess. What is that? It's an outpost, yeah. Okay. Okay, so Leo need to survive another 1 minute. Population is still Leo ahead, but the Condottieri are coming. I think this is over, and we might have...
Was that his university that just got denied there? Because that's going to mean he's not going to be able to get chemistry and not going to be able to get potential bombard cannons for taking out the castles.
But that is what I want to say. Do you really want chemistry? Like, for bomber cannons, okay, but that's it. Now those are Condottieri +4. He's doing Pavis. Pavis is going to be another extra armor for those. But the Knights are dealing fine with the Condottieris. Well, the TC is there, and he has the heal advantage. Somehow, he's holding somehow.
He's holding, he cleaned it.
Okay.
The Organ Gun's not doing that much, but as you said, he had enough Knights out. That's the weakness of the Condottieri. It doesn't really fight the Knights that well. You have options just to go standard units to fight it.
But he could send some Genoese crossbowmen. I don't know. Population is still the same, even ahead Leary, which is surprising to me. That TC is going to be down, doesn't matter. He's going to make another castle. He could make then the mill. The Condottieris are coming, but the Organs are there. And if he micro properly, the Condottieris are going to go, Mr. West, to the damn hell. Because Leary is doing really well now. Cavalier upgrade. Damn, he's holding.
And Hart has invested so much into the Condottieri. If he loses them, it's going to be really hard for him to make a transition. And here's the big fight where I think the Knights are going to win this.
Yeah, because also if they have some Organ Guns, he probably should kill the Organ Guns with the Condottieris, which is not doing it. You know, the Cavaliers are already there, and if he was taking with the Knights, imagine with the Cavaliers. I can't believe what I'm watching, Wes, because Leo is holding the position, and if he clean, have you mentioned, in what you transition now, you have spent it a lot. He's spending a lot.
And we see Leary's also pulled ahead by over 1k resources collected. He has the army and he has the score lead now. And as we said, that one castle on the right-hand side isn't stopping Leary from taking gold. He's safe inside of his base, he has the army, and he has the castle position on the left.
And the good thing also for Leary is that he's not getting now attacking 2 spots. It's all he has to hold on the right. On the left, he's stabilized completely. And he's probably sent maybe some Cavaliers to raid on that hand. We will see, but now we need to focus on this area. But he's going. He's going with the Cavaliers. Imagine the damage he can do there. Can take so many villages.
Yeah, and Hart isn't walled. He did a castle on the left, but it's kind of in the back. It's not really defending his eco.
Yeah, those villages might go down. Ooh!
Oh, that's a lot of vills on the stone.
He can kill a lot. He see it, but still might kill some. The economy is going to be a little bit down. Chemistry and chambered in armor is going to raid. Yes, on the right side he's holding Leary. We will see in a moment right now, and he's holding. He's holding to West. How Leary is doing this right now in this game?
It's just the failure of those Condottieri really to do the damage they needed early on.
Okay. He didn't do it. Now he has Genoese crossbowmen as well, but they have Botkin only. And he has Organ Guns. The Genoese are not gonna kill the Organ Guns.
They are not.
Damn! What a great game here. Wow.
And now he should be able to remove that castle on the right. We'll see if he's able to get... You probably want Trebs in this situation more than the cannons, just because
he has the Trebs there.
And there he goes.
But he need to go and defend
wall it in.
Need to go and defend it. He need to wall with the villas. He's not going. He's gonna lose it. No! He didn't. He went back because he doesn't see it probably what he has there. Okay. But now he wall and then he protect it. If this castle is down, all the production for Hart is gone.
Yeah,
he's going to lose a
bunch
lot.
of barracks there, but they're all going to be cleaned once that castle goes down.
Yeah, because those organ guns and Leary can control those organ guns pretty well.
And once that castle goes down, no more Genoese crossbows, nothing to fight the Cavalier in the front.
Okay, let's see. The castle will go down. It's a small hill there, right? Yes, I think he has a small advantage there, but looking good. Looking really. Look at the score. I mean, I'm
pulling ahead.
I'm really impressed. I thought he was going to die this game.
Look at the res collected too. 3K more now for Leary.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Under the pressure.
Under pressure, no map control, but he's just enough map control with that castle on the golds that he could keep his vills working.
Honestly, I think he wasn't doing the right strategy, but his execution now is giving him the game. I don't know if you agree with that.
Well, early on, that boom wasn't too clean. But that transition from castle to imp worked out much better for him.
Wow, it's amazing. I mean, he held it a little bit with the knights. He was doing nice in the transition. He was like going up to build, but doing the knights. Let's see this battle. This coming now with Genoese, with Condottieri. There's a lot of organ guns. We see now 22 organ guns, and those can make disappear those units. They can disappear those units west.
And now some cannons coming forward, so that castle's going to go down. We'll see if Hart tries to engage. I mean, maybe another option for him is just to try to run away. He still has all that map control in the back. He could try to play a super long game at this point.
200 population. It's 200 population. Now, for example, if Lee is out of resources, he make one Victoria or two, and he can spam forever.
He can, but now maybe Hart has to play, you know, I have the Genbos, I can fall back. Maybe in the long run, the Civ advantage might still favor the Italians if he can hold on.
But the problem is the mobility, right? The Genoese are fine if you are kind of in one spot, but if you have to go here and there, we're starting to be like, okay, you can hold one spot, but the Cavaliers are going to be running all over.
True, but you could say the same thing about the organ guns there.
True.
That's a lot of organ guns for Leary that he has to use. He spent so much training them that now you have to use them against the Condottieri.
Oh, man. They're scary, man. Elite organ guns, ballistic, and he can make also arquebus that he didn't make it. This is an incredible game by both, but I'm really impressed here with the Leary's perform, being under the pressure. He got 2 castles in both sides. At some point, he didn't have any map control.
Exactly. But, just enough to hold on.
Yes, good. Okay, let's see. He's going now with those Condottieri. Very good level. Arquebus, he got all the upgrades already.
And let's not forget, both those side areas, we saw Hart taking the food earlier. There's a lot of stone and a lot of gold there. If you hold those areas, Hart already has 2 relics to 0. Maybe he can have more resources in the long run to stay on the gold units longer.
For those people that are new in the channel, in the stream, and in the game, what is bring Arquebus that is so good right now, Mr. West?
Arquebus, it's like ballistics for your gunpowder units. So your organ guns, your hand cannons, they'll be much more accurate.
So they can eat literally now. Let's see. Okay, I mean, well, and they're fully upgraded. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, you can see it's coming with a lot of them, but where's the Condottieris, man?
Oh,
I mean, they disappear, man. They're all dead here. And now if we keep going, you can see how those units are going literally down. But still, as you mentioned, it's going to take a while because they are not fast.
They're very slow, and they have to chase them down, but the Condottieri is the unit that's supposed to counter them, right?
Yeah.
And they're still winning that fight.
Well, they counter them if you don't micro them, right? But Leo is micro
But
all the
that
time.
many organ guns, how do you micro them?
Yeah. Well, it seems that Leo can.
Okay, if there's anyone who can, it's Leary, I guess. But
he's trying to attack now in front, but Leo is not walling anything. So now on the left, there's some raiding, some siege workshop. There's a Condottieri there. And one thing that I think Leo will improve is 0 relics. You are not going to have gold forever.
Right, and he does have that relic in the middle that's been sitting there for a long time. And now that he has that map control, he can get that relic on the right. But I still think it's key that Hart early on was able to grab that one relic from the southern corner where it was on Leary's side of the map.
Well, this is masonry, but he's here pushing now. It's crazy. Look at the amount of army he has. 125 vs 65 army in a distribution with 33 organ guns, 21 full upgraded cavaliers, and now all the upgrades for the buildings.
Wow. And now the food stockpile for Leary, you can see he's floating 2.5k food, and he's spending that. He's there because he's at the pop limit, and Hart now dropping in population, finding it hard to keep his military numbers up.
Yeah, well, pretty good. Now we have the Elite Genoese crossbowman, but he's now in 2 spots. And if you raid the middle, it's going to kill a lot of villagers there. That he has defense in the middle?
It's wide
really.
open. All the
Not
castles
really.
are on the outsides.
Yeah.
And I mean, even those forward walls early on paying off. Now he can go for this push. And Hart doesn't have the defensive buildings there. These cannons immediately hit his TCs, his workshops, everything.
Look at how he put together all those cavaliers. You don't want to go for against the his crossbowman. He has bomber cannons. The organ guns is still microing. He's gonna try to kill the mining camp just to kill from there. Gonna take the TC. Population dropping a little bit. Still good population for Hart. Good goal income and everything. But 50% of his economy is there.
Yeah, and I think we've just seen this entire game. It's really difficult to use the condottiero well, especially against the organ guns when it's not the hand cannons where you're resisting all the bonus damage. You have to really get on top of them and take the fight, and if you can't do that, they just kind of die to the Cavaliers, and we're still seeing that as this push comes into his base.
And he's still on the right. On the left, he's also holding. I see some flash in there, but don't think he's getting too much damage. Let's see now the condottiers. The Cavaliers eat the condottiers, but the point is the Genoese that he has not really. A lot of army from Leary here now. A lot of army, hard population, drop it. And ladies and gentlemen, the scores say that the kid, Leary, is gonna take game number 4, and then the Sirius is gonna be able to come back here now. Hard, he's lose like not.
He's trying to get on the cannons, but he's losing the condottieri. There's enough Cavalier there they can take the fight. Even with the Gen bows, the numbers just are not there for Hart.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible comeback. We can call this a comeback, right? He was in a winning position, it seems. Hard. He was getting a better boom, map control. He got the hand on the left. He was coming with a forward castle behind his base and couldn't do anything at all.
So what do you think if he doesn't go for the condottiero there? What do you think his other options are?
Then maybe he should have gone just a little bit slower, Genoese and bomber cannons. Like a slower push probably. He wanted to finish maybe really quick, and this is game and series for Leary. Oh man, that was impressive.
So 3-1 over Hart, and kind of revenges the last NAC where
and he started losing. He started losing the game, the first game, with a very bad start, you know.
And a very clear loss in game 1. Hart, very clean game, trapped those vills, went on to win. But Leary came back.
Yeah, which one was game 2? I forgot.
Game 2 was the Citadel.
Yeah, Citadel. He did
with
well.
the Galley Micro.
Yeah, with the 2 TCs for a long time.
That was
and
clean.
Then the third game was also behind, like in the first game, and then he could come back. Oh boy, that was a very nice series. Very good play.
It was, and always fun to see the play styles of these two players because they're so similar. But as we talked about at the start, Leary is just so effective at that micro.
They try to be aggressive. I mean, in this one, is bypass, you know. It's like you can, and since they are not like the clown players,
the one TC players,
they go let's boom and then kill from there, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, amazing series. We might talk with Leary in a moment, but yeah, he's not ready yet.
Yeah, Leary needs to. Yeah, Leary needs to make his way over here. But we're. What do you think, Hart, Leary? You were expecting that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, to be honest.
All right. he's walking up to the caster booth for the interview.
Okay.
All right, we're going to toss you over to an ad, and then we'll head over to the chairs for an interview.
And now, a word from our partners.
Have you heard of the 21st century?
Why settle for clacks, clunks and jams? Say goodbye to sticking keys. And welcome to the ultra-responsive, quiet precision of the U-Rage Exodus 760 mechanical keyboard. With our Temu red switches for ultra-silent key presses, anti-ghosting with N-key rollover, and 1 millisecond response time, this keyboard will keep up with your fastest moves. Whether you're gaming or working, you'll enjoy precise control at the speed of light. Get yours on Mueller.de. In case you rage, we do not cover costs for damaged screens or unfinished castles.
Do we see when we're live here? Oh.
Yeah, we see it. We see it.
I see. Okay.
Here we are with Leary. He was asking me, can we see when we're... Okay, we're here.
There you go.
Well, Leary, congratulations.
Thank you.
3-1. We were talking a little bit before being live. You are not that happy with your performance today?
No,
Okay.
not really. I think we both played very shaky, and there's still lots of room for us to improve. So.
Okay. But that's good, right? That means that you are demanding to yourself a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still happy about the result. Obviously, it's a win is a win, but you know, either game could have gone either way. So.
Okay. But it's more about your mechanics or decision making.
I think mechanics mostly. I think a bit of everything, honestly. Like
Okay.
a little bit of
Okay.
decision making.
Okay.
And mechanics, obviously shaky, but you know, it's the first game,
Yeah.
first day for all of us, so it's understandable.
And well, the start of the first game.
Don't tell me about it, man.
But well, I can tell you, you know, I mean, we were going in the first game, and we see those three villages. It's not worth it better to delete the mill. I was talking with T West, like delete the mill and just move. Or not delete, just move the village.
Yeah, I thought about it, but my other TC was so far away. Like those three villas were like on Asia, and the other TC were in South Africa. So I was like, well, if I have three villas idle for the whole time,
Yeah, just look.
Yeah,
like-
I see.
But I mean, it's not tricky when you are also against Vietnam, like to have that far your meal, your starting village, like.
Yeah, my
or
start
what you do?
was really bad. Like I walked for my TC like a minute as well. I saw when his TC was up based on the score. Mine was like up 1 minute later. And then I also had the shorefish. It was just terrible. I like my matchup here actually, but the way it played out, it was just painful.
Okay, I mean, you stay longer in the game because you were feeling probably that the Gulams can do a lot of damage. You saw there was some engagement that it proved that okay, Lee is staying because it was a reason I believe, but you knew that it was.
I knew it was over like once I hit Castle Edge pretty much. I just wanted to stay in the game, you know. There's always a way to throw, especially on these open maps, but also it was the first game, so we were both shaky, so getting warmed up is good too.
Okay. Well, I don't think that it was really shaky. Like, you were behind three villages like too early. And at that level, no, like, what'd you do?
Yeah.
Because
I
you were
mean,
controlling the good.
The fights were really shaky as well,
Okay.
but those having 3 less villagers hurts a lot, like especially in the Scout War. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're checking this, but the game was... You're suffering.
The game was over.
Yeah, we can move to game 2, right?
I practiced like 4 starts on this map before we played. Every start was perfect. I get this. Like it was a nightmare.
We can move. We can go to game number 2.
Yeah, fast.
We can go fast. Yeah. I mean, the game was completely over here.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like, it's very hard even to comment this because it was kind of GG.
Yeah.
But you see that they don't listen us. They don't go to the game too. They want to make you suffer.
Yeah,
man.
I can tell. It's okay. Next 3 games are better.
Well, especially for me, I will tell you, game 3. You know, but we will go into that one when we see the game number 2. But well, I'm gonna be a little bit mean, you know. Now we got already the same victories than the last edition, you know.
Yeah,
You
true.
know? Okay.
Some redemption.
So no, but it's good.
Yeah,
No, it's the
it's
first
good,
series, the first day,
yeah,
you know.
obviously. It's always good to start with a win.
And you won this time too hard that I was talking before with Hera. in
Yes,
the
to do well
interview.
too.
Yeah, that he has been doing a lot probably better during this year. So your standard is much higher now.
It was high. It's pretty much high every tournament, but usually the difference between my expectations and my reality isn't that huge, like today for us.
Because one of your friend and opponent that is very close and it is smiling, look who is there on the right, you see? You have to play at the maximum to beat that guy, right?
Yeah, I still have some time to...
Yes, guys, it's Hera. It's close. It's Hera. Okay, well, they still doesn't want to go for the game too. The castle is there, and you lost even a lot here, you know, like...
Everything was a disaster this game, like literally everything, from start to finish.
Okay, finally we're going to game number 2. Well, the production is gonna tell me something. I lost the ball, the earphone. In this game, is the water that important?
If both players contested, yes.
Yeah.
I thought he would go 2 dog galleys, because we played a lot of fire galleys in our practice, and it's usually higher play and then some aggression on land, but this time I decided to mix it up. I went 3 dogs galleys to surprise him, catch him off guard, and yeah.
He never did the third dog.
Yeah, I realized. He thought I was going fire galleys.
Those new...
He also walled, so...
Those new gaps, let's say, that they make to change the map, it changes a lot?
Can, but doesn't necessarily have to.
But you wall.
Just in case. You never know.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in this situation, when you were already more or less getting the water advantage, you keep like with 2 TCs. You were planning just to don't go farther because you thought, okay, with this is enough.
Yeah, I realized like I still had my fish, and it was harder to snipe because of Japanese. So I will always have that advantage. And I have a window in early imp, so I decided to stay 2 TCs.
I was talking with T West. When you get the water and you're Japanese, it's not also a little bit better if you can well, we go into the third game, but to go more fish. But this game, go for it, Mr. Leary.
It started out as bad as
good,
game
right?
one. Like, it was the same as game one. Like, my plan was to full wall, but then there were already scouts at my base.
Well, it's not exactly the same because it's a little bit later, so you have a little bit better economy already.
True. And at least I'm Romans as well. But after I lost those 4 or 5 villas in my eco, I knew it was like some all-in play. And it ended up happening as well. So, you know, I'm sure he could have played way better as well. I'm pretty sure he's not supposed to lose from this position on, but...
Is Roman's economy would give you also the chance to kind of come back from those? It was 4.
I think it was more the nerves, to be honest.
Really?
I mean...
You were nervous or him or both?
I think we were both very shaky. We both didn't play our best. We have been playing for, years, but I can feel when we were in top shape and when not. But the engagements haven't been going his way. And there was like a snowball happening too, so...
That was Hera, yes. He's running out. So
he's running away from me already.
Okay. You know that he could go behind the TV, but then...
He doesn't fit there.
He cannot go there, He called you fat, man. He said that you cannot go.
No, he called you strong and poofy.
And then he's gonna get a pizza. Imagine now going behind the TV,
He can show the pizza at least.
Okay. Anyway, this push, it was really amazing in my opinion. Also, it fits your
style,
style, right?
I didn't want to be in this position, but I kind of forced myself. So.
What about to counter this? Why I was talking with T-West? Why Magiars didn't never go full Knights and Siege? It's not better to counter this push?
Well, if we both go Knights, I eventually switch to Pikes. And then, my Pikes have 4 armor. So
it's kind of mind games, actually.
Yeah, so, and the CA is scaled better as well. So.
I mean, what happened in this game?
It was a next disaster. Like, it was like, when I lost the scout, I was like, oh, well, this is basically doomed to happen, game 5. Like, it was a 50-50.
But I thought it was going to be game 5 because since you did the third TC quite earlier, you got quite idle TC there, and your boom was behind. Then there was castle behind your base and so on. How you managed to come back there?
I wanted to push in Castle Edge when I saw he was taking the D and the TC there.
With the C.
Then he just randomly sent the monk. I was checking because he's not going for relics. He didn't take the middle one, the right ones, or the left ones. And then he randomly sends the monks and sees me. So that push failed as well.
But those dice, he was already in imp and was doing Pavis. Those are condottiers put for. I'm gonna be straight. Are the condottiers that bad?
I think they were correct in this place, but I think he wasted too many of them. Like he was just trying to raid me, but he just took bad engagements. But against Knights, it's also trickier because I have mobility, right? So.
And then you feel comfortable that the late game Portuguese is better?
No, I do.
No, but I wasn't sure about that.
I wasn't sure either, because like Condottiero and Genoese sound kind of tricky. But once I got the Cavalier and Organ Guns, I felt pretty good about my spot.
Well,
it's expensive as well.
And but you can always make Victoria. You can always do the wild card if you need for the late game.
I didn't have space, but I didn't have space. Look at Hera there waiting with the pizza. Sure.
But be fast, be fast.
Oh, let's go.
Can you leave
It's a feast tonight. Oh,
this is a good deliver. Okay, well, and here then you were multitasking. I think the start was shaky, but now the execution of your mechanics was great at this stage.
At the end of the game, yeah, but...
But you're thinking farther.
Yeah.
Farther in the tournament. If you make these mistakes against, with all the respect to Hard, obviously, but other opponents, maybe you don't come back.
I mean, Hard shouldn't have let me come back from this game either.
As well.
He just played a bit shaky too. We both nerves first day, you know. It's a tournament game after all, so everyone plays worse.
So, thinking about that, you look confident, but the nerves are still there then.
They'll always be there. That's the beauty of it.
But that's good.
Well, that's good.
I mean, if you don't have nerves, maybe you are not feeling the same, and we don't want
If you're not feeling anything, you're a psychopath. I don't know what to say. Like, everyone feels the nerves.
I mean, you're going a little bit too far, you know. You have to be a psychopath.
I have yet to meet someone who is like literally not feeling anything before a big tournament or something they care about. So.
Okay. Okay. Any preference for tomorrow? I mean, we don't know yet what we can be.
I'm facing a winner, right?
Yeah, I guess. But there's nobody with a 3-1 yet, I think.
Well, maybe next set.
You know, maybe there's nobody with a 3-1. Okay, you have seen the other series. How you have seen the other players going?
I mostly focus on myself.
Let's go for Tatoh. You have focus? I've been watching here and there.
I tuned in every now and then between the games, but I didn't catch too much of it. But it was 3-0, 3
for Tatoh versus Dogao.
Yeah, then 3-2 for Vinchester, then 3-0 for Hera. So favorites are showing up so
Yeah,
far,
but
except
Vinchester-
Yo maybe, but Vinchester is always tricky
Did
to
you
play
watch it,
against.
Vinchester versus Yo?
No, but I heard some crazy stuff about it.
Vinchester could have been 3-0. Like, he was ahead in all the games.
That's usually how Yo operates. He's always behind.
Yeah, but Yo start always slow in these events.
In tournaments as well, last NEC as well.
Yeah.
Nothing up to finals.
Yeah, and then the finals, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the, well, Hera versus ACCM.
Yeah, not much to say there. I mean...
We move on?
We move on.
What do you expect to see for Viper versus Dowd now? Without trolling.
They both just, I'm not sure when they arrived, but when I was setting up my stuff in the player room, they weren't there yet.
No, Dowd does during your series.
Yeah, I thought so.
He's relaxed. He's like, no, I'm fine.
I mean, we'll
Favorite.
see.
Favorite.
My favorite is obviously Viper. Dowd hasn't played a lot, but I still think he has some strats in mind. And I think he likes, well, he doesn't like to play against Viper, but it's a good first round opponent, right?
They don't listen. You see all the screaming, right? Who you want to win, Dowd or Viper? They don't listen.
I couldn't care less, honestly. I think I might face the winner. Let's see.
Okay. You want Dowd. I can tell you.
There's always something
Let's see.
special.
Yeah.
But the Viper as well, so.
Yeah. But everyone loved Dowd.
True.
Not that we have anything else about No, definitely not. Okay, and for tomorrow, then potentially, you want to pass? No. Okay. Well, we need to fill time. Do you know what, Larry? You know this?
No worries.
Okay. Okay. Well, guys, we don't need to fill time anymore.
We're out. We're having pizza now.
We're gonna eat. I have to dinner too.
Yeah. We're gonna steal Hera's pizza.
Spanglish is what it is, you know. Guys, we'll take it over now for T-West.
I would wall in. First I had a hole, right? And those camels went in, killed my fishing ships, villagers. And then I didn't realize that I'm still far ahead, right? And also the matchup was wrong for me. Like Khmer against Hindustanis, as game goes on, you lose. So I kinda didn't judge the situation accordingly. I went for the forward castle. Ideally, even with that hole, I would just like hold my position, control the gold. Hindustanis without the gold doesn't counter anything, so would play more calm. In practice, he's doing well, actually. I think Viper got a thing, like every time he plays against me, he's like level ahead. For some reason, he's super motivated against me. So let's end the year with a win. Like year before, I think I was 2-0 against Viper with the tournament sets. Then last year or this year, he destroyed me every single time. Let's begin this year how it's supposed to be.
In general, I don't want to play my teammates because, I mean, there's a pro and con, right? Because there's Buchholz system, right? Where the players you played, you will get good score if you... Okay, let me rephrase. When the players you played win, that's good for you. So on that in mind, playing my teammates is good because I want them to win. But then again, if I play Doubt, and then he loses, which is likely, let's be real, that's not good for me. But also, you don't want to play your teammates because they know what you want to play, they know the strategies, and so yeah, my teammates is the answer. I always feel confident playing as Doubt, right? But it's always a style thing. Me and Doubt's style are very similar, and strategically, probably about the same as well. So it always becomes like a lot of mind games, and that's why also Doubt is a bit of an uncomfortable opponent for me, because sometimes he just hard counters me with strategy, and that is a bit tricky, but obviously I feel comfortable and confident playing against him at the same time. So I just got to get the maps and the draft in my way, and then I will feel fine.
Hey everyone, Ellie here, live with the results. So earlier we did have a little competition to see who would get the most steps with their Hama smartwatches. So thank you for Hama for sponsoring, of course. And at the halfway point, we checked in. I think we had myself, Dash, Leary, Doubt, and Tatoh. Not Doubt, sorry, Dogao. And at the halfway point, it looked like I was the clear winner. And then Taddy went for a walk, Dash went for a walk. I was getting a little nervous. But let's check in to see who the final victor is. Drum roll, please. It's Allie. I have to say, I look like a total loser walking around in circles, but I did it. So let the record show Ellie beat Tatoh and Doubt and Leary. Not Doubt, sorry, Dash. So I'm feeling really good about myself. I think I will sleep well tonight. I have to say, you know, walking in the little circles is actually pretty exhausting. So I don't know what I win, but probably just knowing that I won, you know? The mental victory, I think, nothing physical, nothing material could possibly be better than that. So thank you again for our sponsor for the smartwatches, and we will have a lucky winner who guessed me. I don't know if someone believed in me. We'll let you guys know who the winner is. We'll contact you directly. But if you voted for Ellie, there's a good chance, because I think I was... I think we were thinking Dogao. Even myself, I was thinking Dogao was going to get this one. But apparently I had more time on my hands to walk around in circles. So I do feel pretty good. We're going to go on to the last set of the day, Doubt versus Viper. I think everyone's really excited for that. I'm no exception. So let's head over to the casters. Take it away.
Thank you so very much, Ellie. Not even first loser. I thought at least maybe I would slide in second, but while I don't get the victory and Ellie can walk away with pride for being the steps winner, I would say a pretty good consolation prize, T90, is casting series number 5, the Viper versus Doubt, and to do it with you.
Oh my goodness. You said you had something prepared. That was it? Oh man, I got chills. Well, I mean, is it a consolation prize of your third place?
It's technically podium.
Okay.
Hey,
That's
bronze
true.
medal, you
That's
know,
true.
we'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it. But let's talk about this series, because I think for many, it's going to feel like a marquee matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's happening at the end of day 1.
Yep. Yeah, it's such a good matchup. These two go way back, both in the games and in terms of what they've accomplished, but also their friendship. I don't think we have the ability to put them on camera right now, but they are sitting next to each other. Doubt sat down in where the winners would sit for the interview and said, I'm warming up my chair for after the series, and that just the banter back and forth the whole time here has been fantastic. And this is just like because these two have been the best of friends and also elite competitors for 10+ years.
Rest assured, the joking, the ribbing, the poking fun at has been taking place since the two of them entered the apartment. And in fact, while they were sitting in those chairs, T90, there was some discussion about their very draft, which we're getting our first look at now.
Yeah, I mean, Viper said, because Doubt had never seen that interview with Viper, and he's like, turn it up. What is he saying about me? And Viper's like, all I said was like, we have pretty similar styles. And Doubt immediately said, if we have pretty similar styles, you screwed up your draft. So apparently, Doubt seems to think that Viper's gone for very different focus here. And You can kind of see that it is quite different. Copenhagen's very late game type of closed map. High Tides can be pretty open, pretty aggressive. And then Viper's gone for Arabia and Tide Pool. So very different maps here.
And I think it's even important for us to maybe reiterate a little bit about how the draft itself functions, because a lot of people are going to see a whole lot of red boxes there and go, what the heck is going on? 22 bans per series, 10 of which are admin bans, 12 of which are player bans, 6 apiece. Now, all of that said, there's an interesting mechanic in the draft itself.
Viper
oh my goodness.
is holding a photo of Doubt
and the thumbs down. Get in his head, Viper.
He's looking into the wrong camera right now, but it still gets the point across.
Doubt doesn't seem to be shaking at all. He's been around this ride once or twice. But interestingly enough, in the format of this draft, each player has the opportunity to make an early pick.
Yeah.
Right, and I think there's some consideration for whether or not players are going to lunge for a strategy that they've specifically, worked up for this matchup or this series. And would you be willing to spend an early pick on a Civ like that versus just taking a traditional power pick of a Civ?
It's tricky. So, there's other elements to it. You're picking your first Civ before you know any of the maps that are picked.
Right.
So you could then see that someone's picked a Civ, let's say it's good on hybrid, like Persians, and then not draft a civilization that you feel is going to suit hybrid well. Now, Persians do. I think Viper will have no problems with that, but it's different. So you combine that with then the player tendencies and the mind games because they know each other so well and they know each other's preferences, and it just makes for a very interesting series here. So I think just looking at that draft, I do feel as though Viper's first pick isn't immediately very clear. I think Persians can be strong on High Tides. They could maybe be played on Arabia. But Doubt's Malay seems to fit a little bit more for at least one of the maps, like Copenhagen or maybe even Tide Pool. So yeah, I find that very interesting. And I think between these two, we don't even know the layers of complexity in mind games because there's strategy discussions that happen, there's practice games that happen, and all it takes is that one game to live in someone's mind where one Civ was used in a certain way. And then they're like, well, he's going to expect me to pick that, so I won't pick it. But then he's going to expect me not to pick it, so I will pick it. It just falls apart.
Not only that, to your point, it can be that one game that makes the difference in the series, and that's where I'll go to the history of these two players. And while it will come as no surprise to anyone that the Viper has come out on top more often than Doubt in this matchup, and did come out on top in their last NAC meeting.
Yeah.
It might have been a closer series than most people remember, being 4-3 in the playoff bracket and just one game going the other direction. As we've talked about, you've got that one little strategy up your sleeve, and all of a sudden, Doubt could be walking away with this one with a big smile on his face.
That was kind of the storyline from that series with Doubt, and honestly, I think that sometimes, unfortunately for Doubt, the storyline where he was just that one game away, where the strategy was good, but maybe the execution failed or one moment happened. He won 2-0 against Viper in that playoff series last time. So he was up 2-0.
Right.
And then Viper won 3 straight, and then Doubt tied it up, and it went to the 7th game where ultimately Viper won. So there is an aspect to this. I have a question.
Okay, hit me.
Okay. So that was in the playoffs. That was win or you're out.
Correct.
Right? This is Swiss stage day 1. Do you think there is less intensity to the match? And if you do, which I would say there probably is, because you've got to bail out, you've got additional days. Do you think that hurts or helps someone like Doubt? I think Doubt thrives through the super intense, win or go home moments. And if it's not quite as intense, maybe he won't be able to find that super elite level Doubt today.
I think I would generally agree with you. I hate to agree with you on your first point because I like to believe. That every player steps up to every single match playing with the utmost intensity.
Yeah.
We know that's not true. I've talked to many players across multiple esports who can all say, while I too would like to believe I'm giving it my all, knowing that there's that second chance sometimes, even within a series itself. Game 1's not going your way, sometimes you give it up a little sooner. But if it's the 5th and final game, then you're going to drag it out. You're going to look for that 1% opportunity. But away we go into our final best of 5 of the day here on day 1 of the group stage. Doubt versus Viper. And we've got Burgundians versus the Huns.
Yeah, so 2 very different civilizations here. The key I'm going to say about the map real quick is just a reminder that the stone and the gold is outside of their little starting bubble. We have seen players play it so safe on this map that they don't even leave that little bubble for a while if they're just going to go for farms. even building the mill inside of here to not go out and take the berries. So I wouldn't expect that. I think they're going to be fighting for map control, but Burgundians are a civ that are typically very greedy. Huns are a civ that's typically very aggressive. So traditionally, we've seen it more with the Slavs or the Poles, but maybe Doubt just goes for the inner mill and goes for a crazy wooden food eco.
And are you thinking then you're just trying to play a greedy fast castle off of that with
maybe
either
make
selling
some,
from the
maybe
market
make
or
some
something
scouts, make some spears. Like you compete for the map a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, and that Doubt as well is also known for using the market a lot too. So you got some options.
And likewise, I think Viper then would be very happy to be the aggressor in that situation, go forward with a spear and a couple of archers and just start to poke around the berries, things like that, make it a little messy. I will recall T90 that it's this very map that at the last NAC provided you and I with the longest game of the tournament. Now it was Mr. Yo versus ACCM, but it was like a 2.5-hour game. So this is game 1 of the series. Are you ready? Are you ready to commit?
The PTSD just crept right
That's
back.
what I'm saying. Your face turned red. Did you
Oh.
go to the bathroom? Because we might be locking in for quite some time here.
I would hope in this matchup that that's not the case.
Yeah.
It is. Yo and ACCM is probably the recipe for the longest game of the tournament every time. But yeah, that's true, man. I forgot about that.
I'll never forget about that.
Well, Doubt knows. I'd never seen you get, because you're so positive and so happy. You just kept getting more and more disappointed almost.
The deflation. Watching just all of the energy leave my body.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see Viper goes out for the mill. Doubt did the same here. So none of the super safe farming eco we were talking about. And this is likely a scout opening. But I think something that the Burgundians could... Is Doubt scouting with a pig?
Is he giving a pig?
What?
Wow. Is that confidence? What is that? Is that confidence? Is that...
No, I think, okay, I'm guessing, like, so if you set waypoints on pigs too deep into the wood line...
Oh, they'll
sometimes go...
take the shortest route
So
to
I
the
think
point.
Doubt just straight up forgot about that pig.
Okay.
It's not like you need to find your opponent. You just look for where the wood creates that little C shape. So
right.
I think that's just a misplay from Doubt.
Yeah, and ultimately, going to be unimportant to the results of the game. It is just a funny quirk. As we see the barracks going down for each player's getting those initial safe walls up, right, so as to protect their wood and potential food ecos. And then it's just going to be all about the control around those more important rare resources outside of that stone ring.
So Burgundians are really difficult to play in an extended feudal age because they lack bloodlines. So that's going to be the civ that wants to get to Castle Age as fast as possible. Viper may choose to try and create that type of really long feudal age so he can force a scout v scout engagement with bloodlines. Burgundians as well are not going to have great Cav Archer switch as an option, which is pretty common these days, and Huns do. So I think Doubt's got to get to Castle Age at a good time and be able to play through light Cav and Knights here. And if you can do that in combination with good eco, that's how the Burgundians are going to win.
And it will be no surprise that the Burgundians have the better eco. We already see Bosa coming in as well on top of the farm upgrade. And so the question will be, can Viper put on enough pressure to kind of punish a little bit, maybe the greed in terms of the investment into the eco? Or will Doubt be able to play a solid defense? We have those spears coming forward, archers or scouts soon to follow.
Both golds are pretty awkward here. Again, you can't wall on the rock terrain if we didn't mention that. So you can't wall to your TC, and those main golds are near hills. It's wide open spaces there. So they're going to have to fight for that control. And Doubt on point there with his scout micro is going to back away. And Viper actually clicking in front. And
let the nerding begin.
I think it was Ganji recently talking to me, and he joked. He said, against any other player, you could probably try click faster. Against Doubt, you probably get the kill or something like that. So Doubt proving Ganji wrong. Nice job from Doubt.
Either way, actually, just in the last series alone, a bit of a behind-the-scenes look for y'all. We were having a conversation about how much more spectacular scouting is nowadays at the high level, and how much harder it is to get away with things because of the general uptick in scouting ability by different players. And right here, we're seeing it. Doubt's not going to get surprised by anything. Those four scouts could be deadly if you didn't manage to track them. Granted, this map, is a little bit easier to find pressure coming in because it's got to split around the wood lines one way or the other.
Yep.
But so far, no damage found for either player, and that's where I look back at the Burgundians and that small eco advantage that they're going to start to build. And if he can make his way to the Castle Age without any punishment, he might be a lock for this game.
Yeah, so the interesting thing now is Viper's going to prep an Archer switch, and Viper already is going to have 2 to 3 more scouts. So heavy numbers from Viper. He hasn't actually relied on many spearmen at all, just that one forward spear. Doubt needs to somehow recognize those archers are coming, or just be fully prepared, with additional scout numbers. But when you're already behind by 2 scout numbers, and then the archers are going to come, this could be really tricky.
One thing we see fairly often on this map, or at least in the past, is the willingness to drop a defensive tower.
Yeah.
I think that's a possibility for Doubt if he wants to, abstain from having to either produce skirms or something in defense of those archers.
Obviously, it's not ideal to place a tower because then you delay your TC, but it's also not ideal to have to play heavy skirm war against Hun scouts.
Right.
So I think if the time presents itself, I think it's a smart play. But Doubt has not been at Viper's base in like 2 to 3 minutes right now. So he's advancing into the darkness. He doesn't know the archers are already coming out. And Viper's going to see those, and he's going to be like, oh, yeah, got my scouts here. And I think Doubt just sees the archer now. Like, this is so awkward for Doubt.
Oof. And those scout numbers, I mean, only 2 spears. Well, yeah, you don't necessarily want to take that fight. It's a fight you would willingly take to trade off those spears and find some damage. Doubt even electing not to bring his scouts back in defense. This is quite a risk.
Yeah, and he was hoping to catch out the reinforcement there because Viper was still sending army forward. But Viper's played this perfectly. Just those 2 archers will take out any of the defensive spears, from Doubt at home. And now Doubt should know that he's going to be in trouble. And there's the tower. This is a good play from Doubt.
Yeah, and he does still have 3 spears in defense. It looks like Viper's going to think better of committing underneath the tower. This will protect both the berries and the gold. We're going to see that blacksmith coming up as well. Viper, though, saying, maybe it's time for me to turn my attention onto your production buildings, though. Threaten that farm eco.
There's actually a chance that that's 1 scout in there, and that Doubt will greed it out the Castle Age. So this is actually kind of nice for Viper. He's applying enough pressure to where Doubt's going to have to react because he's going to break in otherwise. But also Viper gets to find out soon exactly how much Doubt is investing. There's 5 scouts in there. He's getting forging, and his other scouts seem to be looping home here. So Doubt
5 spears now.
Doubt could clear this. He's getting forging. And, Viper's getting forging and bloodlines. Big upgrades.
Where are those archers? Did those archers manage to come?
There's 2 right there.
2 of them right there, tucked in. 2 more on the way. They're going to have to target down the spears, but it looks like maybe Doubt has the jump. Looking for the fight. The scouts are coming in, and they will look to clean up the first couple of archers. The spear's struggling to close the gap, and Viper's doing a phenomenal job of clearing up those spears, but it's still looking pretty solid for Doubt if the micro is there and the cleanup. Remember, forging just now coming in for the Viper, so not getting the advantage of that until this moment, but with that, still has the numbers, and a 4-3 are the remaining numbers in the end. A fairly even trade.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one to break down. I think they both invested a lot into it. That could have been so much worse for Doubt, but I also think he never expected Bloodlines to be in there. I think when he took the fight, he took it thinking he would have forging, Viper would have no upgrades. So really good job from Viper to get that. At the same time, Viper's only killed 1 villager this game. He now doesn't have a follow-up army, and the Burgundians are on stable units. Most likely head to Castle Age a little bit faster. So this is kind of what we wanted to see for the Burgundian game plan as far as Doubt's perspective is concerned.
Yeah, Doubt's making use of his favorite building in the game, the market, to accelerate himself to the Castle Age, under 100 food away from being able to click up. And while he does have to push these scouts away, would like to not lose that villager, but in the end it does go down.
That's
does
really
trade
nice.
off most of the scouts and the majority of the scout health. And it looks like Viper's going to go to that very classic 3 archery range for the Huns, looking towards the Castle Age himself and Cav Archer play.
I really want to see Doubt continue to make scouts here. You want to take advantage of cheap light Cav. And yeah, he's going to queue up another scout. I like this. I think now that he can't go for that second TC, I think even a second stable would feel very natural. And Viper, we see it all the time. He's got the Huns. It's great you don't have to build the houses, but you also can't quick wall or protect yourself as much. So we've seen Huns, especially when the economies get a bit greater, have so much exposed eco and not be walled up. So if Doubt breaks in, even through palisade walls, which is very realistic, Viper could have some big problems.
Here, even more eco upgrades. The second gold upgrade already here. for Doubt. That's going to bring in a lot of income.
Wow, that's...
Do you stay just like Cav, or are you mixing in Knights as well?
Well, I actually was thinking, and maybe you were as well, that if he's going second gold upgrade, I know it's cheaper, maybe he just goes Cavalier.
Oh.
Because you get the cheap Cavalier upgrade. But if you're going to do that, I think you need 3 stables, because you need 1 to research and you need 2 to produce. Having just 1 unit producing is kind of awkward there, so we'll see.
In that case, are you essentially committing yourself to 1 TC all in, though, because of that investment of resources?
Yep, I think so. Dow may end up, this is what we're talking about. These scouts are going to get through. Viper's going to go for some crazy quick walls here. But Dow may, honestly, I think he's just too tempted to do it in these situations. Just buy the stone. Buy 100 stone and drop the TC here. He's not producing any more scouts. We'll see if he produces Knights. There's Knights now.
Okay.
But he's still got that leftover gold he's not spending. Oh, he's going Siege Workshop. Can Viper see that?
And he's going chain barding as well. So he's committing to the upgrades on the Knights. Viper does have vision, though, of that Siege Workshop, so he's not going to get surprised. At least by the forward.
You're going to be really tempted to go for a Ram here. If not a Ram, you might be thinking Scorpion. But if Viper sees that, and Viper's at least shown Doubt that he knows about that now with that Spearman, I think you've got to go, you've just got to go for Mangonel numbers to just push down buildings. It could be really awkward otherwise. Viper's going to make Doubt work.
Those vills are dead.
Well, they're weak scouts. But you're right, there's no support here. There's a Knight now. This is not good for these vills. It's not good for the siege push. I think Doubt was just not counting on being spotted here.
Yeah, maybe thinking Element Surprise was going to be working in his favor, but 1 tile placement, too far forward puts you in range, and the Viper will capitalize on that vision. We have the Cav Archers chasing down the villagers. It looks like Doubt is going to try and defend here with some of the Knights, but we've essentially stopped the push before it started in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and credit to Viper, he's queuing up a lot of Knights. It was not part of his plan, but he has the eco for it, so why not? And Doubt with the quick walls on a villager that's destined to die anyways. And Doubt's going to be feeling the same. He's going to be feeling that his push has never got started and that he's going to either have to bail on it or just continue to commit more to an otherwise dying push.
Yeah, and the really tough thing about this position is you don't have the option to fall back on adding TCs perhaps and playing more defensively because you committed that stone to the tower early, and making use of the market just means you're going to get overwhelmed by cheap Cav Archers here on the side of the Viper. We already see that number climbing up in double digits for Cav Archers up against just, groups of 3 Knights.
Yeah,
it's going to be really difficult at this point.
It's super tough. Yeah, I mean, Doubt's going to try. He's trying to get his numbers collected, trying to split up the Knights to hit different areas, but Viper's got ballistics now, and he just looks so comfortable, right? Like, we've seen Viper in this position so many times. If he's not struggling early and he's got the mobile units, he's just going to pick you apart. And it's good patience as well to just camp that Siege Workshop, because you don't want to chase the Knights too far and then have the Siege surprise you, or maybe you lose track of the Knights. Just take care of that Siege Workshop first and foremost.
Yeah, amazingly clean play here from the Viper, and now that he feels he's gotten control of the forward from Doubt, he's going to drop that second TC and take what is already a very strong eco advantage of 49 to 40 villagers and just push it even further.
That's just right there, Viper tracking those 2 Knights. That's not always easy to do. Doubt has tried to loop around a bunch of different times, and Viper's always firing and always tracking it. So he hasn't allowed Doubt to distract him. And now he backs up immediately. He doesn't get hit. The Knights will dive. The Mangonel will probably be killed by the CA. And now there's just a couple Scorpions, which could potentially help. But I still think Viper is going to be fine to add another Knight or 2 here to deal with that.
Exactly. I mean, they are finding good shots. I'm impressed that these 3 Scorpions are finding purchase onto the Cav Archers, but the numbers at this point just seem too big to overcome. We've got the Monk coming forward as well to threaten those Cavalier. Eventually, those Scorpions will be microed down.
Look at that Cav Archer. That Cav Archer just getting moved away, pulling down out of position. Scorpions going down. I've seen cleaner fights from Viper. I think he would have wanted an extra Knight here.
He's getting raided.
Oh. Is he?
Yeah, in his base, I see.
Ooh.
So maybe a little bit of distraction
Yeah.
at play there, getting pulled around as he's trying to drop that extra TC and defend here at home while dealing with those Scorps. And as you say, not the most efficient trade in the end, but even if you ultimately break into a near even game state at the end of all of that, that second TC alone still means that the Viper has an advantage.
And also the units that are being lost, Hun CA are dirt cheap.
Right.
And that you might be able to get Cavalier and Castle Age, but it's not like the units are any cheaper here for Burgundian. So
Moonwalk.
Moonwalking Cavalier. He's happy to have survived there.
If you can't beat him, style on him.
Yeah,
That's what I always
exactly,
say, right?
yeah.
Yeah, show them what you're made of.
How does Doubt stop this counterattack? If those Cav Archers go underneath that tower, as Viper built a gate to block off from his Monk, this could be such a big problem. Viper should just dive the tower here.
Yeah, this could be game ending right here. If he does decide to commit, there's just one Cavalier and one Spearman there. Does look like the TC will make it up before the Cavalier, or the Cav Archers rather, spot it. So a bit of safety for the villagers that are just now dropping that TC onto stone.
Yeah, Viper's going to kill 1, 2, 3 Vills on that. Then the TC will go up. And Viper has left his base exposed, and all he has to defend is Monks. He goes for 1 conversion, gets it. He goes for the 2nd and the 3rd. I've seen this from Doubt many times. Doubt was just thinking, hopefully he doesn't convert me. But those were pretty clear conversions.
He wasn't devoted.
Yeah, it wasn't devoted.
He wasn't devoted.
I mean, I think we've all been there, right? Where you're frustrated in a game and you hope you need a little bit of luck.
Yep.
Monks do have some variance, so you're just hoping that the luck is on your side.
Yeah,
but
I mean, we talk about this all the time. At the highest level, sometimes players can almost be made to look foolish by going for the only winning play.
Yeah, true.
And it's because they understand that while it is low percentage, it is still their best percentage. But with a couple of those last-ditch efforts there failing to materialize into any real advantage, Doubt decides to call it. And the series score will move to 1-0 in favor of the Viper.
I think it would be an amazing idea the next time these two play the LAN to have them mic'd up. Because, after the games, I want to hear what they're saying. Because they talk to each other so much, right? You won't see that in other matchups. A lot of players just keep their mouths shut. But these two just talk and talk.
You see it right now.
It's almost like they may even be talking, like Viper might even be telling him like what went wrong. Or, or that's not a good matchup or whatever. But Doubt's initial comments after something happens are always hilarious. So,
you know what's interesting is
I don't know what he said, but
while I'm sure those kinds of discussions take place across many sports, I find it interesting. One that happens, as you mentioned, between these two quite often. Chess would be another sport where I seem to feel like it very traditional amongst high-level players to kind of show that respect at the end of the game, to discuss it and say, okay, here's I saw a moment where I thought maybe if you had done this, or that you could have worked it out. Either way, like you say, teammates and friends for so long, they're not going to hold back.
I also think
with giving each other feedback.
I'd have to double check, but I remember the intensity being like tangible when Doubt and Viper were walking into the hall into that room last time. So it would not surprise me if it's different, that it's day 1 group stage. But kind of back to what we said before.
Right.
Like it was absolute war before. They both had the death glare staring at their monitors, wouldn't look to the other. So I think it's a little bit different there. But I will say that I think on Doubt's draft, we'll need to double check this. I don't think Burgundians were super high priority. He would have wanted the win, of course, but I think Doubt, he knows he's not going to 3-0 Viper. I think if he's going to beat him, he's going to win 3-1, 3-2. So
it's never easy.
Maybe that was one that he's
Doubt.
Yeah, I think hopefully you can shake that off. I think where that hurts is if it's your top pick going down. But
all right. Well, Doubt looking to even it up in our next game. They're going to take a moment to reset and retool for that second game. We're going to step away for a quick break, and we'll come right back and get you back into the series.
And now, a word from our partners. Back then, a pocket watch told you the time, if it wasn't broken, that is. Today, the Hama smartwatches do so much more. From monitoring your health to managing your schedule, and even keeping you on time for the next Age of Empires final, everything is just a glance away. And they do it in magnificent style. Make more of your time. Hama.
Can confirm. Magnificent style. The only thing I'm upset about is that Doubt hasn't called me. I need a Doubt phone call, bro.
Maybe if the cast is good enough, give you a call afterwards. I have a feeling the chances will increase if Doubt wins the series. So he may call
really good point. All right. Well, then, let's maybe talk about, how he can make that happen. Because it is no secret that this is not the position you want to start in. But also, too, when we talk about that one game, we talk about the 4-3. We talk about how many times Doubt has come that close.
Yep.
It gets really difficult when map 1, the admin pick, is the one that you drop, right? Because if everything goes to chalk from that point forward, Viper still wins.
Wow. Okay, so speaking of the first pick, they have both gone for their #1 picks game 2. Persians Malay were the #1 picks on their draft. I think actually you were touching on the bans, but this is
still
game number 2. You want a momentum swing, you win game number 2, and then you also eliminate the others' first civilization here. So we got Tide Pool, Doubt in the red yet again as the Malay, which honestly I think we need to show the people once a dock comes up just how much vision you get from a Malay dock. It's really satisfying. And then Viper's gone for Persians, which I think is also incredible. Maybe less so for the water, but as they're pushing deer, and maybe we're seeing a distinct difference between the efficiency of the deer pushes here. Persians should be the best at combining land with water. Malay should be the best here at going for primarily water.
Now, all that said, earlier today, we had a Malay pick on this very map that decided to go essentially all in elephants.
Oh, yes, true.
Which was a really interesting curveball.
Yeah.
But again, there's even a point to be made about at these tournaments, sometimes a strategy gets revealed by one player, irrespective of this set.
Yeah.
But now, at least the Viper is aware that that is a possibility, right?
Yeah,
and it
it's in his mind.
becomes that much harder to pull off something ingenious like that.
Can I tell a story which is kind of similar along those lines? I think is very interesting.
Absolutely.
Okay, so last NAC was the last big LAN event for Jordan, right? Jordan since retired, okay? So Jordan was here at the event. We all miss him dearly. And he's very close with Tatoh, Doubt, and whatnot. And at one point, it's playoffs, I'm pretty sure. I believe it was like first day of playoffs, right? And Jordan's down. I forget who he's playing against. I could find the info. He walks out to the rest area with all of us, chilling out. Tato's sitting next to me. And he goes, Tatoh, can I show it? And Tato's like, yes, of course. He's like, are you sure? Can I show it? Jordan had a strat that Tatoh had showed him. It was Tato's idea. And in playoffs, Jordan was like, it wouldn't be cool of me to be the guy to debut this. You know what I mean? And so you just made me think of that. And I just got all feelsy thinking about that. That was such a cool freaking moment of Jordan to do that. That's epic. To your point, I don't think Malay Elephants is like a planned strat in the same way. I think it's a little bit more adaptive. But you're right. It should be more on Viper's mind. Dogao, when I talked to him about that, was like, yeah, I saw the stables, and I kind of thought it'd be siege push with light cav, you know. But next time he's up against 3 stables, he's going to think about it now.
Yeah, it was full all-in elephants. You had 12 elephants coming out of those stables nice and early. But you're exactly right that a lot of that was a response to the commitment on water from Dogao, right? And so, okay, you're going to go water, I'll go land, take your base. And that certain situation may not present itself this time around. Now, the timings here are pretty interesting.
Yeah, so Doubt may be delaying clicking up.
It's Malay, obviously.
He is Malay. This could be a fast castle build.
Quite the delay, right?
Yeah. So from what we've seen, if players are back docking, they might be considering a fast castle. And I think the series with ACCM and Hera had that. And if players are front docking, usually they're playing more for the feudal age approach here.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Loom coming in now here for Doubt, and I mean, just floating so much food.
Yeah.
Of course, still needing to invest into the feudal age.
Is he missing it? He's adding another Vil. He's really adding the Vils here. But does he know what Viper is doing right now? He may be scared of Viper, and Viper seems to know he's not up yet. So Viper's like, hold on a second.
Yeah.
I got to go more aggressive than I was initially thinking.
Is Doubt fully aware that Viper's docked middle? Is that why he's?
I think Doubt is scared because if any scout encounters him, he will lose. But I don't think he knows that Viper is making new scouts out of that stable.
Right.
Which is pretty significant. But if you're Doubt, you should be thinking Viper went feudal age. What else is he going to do? Funnily enough, we talked about elephants. This is a very good time for it.
Right?
If you're going fast castle, a couple elephants destroy feudal age units. So
yeah, I think the question you need to answer here as Doubt, right? You need to get information as to, okay, I saw him dock in the middle. He's been feudal age for a while. Have I seen him on gold? Is he possibly dropping a dock on the outside now to threaten my water? Or
oh, Doubt with the plays here really needs to get this barracks up. So he drops a gate and says, Viper, how does it taste?
Yep.
He did lose his scout back there to a spearman, though.
And seeing that second scout arrive will confirm for him that there will be land aggression here from the Viper. So he just needs to protect against that. Viper getting housed in this moment, going to be forced to go for Town Watch. So not the worst of things. But ultimately, it looks like Doubt now dropping his Castle Age buildings. No villager working, though.
Yeah, he's right now, Doubt is under a lot of pressure. Now, he's invited this pressure, but I would argue that this is the type of thing you need to beat Viper today. You need some risks, high risk, high reward strats. There's still a gap there, which Viper could maybe run through.
Spearman coming over to defend.
Yep.
So relatively good defense here. Hasn't lost any eco units, while his Castle Age timing has been made a bit messy because of all of the walling and the replacement of buildings. I mean, not suffering damage is all you can ask.
He hasn't lost fish yet. He will soon because Viper's gone for the forward dock, which is very smart.
And now a forward archery range.
But Doubt's clicked up. Doubt will be in Castle Age in 90 seconds. Viper's not going to be competitive with that time at all. What Viper is doing, though, is he's investing a lot more into feudal. So he should have eventual farms behind this and just very clean eco. And there in our left corner is that first fire galley from the Viper. But Doubt does have a Vill around and a fire galley, so he could repair the fire galley, save the fish potentially.
Yep. Both players producing a second fire galley as well. So there will be a bit of a contest here on water. And Doubt continuing to do a good job of keeping his land economy alive. However, the first archer now arrives to the berries. The wood line is going to be threatened next. This could start to get ugly here for Doubt, as he's still 30 seconds away from the Castle Age and really being able to produce anything in response.
And you have to think, what are you going to Castle Age for? The only instant bonus you get from getting to Castle Age, I guess, is the extra armor on your spears, but that's not enough to have an effect on any of this. So War Galley research needs to come in. You need the resources for that. Second TC maybe needs to be built, but like, Doubt is really pushing it here to gain some type of advantage and just not quite seeing it yet.
And unfortunately, while he is producing cav archers, with fletching just now coming in, that's already maxed his economy, right? I mean, we're looking at, okay, typically this is where you'd want to be able to jump straight into Bodkin. He is going to go for that TC. We'll see if it gets contested, though. 2 spears to defend against the scouts is looking good, and I think with that cav archer coming out, he will be able to secure this TC.
I mean, he did have to delete his mill to build that TC, which will delay Horsecollar a very long time. He's got most of his food eco is just the 3 fishing ships in the back. This is tough, man, and it's just, you could tell on this map, it being so open, Viper's just chilling out, finding some pickoffs. He's been very relaxed about the whole thing, and now his resources are looking good for Castle Age.
Yeah, and Skirm's already in the queue. Having seen those cav archers out onto the field, he's going to go for a pretty easy counter unit. Of course, these are Feudal Age skirmishers at the moment, and without any upgrades. But in numbers and in the Castle Age will be effective at the very least against those cav archers.
There are so many situations where we see someone do what Doubt has done, and then they hold against the initial attack, and then they just outboom their opponent. Credit to Viper for calculated pressure. He applied enough pressure to do damage, but not too much pressure where he would be stuck in Feudal Age forever. The forward dock was a big part, the forward range as well. If any of those are from home, he delays that pressure by an extra minute or two. So well played from the Snake. He finds the CA, and there he goes, on the way up.
Yep, clicks up. 2:10 on the clock till he hits the Castle Age. Now, within that 2 minutes, though, Doubt is very safe because he does have the 3 TCs up at this point, so it's going to be hard to find too much damage. While you can still harass from the edges of the wood lines and things, the question will be, how much does that eco balance here over the course of the 2 minutes, while Viper can't produce any villagers and Doubt's producing 3 at a time. A new dock going down in the middle as well, so thinking about contesting the uncontested fish that Viper's had up to this point.
That's just another really nice find from Viper, right? He knew it'd be awkward to move through here, but he had to find a way in. He now knows that Doubt will send fires towards his fish, so he should be prepped to deal with that. Doubt, though, I know that we like to focus a lot on eco upgrades, but really the most important thing is eco number, right? Obviously, there's efficiency, and the eco upgrades also add to that, but Doubt's on 3 TCs. So even if he loses an extra villager or two here, he's still probably going to have a Vil lead. And that should grow until Viper's also on 2 or 3 TCs. So this has a chance at working. Maybe if the Cav Archers find some damage and Viper's not expecting the CA, things could start to look good for Doubt.
And that's one of the major things with CA, right, is it's the question of their mobility and how well you can utilize it. We saw Doubt's first move was to come down the southern side of the map. He ran straight into Viper's military. He's just now sent a pack of Cav Archers that is reaching the economy of Viper. Viper, just with 1 Feudal Age Skirmisher in defense, at least has to run with a number of Vils and does lose 1. At this point. I mean, this can be
really
effective.
Nice. Yeah, that's really nice. And Viper's still trying to be a pain over here, but 3 town centers versus 1. Now, this is kind of a small detail, but I actually think Viper's best TC spot is exactly where those Cav Archers are standing right now. That's pretty good.
That's good too.
But like the other spot protects the vulnerable side of the base. There's wood, there's gold there. So that was a pretty good spot to find if you're Doubt.
Yeah, very early husbandry too, just looking to, enable his knights to chase down those Cav Archers as effectively as possible and push them away from the economy. Doubt retreats for a moment into the Fog of War, perhaps coming back soon to find more damage. Back over at his base, just doing his best to keep these military units from the Viper away from his economy. One of the things I'm so impressed by the Viper specifically, but a number of our top players, is their ability to keep units alive from the Feudal Age to the Castle Age and still make use of them.
Just get value,
Those 4 scouts have been alive for basically the whole game.
And that's what I meant earlier, because normal human beings have to make more army.
Yes,
right?
yes, exactly.
And then they're not in Castle Age at the time he was at. Right. If you a lot of people like to be like, "Wow, Age of Empires is a decision-making game. It's not a micro game." That's true, but if you can micro better than your opponent, it affects your decisions.
Yes.
You don't have to make as many units, and you can get away with more, which is something Viper's very well known for.
I was going to say, of old, the Viper was usually touted as the guy. It was a lot of times classified as greed, right? But really what that means is you're getting away with a lot for a little, right? You're maximizing what you can get out of very few resources spent and then get to the next age. I'd say the player who now has eclipsed Viper in that is Hera, right? Hera now even seems to get away with even more, with even less. And that is usually the mark of a top-tier player, and we're seeing it once again here.
So the question that's going up in my mind here is what is Doubt going to do to switch out of CA? It's maybe not the worst Cav Archer Civ ever. I'm sure there are worse, but they don't get Bloodlines, which is immediate no for Cav Archers for me. And I'm pretty sure they're probably missing stuff like Parthian tactics too. I've never seen someone go Cav Archers and Imp with melee. It's just not normal for them. So when's the switch going to come? And if the switch comes, what is it? It's probably going to be infantry as a counter to knights. But he either needs to find value from the army now, or he's got to prepare a switch soon, because Viper's in his comfort zone with Persians.
Here go the 4 scouts, finding another pick.
Melee are just not a Cav Archer Civ.
Yeah, another incredible find, also hitting on 2 sides at once. Doubt not even responding to this just yet. Now sees it, but a couple villagers have already gone down. Great damage found, almost no damage in return. And I look to the other side of the map, I see no red dots. And that's been the main story of this game, that the pressure has been at Doubt's base the entire time. So it's on Doubt to absorb, react to that pressure while he does finally get a good trap here.
The fact that those scouts are dead is a pretty big deal, because they were annoying. And he didn't have ballistics to really be able to hit some of those shots. I don't know if players should necessarily think about games this way, but if you look at Viper's vision from that forward building, it's very reminiscent to Yo's forward buildings against Vinchester earlier in the day.
On the same map.
Yeah, for those that didn't see that series, you got to go watch it. That vision is so helpful. And from Doubt's perspective, he can't take those resources or even move out there, because just the presence of the buildings, just the fact that his opponent could spot him or have production next to it. That's a TC solely because Viper's chilling right there with buildings. So it's such valuable space.
A creative way
map.
to deal with the problem you just outlined is to drop a TC.
Just drop it. Yep, TC drop it.
Either way, even that alone, right? That's an early warning system now for Viper. Anytime military units want to come forward on that side of the map will make it that much more difficult for Doubt to surprise his opponents with a group of Cav Archers. He's going to have to clean this up to make space to drop more farms. It's already a claustrophobic map.
Yeah, exactly. You can't build on the rock terrain, and there's a lot of water, so there's really not a lot of space here. Now, there is an argument for archers due to the lack of farming space, maybe? It's just the Malay archers I'm having issues with, unless Doubt gets a little bit more value, and he's going to push back on water. Might seem pretty unimportant now, but he will do that, and he's finally moving over towards Viper's base.
Does lose a couple Cav archers immediately, tucks them in here to try and eliminate the surface area, but still a relatively good trade for those Knights, I have to say.
Yeah, just, again, no bloodlines. This is such a tough justification for me to go CA. And he's like, unfortunately, he doesn't have a big lead, so he feels like he could switch. Everything's committed towards this, so he's just going to queue up more Cav archers. I mean, Doubt has made Cav archers with a longer list of civilizations than any other player I've ever seen. He's simply obsessed with them, but is it worth it here? I just don't know.
Yeah, and through all of that, we see some Scorpions in the queue here for the Viper while the Knight numbers continue to climb. I also see a castle. I was going to say, I saw castle stone count, and then it gets placed right there just to get a little bit more map control, close the choke point, right? Defend himself on that side. Still maybe a conservative castle in the end, but that's pretty quintessential, like Viper.
Yeah. He wants, Viper will feel as though his eco is really smooth, and he should be very happy with that engagement. Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Doubt CA run right into Scorpion shots and the Knights, and again, his Cav archers are just melting.
We're down to 3 total. Yes, the conversion does come through successfully. There's still plenty of Knights here to clean up that Monk, as well as a number of the villagers that have turned tail to run, trade off the Knight that was converted. And again, we're thinning out those Cav archer numbers. And while, yes, I recognize to your point, that isn't necessarily the long-term unit for Doubt. You now have no unit. You have one Knight, one Cav archer, one spear, and 2 monks.
Yeah, and you can, like, if you've watched Doubt play before, you've seen better eco upgrades. You've seen him get Bodkin arrow, which he's been lacking. This is just a result of the opening. Viper punished the greed so nicely, and so Doubt just hasn't been able to hit the normal flow and timings. And I like the idea behind the opening. I really do, but because that's how you're going to beat Viper. You have to do something different than him. But Viper has just played so smooth and so perfect the entire way through.
Yeah, and Imp is on the way here. Castle was all he needed, along with the resources to click up. Doubt nowhere near the resources necessary to click up, and given that he's behind in the military count, it's not something he can opt for. He can't decide to save up and try and match those Imp timings. And this is typically where we would say, okay, the other guy just invested 1,800 total resources into Imp. Go find damage.
Yep.
How?
He's got very little. Viper has 5 Knights without +2 armor, and he's been up against Cav archers. That should tell you everything. Normally, you're going to need more upgrades. Normally, you're going to need more Knights. Normally, you can't be hanging out not producing any army right now, which is kind of what Viper's been able to do. And Doubt is still, obviously hasn't been killed off yet. He's still going to hope to hold this position, but Viper actually deleted one of his buildings and is going to drop a castle right there next to Doubt's TC.
Okay, Doubt dropping a castle of his own in defense, so that will be well positioned. The big issue is that in 50 seconds, the Imp tech is going to come through, and all of a sudden, you're in a position to get Treb down.
It's also, I guess it feels natural to build a defensive castle there, but what are you actually defending in terms of resources and space?
Yeah.
You're like trees you've already chopped, farms you've already placed. So I think that is Doubt hoping he can win the Imp battle. But when he sees that Viper is already an Imp, also with 2 castles, I think he's going to know this is going to be really tough.
Yeah, the expectation would be for the GG to come through, but we'll see. Doubt might want to fight on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's been kind of a scrappy game from Doubt's perspective, so he may hope that on the backside of this, Viper hasn't had a super smooth play. There's also the docks up in the middle, and Malay still have the better potential on water, so I think Doubt probably going to play on until he loses that castle. Still feel like the best unit from him would probably be more monks or just pike switch.
Yeah.
So pike trebs could be pretty good.
Well, like Cav already on the way too. Viper's thinking of everything, right? Yep. How do I, at this point, it's that transition, right? From how do I win this game to how do I lose this game?
Yeah.
And protect against just those couple areas that might spell disaster for me, and a whole bunch of conversions could be enough to turn the tides.
And Doubt gets annoyed that he didn't get more conversions there, but Viper had just researched Devotion. That's not, like, Doubt thinks he's annoyed at the conversions, but I think he's annoyed at how the rest of this game has gone, right? I think that was kind of understandable. And the Knights loop in. Obviously, Doubt has just not been able to keep up with Viper so far here. And Doubt's castle's going to fall here, and he's looking for a way back here, Dash, but unfortunately, doesn't seem like Viper's going to give him one.
Yeah, 2 Trebs on the field already working away on that castle, 1 in the queue. While yes, we've got some villagers repairing, that stone count is dropping mighty fast. And the upgrades are just so much better for the Viper, both economically and militarily, on top of the numbers as well behind it.
Yep, so Doubt goes down. I think the GG will be called here. And it is. Viper has looked pretty much perfect so far. No question on anything. And Doubt says something to Viper, steps away for a moment.
They're smiling, though.
Yeah.
They're smiling. But yeah, a 2-0, pretty clean 2-0 lead here for the Vipers so far.
I think, again, obviously he lost both games. And you could easily look at this and say, well, Doubt was late on a couple things. But I think strategically, trying something other than a few late contest and adapt was good.
Mm-hmm.
Where I think Doubt struggled was he didn't know what Viper was sending his way because he was scared to scout it and lose his scout. So he didn't know Scouts was coming in initially, which kind of delayed him. But then Viper went for the forward range, forward dock. The Fire Galleys got there faster, and the Archer follow-up got there faster. If Doubt had a little bit more time to cook there,
yeah,
he could have maybe stabilized that one. So,
yeah, and it's it's easy to nitpick too, right? It's easy to look at those different moments and go, maybe a more conservative second building placement. He dropped that archery range, and it sat being unbuilt for a solid 45 seconds before he deleted it and replaced it and then rushed it up with 4 villagers.
Yep.
But we can say that, and we also have to acknowledge it is that pressure, that quick pressure that came in from the Viper that makes those decisions difficult to make.
Exactly.
Right?
It's both sides. It's both sides. And I always try and stress that because it's so easy to just put the blame on the player who made a mistake. But ultimately, the opponents force mistakes for the most part there. So
exactly. Well, 0-2 scoreline at the moment. I mean, if you're sitting in Viper's position, obviously you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
For Doubt, he's not going to be shaken. This guy's been to the top of the mountain, to the bottom of the mountain. He's been everywhere in between.
And Doubt is a pretty streaky player, so that's where he's going to be maybe feeling down a little bit. But one win to get that fire back, right? I'd love to see the draft here because I think with Doubt as well, even if he loses a game or two, it's not like there's that, oh no, Civ staring at us on the Civ draft.
Right.
Typically, he's got good matchups available coming up. Obviously lost with his #1 Civ pick, so I'm very curious to see what he has for Copenhagen and his other home maps here.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to send the audience to a quick commercial break. During that time, we'll negotiate with production to see if we can get the draft pulled up on the back half of that break. All right, see you in just a bit.
And now, a word from our partners. Are you looking for true surround sound? Well, you're in luck, pal. The U-Rage Sound Zeed 400 gaming headset gives you real 360-degree surround sound. With features like pinpoint precision, crystal clear bass, and immersive audio quality, you can end your losing streak. Get ready for sound so lifelike you'll swear you're on the battlefield. With this headset, you'll hear every enemy approach, every call, every detail, only without the clamor of villagers. Gamers, listen to you rage. Get yours on Müller.de.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup, where Viper sits in the lead currently in our last series of the day, 2-0 over Doubt, but it's not over yet. And just as we promised you, we successfully negotiated to take another look at that draft graphic before we dive into this third game to see what is left here as options for Doubt. Again, a reminder, Malay already off the table. Burgundians off the table. So we're working with Vietnamese, Armenians, Mayans, and Gurjaras. Of all things.
I'm just laughing because I know Doubt, and I know that like right before that he was like, well, my plan was to win with that Civ, but apparently that didn't work.
So now I have to win 3 in a row.
He definitely said something sarcastic there.
Totally. Okay, so we've played Enclosed, we've played Tide Pool.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily know where we're going yet. It is Doubt's decision, though.
Yeah, sure. So let me lab this out a little bit. So As far as Copenhagen goes, I think Burgundians was going to be a good option there. He obviously played with those. So I think Vietnamese is kind of the no-brainer. I did watch Doubt play in a show match on these settings with Armenians, and he felt like they were very strong, at least at the start. And then later on, he realized the late game kind of struggled, so I think he'll probably save that.
Yep.
Arabia, I could easily see something like Urjaras or Mayans for Doubt, and both be very strong. High Tides is the one that's going to be a little bit trickier for me.
Is that
but
your
I
Armenians
think
play?
maybe
So you're
Armenians,
still playing some water?
because you can utilize the mule carts for different aspects, and there is a lot of water there. So Viper's picks. He's played with Huns so far. He's played with Persians. The map I'm actually most curious on is what Viper would play for Copenhagen. The other maps make sense to me. So
You don't play Britons there?
I don't think Doubt doesn't want to go to High Tides right now and let Viper dance around an open map. He doesn't want to go to Arabia right now. He's got to go Copenhagen.
You got to go Copenhagen.
Yeah.
But so then Vietnamese into Britons feels decent.
I don't think Viper will pick Britons.
Well, I would, yes, and I would agree because I would, if I'm now trying to be in Viper, we're trying to play the mind games that we know these two very players are playing right now. If I'm looking at Vietnamese, obviously, Britons is not the smartest pick into that. While it is a pick that might be happy to scale up into the late game, not a good matchup.
Gurjaras have a really sick late game as well, and a lot of Viper civs that he might play on Copenhagen would revolve around like good cav archers or cavalry in general, and Gurjaras have really good camels. They also have Shravamshas, which can be good against archers. They also have the Chakram frisbee throwers, which can be good against everything.
And are you thinking Malians for High Tide?
I think that makes the most sense.
Right? Because if you're talking about cavalry and cav archers and stuff, I'm thinking, well, Malians isn't awful for their camels, but I think they fit better on the hybrid map. We'll have our answer,
Oh my God! Viper! He's laughing right now. Viper is definitely messing with him right now.
Man.
They're talking to each other.
Look at them. This is it. This is what Age of Empires is all about right here.
Okay, so the Dark Age Scout is not faster than the King. So, and also there's no ballistics on the castles. The castles are always fixed. So I think Viper knew what he was doing there and just wanted to give Doubt a taste. Because if the King does go down, which we've seen before, the player would be defeated.
Utterly brilliant. Now, if we do go back to our Civ conversation, you mentioned how Doubt has had experience with the Armenians.
Oh, he actually picked them.
And while he didn't maybe love it, he's elected to go back to it. And it will be the Malians on the other side here.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to explain why I think Armenians are actually really good for the first 4/5 of this game. Okay?
Okay.
So they have the mule cart, which just in general adds to efficiency. But then when they research gold and wood upgrade, you're going to have, it's extra efficient than the standard upgrades for those things, right? You also get the additional bolt from your galleys, which is really helpful in a feudal galley war. Then, in the Castle Age, composite bowman's actually very cheap and good for map control. And shreds armor, which could be good against some of the things you might end up seeing, like Malian armored infantry. And then it's pretty much eco. It's very easy to get the relics because of the fortified churches. And yeah, the transition looked very smooth. But it was funny. I was watching Doubt's stream. He was playing against Tatoh. I think Tatoh was Vietnamese. And Doubt was like, just typical Doubt, like, oh, I showed this too early. This is so good. This is so good. And I thought he was trolling. And then he had like a 3K score lead, but it hit a point where he just couldn't kill rats and archers. And then the units just kind of suck for Armenians. So there's a window here for Doubt, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're lacking range in the end with the composite bowman. Both kings now get hidden away. At the point that we're in the feudal age, we hide the kings away. We've gotten the scouting information we can. The extra docks have been dropped here for each player.
Oh
and
my God, Viper
production
actually
begins.
thought about a trap there. That was actually insane.
It would have been house and then a
house and a palisade or another
house through the corner, another house through the corner. But it would have been a one-tile trap, which would have been very impressive if he was able to execute it. Third dock now on the way here for Doubt. He was second to the feudal age, so he's got some catching up to do in terms of the numbers, but he's not terribly far behind. And like you said, Armenians already going to boast an advantage from the combat power of those feudal age galleys.
So I'm curious to see the timing here on these galleys, because Viper being here a little bit faster puts Doubt under pressure to micro, and that's the thing that Viper will always joke most about Doubt. Viper's definitely the player you're going to lean towards when it comes to the micro, but Doubt has opted for the 3-dock approach, so he should be able to recover there. And you have those pre-built farms, so they're there for your food eco for later. They both have fish, so...
He also managed to eke out 1 extra fish.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, and so while that's going to be a small advantage, it is an advantage that will continue to accumulate over time as long as he can keep those fish protected.
It's so funny. I wish everyone watching right now saw the game because this is the exact same situation from Doubt. And then Doubt, like, soon after was like, oh, my opponent got fletching. Oh, and he rushes down a Blacksmith with 4 vills. Like, it's playing out similarly right now.
Okay, but in that case, it was Armenians versus Vietnamese, you said, right?
It was.
So let's maybe talk about some of the differences between the Malians and the Vietnamese and how that might change the landscape of this game and how it develops over the course of it.
Viper's already been able to utilize the Malian advantages of getting these timings because of the cheaper docks and cheaper houses and cheaper blacksmith. That adds up to quite a bit at this point, which has allowed him to get these timings. Now, I'd expect the Blacksmith for Doubt to be coming up. He's just got to dodge. And if Viper ever gets in too close, then he goes for the volleys here. But you need some patience here, which is tough because you don't want to go too far beyond your dock because then your new galleys are going to get picked off one by one when they pop out here. But Doubt's played it perfectly. You got fletching on the way. And I think Viper's going to think if the opponent has that many galleys, he's over-investing in water. So Viper will probably still be somewhat happy with this situation, but Doubt's, this is what he wanted here in this matchup.
Yeah, looking good so far.
And Doubt now thinking I have the numbers, I need to dive. And he's maybe thinking he needs a few more numbers here. But I would say eventually Doubt wins water. Be very curious to see what Viper's Castle Age time is going to be, because in theory he has more wood to spend on farms and other things right now.
Yeah, we definitely see the numbers starting to climb here for Doubt. Yes, it's just, well, actually evens up with a trade right as I say that. 2 galleys in the queue for each player, 3 now here for Doubt. The dancing on the water has begun. It's a beautiful dance.
It is so
it's a tango.
beautiful.
What kind of a dance is it? It's not a tango. It's not that violent.
Dude, I don't really know that many types of dances, to be honest.
I really worked this into a corner here. I'm sorry about that.
I'm like, I
Just
don't know.
abort. This is a bad analogy.
Most of the dances I'm thinking of are like random memes.
Step, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Well,
okay.
Vipers advance forward here, and this may be the dance that they both do till they're in Castle Age. But I think Viper would be pretty okay with that, considering the Armenians should be the superior galley civ.
Right.
This opening.
And it is still Doubt that's on the back foot. But again, he's not necessarily upset with being in this defensive posture as long as he doesn't lose or get overwhelmed in numbers or lose too many fishing ships. I'll also note he does have a better food count and more eco units on food. And so in that race to the Castle Age, while it's fairly even, he might in the end be able to eclipse Viper.
And more res collected, right? Which is because they both researched the wood upgrade, but it's more efficient for Doubt, and the mule cart efficiency doesn't hurt. Wheelbarrow is a little surprising. That's not actually hugely helpful at this stage.
Yeah,
I think he did it because he got housed.
Okay.
But he doesn't actually have a single working farmer, so that's just because he got pop locked there.
Yeah, and he also had to pull a whole bunch of villagers to get a house up, which ruins the efficiency just a bit.
Yeah, Doubt's going to want a future dock on that pond as well. He's going to be focused on those relics. But actually, okay, so just in general, because I can't obviously describe everything that happened in the other game I'm referencing. What Doubt tried to do was, so he got a lead, and then he tried to expand, get the relics, take the other side, golds and wood. In my opinion, because Armenians drop off pretty hard, if you can gain that big eco lead, which he will, just push mid. Those double golds are there. Really try and force the issue fast in early Imperial Age.
Yeah, both players rapidly approaching Castle Age resources. But again, take a look at the military counts. It's now 16 galleys here, up against 11 here for the Viper. Feels like we're starting to teeter on what could be overwhelming numbers here for Doubt if he does opt to take the fight and can force it.
He's got some weak ones in there. There's a big HP difference. Like, Viper has done more with less.
There is.
There's some weak ones in there.
We've got to group up those extra ones. There we go. With the 3 fresh galleys, it is a small health advantage here for Doubt and more projectiles to work with. So again, if both players are microing perfectly, it would be Doubt who comes out on top. But that's the beauty of the game of Age of Empires, is nothing is executed perfectly. And you can always do more with a little.
Yeah, and Viper's done such a good job of that this series. Just somehow gaining a slight edge in the timing, which he started with here, or just the engagements in general. It's 4-4. Looking at the KD, I do believe Doubt lost a villager to a boar, and we might have missed that.
Yep.
Which is unfortunate, but just goes to show you how even the best players are.
What is he? They're talking to each other.
I don't know. Doubt just looked dejected, like he looked disappointed. Like something happened there.
Yeah.
Viper didn't say anything back. I'm not sure. Did Doubt forget a tech? It's not like he needed horse color.
No, he has not dropped an extra farm yet.
Yeah.
Those are all of his original farms.
Maybe he's just annoyed that Viper, he can't get a kill on Viper's galleys.
I mean, it is so
because every time he goes in, Viper gets 2 pickoffs, right?
It's so classic to this specific matchup, where the guy with the better Doubt with the better water sieve and higher numbers is still taking the worst end of the trade. I mean, numerically.
Maybe the cams were delayed an extra 10 seconds, and that was what we were seeing his reaction to, because he lost 3 units there, and he was trying to dance with Viper. And Viper has just not been too bothered at all. Look at this from Viper. So he doesn't click the War Galley upgrade. He's happy at this point with what he's accomplished on water. I think he wants Doubt to rush a university for ballistics.
Right.
And just go for all these crazy upgrades. And he's just going to boom.
Exactly. Second TC being dropped for both players, but like you say, it's a War Galley investment on one side versus just the Bodkin Arrow.
This is so
great on the other.
Like, how are you supposed to do the other aspects of this map when you've got this guy breathing down your neck like this? Like, this is just so good from Viper. There's no other way to slice it. He should have had no business taking valuable fights in this matchup. Now Doubt's got the superior upgrades, but still Viper dodging some shots and getting some pickoffs. It's just amazing value here for Viper.
Yeah, he's going to make this cleanup absolutely hell for Doubt. And while Doubt will eventually get all of these galleys down, it's taking so much focus, such an investment of resources. And so while yes, still has the edge in the res collected, if we were to actually look at the overall investment into military, there would be more than that differential invested on the side of Doubt.
Yep. And look at the eco upgrades from Viper. He's already shifted into the wood upgrade. Looks like he killed Doubt's scout out there. He's got a couple Gabetto. Farming eco's looking super smooth for him now. He's on 3 TCs. This is the kind of game that Viper wants. I wonder if Doubt, back to what we said earlier, I wonder if he felt like the Armenian late game is so tough that he can't even go 3 TCs. And that he needs like map control in the middle with composite bowmen and a middle castle into fast trebs here or something.
Well, and I think what's very telling of that is that he put villagers on stone, and as you said, at the same time as avoiding that 3rd TC.
Yeah.
Right?
He's he also has Bodkin already, which obviously is for the ships, but he's making a lot of composite bowmen. He's down 2-0. He clearly looked a little frustrated. I think this is going to be something a little bit more extreme from Doubt.
Yeah, here we go. First group of 5 composite bowmen out onto the field. They're going to scout forward. And then we'll look to see, okay, he just pulled all of his villagers off his stone.
Is he going to, okay, so he's shifting.
Oh, they went to go build that monastery.
Okay. Well, they'll probably go back to
They'll probably go back, yeah.
It feels to me like Doubt is trying to go 2 TC, hope that the fish boom keeps him even on eco, and fast imp. I have not seen Gabetto versus composite bowman that frequently. I think the composite bowman should probably struggle a little bit because Gabetto don't thrive on having armor. But we'll see. Gabetto do cost food and golds, so are the more expensive unit here.
Yeah, they do have the advantage of their speed and mobility compared to the bowmen, and no ballistics in just yet for the composite bowmen, so it's going to be tough for them to find any damage unless Viper leaves his Gabetto unattended for a period of time.
And there's going to be a couple instances where Doubt gets close and he doesn't get any hits at all, and then you're going to see him slap down a university to get ballistics. It just gets so annoying after a while. Viper's been very evasive with those Gabetto. Obviously he's given up water here and drops TC number 4 for Viper.
Okay, 4th TC, both players with monks. We got monks and warrior priests at that. So looking for some relic control. 3rd TC now for Doubt.
Doubt is really going to want that monk kill with the way the previous game went, and he does get the kill, but at a cost.
Yeah, losing 2 and 1 to a conversion. He did go for the 3rd TC, so now this strikes me as some indecision, because the commitment to the 3rd TC should have been there from the beginning then.
I think in his mind, he can't take map control for the castle now.
Okay.
I think he wanted the castle, and he just realized that's not going to happen. So I need to go third TC, but it has not flowed how Doubt has wanted here, and the Gebetto are looking really strong. And Doubt's microing a little bit. He's also healing up with the Warrior Priest, but Viper 4 town centers behind this already.
Yeah, absolutely cranking villagers out. While it's still a minimal lead in the eco units, we will expect to see that to continue to climb. And of course, he's been working with much better eco upgrades in the Castle Age this entire time as well.
Are you surprised that we haven't seen a dock from anybody yet on the...
Well...
Oh. Okay, well...
No, I'm not.
Yeah. I just, especially with how much control Viper has right now, I feel like he's going to want to snag those relics there.
Without a doubt.
But I think Doubt is not going to be able to prioritize on that.
Yeah, there's that university
push middle right now
that you were talking about. So going to look for ballistics to come in. Still taking a trade in the middle of the map here. Conversions being attempted from both players. And it looks like there will be successful conversions on both sides.
See, that's the type of fight Doubt's hoping for. This is where he starts to think about bringing the Vils. Because I think you want the castle near that gold. It's close enough to push. And kill nets for Doubt's fish, which can't be hugely efficient right now.
No,
but
he's up to 9 at
He
least.
did build a new dock.
Yeah. And he is up to 9. There's the ballistics we were looking for. So in 40 seconds, that's where I'm going to be looking for the villagers possibly to come forward. If he's got high enough bowman numbers with ballistics, if you send the gang, send 10 plus at least.
It's so down.
Send 10 plus, please.
Down 2-0, like trying to go for it all.
Yeah.
And now Viper's adding siege. I feel like we've seen this play out so many times.
Okay, gonna scout the siege workshop though. Didn't see the mangonel, I believe.
Doubt,
though he is tacking that direction.
Doubt can...
No lives lost just yet, but a huge amount of damage coming through from that mango shot. And now the Gebetto looking to close the gap and clean things up. The ballistics is in.
He's got some warrior priests around, right? So he should be able to heal up a little bit. And Gebetto can never get ballistics. But again, it's a little bit of extra resistance from Viper to stop Doubt from ever building that middle castle.
Yeah, we're up to 16 for the composite bowman. He's trying to group them up. Monk coming forward as well. Might get some of that healing to come through.
So Viper's faster on TCs big time, right? Faster on eco upgrades. Look at the res collected. Again, I think even if this loses, Armenians have a real solid shot here. And the composite bowmen are super cheap. He's going to have 20 of them with ballistics. If Doubt could just push the middle and drop that second castle, get up to Imp, Viper could actually be in a really awkward spot.
Yeah, but he's done a phenomenal job of controlling this central space.
Yeah.
Right? Because if we're correct in assuming what Doubt's intention was this entire time, the Viper's done an incredible job of making that goal an impossible one to achieve.
Yeah, you could tell, like, Doubt hasn't tried to TC any of the sides, which is what his priority was in the past.
Oh, they're the villagers.
Tatoh. Wow, and Viper's even going to wall that up. Okay, here we go.
This is it, y'all.
Here we go. Let's see if Viper's
Loom's
paying
coming
attention.
in now.
That's so down. I've seen him do it without Loom. He gets the kill.
Okay, he clears up the mango, keeps his own alive. Loom is now finished, and plenty of villagers to repair that mango back up. Dude. Good numbers on the composite bowman. He can go ahead and eliminate this. Is that aggressive enough?
I mean, it's.
Oh, we gotta be there to protect it.
Yeah, he's gotta make sure he gets it up.
No, come on.
So he's gonna back it up, and his monk is gonna stand over the foundation, and he has to micro, and it's stressful. But that castle's going up. Viper's not denying that castle.
Yep. There you have it. Okay, so it is a slightly more conservative, placement, replacing. We actually saw Viper look to drop a castle, and now rethinking that position as well towards the other gold in the south.
Yeah, and so Armenians don't get bomber cannon. So you're hoping that your trebs come out before bomber cannons become a factor from the Malians. Very tricky, though. Malian University's research faster, and Viper's imp time is really solid here.
Yeah, now Doubt will beat him to that Imperial Age by just about 15, 20 seconds here. And he did get another decent cleanup on some of that siege while losing some composite bowmen in return.
The thing is, like, besides bomber cannons, what does Viper make? Because you can't go for champions with the high pierce armor because the Armenians ignore armor.
Yeah.
Gebetto is kind of tricky to justify because they may even get worse because the opponent gets bracer.
Right.
And then Cav feels like a pretty tough switch against the Armenians if they have really good infantry to counter that. So I think Doubt's got a really solid strat cooked up here.
Yeah, looking solid, and he's going to drop another castle here. So looking to solidify his position in the center of the map with 2 castles. after taking down one of those mangonels. Should look to complete this, just needs to micro those bowmen. There, Imp is in. We look to see the Treb on the way immediately in the queue. What upgrades will follow? There's the Bracer that you were talking about, giving him that one extra range, making the trades against the Gebettos that much easier. And now he feels the permission to come out towards that central wood line, drop another TC. But it's all about the pressure now that he's applying to Viper's defensive castle.
So I don't know if it's easy to have this information because this is still new. But a thought just dawned on me as Viper's getting devotion. Monks with Armenians to convert cannons could be pretty good. You've got 12 range monks. You have great monastery techs. So maybe Viper's considering that as an option with devotion already coming in. But Doubt right now, I think, is just thinking about that Treb snowball and killing everything with the composite bowman.
Yeah, so moving forward with that Treb now, he's going to have to make a decision on which castle to prioritize.
Castle on a hill is tougher to take down.
Definitely.
But maybe Doubt can just camp these siege workshops. Those bombard cannons are going to have to come out eventually. And there's nothing really to stop Doubt from lingering around there. 2 mangonels shouldn't do it.
Okay, solid micro, but does dive underneath the castle. Oh, that second shot there does find purchase.
Yikes!
Plenty of lives lost and a lot of HP to boot. Maybe diving a bit too deep, feeling that he needs to end this game quickly. He turns the Trebs towards the mangonels. We'll see if he can find any shots, and now the bombard cannons are out.
Yeah, and Viper didn't lose his castle yet either, so we just have the trebuchets going for the siege here. The Trebs took out the cannon.
Okay. Okay.
Another one.
Yeah, but we still have 2 Trebs alive, both cannons down. However, military numbers are completely dwindled on both sides of the coin. But ultimately, if I'm sitting now with the Treb advantage, this is still winnable for Doubt.
I love this from Doubt. He goes up to 8 Trebs. Like, his castles haven't queued more composite bowmen. He's simply going for the Treb numbers, understanding that if he can't make bombard cannons, he needs to focus on more Trebs. And Viper is doubling down on this area. With 8 Trebs, Doubt could potentially win the battle anyways.
I think that the scary thing here is it overinvestment in Trebs because your military numbers in terms of what can defend against the cannons is so low now. The Gebetto are looking to dive in. I think Viper might have identified that very weakness. He's going to go ahead and continue to micro those bombard cannons, look to take down even more Trebs. Another castle goes up defensively. Ooh, the investment of resources here that we're watching fall on the side of Doubt. It's Trebs versus the world.
Yeah, and Viper is able to produce cannons for the Trebs and produce Gebetto out of his castles.
Exactly.
So it feels like Viper's kind of got double production right now. And maybe, like we said, maybe Malians are just better long term. We haven't seen everything Malians can do yet. And another Treb's going to fall for Doubt.
Yeah, attempting the repairs, but having to split his attention between Trebs, castles, now looking to get those composite bowman numbers back up. He's got 12 in the queue, producing out of 3 castles, also looking for perhaps a last-ditch infantry switch. Viper, though, as well, going for some more of those infantry upgrades. But as you said, I think for every second we stay in this game, things look better and better for the Viper.
I would have really liked to see Doubt go for elite composite bowman here instead of these the champion switch. Maybe he has it. We could click an individual unit. I might have missed it. I mean, he's still piling on some pressure and could still get it. But I don't know if he actually has elite there.
I don't think he does because I think he committed to so many Trebs out the gate. And it was entirely Treb production. Then his numbers were low. Now he feels like he needs to get the numbers back up.
I mean, Viper's lost a lot of bomber cannons to these Trebs.
Yeah.
He's also put a lot of resources into repairing. 2 castles. He has 2 different castles being Trebbed right now.
Exactly.
What a hold from Doubt.
Just now investing into Hoardings. Just now investing into Ballistics himself.
Look at both their economies, actually. Their economies are ridiculous. Viper's under so much pressure, he's up to 165 bills.
Okay, 1 castle goes down. This makes it a little bit harder for the cannons to come forward, right? They have less defensiveness, behind them as they come forward to try and snipe the Trebs.
Viper,
those bowmen can push them back.
Viper, the big reason the champion switch was a little terrifying for me from Doubt's perspective is that Viper had Gebetto. Viper only has 12 Gebetto. 100 HP champions, which is what they will be with Armenians once he completes these upgrades, they could be devastating to Viper.
Yeah, and now we're seeing maybe a tech switch into cavalry.
Yeah.
Understanding that now, we do trade a castle back in the other direction, and once again, that's going to buy Viper a little bit of breathing room here.
Do you fight the main push with the champs, or do you Did he cut into Viper's base? Or not cut, take out the wall? What if you send champs in there?
Maybe. We've got a raid as well. We talked about those 12 Gabeto. Well, those Gabeto don't need to fight on the front lines. They can go find damage in the back. And that's going to give Viper 50 extra villagers to work with. Of course, less pop space now to build military. But we see the techs continue to roll through here for a switch into Light Cav, perhaps. And now he's rolling forward with the bombard cannons. Doubt needing
Doubt
to respond.
has to stop this. Yeah, Doubt knows that castle is going to be built. He has to try and stop this. He has to force the issue. Maybe there's a chance he could find Viper's
Here come
King
the infantry.
There. And there it is. So are the Gabetos still forward? I think
they are. They're all still over there where they went to raid. You have no answer to these champions right now.
Yeah, the cannons have to go back, and if the cannons have to go back, that means Viper's front castle could go down. Champions run in from Doubt. This is a really big raid. Viper does not have the answers, and his answers are on the other side of the map.
This is massive. I mean, and even Light Cap is not enough to deal with Champion fully upgraded, or nearly fully upgraded, at least on the armor perspective. And so now the Trebs completely unperturbed, working away on the castle back at home. Doubt now pushing underneath that secondary castle.
Viper doesn't see that.
Yeah,
he
he's
doesn't
raiding.
know. That is so rare that you could surprise Viper like that. Viper is not looking there because of the threat of this push, and Doubt just keeps coming, and that is Viper's food eco.
Yeah, castle goes down. Base is wide open.
King is in the tower too, by the way.
It's open season. Viper looking for some damage on the other side to break through the walls, but at this point, you need to come back and defend this. Your entire eco is about to fall to pieces.
Yeah, Doubt's hoping that with the reposition Viper has to do defensively, he can now push for this castle. He's got Viper down to 2 castles, which is great because the Gabeto are needed for Viper, but like, can he kill those bombard cannons here? He might be able to push him back, actually.
Yeah, he absolutely can. I mean, just keep him away from the Trebs, even if you can't kill him, but it looks like he will.
Oh, Viper!
Oh, he's trying to trade off. He does get 2 of the 3 trebuchets, but 1's still alive, and the champions can do work against those repairing villagers. Viper trying to pump out as many military units as he can, but he's down to 175 max pop. He hasn't even realized that with all those castles going down, he's stuck at a max of 175.
And look at the momentum Doubt has gained now. Like, he can send champions right back into that eco. There's still no castle there. Doubt, in theory, could try and like wall up the right side as well, take the stone and gold again. It's so tough, dude.
Yeah, but groups of 5 champions is all you need to continue sending into those farms to make a mess of Viper's eco. Yes, the Treb Snipe will come through with the Light Cav, but again, the Composite Bowman going to make quick work of everything that came in. So a huge investment just to buy yourself a little bit of time for those couple remaining castles, and you still have no answer for the eco that's falling apart at home. 13 military to 57. Doubt is looking to keep this series alive.
Yeah, he is. He's done a great job. Now, they both have taken some pretty heavy losses, but only one player's base is wide open for raids, and that would be Viper's base. Viper has 0 defensive castles in his starting eco, where he's got most of his town centers. I do see 1 Treb come in occasionally from Doubt. Maybe you could consider that sloppy to not be patient, but this isn't a patience type of game now. He's just sending it, dude.
Yeah,
and he's going to destroy that TC. Champions there, going for another bombard cannon, sniping it.
Yeah, the King's been repositioned, but this is no longer a game about the King.
Yeah.
Right? You're just strangling, you're choking your opponent out at this point. You've moved him off of 30 farms. It's a mass migration down to the south, but the champions continue to chase. And pretty soon, Viper's going to have an 1/8 of the map to work with.
And the crazy thing is all of Doubt's units are super cheap, and he's collected more res. So it's not like the KD never really looks pretty here. But 100 HP champs with supplies and all the armor upgrades, plus the composite bowman, you could just do this all day with this much map control. And that's what he's doing. He's got 30 more champions in queue.
The military numbers themselves are absurd, 62 to 22. But also look at the value of the army. It's a 5,000 resource army in play right now for Doubt, up against 2K total resource value here for the Viper.
And Viper is really hoping for an opportunity for those bombard cannons to move forward to snipe the Trebs. But every time he goes to do that, he's got another raid to look at in his base, and he's getting pushed by another wave of champions, and Doubt gets it done with the Armenians and gets that crazy strategy that we were looking for to work out.
Gets one back, leans back in his chair, maybe a bit of a sigh of relief to have bought himself some life in this series. Still a lot of work to do, right? It's a reverse sweep that you're mounting up against here. You got to put 2 more back to back in order to take this one on day one of the group stage?
On paper, it was still kind of a risky thing to go for the champion switch. But how many times do we see someone try and go for the champion switch too late because there's so many steps removed? It takes so long to get there from Man-at-Arms onwards. So Doubt's got a bigger smile on his face through the back and forth now with Viper. And Viper suddenly not as cheery.
Yeah.
In their back and forth here. So,
and it's so classic Doubt to stick to the Armenians.
Yeah, yeah.
That is, he's one of the players of all the top 10 that you could call it stubbornness. That's one word for it. Conviction.
Yeah.
In what he thinks
is
the right play is another word for it. And the number of times I talk to Doubt, and maybe there's disagreement throughout some other players, but no.
Yeah.
If I do this correct, if I do it the way I mean to do it or execute correctly, I think this is the winning play.
Yeah, but like I thought it was the losing play all through Castle Age because the fishing eco is not great for Viper, for Doubt, and Viper was faster to the upgrades and the TCs. But every time I look back at the res collected, I was like, hold on a second, this is even. Right. So he's on to something there. I think the Armenian eco is maybe one of the best economies.
And this is why I love day one of group stage too.
Yeah.
Because everybody is watching this, and every player is now going, oh, am I not prioritizing that civ enough? Am I prioritizing that civ too much?
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got ourselves a series, and so we're going to let you take a breather with a quick commercial break while we take one ourselves. We'll come back, gear up for Game 4 in just a bit.
And now, a word from our partners.
Eek! A mouse! A mouse! What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the UH Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the U-Rage Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why U-Rage? It's all good. Get yours on Mueller.de.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup and Game 4 of our final set of the day. Doubt breathing new life into this series with the Armenians win on Copenhagen, but he still has to win 2 more. And this is the point where we come back to the civs and the maps available. Yep. We talk about the fact that that was a home map for Doubt and his choice.
Yeah, true.
Right? Things get a little harder.
They should, yeah. But, like, I don't know. I just want to, before we fully move on from what just happened, like to anyone who is questioning game number 2, why Malay? Why FC? Too risky. Well, guess what? It's because you then have the complete opposite in game number 3 where you're like, bah, Doubt's a mastermind. We could have so easily been looking at that saying why Armenians. So he's got his options out there. I think the beauty of it is typically he can still play like those big picks the known way, the known style.
Yeah.
And have a couple more in the back drawer. So we'll see what the draft holds. I forget what's out there. I think Viper's got.
It's Arabian Tide Pool, right?
Yeah, Tide Pool is played, so it should be Arabia, and I forget the other one.
Water at the top, and I'm forgetting the name.
I'm actually forgetting the other one.
Desert in the middle.
Desert in the middle, water at the top? Oh, desert, dry river? I don't think that's it.
That's not it. They can pull the graphic up for us, and when you see it, well, we're both going to face palm.
Yeah,
when
it looks like we have a break there. There was the Viper. So, yeah, forget.
There it is. High tides. There it is. I said tide pool, but yeah, it's high tides.
Okay.
There we go. Water at the top.
Yeah, no, that's perfect.
Desert in the middle,
yeah.
right?
No,
okay.
that was good. No, you weren't crazy. I just couldn't think of it. So
I like to believe that chat knew what I was going for. But the only reason I bring that up is number 1 is going to be Viper's selection between these 2 maps. Typically, I would lean towards, okay, go to your home map, close it out. But I will just proffer that we had already theorized Malians would have been the one to go to high tides. And how is that going to now warp the remaining draft here for Viper?
It could typically warp it a little bit, but I think Lithuanians are very comfortable there for him. So I would guess that Viper, if we see high tides, will play Lithuanians there. He's
left Tatars and Britons.
Yes.
For Arabia.
Now that is where I think Doubt's really cooking.
Yeah.
Because he sees Tatars Britons as a good matchup for Gurjaris.
Exactly.
And so I think we're definitely going to high tides game 4. I think it'd be very foolish of Viper to not do that. And
really?
Yeah, I think Viper needs to go high tides right now. Don't give Doubt the momentum.
Don't give him the ability.
Because it's not just going to be a win on, like, it's not going to be just a win if Doubt wins on Arabia, but it's going to be like I predicted him in my Gurjara's pick world.
Right.
It's going to be a different vibe. So yeah, I think go high tides. It's a lot more open, a lot more unexpected what can happen there compared to Arabia. But yeah, Doubt is definitely going to save Gurjara's. I'd be very surprised.
So we assume the Lithuanians pick on high tides.
Yes.
And if we're saving Gurjara's for Arabia, we have Vietnamese. And
Vietnamese are also an insane counter pick potentially to Tatars and Britons. Vietnamese are good there too. He's got 2 really good civs.
Yeah.
But I think like,
is this what they were talking about in the chairs?
Maybe they were talking about.
Is this what Doubt was referencing? he had the foresight. He gamed this out.
Yeah.
He saw all the versions. All the different possibilities, and now he's like, aha, checkmate.
There's never a draft where you could question Doubt's civs.
Yeah.
If you know what strategy he was going to do, right? Like if he's got a couple left over on his draft, you might be like, why did he even have those? It's a bad draft. But he just didn't tell you what he was going to plan on doing.
Right.
And I mean, he would probably still argue that Malay was still a really good choice as his first pick. Didn't look good game 2, but he could have adjusted things differently. So we'll see. I forget, is Vietnamese and some other civ available?
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll have to see what that is again. Sorry, it's been a long day, so production can hopefully help us out. But I like Vietnamese. I like Gurjara's. I think Gurjara's just, I mean, there is a bonus you could use on high tides. You could garrison your fish, do some weird things with that there. Everyone forgets you can garrison your fishing ships with Gurjara's.
Here, we'll get our answer.
Now we have our game.
Oh, we have our game,
Fantastic.
actually.
Okay.
Even better.
All right.
That will be our answer as we dive in. And it is going to be Arabia, and it's going to be Tatars for the Viper up against Gurjara's for Doubt.
Okay, so Viper loves the Tatars, and I think it suits his style really well. It suits Arabia really well. We see a lot of cav archers these days. All the little hills that you have on Arabia, you could just completely abuse if you're the Tatars because of the extra hill bonus damage. The weakness of Tatars is their go-to units are going to be out of the stable or the archer range, and they're going to be on a horse. And the Gurjaras have amazing camels and the potential of the Sravamsha riders. So I've seen Doubt greeted out a lot. And greeted out, I mean, he tries to fast-track Feudal Age typically. It's almost very similar to the enclosed game we saw, where Doubt wants to get to Castle to spam Cav, and Viper's going to try and apply more pressure in Feudal here. That's how I would expect this to play out.
Okay, well, we'll see if the game plays out to our expectation then, as we watch the players go through their Dark Age build orders. Of course, for the Gurjara player, quickly garrisoning those sheep into the mill to get that extra trickle of income while you work on the hunt. Maybe expecting to see some of those sheep come back out later.
Yeah.
To aid the food eco and the transition, right, as you reach the next age and you're trying to get yourself onto farms.
You read my mind on that because Doubt and Tatoh are the 2 that I kind of modeled my Gurjara play after because they would pull sheep out of the mill later on. But it is a bit different in a 9-vil start. So because you start with extra vils, you don't actually get 8 sheep. I believe you just get 6.
Okay.
So, and that does affect the food rate. So it's a whole new set of pros and cons, but I think, okay, so there's 4 in there, and a couple are scouting. Usually they would pull them out to about 4. So now you start with 2 less, so it's like, do you pull them out? I have no clue. I have no answer. But it's just something to think about, I guess.
Yeah, so the question is, has he done the math?
Yeah.
And another one goes up into the mill because we still have a couple of boars to work with. Of course, also having those extra berry bushes underneath the TC. I think that the Gurjaras have a lot of options for food income early in the order of operations that they want to pursue. Loom completed for both players, perfectly matched feudal timings. 18 vils, 19 pop on the way up.
Yep, pretty much the same builds here. Viper, I think Arabia is pretty figured out these days. I'm an Arabia guy myself, but I don't think anyone can come out here and say, like, oh, it's not predictable in terms of the openings. It is. So I think it's likely to be scouts here. And then, as I said, it's super easy with the Tatars to switch into archers quickly because they get so much food from their sheep. They can delay their farms and add the range nice and early here. So I'd almost expect that from Viper, but maybe, like, if you expect that, I guess the best thing Doubt could probably do is just greet it out with a couple walls here, but he could easily just follow it up with skirms. It's not like his food eco isn't going to be good as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to evaluate maps here.
Oh, Doubt tries to trap Viper.
Oh, and he goes for it again. Oh, my goodness.
Doubt was like, oh, come on. And Viper's like, nope, not to me, bro.
Yeah, they're having fun with it. Nobody can accuse these guys of not having fun. I can tell you that much. I can tell you that much.
Oh.
We do see the initial barracks going up for each player. Feudal Age comes in. Should be a stable to follow for each. Now, 2 villagers on one side. Second one coming over now to get that up for Doubt. Taking a look at the maps themselves, nice protected gold here from Viper. There is a hill, right above it, but I don't think he'd be too worried about that.
Yeah, it's
walling from the wood line to the edge of the map seems pretty safe for him.
Yeah, both maps are pretty safe.
Yeah.
There's going to be an opportunity here, but not much of one for the players to get damage done, if you ask me.
Yep, and there you have it. Going to go ahead and throw that wall to the southern side of Viper's base, and right across the front here for Doubt. He's got amazing wood lines in the back of his base that he can kind of use as natural protection. So very quickly becoming full wall situation for both players as the initial scouts come out onto the field. And look forward for more information, spears as well.
I'd be curious to know what Viper's vision is right now, because we saw the scout almost get trapped. Okay, so he doesn't know about that whole right-hand side. So he might be thinking that his map is better than Doubt's, and obviously, like we said before, wants to apply pressure. So let's see what opportunities he can find. Doubt's there.
Yeah, looking to rectify that scouting information issue by going over to the right-hand side, but we do have the camel scout and a spear over there.
Doubt's out of position here to save that Vill at least, but okay, he pulls the Vill back. And now he knows the scouts are there.
Yep. And that's just about the final section of wall he needs to complete. Everything else already done. And so it doesn't look like Viper's going to get enough military units forward to threaten the villager as Doubt stays home in defense.
Well, so now Viper knows where the gold is. He found the berries earlier, and he knows the wood as well, I believe. So he now has all the information he needs. Because what you're trying to determine now is, can you actually break into the walls and find immediate damage? A lot of times you just want to try and break in near where they have vills taking a resource. So that's kind of tricky. I think the best one is probably the wood right there.
Yep.
There's a lot of hills, so I could see that getting awkward for Doubt. But Doubt's all... This is what he wanted. He wanted the full walls here.
Yeah, and so far playing out exactly to your prediction, right? It's going to be Viper who goes to the archery range first. It's going to be Viper that tries to put on a little bit more pressure in Feudal, even if ultimately he's not going to find that much damage. And it's going to be Doubt who tries to weather the storm, get himself to the Castle Age, and make more use of those amazing stable units that the Gurjaras have to offer.
It's funny how similar this is to that enclosed game. Viper makes an extra scout or two. Viper drops the range early to apply the archers. I guess the difference is that Doubt is actually fully walled. And in the enclosed game, he had to drop a tower, and he lost some villagers. So this is Doubt's game plan. This is what he wants, but does he expect the archer follow-up from Viper?
Yeah, he's dropping, I can't tell if it's an archery range or a blacksmith back at home for himself.
Yeah.
Okay, it is a hidden archery range.
Yeah. I mean, he had a preview of this, right?
Yeah.
He had a preview of this exact scenario, so he's going to make a couple of his own range units, but that doesn't mean this is going to be easy, because Viper's got fletching on the way, and his 3 archers are already coming forward, and Doubt, he doesn't know that army is coming to his base right now.
Market?
Most likely a market from Doubt.
Yeah.
I think the archers are just to keep himself alive, but what he really wants more than anything is Shravamsha Riders.
Right, needs to get up. So might look to sell that stone, accelerate himself to the Castle Age as long as he can keep these scouts out of his base. That'll be the big trick. Looking for the house walling behind. Does get his first archer onto the field. He's going to follow up with skirms from this point forward. A perfectly fine defensive unit if they're allowed to sit behind walls as well and not have to go toe-to-toe with the scouts.
It's really stressing me out that Doubt isn't house walling further in some areas here. There's a lot of hills around for Viper to use. Doubt doesn't have fletching yet, and he doesn't want it either. Kind of needs it, but he also wants Castle Age to feel like his plan is working.
Yeah, he's got 9 on gold, and there you see he's using it for the market. That's his intention here. It's not to produce archers.
Okay, well, I mean, in the end, I'm a little surprised to see Viper actually backed away. I thought he was going to want to dance there. And Viper may be just happy to conserve his archer mass. So Viper will click up at a decent time, but not as fast as Doubt. And Doubt hasn't lost a Vill. Doubt's off the momentum of that epic Game 3 victory. And he will be in the Castle Age with Gurjaras ready to spam. I think it has to be the Shravamsha Rider, though, if there's crossbows out there. You can't just be sending camels out. Could still be Elite Skirm, but I'd be a little surprised if Doubt makes more than the 4 skirms he has.
Yeah, there's the click. Timer starts. 2:20 on the clock here for Castle Age. Viper as well, though, recognizing that he won't find any damage, so has definitely slowed his production a bit and is looking to get up to the Castle Age himself. Dropped a healthy number of farms back in his own base as the Tatar player.
So we'll see if Viper gets to a winner's interview here, but something that he needs to be asked at some point as Viper goes to attack here is he committing this heavily to crossbow because he's scared of the counter damage of camels, right? Like maybe that's an argument to be made here. You still get Thumb Ring for free, and if you have a crossbow mass, you don't have to worry about the camel mix as much. But he got a Vil pick there. Doubt is going to get fletching. Doubt is going to make a couple more skirms, but there's a second stable. So Doubt definitely wants those Shravamsha Riders.
Yeah, second stable while investing into the upgrades here for the skirmishers. Armor coming in now, opted for fletching first. Struggling to keep those numbers up as he brings some of the cavalry back just to push Viper away. 45 seconds and counting here until we get to those cavalry units in the Castle Age and another archery range in response here from Viper back at home.
Okay, so small detail from Doubt. You can actually produce camels in the Feudal Age. So he is preemptively making a camel here. That will become a camel rider once he's in castle, so that's smart. Really curious to see how many Shravamshas he can make and if he can get upgrades, because Shravamshas are pretty heavy on food. So I forget the exact amount. I want to say 70-30, 70 food, 30 gold, but I think that might be a Step Lancer instead. Someone in a chat is going to correct me there, but...
oh, they already have. 15 people have already.
Yeah. T90 noob. But he used the market to get up, so it's actually really tough to have the natural food economy to make a lot of these things.
Right. Yeah, and ultimately he's still investing into his upgrades for his ranged units, right?
Skirms.
It's Elite Skirmisher and Bodkin Arrow, which is a massive food investment at this time. Now he is going to look to batter against the walls here of the Viper. Viper going out to look for the house walls just to buy himself some time to reach Castle Age as well.
This is what's so dangerous about this, though, is because we have made, or I have made, a lot of assumptions on the natural flow. But Doubt can just flip the script and change it up on you. So Viper was going to go heavy crossbow because he's scared of camels. And now there's actually Elite Skirms. And maybe Doubt just buys the stone back and drops a TC behind it, too.
Right.
It's really good.
No, and it's working out. He even gets to trade off some of those numbers from over the walls. He's continuing to put the pressure on. Castle Age comes in. There's the crossbow click. It is his only real military unit on the field, aside from the scouts.
Is Doubt open on the front of his base? Like, he doesn't have a gate, right?
He is. No, please, no, not
Doubt.
like this.
Doubt, wall it.
Knowing the scouts are going to see it. He only has 4 skirmishers here. That's the permission that Viper needs. He dives in, takes the hill. The crossbows are now going to take the high ground, and from here, it's open season on the gold.
He's going to try drop houses now. He's in on Viper's side. Viper's going to be making some army to defend from that, so it's a big base trade, but I think Doubt is taking way more damage
it's better
right now.
for the Viper right now. An amazing pip coming up to show us action in both bases at the same time, but an extra TC comes up in defense here for the Viper. We've already pushed Doubt off of gold. Yes, the skirmishers are finding some snipes onto those crossbows that have now dove deep into the back of Doubt's eco. The question is how much damage will ultimately be felt at the end of this. It's a 3-0 eco KD in favor of the Viper, up to 4 now.
Yeah.
Doubt still struggling to find any on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Viper scouts aren't exactly being microed perfectly there because he's focused on the defense. So nice job there from Doubt offensively. And it ends up being quite even. I think that hurts us because there was a bit of more avoidable damage there from Doubt to have the hole. But he's going to get the clear. And he
6-0 on the
he
eco
could
KD.
still potentially have a better army. But yeah, Viper's on 2 TCs. Viper gets the extra sheep, which help out. And he's got enough army to push this back now.
At the very least, Doubt has cleaned up everything back at his base, and he still has some army forward. So technically more map control in this moment, but he needs to utilize this time to decide how he's going to approach the remainder of the game. He has seen the 2 TCs, so he knows he's behind in eco. He saw the losses that he took in terms of the villager numbers. So the question is, do you buy that stone back, try to boom out? Do you now commit to the all-in? Do you say, okay, I'm on the back foot, but now I got to send a couple vills forward, build some siege, and try and roll through him?
You got to go all in, baby. You got to keep going. I mean, based on what we know, Viper dropping TC number 3, I think that all in is the best option here for Doubt. He doesn't have he's making double food unit. So if he tries to go 2 TCs as well, it's very tricky to keep army production rolling.
Damn.
So Viper, this is, funnily enough, actually a way he could potentially be open to losing the game. The 3rd TC is beneficial, but if skirms become a problem and he can't make enough knights, let's say,
right,
because he's booming, you know, maybe he gets punished. But I think it feels very natural for him. He's getting ballistics now. And he's got a lot of Shravamsha riders chasing him down right now he needs to deal with.
Yeah, ballistics for those Cav Archers is going to be huge, though. The hit-and-run tactics can come up big if microed properly.
Really
Gets
good
one
micro
trade-off there as well, yep. But Doubt still at least forcing the pressure and the attention back to the other side of the map. Continued investment into military upgrades as well without dropping more TCs tells me that he agrees exactly with your analysis of the situation, T90, that it's an all or nothing kind of moment here in this game and on this map if he wants to extend this to a Game 5.
This is how Doubt beats other top players on Arabia. This is it. It's not the, you know, 2nd, 3rd TC timing. It's all about the early Castle Age or early Feudal Age advantages. It's going to be tough. He's firing a lot of volleys, and he's missing right now. So Viper's kind of happy to just move side to side and be patient. But also investing into ballistics for 10 skirms feels like it could be a bit excessive in the moment.
Now, this might be a minor thing, but, well, we're going to have an engagement here. So I'll wait a moment to ask my question. But I think a lot of players, myself included, would see that forging come in and question it a bit, especially into ranged units. Would you not prioritize the armor upgrade?
I would guess maybe he thinks he has armor.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think he probably clicked it, but he's been spending a lot. Like that hole even in the front of his base is just because he's like, let's go, we're pushing, and he thinks like push, 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 and he wasn't expecting a counter.
Yeah.
So
the only other thing I can think of is specifically a Gurjaris tech, because on Shravamshas, you have free damage to take.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
And so if I'm going to absorb some amount of damage, if microed and played properly, actually getting more, you know, bang for my buck in terms of the power of the unit.
Yep.
As long as I am pulling them back, letting them recharge those shields, maybe it's specifically a Gurjaris tech. He seems to go for the armor at this point. 2 upgrades better than 1 in any case. So
no, I mean, if you had to choose, I like the argument there.
Okay.
I think there is an issue with the Castle Age Shravamsha, though. It's like, it's still only 75 HP. It's still very low attack. So that quote-unquote dodge, once it's gone, the unit still melts.
It's paper.
So I think that's why he's making skirms. Like, you need another unit in there against the CA. And he's getting some damage here, but Viper's Vil count is only rising right now, Dash. So engagements need to be better for Doubt.
An advantage of 18 at this point, and the military numbers are alike. While slightly in favor of Doubt. He is now moving to a 2nd TC. He knows that he can't sit on 1 TC forever if he's not actively knocking on the door of his opponent's base. That will only cause him to fall further and further behind. So he is going to try to find some respite. But we've got a big engagement in the middle of the map, and it's Knights versus Shravamshas, and not quite enough elite skirmishers, it feels like, to deal with the Cav Archer numbers. And there goes the cavalry front line, and now the elite skirmishers are exposed. It's looking like a cleanup moment here for the Viper on the front of Doubt's base, and with a better eco behind, he might have just created the opening for him to punch through and end this game.
Yeah, I mean, the Cav Archers are just so good. The Knight meat shield that Viper's been able to get to, they have bloodlines, they have armor, and again, they're designed to be pretty good against the Shravamshas. It's the camels that they would be weak against. Doubt's now fully reacting to the presence of the Knights to just add camels, but this is wide open again. His gold's going to have to be vacated.
Deja vu, we've been here before. And the Vils go running back to the TC, but not before a number of them will fall. And while the Camels will find a decent engagement against the Knights themselves and clean those up, we still have the mobility of the Cav Archers to run around and make a mess of Doubt's eco. Gonna drop a panic TC in the back here. Doesn't want to give it up. Doesn't want to let it go. Wants to try and find a way out of this game and into a 5th one. But it's looking difficult at this point.
Yeah, and there are some times where you don't want to throw away this much army for Vil kills. If you kill 20 Vils, you're happy with that.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to produce more army on the field.
And I'd say if, you end up in a double your, opponent's eco kind of situation, 86 to 46 at this point, you could take almost any trade and call it worth, as they say.
Just been another smooth game from the Viper. He was potentially in trouble in early Castle Age, but he kept that army alive. And ever since then, his eco has just been flying here. This is the last moment for Doubt. Genuinely, his last chance. The percentage is much lower than it was 3 minutes ago.
Yep.
But he does have some army to potentially compete. The issue is, it just doesn't seem like it's quite good enough. Like, the skirmisher shots are going to miss because of no ballistics. The camel will get focused down. And a little surprised Viper's army production doesn't include more knights right now, but he should be able to do that.
Yeah, taking the foot off the gas in terms of the military production just a little bit. But the really tricky thing I think about Doubt's situation is that even in the case where he does get a good fight and starts moving back across the map, his military composition is not one that threatens structures.
True.
Camels in elite skirms isn't really going to achieve much, even if I get into your base.
It's like probably some of the worst things to kill Vils.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's all bonus damage. And yeah, I think Doubt may be realizing here that he just simply doesn't have enough to compete with Viper. He took too much damage.
There it is.
And I think the GG is called here. Viper wins 3-1 on day one. May be expected, but I'd say a lot more to come from Doubt.
Oh, without a doubt, pun intended, I guess. But yeah, I mean, look, it's always a good show between these two players. I think it's a very hot start for the Viper. You know, there's always questions about, well, any of our players' form coming into a tournament, but as you consider Viper maybe one of the premier picks to be a contender, especially against the likes of someone like Hera, while I think people are really starting to work in their minds to try and figure out who will be the person, you know, to knock Hera down a peg. Viper will always be a name that's resurfaced. But his form is the thing. How will he be coming into the tournament? How practiced is he on these settings and in this format? And this is a great vote of confidence on day one, but still plenty of runway left to go for all of our players.
Yeah, you got to love it. They're talking about a certain moment in the game, maybe first game or two. He's like, well, I thought I'd have the time with my fish in the back with Malay, you know, and then you went forward Doc. It was perfect. Tatoh bringing in.
Tatoh.
Is he giving Doubt a beer right now?
Oh, there it is. Oh, was that a beer rejection from the Lord?
Tatoh.
In favor of hydration?
I like how the beer is going to the person who lost right now.
Yeah. It's not a celebratory. Oh, it is a celebratory. It ended up being a celebratory one in the end.
Yeah, it was a best of 5 for NAC, but also for the beer.
Yeah, amazing camaraderie, though, between all three of those guys. Teammates and friends for a long time.
And I think I agree with your comment on the Viper. I know you'll talk to him here in a second.
Yeah.
I think his shape's fantastic. That loss from Viper is not a loss that's going to worry him at all. He's going to feel like the strat from Doubt was actually pretty good, and maybe he needs to make a couple small adjustments. If you look at Viper's performances where he has maybe underperformed or just hasn't won at all, it's literally just been more of a stamina issue. Maybe things got a little sloppy here. To me, it looked very sharp. Wasn't the longest series ever. We'll see longer ones from him this tournament, hopefully.
Oh, for
sure. But yeah, I thought he looked good. So that's like for a Viper fan, it's a really good, comfortable series. You do wonder, though, if like that's been a matchup that's a comfort zone for Viper for a very long time.
That's the thing.
So it's like even Viper on an off day might just be so comfortable that you're not going to see him really brought to the same level of test.
No, absolutely. And the makeup of this specific set of 10 players sports very different strengths and weaknesses across the board, right? And so while you're exactly like you're saying, this is a matchup where it played to expectation. This is a matchup where it looked very clean.
Yep.
This same level of play against a different style may not result in the same thing.
The Age of Empires food chain is very interesting. Right? This person counters this person counters this person. You even have people like outside of the top 10 who do very well against someone who's maybe in the top 4 here, you know. So but yeah, that's a whole nother thing.
Wishful thinking. I get it, T90. I get it.
No, not me. Thanks, bro.
Okay, can I get your final thoughts on the day? We just concluded day one. Did everything go to chalk? Did anything massively surprise you?
I was very, very impressed with the level that everyone brought today. There was an exception or two. It would be unfair because I think there's so few exceptions to name names.
Yeah.
So we won't do that. But I thought everyone was really sharp, and I thought everyone adapted very well to the situation, which is so understated. Like we expect players to bring a certain level.
Yeah.
And we freak out if there's a slight misplay. But they've traveled on flights. they've ruined sleep schedules. They're here in a new place. So I thought it was a really good first.
No, I think we're beautifully set up for an incredible group stage. We heard Hera talking about it earlier today in an interview. He specifically loves Swiss stages because he knows that he will be playing against another person who won today.
Yep.
And kind of the way that that builds intensity of playing someone who has your record all the way through makes the race for the playoffs all that much more interesting. I see Viper taking a seat over there, so I'm going to go set up for the interview. We're going to send you to a quick commercial break. When you come back, I'll be with the Snake himself.
And now, a word from our partners. The rise of modern technology takes its toll on all of us. Hours and hours at your desk leads to stiff necks, aching shoulders, sore lower backs. But there is a solution. Back Force. The Back Force 1 Plus doesn't just stand like a rock on the digital battlefield, it transforms the way you sit. With Gamer Pulse LED lighting lasting up to 20 hours, this chair is more than just a seat. It's a throne. Personalize it with patches for your nickname, clan tag, or any custom text. Because your chair should be as unique as you are. Every Backforce chair comes in a wide variation in colors, including this noble white and gold or black and gold colorway, and the GamerLegion Special Edition. Sit like a king with Backforce.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with the victorious The Viper. At the end of the day, it's kind of kismet because we got to kick off the day together.
True.
And where I asked you about your expectations, asked you about the matchup that you just took in 3-1 fashion. Do you feel like everything has matched the expectation that you laid out at the beginning of the day?
I would say so, yeah. I don't think anything has been massively surprising. So the day has been fairly predictable and as expected. I don't think there was any major upsets, right?
No, I don't think by what we would maybe consider to be the power rankings coming in.
Actually, Vinchester was a really close set, so that was probably the highlight. But otherwise, yeah, it's been a very competitive day.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the approach to going up against Doubt. As we talked about earlier, somewhat strategically similar, obviously super familiar with each other. We did have some of the joking off camera as you guys were sitting in the chair where Doubt was maybe even teasing you about the draft. But what's your side of that story? How do you feel about how you each came to the series?
Doubt was sitting in this chair to practice for the winner's interview. Exactly. That's what he was trying to do. No, I mean, yeah, there's always mind games. I think I confused Doubt a little bit with my draft, so it kind of worked out for me. Otherwise, a lot of things predictable. Civ picks on every map was pretty much as I predicted as well, or expected, so wasn't really any big surprises for me after the draft, and performance-wise was pretty fine. I think he played very well as well. So it was a good set.
Sweet. Well, we'll start rolling through some of the clips, each of the games one by one. As you kind of mentioned, it did feel from the outside that there was a cleanliness and a smoothness to your game today. I don't know if it was a matter of, calling the shots the whole way through and that there wasn't so much surprising that was forcing you to adapt. But straight out the gate from here, while we had a number of even trades, it just kind of felt in the end you were ultimately eking out small advantages here.
Yeah, actually this I did not predict that he would use Burgundians here, so that was a bit surprising.
Okay.
But I feel like Burgundian, I mean, they should be solid on this map, but Hans just got so much initiative, and once you get the Cav Archers rolling, I think it's really hard for Burgundians, so it was a very smooth, I mean, he built a Seabrook shop in my vision as well, so like, it wasn't a big surprise for me. If he caught me off guard like that, maybe he can still win it, but yeah, once I saw the Siege Workshop and my cast stage time was matching his, I felt very comfortable.
So if Siege Workshop wasn't in vision, was it on your radar?
Yeah, you obviously can always have to. I also did damage to him, right? I killed a couple of vills, so I felt like he definitely has to try and do something, right? You cannot just let the Cav Archers overwhelm him. So it was something on my mind, but he went very aggressive with it, so I didn't expect that.
Yeah, absurdly aggressive. Of course, had the benefit as well of having that stone where you could drop the extra TC. So in the end, as the trades kind of continued to work out in fairly even fashion for military numbers, we saw that villager, count continue to climb, and Cav Archer numbers continue to climb. Mobility and range, I feel like already is starting to set itself apart in this tournament. Do you still feel like in a lot of ways that's maybe the most powerful way to play the game?
It depends on the maps as well, right? But on that map with that Civ matchup, yeah, mobility. I mean, mobility is always good, right? You cannot go wrong with mobility, especially with a Civ like Hans, right?
And come on now. Come on now.
What?
You having some fun on day one?
Of course.
Okay.
Doubt was having fun. There we go.
So Armenians, this is a pick Doubt's gone for before, not always successfully. One of the things that T90 and I were talking about, though, is the conviction that Doubt has in strategies and confidence in certain picks to even go for things that maybe hadn't worked out in the past. And this time around, while it wasn't the same matchup that he had lost in previously, he did come out on top with Armenians. Yeah. What did you make of this matchup, and why Malians into this if the expectation was Armenians over here?
So, I mean, Malians, in my opinion, should win late game here. I feel like I messed up I trickled in so many bomber cannons that got sniped by his trebuchets. I feel like if I just keep 3-4 of them alive and group them up and then go out to start shooting his trebs, I can like shut this down instantly, right? But in the end, I was sitting here like with 1 and 2 bomber cannons, and they always got sniped by his trebs. He had a lot of trebs, to be fair.
This was about the moment where it looked like maybe you were turning it. Yes, some of your bomber cannons get sniped, but such an investment into trebs that the composite bowman numbers, right? We were like, well, at a certain point, if all you have is trebs, maybe you can't end the game. But then the amazing tech switch into the champions in the end to close it out. That's going to bring us here to Arabia. This, we felt, mirrored game one almost entirely. Did you feel the same way?
It wasn't entirely similar, right? Obviously, the Civ matchup makes this play out a bit different. I was surprised to see him with a range, given how he was walling up so early, right? So I was expecting him to just play stable into fast castle. That's why I wanted to put pressure with... Why does he try? I think I won the game right here. This is where I won.
Was it just mental destruction at that point?
Yeah, no, but it worked out. I mean, his castle timing was very good, given that he used the market. But I was fully walled myself at home. I had a sneaky army ready to counterattack, and I felt like no matter what, it's going to send my way. Because he lost quite a few skirms in feud late, so it wouldn't be an overwhelming army. So I just needed to not take damage immediately, and then I should be fine.
Yeah, again, I think there was just a smoothness to the play today on your end. In each case, I mean, for me, what mirrored in game one was your ability to still find a little bit of feudal age damage, keep the pressure on his side, and then to keep units alive. I think is one of the things that has been largely impressive. Those 6 scouts remaining alive into the castle age, the opening on the front of the base, and then diving in onto that gold 2 times over. Felt like just enough damage, you know, to kind of push the game or tilt it in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, with the eco damage I did, I knew I was ahead in the economy because I added town centers myself fairly early on. And I just, again, I knew that if I take a bad fight, it could snowball out of control. But as long as I keep trading somewhat evenly, I should be massively ahead. And I see we skipped the tide pool game, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, it's all good. We don't have to talk about it.
Did you have something you want to say about it?
No, it's all good.
Because the floor is yours if you want.
No.
Okay.
I think it was a fun game.
How as you mentioned, to a degree, most of the day kind of going maybe to expectation. Again, people should go watch that Vinchester series for sure if you did miss it. As you're starting to get your first looks though at everybody at the tournament, how are you already beginning to reevaluate kind of your perspective on the field?
I don't think it has changed too much from day one. Yo is actually always a slow starter. True. Every NAC kind of like has a bit of a rough 2-3 first sets, and then he always comes strong. I mean, he got to the final in the old NAC, not the new NAC, but I think everyone is delivering a fairly high level, and I think those guys that lost 3-0 today as well, like Accm and Dogao, they're going to come back strong tomorrow. So I think the field is very strong, and it's going to be competitive game sets no matter what.
Earlier today, Mem was talking to Hera about any opponents maybe he's looking forward to face. From there, though, it went more to a discussion about kind of the way that a Swiss stage pairs players. What is your kind of perspective on Swiss stage and knowing, all right, I kicked off with a series win today, but that means I'm playing, my opponent is projected to be at least on the tougher half of opponents by record tomorrow, and kind of how that might ramp up.
The bad thing for me now is Doubt is my Buchholz, so it's like, that's a bit rough, right? But that's
the dreaded Buchholz.
Exactly. No, I have faith in Doubt to bring me some points there. No, I love Swiss system because it makes you also play like a lot of tough guys in the early stage, right? You'll have me and Lear. I think I have Lear tomorrow, if I understand correctly. Someone said so earlier.
Oh, are the matchups already decided?
I don't know.
I got to get my hands on some matchups.
I just heard rumors.
Okay.
Anyway, like if I face Leary in a normal tournament, it's usually like quarterfinal, semifinal, right? And now I get day 2, potentially Leary, potentially Hera, potentially Tatoh, all the winners of the sets, right? So it brings a lot of excitement and the tough sets early on, which is different from other tournaments. So I really enjoy it personally.
Tough sets and exciting sets at that. Well, you kind of pulled double duty today, like I said, opening the show with me, closing the show with me. I'm sure you want to get some rest tonight. And so thank you once again. Congratulations on the victory. Can't wait to see you match up tomorrow.
Thank you.
And with that, y'all, that's going to conclude our first day of the Noble Apartment Cup group stage. And so as we shut down the studio here tonight and gear up for day 2 tomorrow, which hopefully you'll be here to join us, we're going to send you to the Leyenberger Golden Crisp moment of the day. Take a look.
Presto, mandé.
Button. Civilization to inspect. Drop down. Collapsed. Selected value. Spanish. Barracks. Button. Gunpowder and monk civilization. Back. Button.
Presto. Mande. Agora. Servidor. Sí. Servidor. Monday? See? Presto. See?
Button. Barracks, button. Civilization to inspect, drop down, back, button.
Monday?
Button. Barracks, button. Back, button. Civilization to inspect, drop down, collapsed, selected value, Spanish. Back, button. Button. Barracks, back, button.
Presto. Talar. Servidor.
Bring LCID and Alfonso.
Servidor. ¿Sí?
Bring LCID and Alfonso.
Servidor. Presto. Mande. Sí. Servidor. Presto.
Our homes are yours, Elsie.
Presto.
Sì.
Sì.
El Cid, champion! El Cid!
servidor. Vladimir.